In the city of Lingfeng, within the kingdom of Usis, there exist four prominent families of cultivation: the Lu, Qi, Ni, and Chu clans. These families have occupied the four cardinal directions of the inner city for millennia, governing Lingfeng with an iron hand. However, a notable distinction lies in their tradition of holding a competition every century to select a victor who shall ascend as the new city lord. All four families are bound to obey this leader, yet it is imperative that the city lord, irrespective of their familial origin, refrains from favoring their own kin, ensuring fairness and equity. Failure to uphold this principle grants the other three families the right to dethrone and re-elect a new lord. Furthermore, the city lord is also beholden to the royal family of Usis, despite Lingfeng being a staggering 50,000 li distant from the capital. In this scenario, where the heavens are lofty and the emperor far removed, Lingfeng is largely self-sufficient, needing only to send emissaries annually to remit taxes to the capital. Surrounded by the undulating cloud mist mountains, the city has but a narrow gorge for access to the outside world, which results in minimal interaction with other cities. Thus, the city lord chosen from the four families has become akin to a local monarch. This current local ruler happens to be her own father. Upon discovering this information shortly after her arrival in this new realm, Zhu felt little joy. The reason for her lack of elation was that, aside from the rather favorable fact that her father held the position of city lord, the rest of the information she gleaned about her predecessor was rather disheartening. Firstly, the original protagonist was notorious for her mischievous behavior, leveraging her father's status as a local tyrant in Lingfeng City to escape accountability. She often ventured out to torment the citizens of Lingfeng City. Just today, she brazenly teased a newly married woman, publicly lifting the bride's veil before her husband, and tomorrow, she plans to take the hand of a young maiden in a mock ceremony, leaving the girl terrified, believing she has encountered a female pervert. She is indeed a figure that instills fear throughout Lingfeng City, privately referred to as the malignant tumor of the town. Secondly, the original protagonist has a diligent and exceptionally gifted sister who is said to possess a singular fire-type spiritual root. This sister, Ni Sifeng, is her biological sibling, sharing both parents. Remarkably, she attained the 7th level of Qi refinement before the age of 15, becoming a key disciple in the Ni family, with prospects of succeeding her father as the next city lord or the head of the Ni clan upon his retirement. The contrast to such an outstanding sister only serves to highlight the original protagonist's lack of skills and knowledge, which has become a significant factor contributing to her psychological imbalance. Thirdly, the original protagonist harbors a peculiar and rather unacceptable obsession. Zhu initially thought that teasing women was the most intolerable quirk, yet she discovered that the original protagonist's tastes could be even more extravagant. This peculiar inclination manifests in her having contracted a pig demon as both her pet and steed. Yes, you read that correctly. It is indeed a piga pink sow adorned with a few black spots, affectionately named Huahua. Each time the original owner ventured out, she would ride through the streets, exuding an air of flamboyance that made onlookers flee at the mere sight of her. Yet, no matter how swiftly they attempted to escape, none could rival the speed of her beloved pig, Huahua, who outpaced humans by several magnitudes. This peculiar fact was a source of pride for the original owner. Could it be that her unusual taste was a consequence of her name? This brings us to the perplexing fourth piece of information, the original owner's name, Sizhu. It is unfathomable what thoughts the elder relative had when bestowing such an eccentric name upon her, or if it was a reflection of their sentiments regarding her birth. Whenever someone uttered her full name, it felt akin to an insult, as if they were declaring, "You are a pig." Consequently, both the original owner and she harbored a disdain for this name. Although the unexpected transition into the realm of cultivation sparked a flicker of excitement, the moment she absorbed the original owner's memories, that thrill dissipated entirely. In her previous life, despite the circumstances, she had been an exemplary student, so why was she thrust into the life of a hedonistic young lady who indulged in every pleasure? According to the information she received, her parents, despite their sorrow for her misfortune and frustration at her lack of ambition, had never laid a finger on her throughout her upbringing. Particularly her mother, Chi, while favoring her elder sister, cared for Sizhu as well. However, Sizhu's indifference only served to deepen the chasm in their relationship. Thus, as the less favored daughter, the original owner often seized the opportunity to escape and revel in her unruly escapades, thriving in a situation where she felt neglected by both father and mother. However, the memories of the days leading up to and during the original Bodis injury have mysteriously vanished, leaving Zhu unaware of the reasons behind the original's plight. The severity of the injuries was such that the original body could not endure, consequently bequeathing this life to her, a solitary spirit from the 21st century of another realm. Well, since I am here, I shall accept my fate, Zhu sighed. From this moment forward, she is Sizhu. Unintentionally, she must have inadvertently tugged on some nerve, as her heart began to ache more intensely, prompting her to emit a sharp gasp. The pig, Hua, who lay by her bedside, immediately stood up and trotted over upon hearing the commotion, gently nudging her face with its snout, its eyes surprisingly reflecting a human-like concern. Zhu. Indeed, the world of cultivation is fantastical. Even a pig can exhibit emotions. Were to speak at this moment, she would likely not be overly astonished. However, a sudden thought crossed Zhu's mind. The original's demise might have stemmed from a failure to consume medicinal pills in a timely manner. It is said that the elixirs of the cultivation realm possess the power to resurrect the dead, though the veracity of such claims remains uncertain. Regardless of their authenticity, Zhu resolved to seek her own salvation. After finally escaping the fate of a wandering spirit, she is determined to persevere, even if this body is battered and carries a tarnished reputation. Despite being situated against the resource-rich Yunwu Mountains, the scarcity of spiritual energy here, compounded by the rampant presence of demonic beasts, renders the cultivators of Lingfeng City too fearful to venture deep into the mountains. They can only gather spiritual herbs within a 50-mile perimeter of the mountain's edge. These elixirs are not accessible to every cultivator. In fact, the original body had never consumed such potions throughout her life. Only her elder sister, who had surpassed the 5th level of qi refinement, was granted a vial of elixirs from the family each year. This explains why the original body lacked elixirs for healing. However, Zhu was not inclined to passively await her fate. She contemplated beseeching the original Bodis sister for medicine, despite the embarrassment it might entail. Yet, in her current state, every movement brought her excruciating pain, making it impossible to rise and seek help. Thus, she placed her hopes upon this pig. Since it exhibited such expressive emotions, it must possess a degree of intelligence to comprehend her words. Indeed, the pig displayed its cleverness, recognizing that it was being addressed, though it appeared somewhat perplexed, gazing at Zhu with an expression that seemed to implore her to repeat herself. Suddenly, Zhu experienced a moment of clarity. Given the original Bodis' disdainful attitude towards her sister, it was likely that she often referred to her by name. This might explain why Hua failed to grasp whom she was seeking. Consequently, she spoke anew. Please bring Sifeng to me. Chapter 2. Who is the murderer indeed? The sow, Hua, understood this time. She grunted and hopped off the bed, swaying her rear as she made her way to the door. Soon, she pushed the door open and dashed outside, ensuring to close the door behind her before departing. One can only hope that this pig will summon Sifeng. Zhu sighed and closed her eyes, patiently awaiting the outcome. Having just completed a small cycle of cultivation, Sifeng rose to practice her swordsmanship in the courtyard. However, as she pushed the door open, an enormous pig's head squeezed through the gap. Despite being a late-stage qi refinement practitioner and one of the foremost experts in Lingfeng City, she was taken aback by the sight of such a large pig's head. In her startled state, she instinctively unleashed a fireball, yet the pig, sensing the imminent danger, reacted swiftly, leaping to evade the attack. Its hefty body performed an agile somersault in midair, landing gracefully, a feat remarkable for a creature weighing 200 pounds. Curiosity piqued. She wondered what this pig was doing here at that moment. Could it be sent by her second sister? Did your second sister send you to find me? Huahua grunted in discontent, still recalling the earlier incident when Sifeng had attacked her with magic. What could she possibly want? Sifeng was puzzled. It had been quite some time since her second sister had communicated with her. In a flurry of anxious movements, Huahua spun in circles, struggling to express herself without the ability to speak. After a moment of contemplation, she tugged at Sifeng's skirt, attempting to pull her outside. Sifeng was not foolish. She quickly discerned that the pig was trying to lead her out to find her sister. Intrigued by what her sister might need, she retracted her spiritual energy and allowed Huahua to guide her away, ultimately arriving at her sister's doorstep without realizing it. Indeed, it was the second sister who sought her out. Just as Sifeng was about to knock on the door, Huahua barged in, pulling her into the room. Sifeng. Second sister, what has happened to you? In an instant, Sifeng's gaze fell upon Sizhu's, who lay on the bed, barely clinging to life, and she was taken aback. Sister, help me. Sizhu's could feel her life slowly ebbing away. The primal instinct for survival compelled her to grasp Sifeng, for only she could save her now. The elixir dissolved instantly upon entering her mouth, flowing down her throat and into her stomach, then journeying toward the various injured parts of her body. Sizhu sensed the internal structures being gradually mended by the medicinal potion, and even the pain that had plagued her began to subside. Realizing that she had been saved, Sizhu, who had endured for so long, let out a sigh of relief and felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Yet before succumbing to unconsciousness, she did not forget to express her gratitude to her savior, Sifeng. Sister, thank you. Despite the rifts that may exist between sisters, knowing her sibling's life hung in the balance, Sifeng, as the elder sister, resolutely came to her aid. May the original soul witness this moment, understanding that her family had not abandoned her. It was she who had forsaken herself. Had she sought help in time, she would have been spared from such dire circumstances. Uncertain of how long she had slumbered, when Sizhu finally opened her eyes again, she felt the pain had dissipated and her body, once burdened, now felt considerably lighter. The wounds upon her had healed and scabbed over. The realm of immortality is indeed wondrous. And Zhu exclaims her good fortune. Not only does she possess a pet pig that comprehends human speech, but she also has a caring older sister who cherishes her. Second sister, are you awake? Zhu turns her head to see a youthful maiden of 15 or 16 years standing beside her. A look of concern etched upon her face. Now that her health has significantly improved, Zhu finally takes note of Sifeng's appearance. With phoenix-like eyes and willow-shaped brows, her delicate yet prominent nose leads to a pair of full, alluring cherry lips. Clad in a peach-hued short tunic and long skirt, and adorned with 2 celestial buns, she is indeed a charming young lady with an enchanting, vintage allure. This is none other than the original sister, her savior, Sifeng. How beautiful, Zhu internally marvels, understanding why the original was both envious and jealous of her sister. After all, her sister possesses exceptional talent, striking beauty, and is obedient, sensible, and industrious. It is only natural to admire someone like Sifeng. However, having fortuitously inherited the original's body, Zhu resolves not to squander her opportunities as her predecessor did. The first order of business is to nurture familial bonds, for she is now a disciple of the family, and it is essential to foster good relations with her kin. The second task is to uncover the mastermind behind the original's demise. Given that the assailant was capable of inflicting such harm upon a mere 12-year-old, Zhu has ample reason to suspect that the perpetrator intended to eliminate the original. However, upon receiving the information of her predecessor, Sizhu found that despite the predecessor's reckless and mischievous nature, she had never committed any heinous acts that would incite public outrage. She had neither harmed others nor coerced the populace of Lingfeng City into servitude through her status as the Lord's daughter. She had not driven anyone to the brink of despair or familial ruin. At most, she had mingled with other idle scions of noble families, enjoying the performances of courtesans in flower houses or engaging in raucous street brawls. On occasion, she might have flirted with respectable women, participated in cockfights, or indulged in dog racing. Given her feminine identity, the women who had been subjected to such advances, along with their families, did not escalate matters to the NI family. After all, it is uncommon for women to tarnish one another's reputations, and any gossip that circulated was generally regarded as mere amusement. Thus, there was no notion of vengeance to pursue. Yet, the question lingered: what had led to her predecessor's untimely demise? This matter demanded clarity, not for the sake of upholding some hypocritical notion of justice, but because there existed a malevolent force directed at her. For her own survival, she must identify and eliminate this threat. Additionally, there was a personal motive for vengeance. Although she had taken over her predecessor's body after her death, the predecessor had inadvertently saved her life, and thus it was only fitting to repay that debt. The third objective was to diligently cultivate her skills. The predecessor possessed both water and wood spiritual roots, and while her talents did not rival those of her sister, she was nonetheless regarded as possessing above-average potential within both the family and the realm of cultivation. Unfortunately, from the moment of her birth, she had been overshadowed by her sister's prodigious brilliance, rendering her own dual spiritual roots insignificant in comparison to her sister's perfected 10-tiered heavenly root. Regardless of whether it is the parents or the esteemed elders of the clan, their unwavering focus is solely on my sister, and I Sifeng, to the extent that they would willingly expend the entirety of the family's resources to nurture her. Naturally, I feel neglected, leading me to further indulge in self-destructive behavior. However, Sizhu holds a different perspective. In Lingfeng City, among a population of over 100,000, fewer than 1,000 possess spiritual roots for cultivation, predominantly concentrated within 4 prominent families. Among the remaining mortals, even those with the potential for cultivation are exceedingly rare, nearly negligible. This illustrates that possessing spiritual roots is indeed the greatest blessing from the heavens. Moreover, my own aptitude is not lacking. I am considered to have above-average qualifications. What reason do I have to feel discontented? At present, I am 12 years old and have only reached the 3rd level of chi refinement, while my sister, 3 years my senior, has already attained the 7th level, enabling her to wield spells and magical tools. Undoubtedly, a portion of her rapid advancement can be attributed to the family's dedicated support, allowing NI Sifeng to rise to the pinnacle of her peers in Lingfeng City. Yet, the predominant factor lies within NI Sifeng herself. Not only does she possess exceptional talent, but she is also an exceedingly diligent practitioner. Furthermore, given the family's limited resources, it is only logical to allocate the best resources to those descendants with superior qualifications, thereby fostering the excellence of the family lineage. To waste such resources on someone like me, who indulges in pleasures and has no desire to cultivate, would be utterly imprudent. Once I reach the 5th level of chi refinement, I too will be able to utilize spells and magical tools like NI Sifeng. And the family will also provide a vial of elixir annually to those at the 5th level and above. At that point, I shall have no need to fear injury without the means to recover. Upon contemplating this, Sizhu felt a surge of motivation coursing through her veins. Chapter 3. I aspire to be an exemplary student in the realm of immortality's second sister. NI Sifeng gazed at NI Sizhu, whose expression was vacant, and a sense of concern washed over her. Could it be that she had sustained a head injury, rendering her foolish? If that were the case, it would require high-grade elixirs such as soul-replenishing pills or spirit-nurturing pills. medicines she neither possessed nor had ever encountered, having only read about them in books. What should she do now? Big sister, I am fine. As Sizhu looked at Sifeng's worried and fearful demeanor, warmth blossomed in her heart. In her previous life, as an only child, she had never experienced the feeling of having an elder sister. To her surprise, the sensation of being cared for by an older sister was profoundly delightful. That is a relief. Sifeng exhaled deeply, quickly regaining her composure. You call me what? Big sister. What's the matter? Sizhu asked, puzzled. Although the original owner had never referred to Sifeng as an elder sister, she had indeed called her that before losing consciousness. Second sister, this is the first time I have heard you call me big sister. Sifeng's expression was complex. The reason her younger sister had previously refrained from forming a bond with her was well known to her. Sizhu had called her sister before fainting solely to elicit her assistance. Sifeng had never expected that upon awakening, Sizhu would acknowledge her as an elder sister. Nor could she have anticipated hearing her sincerely address her as big sister in her lifetime. In the past, you were an immature younger sister, but from now on, I shall strive to maintain a harmonious relationship with my elder sister, Sizhu declared. Big sister has erred as well. I should not have scolded you for neglecting your cultivation. From now on, we shall communicate openly as sisters. After delivering her words, Sifeng's expression turned serious again as she inquired about the circumstances surrounding Sizhu's injury. The person who struck you undoubtedly harbors ill intentions, inflicting such harm upon you. It is fortunate that your mystical companion sought me out in a timely manner. Had it been any later, dear sister, no amount of elixirs could have salvaged your life. I cannot recall who inflicted this injury upon me. No matter how hard I try, the memory eludes me. Sizhu clutched her head, feigning a headache and struggling to remember, for she indeed had not received any information from her original self in recent days and, consequently, remained oblivious to her assailant's identity. Is it truly possible that I have sustained a head injury? Sifeng's worries began to resurface. Sizhu was unaware of how many days she had been unconscious, but judging by Sifeng's weary countenance, it must have been at least 2 or 3 days. Her elder sister had tirelessly cared for her, and it was unthinkable to further burden her. However, has the perpetrator who harmed you not yet been apprehended? This individual clearly harbors murderous intent towards my younger sister, and I cannot help but feel anxious. I have refrained from venturing outside these past few days. Within our family, let us see who dares to bully me. Sizhu displayed a spoiled and willful expression, which elicited laughter from Sifeng and alleviated much of her concern. Then you must not go outside. If anything arises, you can always discuss it with your sister. Rest assured, dear sister, I shall henceforth heed your counsel. Witnessing her sister's sudden transformation into such an obedient and understanding individual only deepened Sifeng's affection for her. Once Sifeng departed, Sizhu eagerly began to practice her cultivation techniques to assess the state of her abilities. Fortunately, her spiritual veins remained unobstructed, and her dantian felt unremarkable. As long as her foundation was intact, the other injuries were not of great concern. Currently, she practices only a single set of the family's ancestral internal cultivation technique, the 5 elements spirit formula. To cultivate spells, she must wait until she reaches the 5th level of qi refinement. The thought of being merely at the 3rd level of qi refinement now. While in this world the cultivation system comprises 9 grand realms: qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, out-of-body, divine transformation, integration, void, and great ascension, before one can ascend to a higher realm, fills Sizhu with a sense of profound distance, so far that she dares not contemplate it further. Presently, the most accomplished cultivators in her family are her father, Shinji, and an ancestor who has surpassed 2 centuries in age. One is at the late foundation establishment stage, vigorous and poised to achieve the golden core, while the other, though at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, is nearing the end of his lifespan, with only about 10 years remaining, rendering any hope of breaking through to the golden core stage virtually impossible. Additionally, the NI family counts 2 elders at the initial stage of foundation establishment and 1 at the mid-stage. With such prowess, the NI family is already considered one of the more prominent among the 4 great families. It is said that the Qi and Lu families each boast 4 foundation establishment cultivators, while the weakest, the Chu family, possesses only 3. To balance their strength with the other 3 great families, the Chu family has expended considerable resources to invite a late foundation establishment cultivator as a guest elder, ensuring they do not fall from the competitive arena of the 4 great families. Reflecting on the guest elder invited by the Chu family, Zhu feels an inexplicable sense of trepidation and fear. She cannot pinpoint the origin of this sensation, as the original owner's memories do not include any encounters with the Chu family's guest elder. She only recalls hearing the debauched scion, Chu Haotian, boast about the prowess of the guest elder they had engaged, which had left a lingering impression in her mind. Why does her body react in such a manner? Could it be related to that guest elder? Contemplating the matter, it seems rather implausible. Although the original self was mischievous, she possessed an acute awareness of circumstances and would never dare provoke or antagonize an elder at the late stage of foundation establishment with merely her initial cultivation. Unless, of course, she had a death wish. Nevertheless, the information she received did not suggest any suicidal or nihilistic tendencies. Rather, it indicated a rebellious spirit stemming from dissatisfaction with her family. Since clarity eluded her, she resolved to set it aside for the time being and focus on healing. As a diligent and exemplary student from her past life, Zhu swiftly dismissed extraneous thoughts and immersed herself in practicing the 5 elements spiritual formula. As she observed the gradual accumulation of spiritual energy within her dantian, her joy blossomed, and she found herself enchanted by the profound sensations accompanying her practice, gradually entering a state of transcendence. At times, she envisioned herself as a speck of dust in the air, floating effortlessly with the wind, at peace and devoid of desire. At other moments, she imagined herself as a little bird, soaring freely across the vast seas, reveling in blissful abandon. Occasionally, she felt akin to a solitary leaf on a great tree, silent and unassuming, simple and unadorned. Suddenly, Huahua's large, pig-like snout nudged her face persistently. "What is it?" Zhu rose and stretched lazily, unperturbed by the interruption of her cultivation. Everything in moderation. She had not ventured outside for several days, and upon awakening, her stomach began to grumble audibly. It dawned on her that she had not eaten for days, as she had yet to reach the foundation establishment stage. She was unable to practice fasting and still required 3 meals a day. It seemed that Huahua, too, was desperately hungry, which explained the interruption of her practice. Clearly, her role as a caretaker had been rather lacking. This moment of enlightenment, although still at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, has brought Zhu to the threshold of the 4th level. With her current pace of cultivation, it is believed that it will not be long before she ascends to the 4th level. Come, let us dine. The descendants of the Ni family are required to engage in their own endeavors, ensuring they are not oblivious to the hardships of the world and fostering empathy. Although they are not expected to cook themselves from the age of 8, they must serve themselves in the grand kitchen and take responsibility for cleaning their own utensils and managing their daily lives. Furthermore, those under 20 who have not yet reached the 5th level of Qi refinement must attend the academy for an hour of instruction from their elders each day. This not only includes literacy, but also imparts insights into cultivation, after which they are required to meditate for 1 to 2 hours before they may depart. Despite the elder informing Zhu's father, Ni Xinji, who scolded and reprimanded her, she remained obstinate and refused to attend the academy. This ultimately led her father to lose all hope and concern for her cultivation, choosing to disregard her progress entirely. Now that this body belongs to her, Zhu resolves not to squander her exceptional cultivation talent by living in the same manner as before. She decides to attend the academy the following day and strive to become an exemplary student once more. Chapter 4. The turmoil at the academy. The family academy is modestly sized, located beside the bamboo grove behind the patriarch's courtyard. Constructed from the locally sourced bamboo, the structure exudes an air of tranquility and elegance, and the spiritual energy in this place is twice as rich as that in the small courtyard where Zhu resides. It is indeed an excellent locale for learning and cultivating. The classroom measures approximately 50 square meters. At the front stands an ornate wooden desk intricately carved with runes, while beneath it lie 10 unadorned wooden tables accompanied by 10 cushions. Come quickly, everyone! The sun has risen in the west, and our bane of Lingfeng City has actually come to class. As Zhu entered the classroom, a stout boy of similar age obstructed her path. Step aside. At the age of 11 or 12, children are often rebellious and mischievous. Zhu, an adult from the 21st century, could not be bothered to engage with him. Yet she was not intimidated. What did you say? If you have the guts, say it again. The stout boy, tall and robust, possessed a cultivation level of the 4th layer of qi refinement, making him the strongest among the family siblings, as well as the most hot-headed. Oh well, Siki. If 5th uncle sees you fighting later, he will surely reprimand you. Imagining the stern expression of her 4th uncle, along with a group of fierce-looking guards from the city lord's mansion, the boy named Siki slowly stepped back but stubbornly retorted, I'm not afraid of your father. I simply don't want them to accuse me of bullying the weak. Zhu chose to ignore him and proceeded into the classroom with Hua. Recalling that her original self had strained relations with the siblings, she decided to maintain an aloof demeanor to avoid drawing attention to her altered personality. Wait a moment. A girl in red, seemingly the oldest at around 15 or 16, once again blocked Zhu's way. You may enter the classroom, but this pig must remain outside. With a face twisted in disgust, she covered her nose with one hand while waving the other before her, exclaiming, Is there no self-awareness to bring something so foul in here? Foul? Both Zhu and Hua were incensed simultaneously. Although Hua was a pig demon, she took great pride in cleanliness, bathing in the pond daily, resulting in her appearance being delightfully rosy and impeccably clean, devoid of any unpleasant odors. It baffled her where this so-called foul smell could possibly be coming from. Angrily, Hua was about to advance and give the girl in red a swat with her hoof, but fortunately, Zhu intervened. Though the original owner had scarcely attended the academy, she had encountered the girl in red before and recalled that she was the chieftain's daughter, named Si Tao. Their prior meeting had been equally unpleasant. Both had set their sights on the same hairpin in a jewelry store, one being the daughter of the city lord and the other the chieftain's heiress. They hailed from the same esteemed family and shared similar cultivation levels, leading to a fierce rivalry that escalated to physical confrontation. Thus, a long-standing enmity was born, and they typically avoided each other's presence, but whenever they did cross paths, they would inevitably clash. This was their second encounter since the jewelry incident, and to her astonishment, they were at it again. Your demon pet is allowed in the academy. Why should mine be excluded? Zhu pointed disdainfully at the adorable little white fox beside Si Tao, questioning, Isn't it a natural trait of foxes to emit a foul odor? Why do you not mention that? Silver snow is not foul in the slightest. Si Tao retorted, nearly hopping in frustration. I bathe it daily, and it is far cleaner than your wretched pig. If that is your stance, I shall summon everyone to adjudicate this matter. Pearl playfully slapped the plump, upturned rump of Hua, the pig, and beckoned, Come now, Hua. Stand beside this fox and let everyone discern whose aroma is more pungent. A chorus of giggles erupted from the assembled youths, amused by the novel prospect of sniffing the odors of their companions' mystical pets. The stout lad, Siki, was the first to approach Hua for a sniff. The pig grunted in mild protest, but dutifully remained still at Pearl's command. Siki then advanced towards Inshui, the little white fox, who, timid by nature, unleashed a skunk-like spray of noxious fumes before he could draw near, nearly causing Siki to retch. A wave of foul odor permeated the academy, driving the students to flee, pinching their noses. Hua Hua, with its keen sense of smell, was the swiftest to escape, its white hindquarters disappearing from Pearl's sight in an instant. A resounding thud soon followed. "Ouch, my back," a man's voice groaned in pain. "You beastly creature. Can't you watch where you're going? Running at such speed? Just you wait." A pig-like squeal pierced the air, cutting off the man's tirade. "Oh no, Hua Hua's in trouble," Pearl exclaimed, rushing outside to find her fifth uncle clutching Hua Hua's floppy ears, berating the pig with visible muddy hoof prints across his person. Never before subjected to such indignity, Hua Hua wailed pitifully, its trotters flailing wildly at the unfortunate uncle. Alas, Uncle Wu, being a foundational cultivator, rendered the first-tier pig demon utterly powerless beneath his might. Even if the pig's hoof were to strike Uncle Wu, it would merely soil his garments. Could it be that this creature has escaped from the kitchen? Sinan effortlessly hoisted Hua Hua, who weighed over 200 pounds, as if she were merely a bundle of cotton. Since she has found her way into my grasp, I might as well use her as a delicacy to accompany my wine. Hua Hua's cries grew increasingly pitiful. Zhu felt compelled to intervene and rescue Hua Hua. In truth, this predicament was entirely Situa's fault, as she had instigated the conflict. It was unjust for her Hua Hua to bear the consequences. Hua Hua was not merely a kitchen ingredient. She was my contracted demon companion. Sinan expressed surprise. "You have a contract with a pig demon? An ordinary one that can only ascend to the second tier? Is that not permissible?" Zhu inquired. "It is," Shinji replied, somewhat at a loss for words. "However, a cultivator may only contract one demon companion for life. To bind a second, one must either dissolve the existing contract or have the current demon companion meet an untimely demise. Thus, it can be said that a demon companion is a partner even more intimate than a Dao companion. Every cultivator deliberates meticulously before entering into such a bond. Who would choose a pig demon to accompany them throughout their life? This young lady's tastes are rather peculiar." Wait, why had he never encountered this young girl at the academy? Which family do you belong to? The original had only attended a few days of classes at the age of 8 and had not returned since. The household was large, resulting in many children, which accounted for Sinan's inability to recall her appearance. "It is the child of the fourth brother." Sinan then realized that Zhu bore a striking resemblance to her sister, Sifeng, and also shared some features with the fourth brother. Upon further reflection, he remembered that the fourth brother's youngest daughter was quite renowned in Lingfeng City, albeit for rather peculiar reasons. Whenever he stepped outside his home, it was almost inevitable that he would overhear the townsfolk discussing his little niece, recounting the antics she had engaged in the previous day and speculating about her latest mischief. Sizhu? Zhu helplessly nodded, wondering why she had to be addressed by her full name. Wasn't the fourth brother's child rather unruly? What prompted her to attend school? Recalling the fourth brother's exasperated expressions when he spoke of his daughter, Sinan felt an increased curiosity about her. "Of course, you may attend, but is it by your own volition or are you being compelled by your family?" Sinan inquired. "It is my own choice." "And why is that? How can a child, who has been so uncontrollable, suddenly change her ways?" "I wish to become stronger. That way, I will not lose when I fight others." Zhu clenched her delicate little fists, her face ablaze with fervor. So, her motivation was merely to engage in fighting. Sinan felt a twinge of disappointment, but upon reflection, her willingness to learn was indeed a promising beginning. After all, one could not expect Sizhu to transform overnight into the obedient and sensible child her sister was. Chapter 5. The true culprit emerges, and Sinan led Zhu into the classroom, and the previously bustling atmosphere fell into an immediate hush. Of the 10 desks, 9 were already occupied, leaving only a solitary seat in the corner. Zhu, you are 12 years old this year, are you not? The fifth uncle asked. Zhu nodded gently. In the 21st century, considering her original age, she was still but a child. She never anticipated that one day she would experience a return to youthful vigor. Thus, in the academy, she would be ranked 7th. Henceforth, let them call her Xiaoqi. Among the Ni family descendants below, some expressed disdain, such as Ni Tao, while others voiced their discontent. Like the delicate young man who had previously intervened to stop Ni Qi from resorting to violence. Fifth uncle, I have always been Xiaoqi. Why should I be compelled to change my rank upon her arrival? Indeed. 2 other children, even younger than he, echoed their protests, asserting that newcomers should occupy the lowest positions. What do you think? Nixin and tossed the decision back to Zhu. With a playful smile, Zhu proposed, how about we 4 engage in a friendly spar, determining our ranking by strength? Excellent. Ni Qi was the first to applaud. It had been ages since he had witnessed a brawl. Although he could not participate, cheering from the sidelines proved quite entertaining.
Xinyan.
Give her a good thrashing, and see if she dares to be so arrogant again. It turned out that the refined young man was named Xinyan. However, while they recognized him, Zhu had never taken notice of the Ni family siblings, except for Ni Tao. Consequently, she remained unfamiliar with the others. Yet, Xinyan had no desire for conflict. He was merely a scion selected from a collateral branch of the Ni family, possessing 4 innate spiritual roots. He not only had the privilege to study in the main family, but also enjoyed complimentary accommodation and meals. His humble parents took great pride in him, often reminding him to avoid conflicts with the direct descendants lest he be cast out. Such a mundane existence had its limits. Where was the allure in mere survival? The newly arrived Ni Sizhu is yet another daughter of the city lord. Ni Xinyang, though displeased that she has usurped his rank, reducing him to the status of little 8, would rather concede defeat than risk incurring Ni Sizhu's wrath, which might result in his expulsion. He resolves that a true gentleman does not engage in conflict with a lady. Thus, he sits in silence. The 2 younger children, both at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, are no match for Ni Sizhu, and they too surrender. Effortlessly, she seizes the position of little 7 from them. Ni little 8, you truly lack courage, Ni Siki expresses his discontent. Their 5th uncle offers no objections, and they finally have the opportunity to engage in a fair fight. Yet he is the first to yield. Ni Xinyang refrains from comment. This incident has likely offended Ni Siki as well. However, what does it matter? As long as he can continue his cultivation within the family, nothing else holds significance. Very well. Since there are no further objections, let us commence with the lesson. Today, I shall impart to you the method of refining your own true energy while absorbing spiritual energy, allowing the 2 to merge and unblocking more meridians, thereby achieving the effects of rejuvenation and transformation. An hour later, their 5th uncle concludes the lesson, and the students erupt in cheers, discussing what delectable dishes the kitchen will prepare today. Attending class for the first time at 12, pretending to be diligent in your studies. Ni Sidong scoffs as she approaches. That is still far better than your being at the 4th level of Qi refinement at 15. My elder sister, who is the same age as you, has already reached the 7th level. The mention of the prodigious sister, Ni Sifeng, immediately extinguishes Ni Sitong's taunting bravado. In our family, how many can truly compare to Ni Sifeng? If you possess the capability to reach the 5th level of Qi refinement before the age of 15, I shall concede that you surpass me. Although Ni Sitiao's arrogance has waned, she still refuses to admit defeat and continues to provoke Zhu. Achieving the 5th level of Qi refinement before the age of 15? Zhu pondered seriously. She was but a step away from the 4th level, and it would not be long before she ascended. Entering the 5th level within 3 years was not beyond the realm of possibility. Thus, she accepted Anai-Sitia's challenge. Very well, just wait and see. In the guest quarters of the Chu family in Lingfeng City, a young man of unremarkable appearance entered the room of a visiting elder, carrying a pot of tea. Esteemed sir, this is the new spiritual tea from Yunwu Mountain presented by the clan leader this year, named Lingyu Xian. I have brewed a pot specifically for your enjoyment. Bring it forth. A cold voice reverberated through the room, causing the temperature to drop significantly. The servant, trembling with respect, nearly buried his head in the teapot. He cautiously approached, pouring the precious tea from the pot into a jade cup, and presented it with both hands before the man who had spoken. Please, sir, indulge in this tea. Has that little girl who witnessed my practice in the Yunwu Mountains been dealt with? Elder Mo extended his long fingers to lift the spiritual tea. The crystalline jade cup dimming in comparison to his starry eyes, not to mention his face, which resembled a jade mask with lips as smooth as if painted. Despite his youthful appearance, he was already a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. The servant grew increasingly anxious, nearly losing his grip on the teapot. Imbecile, incapable of subduing even a mere qi condensation stage 3 girl, of what utility are you? Elder Mo's voice grew increasingly glacial, to the point that the very air seemed to congeal. Even the spiritual tea within the jade cup in his hand crystallized into ice. Were it not for the critical juncture of his demonic goo refinement at the time, he would never have allowed that audacious little girl who dared to intrude upon his cultivation to live. My lord, please quell your anger. This humble one shall stand guard at the Ni family's entrance and await the girl's emergence. This time, I shall ensure she breathes her last before departing, the man implored, prostrating himself in supplication. Previously, 2 of young Master Mo's servants who had performed inadequately had been offered as sustenance to the demonic goo. The man feared a similar fate. Had he known this would be the case, he should have been more ruthless and simply beaten the Ni city lord's second daughter to death. Although young Master Mo entertained murderous thoughts, he was currently accompanied only by Mo-san, his sole servant, in this Lingfeng city. To kill him would leave him hard-pressed to find a trustworthy subordinate in the immediate future. There is no need. That girl likely does not comprehend the nature of my cultivation, or else the 4 great clans would have already come knocking. In any case, they are all destined to perish sooner or later. You have other matters to attend to for me. Do not squander your time on inconsequential individuals. Thank you, my lord. Having narrowly escaped with his life, Mo-san wiped the perspiration from his brow, secretly rejoicing while taking the matters entrusted to him by his lord even more to heart. I hear you have been attending classes punctually these past few days? Eldest sister Anai-Sifeng inquired of Sizhu, intending to ascertain whether her change was genuine or merely a fleeting novelty. Indeed, I have only now come to appreciate the profound interest of the lectures delivered by 5th uncle, 6th uncle, and 7th aunt. I must ascertain who has inflicted this injury upon me, for only then can I seek retribution, Sizhu declared. There is a certain thrill in avenging one's own grievances. Although her desire for vengeance had ignited a newfound determination within her, Anai-Sifeng felt a surge of joy at her sister's transformation and even harbored a flicker of gratitude towards the one who had wounded her sibling. Had her sister not been harmed, she may never have sought her assistance, and their bond could have remained forever strained. It was possible that her sister would have languished in complacency for a lifetime. Indeed, one might argue that a debt of gratitude was owed to that individual. However, vengeance must still be exacted. The Ni family was not one to be trifled with. Chapter 6. When the prodigal ceases to be prodigal, when the second daughter of the Ni city lord, Ni Chengzhu, abandoned her former frivolous ways to embark on a path of earnest cultivation and study, one might wonder if anyone would dare to believe it. The populace of Lingfeng City held a collective skepticism. Most notably the other two notorious figures who had once shared a close association with anti-heroine, the notorious Chu Ba Wang, Chu Haotian, and the rogue Qi Pizi, Qi Jingchen. They were acutely aware of anti-heiroine's true nature. Her thoughts had never been inclined towards cultivation. Otherwise, with her dual spiritual roots, she should have at least achieved the 4th level of Qi refinement after 5 years of practice, yet she remained at the 3rd level. This clearly indicated her preference for enjoying the present moment alongside them rather than enduring the rigors of cultivation. Chu Haotian raised a finger in jest, while Qi Jingchen, with one hand elegantly fanning himself and the other extending 2 slender fingers, remarked, 2 days. How can you be such a poor friend, maligning Zhu Zhu's resolve in such a manner? Nonetheless, I must admit, I find it amusing. Qi Jingchen disregarded Chu Haotian's words, despite his striking appearance. He was undeniably masculine and indifferent to the affection of others. Alas, the absence of Zhu Zhu rendered their days rather tedious. Chu Haotian felt somewhat exasperated, primarily due to the lack of Sizhu's presence, which rendered Qi Jingchen's conversation disappointingly sparse. The only time this fellow seemed animated was when he spotted a beautiful woman to approach. In contrast, Chu Ba Wang had little interest in romantic pursuits. He merely sought a sparring partner for banter or a friendly brawl, yet such companions were hard to come by. Let us visit the Anai residence to find Zhu Zhu, he proposed. On the 5th day without the company of Sizhu, it was unexpected that they would be the first to feel restless. Well, I still wish to enjoy a few more years and meet some lovely ladies, Qi Jingchen remarked, gesturing towards the phoenix illustrated on his folding fan. Had he forgotten their previous encounter at the Anai estate, when that fiery phoenix had decisively bested them? The memory of Sifeng's formidable prowess instantly quelled Chu Haotian's thoughts. That insufferable woman would not harm her sister, but was more than willing to unleash her strength upon them. With one at the 4th level of Qi refinement and the other at the 3rd, they were no match for Sifeng, who stood at the 7th level. Days had passed, yet Zhu Zhu still remained absent. Could it be that she had genuinely turned over a new leaf? Chu Haotian remained skeptical that Sizhu, who was as carefree as they, could suddenly transform into a diligent scholar. Qi Jingchen chuckled. He and Sizhu shared a mutual affinity for charming encounters with attractive young ladies. As Zhu Zhu sensed the abundant spiritual energy and true qi filling her dantian and meridians, she experienced an unparalleled sense of fulfillment. She was acutely aware that she was on the verge of breaking through to the 4th layer of qi refinement. After consuming half of the spiritual and true energy stored in her dantian, Zhu Zhu finally succeeded in entering the 4th layer. She could feel her body becoming increasingly light. Her movements, running and jumping, were more agile than before, and even her spirit felt invigorated. Remarkably, after 2 sleepless nights of meditative practice, she did not feel fatigued in the slightest. Moreover, her strength had significantly increased. She could now effortlessly lift over 200 pounds of huahua, akin to cradling an infant. Such a minor advancement had already transformed her physical prowess so drastically, one could only imagine the changes that awaited her in the foundation establishment and golden core stages. Zhu Zhu gradually found herself more intrigued by the path of cultivation. Initially, her motivation was merely self-preservation and revenge against the perpetrator who had slain her original self. However, witnessing the benefits of her cultivation at this moment solidified her resolve to study diligently and cultivate earnestly. Her second sister, Sifeng, came to visit Zhu Zhu once more. Without needing a prompt from Zhu Zhu, Huahua stepped forward to open the door. Upon seeing the pig's head peeking through the crack, Sifeng remained unfazed, casually tossing a chicken leg to Huahua. The pig, growing increasingly affectionate towards Sifeng, wagged its tail with such fervor that it was nearly invisible. Eldest sister, Huahua is nearing 300 pounds. You spoil it too much. What kind of a pig is fed meat? Huahua's expanding girth drew more attention as they ventured out together. After all, it was your demonic pet, and such affection naturally endeared Huahua to anti-heroine. Each time she visited her second sister, she always thought to bring treats for Huahua. "Oh, second sister, have you reached the fourth layer of chi refinement?" Anai-Sifeng was elated to discover the transformation in her younger sister's cultivation and exclaimed in delight. Just moments ago, she had fortuitously succeeded in breaking through to a new realm. Zhu shyly scratched the back of her head, suddenly feeling that her modest accomplishments paled in comparison to her sister, who had reached the seventh layer of chi refinement. However, Anai-Sifeng held a different perspective. She had been keenly observing her sister's recent progress. Many claimed that Zhu's resolve would falter soon, and even Anai-Sifeng herself harbored doubts about whether her sister had genuinely turned over a new leaf or was merely engaging in a sporadic effort. Yet now, witnessing such significant advancement, Anai-Sifeng felt a sense of joy and pride that surpassed her own achievements. After all, her sister was earnestly dedicated to her cultivation, which had led to her breakthrough. She hoped Zhu could maintain this momentum. In Anai-Sifeng's eyes, there was no element of luck involved. It was simply the fruit of diligent practice. Contemplating for a moment, she retrieved a dagger from her storage pouch and presented it to Zhu. "This is a gift for your advancement." Zhu accepted the dagger with delight, playing with it in her hands, unable to part with it. This dagger was a first-tier magical artifact, although she, as a cultivator at the fourth layer of chi refinement, could not yet unleash its full potential. It was still a weapon capable of cutting through iron like mud. "Thank you, dear sister, for this precious gift." Seeing her sister's enthusiasm brought great joy to Anai-Sifeng, who continued to encourage her. "Once you reach the fifth layer of chi refinement, you will be able to infuse the dagger with spiritual energy and unlock its maximum power." "I will strive to do my best, elder sister." Zhu has recognized the benefits of her cultivation and thus will not easily concede defeat. Even if she cannot rival her elder sister's genius, she can certainly avoid being a burden to her family as a frivolous young lady. Perhaps she has been exerting herself too much lately. Not to worry, for her elder sister has instructed their mother to prepare beautiful garments for her, so that the two sisters may adorn themselves splendidly and pay homage to the flower goddess together. Anai-Sifeng, observing her younger sister's innocent and naive demeanor, couldn't help but gently tap her on the nose. Chapter 7. The beauty-revealed mother, Zhu said, trailing behind her elder sister as she gazed at the beautiful woman before them, her biological mother, Qi Meiyu. Despite being a mother of two, Qi Meiyu still appeared remarkably youthful and lovely, akin to a woman just in her early 20s. Who would have thought she had daughters in their teens? Feng'er has arrived. Come in and see if you like the ethereal garments I have made for you. Qi Meiyu greeted enthusiastically upon spotting Anai-Sifeng, but her tone grew noticeably cooler when she noticed Zhu following behind her. The fabric and materials in her hands were only sufficient to create one exquisite piece for Feng'er, but she had managed to fashion a pleated skirt for Zhu. Seeing her mother favoring herself again, Anai-Sifeng felt an increasing sense of sympathy for her younger sister. "Your sister is still young, but you, having turned 15 this year, are now a young lady and should consider finding a suitable match. Naturally, you must present yourself beautifully to seek a worthy suitor." Her eldest daughter possessed both beauty and talent, and had always been well-behaved and understanding. Qi Meiyu longed to adorn her daughter with all the treasures she could muster, so that the world could recognize her eldest daughter's virtues. Alas, it is indeed a pity that our Lingfeng city is so remote and difficult to access. Otherwise, with your beauty and talents, Feng'er, even a prince would be worthy of you. Mother Anai-Sifeng expressed her exasperation, stating that she was not inclined to engage in an arranged marriage at this time. Her mother wished for her to find a scion of a noble family, while her father hoped for her to take in a son-in-law, so that she could remain in the Anai family and eventually assume the role of city lord or clan leader. thus facilitating the expansion of their lineage. However, Sifeng had no desire to choose either path. Ever since she embarked on her cultivation journey, she had longed for the outside world. She yearned to venture beyond Lingfeng City, to learn more spells, to reach higher realms, and even to contemplate the distant prospect of ascension. The thought of spending her entire life in Lingfeng City, bearing children and leading a monotonous life, never crossed her mind. "What nonsense is this?" Qi Meiyu exclaimed, as she held up a lavish dress to measure it against her daughter. "Is there any woman who does not marry? Do you intend to be like your seventh aunt, who, after much deliberation, finds no one to her liking, thus squandering her youth and becoming a notorious old maid?" Mother and Sifeng helplessly attempted to curtail Qi Meiyu's remarks. How could she allow disparagement of her sister-in-law? Moreover, since the seventh aunt had already established her foundation in cultivation, she was regarded as an elder in the family, making it even more inappropriate to speak ill of her. After all, the seventh aunt was living quite well. Unexpectedly, Zhu, who had remained silent since her entrance, finally spoke. She had already become a foundation-building cultivator, while her mother was still in the qi refining stage. Aunt Qijiang had lived over 100 years longer than her, and foundation-building cultivators were respected wherever they went. How could the male peers still struggling in the qi refining stage possibly be worthy of Aunt Qijiang? Furthermore, it was not that Aunt Qijiang could not find a husband. Rather, she simply did not wish to marry. After all, who would want to relinquish a life of freedom, where one could go wherever they pleased and do whatever they desired? Right, elder sister?
Ni Sifeng nodded.
For her younger sister had truly voiced her innermost thoughts. From the moment she embarked on her cultivation journey, she knew she would be like Aunt Qijiang, a woman unwilling to confine herself to domesticity. Or perhaps her ambitions soared even higher. She not only desired to remain unwed, but also yearned to explore broader horizons. She could hardly fathom living a life centered solely around a husband and children, like their mother did. Little did she know that Qi Meiyu perceived her youngest daughter's words as an affront, having initially thought she had improved, only to find her tongue sharper and her words more infuriating. Immediately, her expression darkened. "What does a little girl know? Do not lead your sister astray. Quickly take your pleated skirt and go outside." After saying this, she summoned 2 maidservants. "Go deliver the skirt to the second young lady's room and teach her how to wear it properly." "Yes," the daughter replied, expressing her gratitude for her mother's gift of the skirt. Zhu touched her nose, having not cast a single glance at the feathered gown or the pleated skirt. Instead, she shot a sympathetic glance at her elder sister before departing. "Mother, my younger sister has been diligently practicing and has already reached the 4th level of qi refinement. You should not always scold her. Instead, it would be more appropriate to offer her some encouragement and care. Nevertheless, I recall that when you were 12, you had already attained the 5th level of qi refinement. Moreover, I have heard from father that you are nearing the 8th level." Qi Meiyu has completely relinquished any hope of her younger daughter reforming. Stubbornness in childhood seldom transforms in adulthood. Her only wish now is for her elder daughter to advance further in cultivation, as that would indeed open the possibility of a marriage alliance with a prominent family from the capital. With such exceptional talent, it would be a pity for her to remain confined in Lingfeng City for a lifetime. However, she has never considered allowing her daughter to forge her own path based on her own strength. Thus, although their goals align, the paths they tread diverge significantly. "Mother, it is still early. I wish to solidify my foundation further, and there is no rush. After all, one cannot hasten the process of cultivation. At just 15, she has ample time. In this regard, Sifeng has a better mindset than anyone else." Upon returning to her room, Qi Meiyu's 2 maidservants opened a chest and presented a pleated celestial skirt before Zhu. "Miss, please change your attire." Even though Zhu hails from the 21st century, she is uncomfortable disrobing in front of 2 unfamiliar women. That cannot be. The the mistress will blame us for inadequate service. The two maidservants were resolute in their insistence to remain, revealing that the original owner's mother had indeed established a commendable reputation in managing the household. With a sense of resignation, Sizhu allowed them to manipulate her, and after nearly half an hour, they finally adorned her with layer upon layer of exquisite skirts and fashioned her hair into an intricate hanging bun, embellished with delicate crystal tassels on either side. How do you find it, second miss? Is there anything that needs improvement? The two maids presented a bronze mirror for Sizhu to gaze into, staring at the charming and lovely girl reflected in the glass. Sizhu felt a sense of bewilderment. How beautiful and adorable she appeared. Could this truly be her? It dawned on her that throughout her time in this realm, she had yet to catch a glimpse of her original form. To her surprise, the visage of this body was not markedly inferior to that of her elder sister, Anai, albeit with a touch of youthful roundness that rendered her even more endearing and innocent. This quality set her apart from her elder sister's ethereal grace, and clad in splendid attire, she resembled a blossoming flower of affluence in the mortal realm, beautifully real and radiating warmth. It is splendid, truly. Thank you, my dear sisters. Sizhu expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Though she had traversed into a world of cultivation, where one ought to devote themselves solely to the pursuit of enlightenment, who among the fairer sex does not yearn to appear beautiful? She was no exception. Second miss, we shall take our leave now, the maid said, surprised by the unusually agreeable demeanor of the once tempestuous second Mississippi. Once they stepped outside, they finally dared to exhale a sigh of relief. Indeed, the second miss was remarkably beautiful when adorned, rivaling even the elder Mississippi. If she were to mature, she might very well blossom into a beauty akin to her elder sister. After adorning her so exquisitely, perhaps the second miss would be reluctant to sleep tonight, fearing to undo her hair. Unbeknownst to the two maids, as soon as they departed, Sizhu promptly shed the cumbersome layers of clothing that felt more like a burden than an adornment. She removed the extravagant headpiece, letting her hair down, and finally lay comfortably on the bed, releasing a long sigh of relief. Although the fine garments were visually appealing, they felt like shackles binding her, rendering them utterly unappealing. Chapter 8. The Flower Festival. Such splendid attire is indeed challenging to carry off. To Sizhu's surprise, Anai, with her tall and captivating figure, effortlessly transformed the opulent feathered robes into mere embellishments, enhancing her radiant beauty with a few additional strokes of vibrant color. Elder sister looks truly stunning today, Sizhu remarked sincerely. Why hasn't second sister donned the attire prepared by mother? Upon noticing that her sister was still dressed in ordinary clothes, with merely 2 buns and her hair adorned with a single pearl flower, Anai mused that no matter how much her sister tried to embellish herself, she would never surpass the beauty of the elder sister. There's no need to compete. It's best for you to enjoy your usual attire and venture out with ease. Sizhu eagerly grasped Anai's hand, impatient to step outside, reflecting that she had yet to cross the threshold of the Anai family home since her arrival. Second sister, let us not be hasty. Let us wait for the other sisters at home. Today is unlike any other. It is essential that we gather together, for should any mishap occur, we will be there to support one another. Very well. Little did they know that this wait would extend to nearly half an hour. At last, Anai arrived, hand in hand with a girl of similar age to Sizhu. They too were resplendently adorned, their skirts layered so intricately that taking larger strides became somewhat cumbersome. Moreover, atop her head was an intricate coiffure, adorned with an array of ornaments and fresh blossoms. Sizhu harbored concerns that a mere bow of the head might send the hairpins tumbling from their precarious perch. Coupled with the notable disparity in beauty when compared to her elder sister, the overall presentation appeared excessively ostentatious. Rather than enhancing the young ladies, the elaborate garments and accessories seemed to overshadow their true selves, rendering the effort somewhat counterproductive. Even if Nic Tao felt a sense of rivalry and envy towards her peer, Nic Feng, she could not deny that, in terms of appearance and adornment, she had undoubtedly lost the day. The Ni family differed from others. Prior to their children marrying, they did not adhere to a strict order based on age. Instead, each branch of the family was considered independently, with the only exception being during lessons at the academy, where names were called out in an orderly fashion for the convenience of the elders. Typically, when encountering sisters from other branches, the older ones would simply be addressed as sister, while the younger would be called little sister. If their ages were comparable, they would refer to each other by name. This arrangement stemmed from the grim reality that the survival rate of children under 8 was dismally low, with approximately 1 in 7 succumbing to illness or other misfortunes. It was only after reaching the age of 8, when they began to cultivate their innate energy, that their physical constitution improved, reducing the likelihood of untimely demise. However, a portion of the children would be found lacking in spiritual roots, necessitating their departure from the family to pursue trades such as commerce or agriculture, enabling them to sustain themselves in adulthood. Yaowang Valley? Zhu inquired with a hint of curiosity. Could it be that Siyu has always resided outside Lingfeng City? Siyu replied with a touch of aloofness. My mother is the youngest daughter of the master of Yaowang Valley, thus it is my maternal family. And what is the purpose of Yaowang Valley? Zhu further probed. Unexpectedly, Siyu's expression shifted dramatically, and her demeanor became quite unfriendly. You actually don't know about the Medicine King Valley? Is the Medicine King Valley particularly renowned? Must I be aware of it? Zhu inquired, somewhat perplexed, wondering why such anger was provoked by a mere question. Siyu, do not stoop to her level. She is one of the 3 blights of Lingfeng City, as I have mentioned to you. Zhu, who knows nothing beyond indulgence and revelry. Shirt-Ao took the lead, pulling Siyu towards the entrance. Sister, let us depart as well, Shifeng said, guiding Zhu outside. Do not mind their words. While the Medicine King Valley boasts a grand reputation, its strength is comparable to our Ni family. What exactly does the Medicine King Valley do? Zhu asked. They cultivate medicinal herbs and practice as physicians, Shifeng replied nonchalantly. However, they are required to present half of their medicinal produce to the royal family every 5 years, essentially making them subservient to the crown. Thus, it is perceived that the Medicine King Valley has the support of the Yusu royal family. Furthermore, their herbal remedies are known for their miraculous efficacy, leading the common folk to regard the Medicine King Valley with great reverence. Yet, to truly formidable experts beyond the mundane, even the Yusu royal family holds little significance, let alone the fact that the Medicine King Valley possesses an abundance of medicinal herbs but lacks the ability to refine pills, which diminishes their worth. I see, Shifeng clarified for Zhu, gesturing towards the 2 remaining carriages at the entrance. Shall you ride with me, or would you prefer to have one to yourself? Thus, she felt it would not be cramped if she shared a carriage with her elder sister. I shall ride with my sister, Zhu decided. Zhu assisted the intricately adorned Shifeng into the carriage, promptly lifting the gauzy curtain to gaze outside. Shifeng smiled indulgently, remarking, Have we not refrained from venturing out for several days? I find myself yearning for the bustle of Lingfeng City's streets. Zhu nodded in agreement. Having remained in seclusion for nearly half a month, this was her first opportunity to witness the essence of Lingfeng City. Did her younger sister prefer the lively atmosphere of the marketplace, or did she favor a tranquil environment? I desire to embrace both, Zhu mused. Serenity does not inherently enhance one's cultivation, nor does commotion guarantee amusement. The true joy of life lies in the harmonious blend of both. The Diyuan tea house was situated just over a mile from the Ni family estate along the same street. Presently, Chu Haotian and Qi Jingchen occupied a position on the 2nd floor of the tea house, listening to the melodic tunes sung by the tea house's performers while occasionally glancing towards the Ni family's activities in the distance. They chanced upon the sight of the Ni sisters boarding their carriage, with Zhu eagerly lifting the curtain to survey her surroundings. Little Zhu has emerged. Should we invite her up to enjoy the music?
Chu Haotian inquired.
What are you thinking? Chu Haotian replied, his dissatisfaction evident as he patted Qi Jingchen's shoulder, gesturing toward the departing carriage, noting that the Ni sisters had already moved out of sight. Qi Jingchen's expression was somewhat complex, his cheeks flushing intermittently, followed by bouts of silly laughter. Just as Chu Haotian began to suspect that he had succumbed to some enchantment, Qi Jingchen abruptly stood, a folding fan in one hand and a bouquet intended for the most beautiful maiden in the other, declaring, "I shall deliver flowers to the fairy sister. So, I will not accompany you any longer." Before Chu Haotian could inquire further, Qi Jingchen hurriedly descended the stairs, vanishing into the throngs below. After a moment of dazed contemplation, Chu Haotian finally rose to his feet and exited the tea house. Has everyone succumbed to some sort of enchantment? The so-called malignant iron triangle has swiftly diminished to just him. Sister, where are we headed in this carriage? First, we shall visit the 100 Flowers Garden to pay homage to the flower goddess, and then I shall take you to Jingfu Tower to indulge in their renowned 100 Flowers banquet, and Sifeng had meticulously arranged the itinerary for the day. Aren't you curious to meet those unmarried young gentlemen? Zhu teased. I aspire to be like Seventh Aunt, simply wishing to be a solitary cultivator, yearning to explore realms beyond Lingfeng City, unbound by familial ties. In the presence of her younger sister, Sifeng felt no need for concealment and expressed her true feelings candidly. What lies beyond Lingfeng City? Gazing out at the pavilions and the elegantly dressed youth, Zhu's curiosity about the outside world was piqued. I am uncertain, Sifeng admitted, her expression reflecting longing. It is said that the most formidable power in our Tianyuan continent is not the royal families, but rather the celestial sect that governs and protects this land. However, the location of the celestial sect remains a mystery, as does the nature of its divine beings. Second sister, do you wish to enter the celestial sect? Isn't the celestial sect akin to the cultivation sects depicted in previous life as fantasy novels? The individuals there must be true practitioners, perhaps even possessing advanced realms such as Golden Core, Nascent Soul, or even those on the verge of ascension. Zhu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sister, with your talents, you would undoubtedly gain entry into the celestial sect for cultivation. Chapter 9. Jiangbakgung. In the vast expanse of the world, there are always those who surpass others. Sifeng has never considered herself a favored child of destiny, nor has she ever indulged in self-deprecation. She hopes that one day, her sister and she may encounter the celestial sect. After more than an hour's journey in the carriage, they finally arrived at the 100 Flowers Garden. A long queue had formed at the entrance, comprised of young maidens dressed in splendid attire, all coming to pay homage to the flower goddess. Zhu spotted Sitong and Siu ahead in the line, engaging in conversation with several other elegantly attired young ladies. Upon noticing their arrival, Siu turned her head away, choosing to ignore them, while Sitong subtly gestured towards Zhu, covering her mouth as she whispered conspiratorially with her companions. One need not listen closely to discern that Sitong was disparaging her. Zhu was wholly indifferent to their gossip. It did not affect her materially, and besides, the original owner of her identity had a poor reputation, one she had no intention of rehabilitating. In fact, she found a certain freedom in the indifference to external judgment, much like the original owner. Yet, she resolutely refused to continue living in the same aimless manner as her predecessor, squandering her exceptional cultivation talents. Miss Anai, a youthful voice suddenly called from behind. This is the 100 Flowers Garden, which forbids the entrance of men. How dare a man venture here? The four sisters of the Ni family turned simultaneously to face the voice. Qi Jingchen, a boy of merely the third tier of Qi cultivation. possessed a physique only marginally superior to that of an ordinary individual. At that moment, he had chased after the carriage, breathless and panting. "Which Miss and I are you seeking?" Zhu inquired, curiosity piqued. "Isn't he one of the original owner's dubious friends, Qi the rascal, Qi Jingchen? The original self," and he found a deep rapport. Sharing an affinity that could only be described as a meeting of kindred spirits, both drawn to the allure of beautiful young women. However, their approaches diverged. Qi Jingchen preferred to admire from a distance, perhaps exchanging a few playful words, while the original self favored a more tactile engagement, often teasingly caressing the delicate faces and holding the hands of charming girls, rendering them bashful. Yet, as they were all young women, none could accuse her of impropriety. At that moment, Qi Jingchen's gaze was fixated solely on his elder sister, oblivious to Zhu's inquiries. Blushing furiously, he stammered, "Miss Xifeng, please accept this humble bouquet from me." He then flung the tightly held flowers towards Anai Xifeng, lacking even the courage to approach her directly. Anai Xifeng remained unmoved, effortlessly catching the bouquet with a single hand. "Thank you, young Master Qi, for your kind gesture," she replied, before turning with Zhu to continue her place in line. Not sparing Qi Jingchen a glance. Feeling a wave of disappointment wash over him, Qi Jingchen pondered that had Anai Xifeng reciprocated his interest, she would have tossed back a flower from her hair, be it a peony or a peony blossom, signaling her choice to the other suitors, who would then cease their pursuits. However, seeing her lack of intention, it was clear she had no regard for him. Qi Jingchen was acutely aware that he was unworthy of Anai Xifeng, yet he brazenly pursued her, driven by an inexplicable infatuation that had seized him at first sight, a conviction that she was the only one for him. Only after being rebuffed did he realize the absurdity of his situation. Without delving into the past where Anai Xifeng suspected they had led her younger sister astray, resulting in a confrontation that left both her and Chu Haotian battered, it is evident that in terms of cultivation, she vastly surpassed him, and the Anai family would never consent to such a match. The surrounding young women cast various glances at him. Some expressed sympathy. Others looked down on his audacious attempts to court a lady far above his station, while a few merely relished the spectacle. Had it been the former Qi Jingchen, he might have engaged in idle chatter regarding this gaggle of young ladies, but having just faced rejection from the one he admired, he found no inclination for such frivolity. As they gawked at him like a circus performer, Qi Jingchen hastily turned and fled. Unexpectedly, even before his elder sister had completed her public display, suitors had already arrived, showering her with flowers. "Is this truly something to be proud of?" Zhu remarked with a smile. Anai Xifeng sighed resignedly, acknowledging that this attention was not of her choosing. She would much prefer to diligently cultivate at home, awaiting the day she could explore the vastness of the world after establishing her foundation. However, her parents were insistent. With her 15th birthday approaching, they pressured her to find a suitable husband. "I understand," Zhu said. The more time she spent with Anai Xifeng, the more she appreciated her. Her elder sister harbored grand ambitions and did not wish to be confined to the domestic sphere in search of a partner. After paying homage to the flower goddess, Anai Xifeng took Zhu to the Jingfu building to partake in the 100 Flowers banquet. A long queue awaited them at the entrance, but fortunately, Anai Xifeng had made a reservation, sparing them a lengthy wait. As fate would have it, they encountered Anai Sidong and Anai Siyu, who were also queuing outside the Jingfu building. As sisters of the same family, Anai Xifeng graciously invited them to join her table. The two individuals gazed at the lengthy queue ahead, realizing that should they choose to wait, it would be an eternity before they could indulge in the renowned 100-flower feast. Thus, they cast aside their hesitations and decided to join forces with Anai Xifeng and the others for a table. "Sister, do try this rose pastry. It is a signature delicacy of Jingfila," Anai Xifeng urged as she placed a piece on Zhu's plate. Zhu savored it with delight, not only due to the creativity of the dishes, but also because she had never encountered such culinary wonders in the modern world. Furthermore, some of the floral-infused dishes contained a subtle essence, a rare spiritual nourishment. In the expansive Anai household, preparing meals for the younger generation typically involved ordinary ingredients. This was her first experience of absorbing spiritual energy from food. Observing Sizhu feast heartily, Anai Siu scoffed, at Yawang Valley. I enjoy spiritual rice and dishes infused with spiritual energy daily. What is this mere essence of the 100-flower feast? It hardly suffices to fill the gaps between my teeth. Sizhu, unperturbed by Anai Siu's overwhelming sense of superiority, thought to herself that regardless of the prestige of Yawang Valley, she was still a Anai by birth, a descendant of the Anai family. However, Anai Sitao was intrigued by the conversation. Do you truly eat spiritual rice for every meal at Yawang Valley? No wonder Sister Siu, at just 12, has already reached the 5th level of qi refinement. Is the spiritual rice truly more delectable than the 100-flower feast? Indeed, the spiritual rice, rich in essence, possessed a natural sweetness and fragrance that made even the simplest dishes irresistibly delicious, with a single bite surpassing days of meditation in terms of nourishment. With such admiration from others, Anai Siu felt uplifted, her arrogance growing, rendering even the previously envious Anai Sifeng to appear as nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well, merely a triviality. However, Anai Siu chose not to respond. Although she had tasted the spirit rice during her 3 years at her grandfather's home, she had only indulged in it once, on the occasion of her grandfather's 90th birthday. It was implausible that she could partake in spirit rice for every meal. Her statement was merely a deliberate attempt to evoke envy in her sisters, Anai Sifeng and Anai Sitiao.
Noticing Misiu's silence,
Anai Sitiao lowered her head in disappointment and ceased to speak. Just as the atmosphere among the 4 sisters grew slightly awkward, a new group of patrons arrived at the adjacent table. It was a remarkably young and handsome man, accompanied by a rather ordinary-looking servant. Clad in black, the man's demeanor was aloof, and his penetrating gaze sent a chill through the air. "Young master, please take a seat," the servant said as he approached, meticulously wiping down the table and chairs with a handkerchief before inviting the man to sit. The black-clad gentleman nodded indifferently as he settled into his chair, inadvertently locking eyes with Sizhu, who was indulging in her meal opposite him. Upon encountering his gaze, Sizhu shuddered involuntarily, suddenly finding her food unappetizing. She felt as though she were being scrutinized by a predator, and goosebumps prickled her skin. Had her hair not been neatly styled, it might have stood on end. "Young master, she is not." The servant began to speak, having noticed Sizhu, but was swiftly silenced by a gesture from the black-clad man. He certainly recognized the young girl seated across from him, yet her expression suggested she did not acknowledge him. Rather, she seemed instinctively fearful. How amusing it was that in less than a month, she appeared to have forgotten their previous encounter. Was it true amnesia, or merely a fait to safeguard her life? If it were an act, then this young lady possessed remarkable talent. "Older sister, let us depart," Anai Sitiao suggested. Sizhu felt an overwhelming sense of unease, convinced that the man across from her harbored ulterior motives. Chapter 10. Mo Jiuchong, have you had enough to eat? Anai Sifeng inquired, her concern solely for her younger sister's satisfaction. Observing Sizhu's enjoyment while dining brought her happiness. The young man, approximately 20 years of age, was undeniably handsome, likely ranking among the finest in Lingfeng City. Yet, in Anai Sifeng's eyes, there was no trace of admiration. The man exuded an icy aura that instilled a sense of aversion within her, particularly as someone with a naturally singular fire spirit root. This aversion stemmed from both his martial arts and a psychological discomfort, compounded by an inexplicable disdain. "I'm full," Sizhu remarked, glancing at the remaining third of the dishes on the table with a hint of regret. However, faced with the man's frigid gaze, She would rather forgo the exquisite food before her. We haven't had our fill yet, and I see Tao, and I see you were unwilling to leave just yet. In truth, their dining was merely a pretext. The real reason was the handsome man at the adjacent table. Despite their youth, they were discerning in their observations. Though he emanated a cold demeanor, his looks, attire, and overall presence surpassed any man they had previously encountered. Moreover, they were unable to discern his cultivation level, which hinted at a significant difference in their realms. Most likely, he was at least a foundation establishment practitioner, explaining their inability to gauge his prowess. A young, handsome man with profound cultivation was impressive enough to capture even the attention of NICU, who had seen her fair share of the world at the Yawang Valley. Regrettably, she felt too young to approach him boldly. Otherwise, she would have mustered the courage to strike up a conversation.
NICU,
feeling a tinge of embarrassment due to her tender age, was contrasted by Nic Tao, who believed her age to be just right. At 15, she was like a blooming flower, a time of budding potential, and with her decent background and appearance, she felt quite confident. As she nibbled on her food, she occasionally cast glances at the gentleman beside them, unknowingly flushing with a hint of spring on her cheeks. Sifeng and Zhu could see through the intentions of the two girls with a mere glance, leaving them somewhat speechless. The two young cultivators were daring enough to admire a senior in the foundation establishment stage. If he were to take offense and harbor ill intentions, the two of them combined would not withstand even a single strike from him. However, being sisters, Sifeng patiently offered them a few words of caution. Yet, Nic Tao and Nicu wished for the dazzling Sifeng to distance herself as much as possible. Otherwise, in her presence, they would forever remain mere background figures, promptly waving her farewell. Nevertheless, while Sifeng and Zhu sought to depart, someone else had different intentions. The gentleman at the neighboring table suddenly rose, swiftly crossing the distance of 2 tables to obstruct the sisters with such speed that onlookers could only catch a fleeting glimpse of his shadow, unable to discern the mechanics of his movement. In a moment of panic, Sifeng hastily drew her sword to defend herself, yet before the blade could be fully unsheathed, the figure in black effortlessly pushed it back together with a single hand. Sifeng grasped her sword with both hands, exerting all her strength. Yet she could not break free from his grip. Is this the power of the foundation establishment stage? What is your intention, sir? Sifeng inquired. To her surprise, the man in black paid her no mind, instead turning his attention to Zhu behind her. Young lady, you certainly have a flair for theatrics. In Zhu's heart, an involuntary jolt of apprehension surged through her. This man must be acquainted with her original self, yet she had received no such information and harbored no recollection of him. What to do then? She resolved to continue the charade, for she genuinely did not recognize this man, regardless of his formidable prowess, surrounded by so many people. If he dared harbor any ill intentions, the elders of the Ni family would not remain passive observers. Have we met? You truly do not remember? The man in black curled his lips into a cruel smile. That matters not. A mere probe into your soul will reveal whether you speak the truth. As he advanced to seize Zhu, a sense of dread washed over her. How dare you employ such a forbidden technique? Those who have their souls probed often emerge as fools. Is your intention genuinely to provoke the Ni family? Sifeng resolutely shielded her sister behind her, while Zhu felt both touched and terrified at the prospect of the man turning his malice toward Sifeng. After all, she was merely at the foundation establishment stage, far beneath the man's cultivation level. With a steely resolve, Zhu stepped out from behind Sifeng, recalling that as a young scion, she could wield her father's influence. My father is the city lord. Should you dare to probe my soul, he will not let you escape unscathed. And what of it? The man appeared unfazed. Your father is not present here. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, another voice resonated. Sifeng speaks wisely. Do you wish to make an enemy of the Ni family, young friend? As if summoned by the mere mention of his name, Ni Shinji entered Jingfu Tower accompanied by over 20 guards. He cast a casual glance at the man in black and remarked, "If I am not mistaken, young friend, you must be the esteemed Mo Jiochong, the elder guest invited by the Chu family. I wonder what grievances my daughter has with you that would provoke such ire, compelling you to resort to the soul-searching technique against her?" Though Ni Shinji publicly unveiled Mo Jiochong's identity, the latter remained unfazed, albeit somewhat regretful for having acted too slowly. While he bore no fear of Ni Shinji, he was acutely aware that subduing the girl alone would not be an effortless task and could jeopardize his future plans. It was still earlier than he had anticipated. He could not afford to sever ties with the 4 prominent families just yet. There were no grievances. He merely wished to clarify matters regarding a resemblance to a long-lost acquaintance. Do you truly resort to the soul-searching technique for someone who merely resembles a past friend? Ni Sifeng retorted, her anger palpable, wholly disbelieving Mo Jiochong's words. Had her father not arrived in time, her own cultivation level of merely 7 layers would have rendered her incapable of stopping Mo Jiochong, and she shuddered at the thought of what pain Zhu would endure if captured and subjected to soul-searching. In that moment, Ni Sifeng truly grasped the helplessness of facing a formidable opponent, intensifying her desire to grow stronger. Zhu felt similarly. If her elder sister were to be injured or face misfortune while protecting her, she feared she would never forgive herself. Rather than cower in her sister's shadow, relying on her protection and passively enduring feelings of helplessness, she would rather choose to become stronger, to no longer be a burden, or to join her sister in combat. It was merely meant to intimidate her, Mo Jiochong replied nonchalantly. Mo Jiochong cast a glance at Zhu, realizing that he had misjudged her. At this moment, the young girl bore little resemblance to his old acquaintance. "You." Ni Sifeng confronted Mo Jiochong, having previously sensed his murderous intent. Yet, with a mere phrase of dismissal, she felt it was too perfunctory, as if he regarded them as fools. "Master and I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Mo Jiochong disregarded Ni Sifeng and offered a slight bow to Ni Shinji. Ni Shinji, unable to discern Mo Jiochong's true strength, felt increasingly unsettled, akin to beholding a slumbering ancient beast. He sensed that Mo Jiochong possessed capabilities far beyond the late Foundation establishment stage he outwardly exhibited. This young man is indeed extraordinary. Until he could ascertain Mo Jiochong's prowess, Ni Shinji had no choice but to swallow his grievances and allow him to depart. "Father, why did you let him go?" Ni Sifeng watched in discontent as Mo Jiochong, accompanied by his servant, swaggered away. "He is quite remarkable." Ni Shinji, deeply affectionate towards his eldest daughter, patiently explained, "Even if I faced him, I would lack confidence in prevailing. Recently, Lingfeng City has been perilous. It is best to venture out less often." The fact that even her father lacked the confidence to defeat him only heightened Ni Sifeng's curiosity about Mo Jiochong's true identity. Furthermore, Ni Shinji cast an irritated glance at Zhu, admonishing, "You must cease your reckless behavior. If I had not fortuitously been nearby to hear your voices and arrive in time, your sister might have encountered trouble while trying to protect you." "Father is right," Zhu acknowledged. "Although this matter may be related to the original owner, the one inhabiting this body now is herself, thus it is effectively her fault." Zhu readily admits her mistake. Ni Shinji, who initially intended to reprimand her further, suddenly finds himself unable to proceed, as if a lump has lodged in his throat. Even Ni Sitiao has no objections this time and promptly boards the carriage to head home. While handsome men are undoubtedly delightful to behold, the prospect of one who might recklessly endanger souls at the slightest provocation is truly terrifying. They are unworthy of such misfortune. It is far wiser to heed their family's guidance and seek a dependable and earnest man. Chapter 11. A Sincere Apology, Young Master. Do you think Anai Shinji might become suspicious? Mo-san anxiously inquired, trailing behind Mo Jiozhong. Mo Jiozhong offered a cold smile, and if he does become suspicious? They are merely foundational cultivators, incapable of discerning the intricate blood-raising goo formation I have established. That fire spiritual root girl from today should not be underestimated. If given time to mature, she could pose a significant challenge to me. Should I eliminate her, along with that audacious girl who dared to offend you multiple times? Mo-san asked. No need. The fire spiritual root girl represents the hope of the NI family's current generation. If we were to extinguish her, we would undoubtedly provoke the elder members of the NI family, leading them to discover our involvement. Though I am unafraid, I prefer to avoid unnecessary complications until the opportune moment arises. As I have said, they are all destined to perish. Whether it is sooner or later matters not. Though she found herself embroiled in an unjust predicament, it was undeniable that she bore the visage of her original self, and thus she must endure the consequences. Why not have elder sister accompany you? Anai Sifeng suggested, feeling that her younger sister had been wronged. She had not provoked the man known as Mo Jiuchong in any way, yet she had nearly fallen victim to his soul-searching. Zhu urged Anai Sifeng to allow her to step out from behind her protective shadow and learn to grow, striving to avoid becoming a burden to her elder sister. Very well, if father becomes exceedingly angry, you should proactively admit your fault and maintain a respectful demeanor. Perhaps he will be reluctant to punish you. Nisifeng questioned, concerned that Zhu's stubbornness might further strain their father's affections. Rest assured, I have matured and will no longer retort against father, Zhu declared. Yet, upon witnessing her father wielding a rattan rod, she regretted not summoning her elder sister for support. It appeared that their father was genuinely enraged this time. He had refrained from corporal punishment for 12 years, and now, upon her arrival, she faced the prospect of such discipline. Isn't this unjust? Zhu pondered, unsure to whom she could voice her grievances. Father, I was in the wrong, she boldly proclaimed, kneeling before Anai Shinji. For a fleeting moment Anai Shinji, who had prepared a barrage of reprimands, was taken aback. In truth, he was reluctant to chastise his youngest daughter. But the gravity of her misdeed, provoking a mysterious late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, was simply too great to overlook. Had he arrived even a moment later, Anai Shinji could scarcely fathom how to confront the sight of his dazed little daughter after a soul search, or the possibility of witnessing his elder daughter's lifeless body should she rise to defend her sister. Regardless of the outcome, Anai Shinji found himself utterly incapable of acceptance. Thus, in a fit of anger, he resolved to properly reprimand his oblivious younger daughter, only to be taken aback by her swift admission of guilt. Before he could utter a word, she had already acknowledged her mistake, leaving him with an uncomfortable knot in his chest. What exactly did you do wrong?
Yet.
The inquiry was necessary. Anai Shinji pondered. Why did her admission diverge from his expectations? Shouldn't she be at fault for provoking that man? How did you come to know Mo Jiuchong? He pressed again.
I
don't know him, she replied. Today was the first time I met him. As for whether her original self had encountered him before, she was uncertain. You've only just met him, and already he sought to probe your soul? Anai Shinji was evidently skeptical of her words. This is precisely why he is deemed a lunatic. The mere mention of the incident incensed Zhu. Anai Shinji, left speechless, observed her sincere demeanor and recalled that she had indeed been diligently training of late, having even advanced to the 4th level of qi refining. Unable to bring himself to scold her, he resignedly cautioned her to refrain from venturing outside for the time being, before seeking out his elder daughter. Father, Anai Sifeng approached, personally pouring tea for him, her concern evidently directed towards the enigmatic Mo Jiuchong. Anai Shinji nodded, expressing his belief that the individual in question was far from ordinary. Despite sharing a similar level of cultivation with him, He found himself inexplicably overwhelmed by a primal urge to flee in his presence, an instinct he had never experienced even before their family's venerable ancestor, who had achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Upon hearing this, Sifeng grew increasingly anxious. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to voice her earlier suspicions. I suspect that the severe injuries sustained by my second sister last time were inflicted by him. Indeed, the injuries had been grave. Had it not been for her demonic companion's timely assistance and the medicinal elixirs she had provided, her sister might have long since departed from this world. The gravity of the situation prompted a serious demeanor from Shinji, who, then, was responsible for her injuries. Wait, did you just mention Mo Juchong? The audacity to lay hands on his daughter ignited within him a fierce determination for vengeance, even at the cost of his own life. Having learned from past misfortunes, Shinji felt a pang of concern for his daughter. Perhaps as a father, he had been too lenient, reluctant to discipline her. Though this significant setback might serve as a valuable lesson for her, he could only hope she would remember it in the future. Rest assured, father, my second sister has genuinely improved. Sifeng, having spent nearly every day in her sister's company recently, had witnessed her transformation firsthand. You must also exercise caution. The fact that even her father harbored an innate fear of Mo Juchong indicated the latter's formidable prowess, leaving Sifeng troubled for her father's safety and regretful of her own limited cultivation, which rendered her unable to shoulder some of his burdens. After bidding farewell to her father, Sifeng felt a newfound sense of urgency and resolved to seclude herself in order to strive for the 8th layer of qi refinement. Apart from attending school, Zhu Jing diligently cultivates during her spare time. Unfortunately, having just broken through to the 4th layer of qi refinement, she still finds the 5th layer a distant goal. Achieving this breakthrough cannot be accomplished merely through a few days of dedicated practice.
Nisinthi, Satli Proving,
inquired about the origins of Mo Juchong from the patriarch of the Chu family. The patriarch, unable to provide clarity, simply recounted that when he first encountered Mo Juchong, he was being pursued by enemies. Noticing the youth's remarkable talent as a Qi Foundation cultivator, the patriarch took pity on him and aided his escape from the pursuers. Curious about the identity of Mo Juchong's enemies, Shinji pressed further. The Chu patriarch shook his head. I have no interest in his past. Our Lingfeng city is quite remote, connected to the outside world by only a single canyon. Even formidable adversaries would struggle to find us here. What if he harbors ill intentions? Shinji retorted, dissatisfied with the patriarch's nonchalance. The patriarch chuckled. A late-stage Qi Foundation cultivator accompanied by a mere 9th layer Qi refinement servant hardly poses a threat to our 4 prominent families.
Mayorni.
You seem overly suspicious of late. If he truly had ulterior motives, would he have remained here unassumingly for 3 years? Beyond our 2 Qingying stone mines on Yunwu Mountain, Lingfeng City holds little of interest to outsiders. Moreover, Qingying stones are not particularly rare. They are merely one of the materials needed for crafting 1st to 3rd tier magical artifacts. Let us hope your words ring true. With little more to uncover, Shinji returned, disheartened. However, unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure, the clan leader of Chu sought out Mo Juchong. Chapter 12. An attempt at matrimony. Nixing has begun to harbor suspicions regarding your identity. Should we seek an opportunity to address this? Before the clan leader of Chu could finish speaking, Mo Juchong waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do not be anxious. He will uncover nothing. We need only to wait another year, at which point my blood goo will fully hatch, and the other 3 prominent families will be consumed by them. At that time, your Chu family shall be the sole cultivation family in Lingfeng City." Satisfied with this response, the clan leader of Chu observed Mo Juchong's unwavering confidence and departed at ease. "Young master, will you truly spare the Chu family?" Previously, The Master S blood goo formation left no survivors, ensuring no one could hold anything against you. Spare them? Mo Jio Chung chuckled, yet his words were laced with a chilling intent. I have sworn a heart demon oath to make the Chu family the foremost cultivation family in Lingfeng City. But I never specified how many would remain within the family. Eventually, it would suffice to leave behind that wastrel named Chu Haotian. I have heard he is already 16 years old and still at the 4th level of qi refining, perfectly poised to inherit the Chu family's legacy. I, Mo Jiucheng, am a man of my word. Young master is indeed wise. A year passed in the blink of an eye, and during this time, Zhu thrived in the Ni family. This body possesses dual spiritual roots, and with earnest cultivation, her progress far surpassed that of those with 4 or 5 roots. Zhu outstripped the other 9 siblings in the academy, being the first to reach the 5th level of qi refining. She vividly recalls the look of jealousy and disbelief on Ni Tao's face when she learned of Zhu's advancement to the 5th level. Due to a wager made between them, it was determined whether Zhu could ascend to the 5th level of qi refinement before the age of 15. It goes without saying that this time, Zhu emerged victorious. However, she did not allow this modest achievement to cloud her judgment, for standing before her was an even more enviable figure, her elder sister, Ni Sifeng. At the tender age of 16, she had reached the 8th level of qi refinement, becoming the fastest progressing cultivator in Lingfeng City. It is widely believed that her sister will establish her foundation by around the age of 20, and there are no doubts that she will eventually transition into the golden core stage. Consequently, the other 3 major families, along with nearby cultivation clans, flocked to seek her hand in marriage. Who would not desire an additional foundational elder within their family? Moreover, the offspring of those with heavenly spiritual roots tend to possess superior qualities compared to those born of ordinary cultivators. Just look at Ni Sifeng's notoriously flamboyant younger sister, who entered the 5th level of qi refinement at the age of 13. It seems that the 4th branch of the Ni family is indeed favored by the heavens. However, despite the multitude of suitors, Ni Sifeng was unwilling to entertain any of them, which troubled Qi Meiyu immensely. Among the suitors, there were 2 families that caught her particular interest. One was the Luo family, the foremost cultivation clan in Shueihua City, which is the closest to Lingfeng City. They are the only family of the Luo patriarch, whose only son, reportedly, had reached the 10th level of qi refinement by the age of 22, making him a noteworthy young talent. More significantly, their ancestor is a golden core true person, elevating their family status above that of the Ni family, placing them among the most reputable cultivation clans in Wusu country. The other family of interest was the Yawang Valley, which is also the maternal home of her 6th sister-in-law. Although the Medicine King Valley lacks golden core true people, it is abundant in resources, akin to a royal merchant, maintaining close ties with the capital and capable of curing myriad ailments. In the eyes of the world, it enjoys a prestigious reputation, and for Fomer to marry into such a family would not tarnish her intellect. However, as daughters grow, they become less subject to their mother's will. While parents can make decisions on their daughter's behalf, this remains a matter of lifelong significance for the daughters themselves. If a decision is made without their consent, it may ultimately drive a wedge between them and their daughters. Nevertheless, Ni Sifeng has yet to express any preference for a suitor, despite Qi Meiyu's repeated urgings. Her eldest daughter appears indifferent to her own future. Observing her eldest daughter's lack of concern, Qi Meiyu turns her attention to her younger daughter. Of course, it is not a matter of lifelong commitment, considering the youngest daughter is merely 13 years of age. Over the past year, the 2 sisters have developed a bond that surpasses that of their mother. As a mother who feels at a loss, she considers sending her youngest, Zhu, to persuade her. "Mother, did you call for me?" Despite having undergone significant changes over the past year, Zhu maintains a measured distance from her mother. She is neither inclined to utter sweet words nor intimate sentiments to bridge the gap with Chi Meiyu, nor does she engage in the same kind of defiance as her previous self. As such, Chi Meiyu senses that her youngest daughter is improving, yet a barrier remains, preventing them from achieving the closeness typical of other mother-daughter relationships. Come, sit beside me. Chi Meiyu endeavors to dissolve this barrier with her daughter. Zhu glances at Chi Meiyu in surprise, quickly discerning her mother's intentions. Mother, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. Zhu remained respectfully standing at the lower position, motionless. Chi Meiyu sighed, acknowledging that her youngest daughter had grown up and developed her own opinions. It was too late to seek closeness now. Your elder sister is already approaching 16 this year, an age suitable for betrothal. Some peers her age are already mothers. Even Nic Tiao, who is of the same age as your sister, has become engaged to Liu Chonglin, the most distinguished heir of the Liu family. Is mother suggesting that I urge my sister into marriage? Zhu interjected, directly questioning Chi Meiyu. Not exactly urging for marriage, Chi Meiyu replied, slightly displeased by Zhu's interruption, yet she maintained her composure and continued. It is perfectly acceptable if she does not wish to marry so soon. We could arrange the engagement now and postpone the wedding for a few years. If she continues to be choosy, as time passes, who would still wish to wed her? The promising young men of noble families may already be married. Is this not for her own good? Mother, have you ever inquired what my sister truly desires? Does she wish to remain confined to the domestic sphere, nurturing her husband and children throughout her life, or does she aspire to live for herself, striving to transcend the mundane? Isn't it the role of a woman to revolve around her husband and children? Chi Meiyu questioned, perplexed. She had lived this way and found happiness in it. Why, she wondered, did her daughter, who is also a woman, resist the traditional path of supporting her husband and raising children? Moreover, from my earliest recollections, I have yet to hear of anyone in Lingfeng City who has truly attained the status of an immortal. Even our 4 esteemed family's ancestors were merely golden core true persons. The notion of transcending the mortal coil is nothing but a whimsical fantasy. We have already lived decades, even centuries, longer than ordinary mortals. And it would be far more prudent to invest our time in nurturing our own families rather than indulging in such unrealistic dreams. Zhu found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Her mother approached problems solely from her own perspective, never considering the viewpoints of Zhu and her elder sister. No matter how much she explained to her mother, it would merely seem like heresy. As the saying goes, what you cherish may not be what I desire. Often, some parents, under the pretense of wanting what is best for you, coerce you into submission with the banner of experience. Her elder sister, possessing celestial beauty and kindness, deserved to be described with all the exquisite words the world has to offer. In her eyes, no man was worthy of her sister, who should not have to descend into the mundane life of a domestic woman, wasting her extraordinary cultivation potential. Mother, I shall not assist you in persuading my sister to marry. There is not a single man worthy of her, especially since she is a rare genius with a heavenly root, unprecedented in the Ni family for centuries. If she were to become a mere housewife, it would be an inconceivable loss, squandering her remarkable talents. Ni Meiyu was infuriated by Zhu's words, her teeth clenched in frustration. Before she could respond, Zhu had already excused herself. As fate would have it, upon stepping outside, Zhu encountered Ni Shinji. Ni Shinji regarded her with a complex expression, and after a long pause, remarked, Zhu has grown up, contemplating matters with a foresight that surpasses even ours.
No.
It is the trivialities of life that have gradually dulled the fighting spirit of my parents as cultivators.
You are absolutely right. Nisin fichakel Raili.
Noting that he had held the position of city lord for 5 years, yet since assuming this role, he had not made any progress in his cultivation. It was not for lack of desire to advance. Rather, It was the absence of time to calm his mind for training, compounded by the blinding nature of power, which had slowly extinguished his ambition as a cultivator. "My father cannot compare to you and your elder sister," he remarked with a smile, "yet he knows that both you and your sister are good children. Since you wish to strive for this path to immortality, your mother and I shall not hinder your progress. Henceforth, you two sisters must support each other and walk this path together." To her surprise, her father was willing to support her and her sister. After all, it was Aunt Chi who had nearly been cast out of the family due to her reluctance to marry. Fortunately, she had succeeded in her foundational cultivation, and the family elder had allowed her to remain as one of the elders of the Ni family. During her year and more at the Ni household, Zhu had felt warmth and gratitude for the second time. The first was when her elder sister, setting aside prejudice, had saved her life. This time, it was her father, disregarding societal opinions, willing to facilitate her and her sister's journey in cultivation. "Father, you need not worry." It was only now that she comprehended the depth of her parents' love for their children. It merely manifested in different ways, revealing itself in various forms. Chapter 13. The time for reaping has come. In a secluded valley of the Cloud and Mist Mountains, a brilliant red light surged forth. Being several dozen miles away from Lingfeng City and surrounded by vast mountains, this extraordinary scene went unnoticed by anyone. MASU-MANHUA stood at the center of the crimson glow, surrounded by countless blood-red goo worms. The radiant light emanating from these worms created an extraordinary spectacle. In his eyes danced a captivating dark red luminescence, his once handsome visage shrouded in this eerie glow, evoking an aura of somber terror. At that moment, he resembled a malevolent spirit risen from the depths of hell. Fierce and bloodthirsty, Mo Sanjan, trembling with trepidation, stepped forward and clasped his hands in salute. "Congratulations, young master, on mastering the profound technique. Cultivating the 10,000 blood-nourishing goo array. My wait here for so many years has not been in vain. The time for harvest has finally arrived." MASU-MANHUA raised his arms high, and the dense swarm of insects behind him mirrored his movements, soaring into the air and hovering at his back. "It is time for you to taste blood. The 10,000 blood-nourishing goo array requires a continuous influx of spiritual energy from the external world, alongside the monthly offering of a drop of the array creator's own heart's blood, nourishing the goo worms over the years to breed blood goo. Once matured, these creatures can instill fear in any cultivator below the golden core stage. Just 7 or 8 of them can drain the blood of a golden core cultivator within a matter of minutes. Once they have consumed their fill, they can transfer the essence of the blood and flesh from all the cultivators they have fed upon to the mother goo, which resides within MASU-MANHUA, under his control, effectively rendering it equivalent to his own sustenance. With such a wealth of blood and flesh essence from numerous cultivators and mortals, he would be propelled into the yuanying stage. It was he who, while nurturing the bloodworms with his own vital essence, was discovered by the girl Sizhu. However, once the nurturing commenced, it could not be interrupted lest he suffer the backlash of these bloodworms. Thus, MASU-MANHUA commanded Mo-san to deal with Sizhu. Yet, he did not anticipate her remarkable resilience. She remarkably survived. Nonetheless, her existence would be limited to this point. The reason he chose to establish a blood-rearing array in Lingfeng City was due to its unique geographical position. Not only was it remote, but the entire city was devoid of any cultivator beyond the foundation establishment stage. Most importantly, Lingfeng City was encircled by mountains, with only one canyon providing access to the outside world. By blocking that canyon, all would find themselves trapped, rendering it an ideal locale for malicious cultivation. Now that you have reached the 5th level of Qi refinement, the spiritual energy within your body should be capable of coalescing into spiritual power. Attempt to concentrate this power onto the dagger in your hand. Even from a few feet away, it can harm your opponent, as the spiritual energy transforms into the force of a magical artifact. Sifeng patiently instructed Zhu on the use of magical tools. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, Zhu focused her spirit and energy for a 3rd try, ultimately achieving success. Although she only managed to release a small gust of energy from the dagger, sufficient to sever 2 branches, it marked a significant improvement compared to her previous attempts. With this progress, Zhu felt invigorated and resolutely endeavored to attempt a 4th and 5th time.
Huh?
What is this? Zhu observed a swarm of crimson insects approaching. She seized the dagger once more, unleashing a more potent gust of energy than before, aimed at the insects. Soon, she succeeded in knocking a few of them to the ground, yet their tenacity for life was astonishingly formidable. After a brief moment, it shook its wings and took flight once more, its body radiating an increasingly brilliant crimson glow. Soon more insects arrived, and one could faintly hear the anguished cries of others in the distance. These insects swarmed around Zhu and Sifeng, darting up and down, extending their elongated proboscises in a relentless pursuit to get closer to them. Hua emitted a series of anxious hums. There was something amiss with these insects. Something had happened to the rest of the family. Sifeng was overwhelmed with anxiety. Her father was occupied with official duties at the Lord's manor, while she was teaching her younger sister spells, leaving her mother alone in the courtyard. The servants nearby were mere mortals devoid of spiritual roots and could not protect her mother. Yet, she was equally concerned about her sister, who had just reached the 5th level of chi refinement and was still unable to wield magical instruments. Perceiving the worry in Sifeng's eyes, Zhu, while fiercely brandishing her dagger to fend off the repulsive insects, urged, "Sister, do not concern yourself with me. Hurry and protect mother. How can you manage alone?" Sifeng replied, still apprehensive. "Very well. You and Hua must find a way to escape. I will bring mother to you shortly." Sifeng extended her hands, conjuring a fireball in each, unleashing them to race towards the courtyard of Chi-Mei-Yu. The insects were indeed deterred by the flames surrounding her, although it drained her spiritual energy considerably. However, Sifeng could not afford to dwell on that any longer. Zhu, seated upon Hua's back, wielded her small dagger with relentless precision, striking down the insects. Yet the swarm only grew larger, and the insects appeared impervious to harm, quickly rising again to summon more of their kind. Enveloped by the swarming insects, a chill ran through Zhu for the first time. Her concern for her elder sister, who was also protecting their mother, added to her unease. This lapse in concentration created an opening, and several insects seized the opportunity, darting towards her with their long, sharp proboscises poised to pierce her skin. Zhu was aghast. The insects' proboscises, resembling embroidery needles in length, but several times thicker, threatened to inflict severe wounds. "Get away,"
she cried.
Realizing her dagger was insufficient, she urged Hua forward. Understanding her mistress's intent, Hua bravely broke through the encirclement, heading towards the residence's gate. During their escape, several insects managed to pierce Zhu's arms and head with their proboscises. She endured the pain, forcefully extracting them, their abdomens swollen with her blood. She shuddered at the thought of being swarmed, realizing she could have been drained dry. These were blood-sucking insects, akin to mosquitoes but far larger and more formidable. Fortunately, they did not target demon pets, sparing the naked Hua from a potentially worse fate. The bites had already transformed into grotesque, swollen, welts the size of longans. However, Zhu could not afford to tend to her injuries, as the danger persisted. She was uncertain if the outside was any safer, as the insects had descended from the sky, suggesting the area beyond the residence might be just as perilous. At this moment, chaos reigned in the household. As Zhu rushed to the school, she encountered several desiccated corpses, all of whom had perished from the blood-sucking parasites. Their deaths gruesome and tragic. Some lay sprawled on the ground, unrecognizable due to their mummified state. One corpse, lying on its side before Sizhu, clutched the doorframe of the school with desperate hands, its eyes filled with despair as it gazed outward, a visage of agony and rage. It was anti-heroine. The child selected from the side branch, endowed with spiritual roots, had barely reached the tender age of 11 this year. He had devoted himself tirelessly to his cultivation, having just attained the 4th level of qi refinement, yet his life was cruelly extinguished on this very day. This diligent youth, striving only to make his parents proud and to provide them with a better life, could not escape the cruel hand of fate. The sight was heart-wrenching, and Sizhu felt a pang of sorrow swell within her, stifling her tears as she resolutely continued to run forward with Hua. Since heaven had granted her a second chance at life, she would not surrender easily. She was determined to survive, to endure. Chapter 14. A Human Disaster Help. It hurts so much. Someone save me. Father. A desperate cry echoed ahead, the voice unmistakably belonging to Ni Tao. Although the two shared a mutual disdain, they were nonetheless sisters raised together, and as a blossoming young woman, Sizhu could not turn a blind eye to her plight. To do so would weigh heavily upon her conscience. Hua, let us go and see, she urged. The path ahead was infested with insects, and Sizhu wielded her dagger, deftly clearing a path through the swarm, while Hua remained unbothered by the biting creatures, emboldened by its immunity to their attacks. Propelled by its 4 trotters, Hua swiftly conveyed Sizhu to Ni Tao. At this moment, Ni Tao was covered in blood-sucking vermin, her breath faint, and she was unable to utter even a cry for help. Sizhu, perched on Hua's back, dashed forward, lifting Ni Tao with one hand while simultaneously wielding a dagger to strike down the leeches clinging to her. This action, however, attracted even more insects, which pursued them relentlessly. In a desperate attempt to save its mistress, Hua exerted its utmost potential, galloping forward ceaselessly. The number of desiccated corpses encountered along the way increased, and Sizhu even recognized the bodies of her uncles. But Sizhu could no longer afford to dwell on such sights. With one arm cradling the unconscious Ni Tao, she used the other to fend off the surrounding leeches with her dagger. These numerous insects, engorged with blood, visibly grew in size, becoming several times larger than before. The largest among them rivaled Ni Tao's fist in size. Just as the path ahead became completely blocked by the dense swarm of vermin, and Sizhu began to despair, a series of magical artifacts suddenly cleaved through the sea of insects, creating a narrow passage barely wide enough for one person to pass through. A familiar figure emerged from this opening. Sizhu? The familiar voice resonated, devoid of its usual solemnity and depth, replaced with elation and suppressed emotion. Hurry! Ni Shinji erected a barrier of spiritual energy, instantly repelling the insects. However, Ni Shinji's cultivation was limited, and he could only maintain this protective aura within a 10-foot radius around himself, and only for a limited time, approximately 1 hour at most. Eldest sister and mother are still at home. Sizhu candidly expressed that throughout her journey, she had not encountered her elder sister. Despite her sister's superior cultivation, accompanied by their mother, her circumstances might be even more precarious than her own. Ni Shinji's expression shifted as he considered the gravity of the situation. Before him lay his youngest daughter, her head swollen, and the daughter of the clan leader, unconscious and bleeding profusely. It was conceivable that the elder brother had forsaken his daughter to rescue his eldest. Previously, he had remarked that Sifeng was the future of the Ni family and urged against hastily marrying her off. The elder brother had always prioritized the family, and wielding the sole 9-rank escape talisman passed down from their ancestors, he would undoubtedly act swiftly to save Ni Sifeng.
Come.
Your elder sister is under the protection of the clan leader. I shall carry you away, Ni Shinji declared, hoisting Ni Tao onto his back, with Sizhu closely following on Hua. In the courtyard of the Ni family's fourth residence, the clan leader indeed arrived without delay, entrusting the 9-rank escape talisman to Ni Si Feng for her escape. This talisman could transport her 1,000 miles away from Lingfeng City at random. Activating it required merely channeling spiritual energy. Feng, you must use the escape talisman to flee, he urged, gazing out at the blood-sucking insects that blotted out the sky. She could faintly hear the anguished cries of her kin being drained of their lifeblood. Qimiyu realized that this might well be a catastrophic calamity for the Ni family and even the entire Lingfeng city. Her own life was inconsequential, however. Her daughter's survival was paramount, as it held the hope for the Ni family's resurgence. No, what will happen to you if I leave? Ni Si Feng protested, unwilling to abandon them. The clan leader had already clarified that the escape talisman could only carry one person, and they were 3 in number at that moment. You are the hope of the Ni family. You must survive. This calamity is not a natural disaster, but rather a man-made catastrophe. The vengeance of the Ni family rests upon your shoulders. The clan leader, being a foundation-level cultivator, swiftly subdued Ni Si Feng, rendering her immobile. He then pressed a teleportation talisman into her hand, subsequently casting a spiritual incantation into the talisman. In an instant, the talisman activated, whisking away the tearful Ni Si Feng. Stay behind me, sister-in-law. I shall lead you to safety. The clan leader brandished a crescent blade, positioning it defensively before him as he opened the door. The blade's aura surged forth, striking down a multitude of blood-sucking insects, yet soon, an even greater swarm surged forth to replace them. Qimiyu gazed at the seemingly endless tide of insects with despair, but then recalled that her eldest daughter had already escaped. She was fortunate compared to others, for at least her bloodline would continue. If she were to perish now, she would have no regrets. Brother, you must go on without me. I, a worthless being, shall not burden you further. Qimiyu drew a delicate hidden blade and plunged it into her chest, directly into her heart, too swiftly for the clan leader to intervene. I would rather bleed to death than allow these monsters to drink my blood. Brother, burn my body, and give the ashes too.
Nisinthi.
With that, Qimiyu's breath ceased, and Depa leader and I swiftly grasped the urn of ashes and hurriedly placed it into a jade vial as he fled for his life. Approaching the entrance, he was met with an exterior that mirrored the chaos within. Zhu, engulfed in despair, implored, "Father, are we truly unable to escape?" "Do not fear," and Shinji replied, a crimson hue igniting in his gaze. "Even if it costs me my life, I shall ensure your safety. Do not lose heart. We shall make our way beyond the city. We must not surrender until the final moment." With renewed determination, Shinji quickened his pace, carrying Sidong on his back, while Zhu and Hua trailed closely behind. Her father's words resonated within her. They must not concede until the very end. Zhu reignited her fighting spirit, having made a pact with her elder sister to brave the path of immortality together. She had yet to embark upon this journey, and she could not succumb to death now. "Father, where do these blood-sucking creatures originate?" If not for the folding fan at his waist, Zhu would have never connected the grotesque corpse to the once handsome youth she had known. He lay not far from the Ni family gate, clutching a bouquet of peonies in his embrace. Another familiar face had perished before her eyes. "I once encountered a description in a tome on sorcery," she recalled. "They are bloodworms, nurtured over time by someone's spiritual energy and heart's blood. Alas, I recognize this too late." And Shinji gave a wry smile, urging Zhu, "Live well and cultivate diligently. When you reach the golden core, or even the nascent soul stage, you will no longer be easily subject to the whims of others. Nor will you be powerless like the countless cultivators and citizens of Lingfeng City. Remember, only by growing stronger can you stand tall upon this land, commanding respect and deterring those who would seek to harm you. Father, this bloodworm is indeed a result of human intervention, is it not? Zhu grasped the profound implication of her father's words immediately. In the city of Lingfeng, who possesses such grand capabilities? Who wields such formidable power? Zhu immediately thought of the enigmatic Mo Jiuchong, and upon recalling the cause of the original owner's demise, she became increasingly convinced that Mo Jiuchong was the one responsible for the slaughter in Lingfeng. Chapter 15. Catastrophe. Is it that lunatic Mo Jiuchong? It is likely that the Chu family is also entangled in this affair. Nixian Ji raised his head to observe the front, where a dense mass of blood insects seemed to harbor a shadowy figure. Caution was warranted. There was indeed someone ahead. Zhu gripped her dagger tightly, gazing forward, hoping that this individual would prove to be an ally rather than an adversary. Could it be the city lord and I? The figure opposite was the first to unveil Nixing's identity. Indeed, upon having his identity exposed, Nixing remained unperturbed. After all, how much worse could the situation become? He only wished for the two children behind him to survive this ordeal. The newcomer was none other than Chu Qian, the head of the Chu family. His voice was frail, and he approached with faltering steps, half of his body having been drained by the blood insects, leaving only a remnant of his former appearance. Just moments ago, his father had claimed that the Chu family and Mo Jiuchong were two of a kind. How, then, could the head of the Chu family be subjected to such a fate? This was precisely what Nixing wished. Shinji had not received the storage bag, and his survival was not guaranteed. The city gate was still a dozen miles away. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and the protective barrier was on the verge of collapse, soon to dissipate. He glanced at a nearby shop and quickly ushered Zhu and the others inside. Chu Qian followed closely and remarked, "Hiding indoors is futile. It may only lead to being trapped within. These bloodworms possess formidable strength, comparable to late-stage qi refinement cultivators, capable of breaking through walls and infiltrating through windows. What is even more terrifying is their sheer number in the thousands. Unless you and I are Golden Core true masters, we can only escape here by flying on swords or by unleashing the true fire within us to incinerate them effortlessly. Since you are so well informed, why did you choose to follow us?" Zhu inquired. Her father was concentrating on regulating his breath. She could hear the insects outside gnawing at the wooden door, some crashing against the windows. This room could withstand no more than a quarter of an hour. Her father's time for recuperation was precious and should not be squandered on conversation. Thus she posed the question instead. Haunted by regrets and guilt before his demise, Chu Qian gazed out at the swarming bloodworms. "It is our Chu family's transgression against the citizens of Lingfeng City and the other three prominent families. In our ambition to dominate and monopolize Lingfeng City, we sought to use Mo Jiuchong's Gu technique to annihilate your three families, only to inadvertently invite disaster upon ourselves, resulting in the loss of countless lives, including over 100 members of the Chu family and the townsfolk. Already culpable, my demise would be justifiable. However, Hao Yan is innocent, uninvolved in these affairs. Merely a cultivator with the 5 spiritual roots, lacking significant aptitude, I do not seek vengeance for the Chu family through him. My sole desire is to entrust him with this storage pouch containing the Chu family's cultivation methods, that he may journey as far as fate allows. Your Chu family has reaped what it sowed. These common folk are indeed blameless." Having heard Chu Qian's confession of his collaboration with Mo Jiuchong, I find myself devoid of sympathy for this wretched senior. To conspire with a tiger is to invite ruin. The Chu family is deserving of their fate. Their deaths bring an end for them. But these innocent commoners, what wrong have they committed? What have the other 3 great families done to deserve this? Merely because one family desired dominance, they disregarded the lives of others. Not only are they deserving, but they are also deserving of death. Child, you are a friend of Hao Yan, are you not? Could you possibly assist me? Realizing that feigned misery elicits no compassion from Sizhu, Chu Qian resorts to fostering a sense of camaraderie. Do you possess spirit stones? And Shinji, engrossed in recuperation, interjects. I do. Somewhat, Chu Qian replies reluctantly. For he possesses merely 100 low-grade spirit stones and 10 mid-grade spirit stones, the Chu family's final cultivation resources for Haotian, aside from the cultivation methods. Then hasten to produce them, and Shinji urges impatiently. Were it not for his dwindling spiritual energy and the desire to ensure the safety of his youngest daughter and Nic Tao, he would have gladly sacrificed himself to eliminate one of the culprits before him. Yet this is the final resource for Haotian. Without spiritual stones, relying solely on Haotian's 5 spiritual roots, he would not reach the foundation establishment stage for ages. In that case, there is no need for you to give me your storage bag. My spiritual power is dwindling, and I shall not survive to leave. It would be better for you to entrust the storage bag to another. And Shinji rose, having replenished only a modicum of spiritual energy in a quarter of an hour. But he soon realized something was amiss and hurried back to the mansion. Aside from a third-tier spiritual artifact, the floating dragon sword, he had brought nothing with him. As Shinji plunged into the sea of insects with the 2 children, Chu Qian gritted his teeth. I will give you my spiritual stones, provided that you impart the techniques within them to Haotian when you encounter him in the future. And Shinji said nothing, merely extending a hand. Chu Qian tossed the storage bag to him. Brother and I, go ahead. I will hold them off for you. His sins weighed heavily upon him. Even if he left Lingfeng City, he would live forever in guilt. It was better to do one righteous deed with this sinful body before his demise. Take care. And Shinji cast a complex glance at Chu Qian. One wrong step leads to another. Indeed, one must not be too greedy. With Chu Qian recklessly holding them off, intercepting most of the pursuing blood insects, and Shinji felt an immense relief wash over him. In order to allow him time to replenish the spiritual energy within the storage bag, Sizhu leapt from Huahua's back and placed Sitian upon it. Though Huahua was reluctant to carry anyone other than its owner, the situation was exceptional, and it merely grumbled a few protests. Be good. Once we exit the city, I will treat you to something delicious. Sizhu gently stroked Huahua's head as a gesture of reassurance. However, as she lifted her gaze to the horizon, an inescapable anxiety clouded her eyes. The path ahead was littered with a multitude of lifeless corpses, and at the city gates, the blockade was even more formidable, rendering the entrance impassable. Would they truly succeed in escaping? Sizhu, are you afraid? Despite her considerable increase in strength, it was not achieved through natural cultivation. Rather, it was forcefully infused with spiritual energy. This had strained her dantian and spiritual meridians, causing fissures that compromised her foundation, potentially preventing her from ever reaching the golden core stage in this lifetime. For the sake of her 2 children, Shinji believed all of it was worthwhile. To claim she was unafraid would be disingenuous, yet the thought of her father rushing to her aid in her moment of peril brought her a sense of solace. If death were to be their fate, the prospect of departing this world alongside her father suddenly did not seem so terrifying. Father, I am not afraid, Sizhu declared with unwavering determination. Indeed, you are truly a child of the family, and Shinji replied with a hearty laugh. Rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I shall ensure your escape. With his 3rd-stage dragon sword raised, and Shinji cleaved through the layers of corpses, drawing closer to the city gates. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber, the venerable ancestor of the family experienced an unsettling wave of anxiety. With only a few years left to live, he had intended this final retreat to penetrate the golden core stage, which would enable the family to ascend as the foremost among the 4 great clans, overshadowing the other 3. If he were to fail, he would accept his fate within the confines of his chamber. Yet a year had passed, and he remained unable to grasp the essence of the golden core realm, his cultivation stagnating at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, unyielding and motionless. As despair gradually enveloped him, he suddenly felt a sense of disquiet, an instinctive awareness that something was amiss outside. The patriarch of the NI family opened the secret chamber and was immediately met with an overwhelming aura of danger, compounded by the eerie silence that shrouded the family estate. A low buzzing filled the air as countless blood-red insects, the size of a fist, approached with a sinister luminescence. Blood goo? The elder of the NI family, having lived the longest, recognized these creatures at a glance, his countenance shifting dramatically as he surveyed the eerily deserted courtyard. It became painfully clear to him that the NI family had suffered a catastrophic calamity, the root of which lay in these blood goo. Who was responsible? Who sought to bring ruin upon the NI family? Chapter 16. Convergence. Initially, the elder harbored little hope for the survival of any members of the NI family. As he journeyed through the estate, witnessing the lifeless bodies of familiar descendants, a profound sense of desolation washed over him. Was it fate that sought to eradicate the NI family? Suddenly, he discerned a faint sound, a stifled sob that was quieter than the flapping of the blood goo's wings. There were still survivors. The elder's spirit lifted, and he strained to listen intently, moving cautiously toward the source of the sound. The blood goo had feasted upon the flesh and blood of the NI family, each insect now the size of a fist. Their crimson G, as long as the NI family has successors, there remains hope for reconstruction. Elder ancestor? The night had grown deep, and Niseki, lacking the ability for night vision due to his insufficient cultivation, could only discern that the voice of the approaching figure resembled that of his own ancestor. It is I. Cease your hiding and come with me. The elder ancestor effortlessly hoisted the still plump Niseki upon his shoulder. Elder ancestor, sob. I thought I was doomed. Upon confirming it was indeed his ancestor, Niseki clung tightly to the elder's neck, weeping uncontrollably. Do you know why our NI family was suddenly besieged by the blood insects? The elder ancestor rushed outside with Niseki. Fortunate that most of the blood insects were already sated, thus posing little threat and allowing him to exert less effort. I do not know. Niseki shook his head. At that moment, Aunt Chi was teaching us when a swarm of insects suddenly descended. Xiao Jiu, sitting by the window, was immediately encircled by them and soon became a desiccated corpse. We were all terrified and tried to flee, but the insects were faster. They surrounded Xiaoba as well. Aunt Chi rushed to save Xiaoba and us, yet she too was engulfed by the insects. Remembering Aunt Chi and the companions in the classroom, apart from himself and Ni Sitao, who had miraculously escaped, all others perished on the spot. Soon after, both his father and mother lost their lives in the attempt to save him, causing Niseki's tears to cascade down once more. Do not weep. A man's tears should not fall lightly. You are the hope of the NI family, the future of our lineage. You must not lose heart or despair. Upon hearing Niseki's words, it seemed that the NI family had been reduced to almost no one. Old ancestor Ni, not wishing to delay any longer, led Niseki out of the Ni residence, hastening towards the city gates.
Meanwhile,
Ni Shinji and Juju were laboriously clearing away the countless corpses in front of the mountain of bodies near the city gates. These individuals had likely sought to escape Lingfeng City at the moment disaster struck, yet they found the gates barred by an unknown force, turning the city into a veritable necropolis. Even with all his might, Ni Shinji found it a formidable task to move the mountain of corpses. A fourth brother, I shall assist you. Just as Juju began to feel the strain of fatigue, a familiar voice reached her ears from behind. Elder brother. To her relief, it was the clan leader of the Ni family, accompanied by two others, a middle-aged foundational cultivator and a youthful figure of striking countenance, whose cultivation reached the 7th level of Qi refinement. Brother Liu. And Shinji felt a renewed sense of hope and determination upon seeing his elder brother and clan leader Lu approach. Is this Si Tao? Clan leader Ni. Upon spotting the unconscious Ni, Si Tao on Huahua's back, noted her grave injuries. However, at that moment, both Zhu Zhu and Ni Shinji had no time to attend to her wounds. The tumultuous journey had only exacerbated Si Tao's condition. Upon hearing the name Si Tao, the taciturn young man cast a glance over, yet remained silent. Even as the city lord, he bore a share of the responsibility for the calamity. Ni Shinji had been investigating Mo Jiucheng, but alas, the man's origins were shrouded in mystery, and he could uncover nothing of his past, particularly as the Chu family refused to divulge any information regarding him. He had no choice but to dispatch his subordinates to monitor Mo Jiucheng's movements. However, throughout the past year, Mo Jiucheng only entered Yunwu Mountain on the 15th of each month. His subordinates, lacking the requisite strength, dared not approach too closely, instead observing from a distance as Mo Jiucheng practiced, revealing no other notable behaviors. For the remainder of the year, Mo Jiucheng remained quietly within the Chu family, avoiding contact with outsiders. It became evident to him that these blood curses were nurtured by Mo Jiucheng, and the calamity in Lingfeng City was of his doing. Preoccupied with thoughts of his wife and daughter, Ni Shinji could no longer afford to concern himself with Mo Jiucheng seeking vengeance. This is not your fault. When someone intends to harm Lingfeng City, no amount of vigilance can avert it. Chief Ni leaned down to offer 2 healing pills to Ni Sitai. Unexpectedly, he had sacrificed his own daughter to save the daughter of his 4th brother, Ni Sifeng, while the 4th brother and his youngest daughter had in turn rescued his own daughter. Such is the nature of reciprocity. There exists an unseen cause and effect. It is lamentable that the Chu family, for their selfish motives, inflicted suffering upon countless citizens, and the foundations of our 4 great clans have been shattered. Chief Lu's eyes glistened with tears. Many lives had been lost within the Lu family as well. He had only managed to rescue his son, neglecting even his wife and daughter, and he could only wonder how many of the Lu family had survived. At this point, it was too late for words. They should clear the path out of the city and depart as soon as possible. Chief Ni's face bore the marks of exhaustion. One of his arms was rendered useless, having been compromised due to insufficient spiritual energy on the journey, leading him to sacrifice it to shield vital areas from the encroaching blood curses. Strength in numbers prevailed, and soon they had removed the bodies that obstructed the city gate. Ni Shinji stepped forward to open the gate, only to find it utterly immovable. The city gate presents a challenge, and the 3 of us shall endeavor to overcome it together. Ni Shinji invited both clan leader Ni and clan leader Lu to join him. The trio of Foundation establishment cultivators labored for half a day, yet the gate remained immovable. Zhu Zhu stepped forward to offer her modest assistance, prompting Lu Chonglin, the son of clan leader Lu, to quietly join in the effort to push against the gate. However, it was futile, and Shinji shook his head, suspecting that the gate had been sealed by a formidable array. To unlock it, one would either need to dismantle the formation or possess sufficient cultivation to disregard its power entirely and force their way through. Is it the heavens' intention to extinguish the 4 great clans? Clan leader Lu lamented, his spirit dampened as they neared the brink of escape, only to be thwarted at the final obstacle, a bitter reality that none could easily accept. One must not yield lightly until the final moment. And Shinji drew forth his Yulong sword, declaring that none among them were array masters. Their only recourse lay in sheer strength. The combined might of 3 Foundation establishment cultivators should rival that of a half-step Golden Core practitioner. Moreover, he had pushed himself to the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. Clan leader Ni remained silent, quietly producing his crescent blade, while clan leader Lu brandished a red tassel spear. Just as they prepared to strike in unison, a voice rang out from behind them. "Wait a moment, I shall lend my strength as well." This voice was familiar to both clan leader Ni and Ni Shinji. It belonged to their esteemed ancestor. To their surprise, their ancestor, who had been in seclusion, had chosen this moment to emerge. It dawned on them that they had forgotten about their ancestor while focusing on saving the younger generation during the calamity. They hoped their ancestor would not hold a grudge. The ancestor of the Ni family, carrying the hefty Ni, hastened to their side with determined strides. Throughout this journey, Ni found himself reduced to but 2 souls, having been thoroughly unsettled by the ancestral patriarch. The elder of the Ni family set him down and joined forces with Ni Shinji and the others to devise a means of breaching the city gates. Ni crouched on the ground, retching incessantly. Sizhu cast him a glance, unable to suppress a sigh at Ni's fortuitous luck. Not only had he emerged unscathed, but he had also been escorted to the city gates by the patriarch himself. Unlike them, who bore visible injuries, even the stoic Liu, with his expressionless demeanor, sported 2 prominent bumps on his head. Chapter 17. The flight into the mountains. The elder of the Ni family, having lived for over 2 centuries, possessed a wealth of experience that surpassed their own. This is a formation of the 5 elements. While I lack the knowledge to dismantle it, I understand how to harness our utmost strength to counter this array. We are eager to hear more, replied the group, buoyed by the notion that collective strength could yield results. Chief Liu, no longer despondent, noted the necessity for 5 individuals to align themselves according to the southern fire, western metal, northern water, eastern wood, and central earth orientations, unleashing their full power towards the city gates. However, they found themselves with only 4 foundation-building practitioners. Thus, they would need to select from the younger generation. Fortunately, all were dual or triple spiritual root cultivators, making it feasible to harmonize the 5 elemental attributes. I possess dual roots of fire and earth, and Shinji spoke first. I am a triple root of fire, earth, and wood, continued Chief Ni. I am a triple root of metal, earth, and wood, added Chief Liu, turning his gaze towards the elder of the Ni family. I possess triple roots of wood, fire, and metal, the elder of the Ni family remarked, his brow slightly furrowed. We are still short 1 participant. You. May I? I can attempt it. 2 voices echoed simultaneously, one belonging to Sizhu and the other to Liu Changlin, Chief Liu's son. Sizhu, possessing merely the 5th layer of qi refinement and still a fledgling in her advancement, naturally felt a lack of confidence. In contrast, Liu Changlin had reached the 7th layer of qi refinement, making him the most accomplished among their juniors. Thus he exuded a greater sense of assurance. What is your spiritual root? Inquired the ancestor of the Ni family, glancing past Sizhu to address Liu Changlin. The stoic youth, chosen by his elder, felt a surge of joy, his voice noticeably lighter. I am a dual root of water and earth, with my water attribute fully developed. Excellent. You, as the water master, will stand to the north. Xing, the fire master, will take the south. Xinping, the patriarch of the Ni clan, will occupy the center as the earth master. Patriarch Liu will stand to the west as the master of metal, while I shall take the east as the wood master. After assigning the positions, Patriarch Liu cast a concerned glance at Liu Changlin, aware that his cultivation was the weakest among them. Should his emitted spiritual energy diverge too significantly from theirs, it could hinder their efforts and lead to failure. What is your spiritual root? Patriarch Ni directed his gaze toward Sizhu. With numerous juniors in the Ni family, and Sizhu not particularly distinguished, he had not paid her much attention, and was thus unaware of her spiritual root. Since you possess a water attribute, you may stand alongside the young man from the Liu family. You can transfer your internal water spiritual energy to him. 2 individuals would at least be more secure than 1. Sizhu nodded and stepped to the north, positioning herself behind Liu Changlin, her hand quietly resting on his shoulder. Liu Changlin frowned in displeasure, yet he said nothing. However, Sizhu could sense an internal rejection emanating from him. Unbothered by his attitude, She recognized the gravity of their situation and, in a bid for survival, was willing to offer her meager assistance. Everyone heeded the command of the Ni clan's ancestor, channeling their respective elemental spiritual energies to strike against the city gate in unison. The previously motionless city gate immediately began to tremble, teetering on the brink of collapse yet remaining steadfastly closed. Once more, the venerable ancestor of the Ni family bellowed. Sizhu gritted her teeth, channeling the scant remaining spiritual energy within her into Lu Chonglin, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness from the depletion. Lu Chonglin's complexion was ashen. He had exhausted his own spiritual energy, and with Sizhu's contribution, he managed to unleash a formidable strike, barely keeping pace. It was at this moment that he comprehended the significance of the ancestor positioning Sizhu behind him. In contrast to the foundation-building practitioners, he, a mere seventh-layer chi-refining cultivator, truly lagged far behind them. At last, the final blow shattered the five-element formation, and the Vermilion City Gate crashed down with a thunderous roar. The crowd, disregarding their need to recuperate, surged forward. And Isiki hastily rose to follow closely behind the ancestor. Those capable of breaching Lingfeng City and dismantling the five-element formation were indeed formidable. Not far ahead stood a man, clapping his hands in greeting to them, though the smile on his face exuded a chilling bloodthirst that sent shivers down their spines.
Montag Yuhong.
Upon seeing the man, each of them felt their eyes redden, driven by an overwhelming urge to eliminate him. Mo Jiucheng's expression remained unchanged, yet the aura emanating from him shifted abruptly, becoming increasingly fierce and menacing. Imbued with a palpable sense of lethal pressure, the four foundation-building elders halted, unable to advance a single step under the oppressive force of Mo Jiucheng's presence. Meanwhile, the three younger cultivators standing behind them simply collapsed to the ground. Surprisingly, the only one unaffected by Mo Jiucheng's pressure was Huahua. It stood there, swaying its head, and upon witnessing Sizhu fall, it ambled over and nudged her back with its snout, exerting considerable effort to help her rise from the ground. Mo Jiucheng looked at Huahua in confusion. What manner of beast was this, that it dared to disregard his formidable cultivation at the late stage of the Golden Core? It was undoubtedly no ordinary pig demon as its appearance suggested. Could it possibly be a creature of extraordinary bloodline yet to awaken? Mo Jiucheng extended his hand towards Sizhu and said, "Release your contract with your familiar and grant it to me, and I may spare your life."
Impossible.
You can abandon that thought. Huahua loves only me. Sizhu retorted with righteous indignation. The onlookers were taken aback. Although Sizhu's outright rejection was quite satisfying, her tone struck them as peculiar. Could it be that Mo Jiucheng harbored some deviant proclivity? Huahua, moved by Sizhu's fearless defense, circled around her joyfully, emitting cheerful grunts. Mo Jiucheng narrowed his eyes. This young girl spoke so to deliberately humiliate him. If that were the case, then let her and her Huahua perish together. He could hardly be bothered to exchange further pleasantries. These individuals combined were no match for him, having concealed his identity and bided his time here for years. He had prepared the 10,000 blood-nurturing goo array to cultivate blood goo. Now that the blood goo had matured, it would aid him in breaking through to the nascent soul stage. These low-tier cultivators, in his eyes, were nothing more than insects, prime fodder for nurturing his blood goo. With a wave of his hand, Mo Jiucheng conjured a jade zither, and with a gentle flick of his fingers, sound waves manifested with tangible force, crashing upon the crowd like waves upon the shore. Nixing immediately shielded his young daughter, only to be struck directly by the sound waves, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Sizhu hastily moved forward to support Nixing, only to find his expression drastically change. Ignoring his injuries, he implored, "Sizhu, listen to me. When father arrives to hold back Mo Jiucheng, you must take Si Tao and Si Qi and flee from the canyon, making your way swiftly towards the Yunwu mountain ridge. Run as fast as you can, Whether you survive depends on fate. With that, he thrust both his and Chu Qian's storage bags into Zhu Zhu's hands. He realized his mistake. With just this one move, Anai Xinji discerned that Mo Jiucheng was neither at the late stage of foundation establishment nor a newly ascended Golden Core cultivator, but rather a practitioner at the mid to late stages of the Golden Core realm. The four of them, frail and sickly foundation establishment cultivators, stood no chance against him, even if they banded together. Thus, it was imperative to secure a fleeting opportunity for the younger generation to escape. The clan's elder and the leader of the Lu clan had given similar instructions to their descendants. With such a vast disparity in cultivation levels, engaging in combat was futile. Their only recourse was to desperately buy some time for the younger ones to flee. Exiting the canyon would naturally be swift and safe, provided there were no pursuers. Yet, even if they fought with all their might, they could not hope to withstand Mo Jiucheng for a full hour. A duration far too short for the four of them to escape the canyon, especially since there was but a single route. It would be wiser to lead them into the Yunwu Mountains, where the terrain was intricate, with dense forests, thickets, and caves that could provide advantageous hiding spots. Perhaps even a glimmer of hope for survival. "Why aren't you running?" Seeing their reluctance to flee first, the four stood in front of Mo Jiucheng, bracing against his Jade Zither's soundwave attack, shouting, "Do you wish to sacrifice yourselves in vain, unable to close your eyes in death?" As tears welled in her eyes, Father Zhu Zhu's gaze lingered on Ni Xinji for a fleeting moment before she turned and fled into the mountains, accompanied by Hua Hua and the burden of Ni Si Tao on her back. Lu Chonglin, too, bowed deeply to his father, the patriarch of the Lu clan, before hastily retreating in another direction, believing that separating would enhance their chances of survival. Old ancestor Ni Si Chi wept inconsolably, consumed by fear and sorrow. In a single day, he had lost both parents, and now even the ancestor was prepared to sacrifice for him. He found it hard to believe he could survive without the ancestor's guidance. Remember, a true man seldom sheds tears. The ancestor sighed, urging him to live well. If death was imminent, it should be faced with dignity. Ni Si Chi wiped away his tears and resolutely nodded, turning to pursue Ni Sizhu. Chapter 18. The brutality seeing the younger generation flee. The four remaining had nothing left to lose. Death was their inevitable fate. Yet the manner of their demise was theirs to dictate. Mo Jiucheng sneered, proclaiming that their struggles were futile. Those who had escaped moments earlier would also meet their demise. None could escape his grasp, and allowing those insignificant little creatures to prolong their existence mattered not to him. Old ancestor of the Ni clan stepped forward, retorting that such reckless behavior would eventually lead to a fate even worse than theirs. This world was one of survival of the fittest. There was no need for grand philosophies. Who among you will step forward first? Or shall you all advance together? Mo Jiucheng, weary of idle chatter, fixed his gaze on the four. "I shall go first, you follow." The ancestral figure of the Ni family summoned all the spiritual energy from his dantian, transforming it into spiritual power. He then reversed the flow of this power within the spiritual vein, stirring it into chaotic energy currents, causing the vein to swell. Gradually, his skin began to bulge as well. He swiftly lunged towards Mo Jiucheng, a visage of unwavering courage etched upon his face. Both ancestor Ni Xinji and clan leader Ni observed with reddened eyes, realizing that the elder was preparing for self-detonation. "Do not approach," ancestor Ni Xinji bellowed. Having lived for nearly 3 centuries, he was indeed one of the longest-lived individuals in Lingfeng City, and to die in such a valiant manner felt fitting. Mo Jiucheng, taken aback by the resolve of the Ni family elder, pondered if all righteous cultivators possessed such fearless hearts. Abandoning his previous nonchalance, he activated the phantom body technique to retreat. A self-detonation at the pinnacle of foundation establishment would surely harm even someone in the later stages of the Golden Core. It was too late. Just before his demise, The elder revealed a triumphant smile, declaring, "Earthly prison technique." Numerous tendrils surged from all directions, attempting to ensnare Mo Jiucheng, who sought to escape the blast radius. With a grave expression, he unleashed a series of sound waves from his unparalleled jade zither, slicing through the vines. However, just as he broke free from the confines, the Ni family elder self-detonated not far from him, placing Mo Jiucheng squarely within the explosion's reach. The deafening roar of the blast echoed through the heavens, resonating with those who were desperately fleeing. Lu Chonglin momentarily halted his movements, but soon continued to flee. Zhu, having endured much, observed Anai Siki still weeping uncontrollably at the spot. Overwhelmed with anger, she approached and delivered a swift kick to Anai Siki's rear. "If you continue to cry here, the elder will truly never rest in peace." What should we do? Anai Siki was startled by Zhu's fierce demeanor, gradually ceasing his tears. He thought to himself, run as far as you can. Survival is the only path to vengeance. After uttering her words, Zhu paid him no mind and continued to run forward with Hua. Although Hua bore the unconscious Ni Tao on her back, her speed remained commendable. Zhu, too, exerted all her strength to keep pace without falling behind. Yet, Anai Siki could endure no longer. After enduring for 2/4 of an hour, as the distance between him and Zhu widened, he could only wear a frown and call out to her, "Anai Sizhu, wait for me." Seeing that Zhu was unwilling to acknowledge him, Anai Siki, filled with dissatisfaction, shouted, "We are cousins. How can you be so heartless? Cousins, not siblings." Zhu's voice faded into the distance. Anai Siki gazed ahead at the dense forest, recalling the tales of various mountain spirits and monsters he had heard as a child from Yunwu Mountain, feeling a twinge of trepidation about entering. He feared being caught and killed by Mo Jiucheng, and equally dreaded being devoured by the mountain spirits should he venture too deep into the misty mountains. The more he feared, the harder it became to decide. With no one to rely on, despair began to creep in. Just as he was on the brink of hopelessness, he suddenly recalled the last words of his ancestor. He was a man, a true gentleman, destined to stand tall in the world, no longer dependent on others. Remaining here would surely lead to death at Mo Jiucheng's hands. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope in the depths of the forest. Gritting his teeth, Anai Siki plunged into the thicket. The elder of the Ni family had perished in a self-destructive explosion, leaving no trace behind, a scene of utter devastation. Yet, the one who had forced him into such a dire sacrifice stood before them, unharmed. Aside from his somewhat tattered clothing and the 2 bloodstains adorning his face, there were no other visible injuries on Mo Jiucheng. However, he was deeply incensed. He was accustomed to leaving others in a state of utter disarray, yet today, he had nearly sustained grave injuries at the hands of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Had it not been for the protective 5th-tier robe he wore, he would undoubtedly have suffered significant internal damage from the explosive backlash of the Ni family's ancestor. The expressions of the 3 others were graver than Mo Jiucheng's, as they had not anticipated that the self-detonation of a peak Foundation establishment cultivator would result in merely superficial wounds for him. This revelation filled them with both humiliation and a sense of futility regarding the noble sacrifice of the Ni ancestor.
No.
It was clear that he was clad in high-tier protective garments. Ni Shinji, the second most knowledgeable and experienced individual in the Ni family apart from the ancestor, immediately discerned the crux of the matter. Even if Mo Jiucheng was a late-stage golden core cultivator, facing the self-detonation of a peak Foundation establishment cultivator within the explosion's radius would inevitably result in internal injuries. The force of such a self-sacrificial act was akin to the full power strike of a perfected golden core cultivator. Mo Jiucheng appeared almost unscathed, and his attire, which should have been reduced to ashes in the blast, had only suffered a few tears yet remained intact upon his person. Was the sacrifice of the ancestor truly in vain? The clan leader of the Ni family felt a pang of resentment. This individual was fortified with high-tier equipment, and they were already at a disadvantage against Mo Jiucheng. How could they possibly contend with him? This robe could not withstand another self-detonation. Brother, you and clan leader Lu should launch a frontal assault while I quietly approach him from the side to initiate my own self-detonation. My dearest brother, your aptitude for cultivation surpasses that of all your siblings. I cannot bear to see you perish in this manner. I shall detonate my core. Having spoken, the clan leader of the Ni remembered his fourth brother's wife's ashes. He entrusted them to Ni Shinji, uttering, "These are your wife's ashes. She took her own life, so as not to burden me. I was unable to prevent it, and I am filled with remorse." Ni Shinji had long anticipated his wife's demise, and though grief-stricken, he was prepared. He received his wife's ashes and clutched them to his bosom. Should he perish in this self-detonation, he would at least be reduced to ashes alongside his wife, united in death. His heart was devoid of regret. Brother, you have fulfilled your duty as clan leader. Do not feel guilty. I alone, being a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator nearing completion, can unleash a more potent self-detonation. Be patient. Even if he is wounded, he will remain formidable. It will be up to you two to delay him. Time was of the essence. Mo Jiuzhong had resumed playing the jade zither, his hands moving with increased velocity. Waves of sonic energy assailed them, causing them to stagger and inflicting countless minor lacerations. The clan leader of the Lu fared worse, as a powerful sonic wave struck his left shoulder, severing half of it and his left arm. "Ah, grandfather, I will fight to the death for you." The clan leader of the Lu gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, and stepped forward to shield against the brunt of the sonic attacks, granting the clan leader of the Ni the opportunity to advance and strike Mo Jiuzhong's face with his curved blade. Ni Shinji intended to stealthily maneuver around to the rear of Mo Jiuzhong, planning an unexpected self-detonation. Everything unfolded as he had envisioned. However, reality swiftly delivered a harsh rebuke. As Lu, the clan leader, took a single step forward, he was instantly dismembered by the piercing sound waves of the unparalleled jade zither, meeting an untimely demise. The clan leader found his crescent blade mere inches from Mo Jiuzhong, yet it could advance no further. This was due to Mo Jiuzhong, who, with one hand playing the zither and the other extending 2 fingers, effortlessly restrained the crescent blade. With a decisive twist of his fingers, Mo Jiuzhong shattered the blade, leaving it in ruins upon the ground. Ni, the clan leader, wore a pallid expression of despair as he cast a glance at his brother, Ni Shinji, who had yet to approach Mo Jiuzhong. "Fourth brother, we shall meet again in the next life." Then, with a resounding explosion, the clan leader self-detonated. Although his explosive power, being only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, paled in comparison to that of a perfected ancestor, it was nonetheless a formidable assault. It appeared that the elder brother had long been prepared for self-detonation, likely aware that his combat prowess could not possibly rival Mo Jiuzhong. He probably assumed a posture of attack to catch Mo Jiuzhong off guard. While this explosion was not as potent as that of the ancestor, it was entirely unforeseen by Mo Jiuzhong, who had been meticulously attentive to Ni Shinji's cautious approach from behind. He had not anticipated the clan leader's self-detonation before him. Although his ceremonial robe mitigated some of the explosive force, it had been previously damaged from withstanding a prior detonation, resulting in its complete destruction. Mo Jiuzhong's left arm, which had reached out, was left with nothing but bones, sustaining considerable external injuries. A sardonic smile crept across Mo Jiuzhong's face as the air around him grew chillingly tense. Chapter 19. The Cave A group of reptiles indeed captivates one's attention. They have wounded me twice, demonstrating that even the most diminutive beings can unleash formidable energy. However, you seem to have forgotten that in the face of absolute power, all aspirations are but illusions. It is time to bring this to a close. I now realize that death may not be terrifying for you. Rather, the true horror lies in witnessing the shattering of hope, does it not? Mo Jiozhong gazed towards the direction in which Sizhu and the others had fled. Those little ones should not have strayed too far by now. If not, allow me to show you how I shall capture and eliminate them one by one. It is customary for a cat to toy with a mouse before its demise. Do you truly believe that a mere handful of you can impede my progress? The four great families and the citizens of Lingfeng City cannot be extinguished. They will inevitably seek vengeance upon you one day. Upon finishing his words, Shinji closed his eyes, preparing to bite his tongue in a desperate act of self-destruction. His inability to protect his younger daughter weighed heavily upon him, and he could only hope that his wife, in the afterlife, would safeguard their elder daughter and ensure her continued well-being. Yumianshu, you continue your wicked ways. A crisp admonition erupted abruptly, momentarily halting Shinji's suicidal intent. In that fleeting moment, he espied a furious woman clad in red, soaring towards him upon a flying sword.
Chu Hong Kia.
Mo Jiozhong's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that this deranged woman would find him even in this remote locale. Alas, he was but a step away from attaining the Yuanying stage through the power absorbed from blood sorcery. Then he would no longer fear this madwoman. Do you see me disappointed at the sight of my esteemed aunt? Enki-O turned and leaped down, the flying sword beneath her transforming into a stream of azure light that flowed into her grasp. Her eyes reflected disdain and fury as she declared, I warned you. Should you continue your malevolence, I shall not spare you. This shall be your demise. With that, the azure light surged forth, a sword aimed directly at Ng's throat. Ng hastily retreated, being merely at the late stage of the golden core. He was no match for Enkyo, who had reached the consummate realm of the golden core and thus dared not engage in direct confrontation. The blood parasites were invincible against those below the golden core, yet posed no threat to someone of Enkyo's caliber. Defeated and devoid of any hope, he realized that nearly everyone in Lingfeng City had already been drained by the blood parasites. His objective had been accomplished, leaving little worth clinging to. Aside from a tinge of regret for allowing a few small insects to escape, Ng had no further concerns. Not even casting another glance at XNZ. Such a person, even if they survived, would be rendered half useless, posing no threat to him. He resolved to settle accounts with this madwoman once he successfully entered the nascent soul stage. He cast forth the unparalleled Jade Sheen, allowing it to hover in the air, and leaped away towards the distance. Enki-O shouted in fury, Where do you think you're going? The azure sword again surged beneath her feet, pursuing Ng, leaving XNZ momentarily dazed. Had he truly escaped a calamity? Yet, the survivor's relief was fleeting. Nearly the entirety of the N family, over 200 souls, had perished at Ng's hands, along with countless citizens of Lingfeng City. What good was his survival? No, he could not surrender. His daughters, SQ and STO, remained within the misty mountains. They were the hope of the next generation of the N family and must not come to harm. Regaining his composure, XNZ swiftly pursued the direction in which Sizhu had departed. As the night deepens, the mountains grow not only cold but also shrouded in a thickening mist, obscuring the path beneath their feet. Faintly, they sense the presence of malevolent gazes lurking in the darkness around them. They can venture no further. A concealed and safe refuge must be found. Sizhu is engulfed by goosebumps, a blend of chill and fear coursing through her. The unknown and enigmatic surroundings instill a sense of dread. Not far ahead lies a cliff, adorned with hundreds of dangling vines. Sizhu approaches and tugs at the vines, discovering their robust strength, capable of supporting her, Hua and the unconscious Ni Tiao. Uncertain of his safety above, She knows they cannot remain below any longer, as the scent of danger draws ever closer. Hua, uneasy, circles Sizhu anxiously, emitting soft grunts. Fear not, we shall ascend, Sizhu reassures. Securing 2 sturdy vines around Hua and the unconscious Ni-Tiao before wrapping another vine around herself. I will go first. I will pull you up shortly.
Hua.
If danger arises, be sure to cry out as a warning. Hua nudges Sizhu's hand with her snout in understanding. With determination, Sizhu begins to climb, gripping the vines with each careful step. The cliff is steep and vertical, presenting a challenge in finding footholds, causing her ascent to be slow. Thankfully, having reached the 5th stage of qi refinement, her physical strength has increased exponentially compared to her initial training. Gritting her teeth, she perseveres, finally reaching a midpoint. One hand clutches the vine while the other rests on her mouth as she exhales a breath, preparing to continue her climb when suddenly a chilling breeze sweeps towards her. Before her stood a steep cliff, and how could the wind possibly blow toward her? Could it be that there are crevices within the cliff? As Sizhu pushed aside the dense thickets of vines, she discovered a cave, towering to a height greater than that of a person. She extended her head to peer inside the entrance, only to be met with an impenetrable darkness, seemingly profound, yet its exact depth remained elusive. And she was uncertain whether any other entities resided within. For the sake of safety, Sizhu painstakingly dislodged a stone from the adjacent cliff and hurled it into the cave. Shortly thereafter, a dull thud echoed, marking the stone's landing, followed by an unsettling silence. Uneasy, Sizhu pried free another stone, exerting greater strength this time, casting it deeper into the cavern. It seemed to plunge into a hidden pool as she heard a resounding splash, accompanied by the sound of water splattering. After a brief interval, the cave remained still, allowing her to finally relax. Just as she contemplated venturing inside to explore, she was startled by Hua's warning cries. Danger lurked for Hua. Without a moment to spare to investigate the cave, Sizhu positioned herself at the entrance and grasped the 2 vines entangling Hua and Ni-Tiao. With her feet firmly planted, the task of pulling them up became significantly easier. In no time, she had successfully hoisted both of them to safety. The moment Hua emerged, she nestled into Sizhu's embrace, whimpering pitifully. Sizhu noticed the creature's rotund rear was bloodied, likely from an attack by the lurking beast below. Fortunately, Hua's ample fat had shielded her from grievous injury. Only superficial wounds marred her skin. Sizhu discovered a bottle of antiseptic ointment in the storage bag given to her by her father. She applied it to Hua's wound and tore a piece of her skirt to provide a rudimentary bandage. The ointment quickly took effect, halting the bleeding from the injury on Hua's rear, alleviating its pain, and restoring some of its vitality, though it became even more attached to Sizhu. It seemed to have been frightened. Sizhu then picked up the unconscious Ni-Tiao, with Hua trailing closely behind her as she ventured deeper into the cave. The presence of ventilation indicated that this cavern connected to the outside world, allowing them to proceed cautiously. Ni was on the verge of despair. The atmosphere was both eerie and frigid. He had traversed a considerable distance, encountering nothing but snakes, insects, and vermin. He had even lost track of Sizhu, leaving him alone in this oppressive environment, which was nearly driving him to the brink of madness. Earlier, he had relied on the faith instilled in him by his ancestor to persevere, but that conviction was now waning. Suddenly, a rustling sound of twigs and dry leaves being crushed emanated from behind him. Saliva dripped from the corners of its mouth as it approached Ni. Its jaws agape, revealing sharp fangs. Help! Ni was paralyzed with fear, nearly losing his sanity as he scrambled forward, calling out desperately. However, he soon realized that he was deep within the mountains, where it was improbable that anyone would hear him. Chapter 20. The benefits of eating fish. As the silver wolf drew ever closer, and Isiki, caught off guard, stumbled over a tree root and fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the silver wolf lunged at him. In a moment of despair, Isiki closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. He thought he would perish not by the jaws of the blood goo, but at the hands of a monstrous beast. If his deceased ancestor were to witness his pitiful demise, he would surely be incensed. Just as Isiki awaited his end in despair, he suddenly recalled the man's admonishing voice. At that instant, a brilliant silver light sliced through the air, piercing the heart of the second-tier silver wolf, bringing its life to an abrupt end. The wolf's blood splattered across Isiki's face, yet he paid no heed to wipe it away. Instead, he gazed excitedly behind the silver wolf. "Fourth uncle, you are alive." Zinz's lips curled into a bemused smirk. "You little rascal, were you hoping for my demise?" "And no, not at all," Isiki stammered, his excitement overwhelming. He had truly believed his fate was sealed, only to find his fourth uncle had arrived just in time to save him. "By the way, where's Juju? You weren't together?"
Nishinfi finko ayer.
At that moment, the perilousness of Yunwu Mountain became apparent. He needed to locate them swiftly. "Don't mention it," Isiki replied, a look of grievance upon his face. "She claimed I was too slow and refused to wait for me. She has already gone far ahead." Zinz's furrowed his brow, deeply concerned for the safety of his youngest daughter. The Yunwu mountain range stretched for tens of thousands of miles, its width spanning a vast distance. Beyond the mountain lay the Xiaozhou kingdom, yet the two nations seldom interacted, not due to discord, but rather because the mountains rendered passage difficult. Thus, cultivators below the Golden Core stage and mere mortals have never successfully traversed the cloud mist mountains between the two nations. Only those elders of the Golden Core stage and above possess the ability to disregard such obstacles and soar through the skies. Nevertheless, even Golden Core masters remain vulnerable, ever wary of the aerial assaults from formidable high-level demonic beasts. Now, having ventured over 100 miles into this perilous terrain, the dangers ahead loom ever greater. Shinji hoisted Isiki upon his back, declaring, "We must seek her out." He hoped fervently that Juju would remain patient until his arrival. After advancing several dozen more miles, still no sign of Juju emerged, nor could they catch a glimpse of Hua or Isitao. An icy dread enveloped Shinji's heart. Could it be that they had truly met with misfortune, or were they merely hiding? In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the cliff where Juju had previously climbed. Here, Shinji discovered the imprints of their feet alongside those of the demonic beasts, as well as traces of blood. The footprints of Juju and Hua eventually faded away at this very spot. Gazing upon the disordered marks and bloodstains, Shinji felt his heart plummet. He had arrived too late. Fourth uncle, Isiki spoke gently, offering solace. "Perhaps Sizhu's escaped and is simply hiding. A puddle of blood does not signify the worst. Please do not despair. Shall we continue our search?" Yet, deep down, he was convinced that his youngest daughter had all but perished at the jaws of the beasts, his wife had taken her own life, and his eldest daughter remained missing. For him, Lingfeng City held no allure any longer. Moreover, they now found themselves within the treacherous expanse of the Cloud Mist Mountains. Having delved over 200 miles into its depths, should he lead Isiki further onward, it was likely that their own safety would be at stake. His death is of little consequence, for Isiki is the sole male descendant of the family in this generation. The future of the family relies on him to propagate its lineage. He cannot prioritize his own selfish desires over the family's destiny.
Ni Sedam obediently followed Ni Inshi.
Taking his hand, the events of the night had thrust him into a swift maturation. "Fourth uncle, from now on, consider me as your son, and I shall regard you as my father. I will honor you as diligently as Sifeng and Sizhu do, and I will strive to cultivate my strength to avenge the blood debts of the family." fourth uncle is his only kin in this world, and Siki wishes to prevent him from succumbing to despair over the loss of family. Good child, Shinji felt a flicker of comfort. Yet in comparison to the agony of losing his daughter, this solace was merely a drop in the ocean. His wife was gone, his youngest daughter had perished, and his eldest daughter was missing. The other members of the family had also met their demise. Shinji's heart felt as though it had died alongside them. And although he appeared to be in the prime of his life, in an instant, his hair had grayed significantly and his visage had aged considerably. He clasped Siki's hand and walked towards the outside of Yunwu Mountain. His only motivation for living now is to witness Siki grow and rebuild the family, and perhaps to find his eldest daughter, who wanders adrift. Zhu remains unaware that her unintended intrusion into the cave with Hua has cost her the chance to reunite with her father. Yet, without this cave, it is likely they would have met their end at the jaws of the beast. Zhu took a fire starter from her storage pouch to ignite a candle, allowing her to discern the surroundings of the cave. The cave was deep. After walking for more than a mile, they had yet to reach the end.
But they did spot the pool where she had thrown stones for the second time.
The pool, though modest in size, measuring merely a few feet across, boasted crystal-clear waters where 2 golden carp glided gracefully beneath the surface. These carp were quite sizable, each measuring about the length of an arm, and appeared remarkably plump. Likely due to their insatiable hunger, they could hardly resist the allure of potential sustenance. With a fire in hand and fish in the water, why not halt to relish a barbecue? After a day of wandering, both Zhu and Hua had not consumed a morsel. Their stomachs pressed against their backs in hunger. In this moment, Zhu successfully caught both fish. The duo, 1 girl and 1 pig, busily prepared for a feast. Zhu deftly gutted the fish, while Hua scurried from the cave's entrance, gathering numerous dried vines to serve as kindling. Once the golden carp were thoroughly cleaned, all that remained was to fashion a grill. Zhu rummaged through her storage bag and unearthed several bamboo poles along with 2 one-star iron swords. She erected a makeshift grill using the bamboo and ignited the dried vines. Then, she skewered the carp with the iron swords and placed them above the flames to roast. Before long, the cave was filled with the tantalizing aroma of cooking fish, causing Hua to salivate uncontrollably, his excitement rendering him restless. "Here you go," Zhu said, blowing away the steam, offering the larger golden carp to Hua. Unable to contain his hunger any longer, Hua lunged forward and bit off half of the carp's head, crunching it down in a couple of bites before eagerly devouring the other half. As Hua savored his meal with such delight, Zhu's own hunger intensified, prompting her to take a bite of her own fish. The moment she tasted it, her eyes sparkled with delight. This fish was simply exquisite. Despite the absence of any seasoning, she had anticipated a fishy taste. However, to her surprise, it was not only devoid of any unpleasant flavor, but also possessed a remarkably sweet and delicate texture, almost melting in her mouth. It was no wonder that Hua devoured the fish bones without hesitation. Most significantly, this fish was imbued with a plethora of pure spiritual energy. After just a single bite, Zhu felt a substantial increase in her own spiritual essence. She indulged in several more bites, astonishingly reaching the pinnacle of the 5th layer of qi refinement, merely a step away from the 6th layer. What kind of fish was this? Zhu found herself reluctant to continue eating, as it was more miraculous than any elixir. Yet, her insatiable appetite ultimately prevailed, and she could not resist consuming several more bites, leaving only a third of the carp in her hands. The spiritual energy within her had reached its maximum capacity, compelling her to sit and carefully guide it to break through to the 6th layer. If she were to take another bite, she risked the peril of bursting with energy. The notion of succumbing to such a fate from overeating fish would surely elicit laughter. Yet at that moment, Zhu was devoid of any inclination for humor. She relinquished the remaining fish to the still-hungry Huahua and began her meditative practice. As dawn broke and the sun rose high in the sky, Sizhu reopened her eyes, having successfully entered the 6th layer of Qi refinement. It had been less than a few days since she had reached the 5th layer. The swiftness of her progress was nothing short of astonishing. Furthermore, her advancement seemed to flow effortlessly as her body expelled numerous impurities, leaving her feeling increasingly light. Even her spiritual core had become significantly clearer. She found herself capable of hearing sounds from a much greater distance than before and could even perceive Huahua's thoughts. For instance, at present, Huahua sits by the pond, silently wishing for the golden koi to emerge. Moreover, Sizhu senses that Huahua has reached the pinnacle of the 1st stage, tantalizingly close to the 2nd stage of cultivation. It is no wonder that Huahua is preoccupied with the thought of consuming more fish. It is not merely a matter of appetite, but also a desire to advance in her cultivation. Once she attains the 2nd stage, it will be akin to establishing a solid foundation, significantly enhancing her speed and thereby increasing their chances of escape. After Sizhu has cleansed herself of impurities, she too begins to anticipate whether any golden koi remain in the pond. Chapter 21. Awakened, however, the duo, along with the pig, waited for an entire hour without sighting a single fish, which left them somewhat disheartened. It seemed that only those 2 golden koi inhabited the waters. Yet, the fact that such plump fish could thrive here indicates the water quality is excellent. Before departing, Sizhu filled 2 large jars with water and stored them in her bag, then continued on their journey. The cave was deep, winding, and convoluted. After an indeterminate amount of time in this dimly lit environment, Sizhu grew increasingly restless, and Huahua too began to exhibit signs of impatience. Just a bit longer. Since the cave is ventilated, it must connect to the world outside. Sizhu firmly believes that they will find their way out. She gently strokes Huahua's head in a gesture of reassurance. They press on, and after a few steps, Sizhu seems to hear the sound of flowing water, accompanied by a gentle breeze caressing her face. Filled with excitement, she realizes that the exit must be just ahead, prompting her and Huahua to quicken their pace. Gradually, they discerned a glimmer of light, initially no larger than a pinprick. Nevertheless, this tiny beacon filled Sizhu with immense joy. The sight of light signified a glimmer of hope for their escape. She fervently hoped that the passage beyond the cave would prove safe. As they approached the cave's mouth, the light intensified and became increasingly blinding. Having lingered in the darkness for far too long, Sizhu found her eyes momentarily unaccustomed to the brightness, prompting her to hesitate before venturing out. Only after allowing her eyes to acclimate to the luminescence did she step outside. Before her lay an expansive meadow, the grass reaching nearly to waist height, surrounded by towering peaks that loomed overhead, creating a secluded, almost hermetic valley. The height of the grass and the absence of any footprints suggested that this haven had not been disturbed by either humans or beasts for quite some time. A short distance from the cave's entrance, a crystalline stream flowed, its waters cascading down from the nearby mountains. The gentle sound of flowing water they had heard earlier must have emanated from this very brook. Sizhu was delighted to spot several golden koi swimming gracefully in the stream, appearing even more robust than those in the cave's pool. It became clear that the fish in the cave had originated from this stream, likely having traversed underground currents to reach the pool. After savoring the exquisite taste of the golden koi, Sizhu and Huahua recognized the fish's rarity and value, perhaps even surpassing the precious spirit grains they had longed for. Consuming this delicacy not only allowed her to advance without any adverse effects or repercussions, but also aided in expelling impurities from her body, a most remarkable benefit. However, at that moment, they were not yet hungry and remained uncertain about any latent dangers lurking within the valley. Sizhu resolved to thoroughly explore the valley before contemplating their meals. A short distance ahead lies an expanse of peach orchards. where an extraordinary phenomenon occurs. One half of the grove is adorned with peach trees heavy with clusters of ripe fruit, while the other half astonishingly still blooms with delicate peach blossoms, enticing numerous butterflies and bees to dance gracefully amongst them. The coexistence of flowers and fruits? This remarkable sight leaves Sizhu in wonderment. Perhaps it is due to the unique geographical conditions or the distinctive climate of this place that such an unusual spectacle has come to be. As a novice in the realm of cultivation, Sizhu had never contemplated that these trees might be mutated varieties to produce such a phenomenon. Continuing along the path through the peach grove for another 2 or 3 miles, Sizhu glimpsed a thatched cottage nestled deep within the orchard. The cottage appeared quite rudimentary, consisting of only 2 small rooms, and seemed to have been neglected for many years. The thatch on the roof was sparse, revealing the beams beneath. Does the presence of a house imply that someone dwells within? Sizhu felt a flutter of anticipation, wondering which elder might be living in seclusion here. However, upon observing the dilapidated state of the thatched cottage, her uncertainty grew. The roof was so worn that it was practically exposed to the elements. It seemed unlikely that anyone would reside in such a place. Perhaps someone had once lived here, but now Sizhu harbored little hope. If there were indeed someone present, she and Huahua had been here for quite some time, and surely they would have heard any sounds coming from within. Straining her ears, she detected no signs of life inside the cottage. Sizhu approached and pushed open the door, which creaked ominously as it swung ajar, producing 2 thunderous bangs that sent a cloud of dust into the air. Sizhu thought to herself, is this door deliberately trying to cause a scene? She had barely exerted any force. Waving her hand to disperse the swirling dust, she stepped inside the cottage. This room appears to have once belonged to the original owner as a bedroom, yet its furnishings are remarkably sparse, consisting solely of a bed, a table, and a wooden chair. The presence of only a single chair suggests that the previous occupant lived here alone. The simplicity of the room is striking. Apart from a quilt on the bed, a man's outer garment draped over the chair, and a set of writing materials on the table, there is nothing else. Even these items are covered with a thick layer of dust, indicating that no one has visited in quite some time. Sizhu felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Undeterred, she cast another glance at the table and picked up the solitary sheet of paper, the only one not marred by ink. With gentle care, she brushed away the dust, acutely aware that the passage of time had rendered the paper fragile, and she feared that her touch might ruin it. Fortunately, the paper remained in remarkably good condition, its quality exquisite, filled with writing that, alas, bore no useful information for Sizhu. The paper was dominated by the repeated inscription of a woman's name, Feng Wanqing, written dozens of times, occupying the entirety of the page. The calligraphy revealed a high level of skill. However, the final instances of the name suggested a shift in the writer's intent. It was as if the original owner, aware of an impending departure or driven by some other motive, sought to etch this name into permanence. Each character, in stark contrast to the earlier fluidity, was inscribed slowly and deliberately, as if the writer wished to engrave these 3 characters into the very marrow of her being. From these beads, one can infer that the original owner harbored profound feelings for Feng Wanqing, to the extent that he feared forgetting her amidst the solitude of this desolate wilderness, compelling him to repeatedly inscribe her name anew. Truly, he is a person of deep affection. However, Sizhu felt a pang of disappointment. She would have preferred the paper to contain some useful information instead. Just as she was about to set the paper aside, she noticed 2 lines of poetry on the reverse side. The characters were quite small, and at first glance, she thought they were merely ink smudges from the front. The sun rises in the east, rain falls in the west. It is said to be overcast. Yet there is sunshine. Upon closer inspection, Sizhu was astounded to recognize these lines as the work of the Tang Dynasty poet Liu Yuxi. Could it be that the occupant of this room was also an unexpected traveler from her past, perhaps a fellow compatriot? Yet, apart from this piece of paper, there were no other clues to ascertain the identity of the owner. Sizhu proceeded to push open the second door, this time remaining cautious. She nudged the door and quickly stepped back to avoid being engulfed in dust. However, contrary to her expectations, the doors were robust and did not budge. Undeterred, she applied greater force, yet the doors remained steadfastly locked in their frames. Were they secured from within? There was no visible lock on the outside. Even if they were locked, one would expect some degree of movement, yet the door appeared sealed in place, unmoving. Sizhu mustered all her strength to push against the door, but it did not yield in the slightest. There was no other choice. Even if a formation had indeed been set, she, a novice in cultivation, would be utterly incapable of deciphering it and could only resort to a forceful entry. Just as Sizhu was about to blow warm breath into her palms and charge ahead recklessly, anti-heroine, who had been unconscious for a day and a night on Huahua's back, suddenly regained consciousness. "Where is this?" Anti-heroine sat up and rubbed her forehead. Although the patriarch of the Ni family's elixir had saved her life, the excessive loss of blood and vital energy left her feeling somewhat dizzy.
Nishifu?
It dawned on anti-heroine that she was, astonishingly, on the back of Sizhu's demonic pet. This meant that the one who had rescued her was none other than the young lady she had always looked down upon. "What? Are you astonished to the point of disbelief upon seeing me?" Sizhu raised an eyebrow. At this juncture, she hoped anti-heroine would not still be oblivious to the situation and seek trouble. "I just didn't expect you to save me." Anti-heroine's expression was complex. The two had harbored mutual disdain, yet, in the end, it was Sizhu who had set aside past grievances to save her life.
Thank you.
Anti-heroine expressed her heartfelt gratitude. It must have been no easy feat to rescue her from such perilous circumstances. Even if she had previously held biases against Sizhu, she had to admit that if she were in a dire situation, she would never take on an additional burden, especially one she detested. Just a simple thank you will suffice. Now that we are well, let us see if this door holds any peculiarities, as I find myself unable to open it. Chapter 22. Diqing City. Anti-heroine curiously surveyed her surroundings, somewhat perplexed. To her surprise, there existed such a picturesque valley within the misty mountains. The harmonious ambience, filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of blossoms, along with the presence of thatched cottages, indicated that this place had once been inhabited. In her perception, Yunwu Mountain is an exceedingly perilous place, where even the foundational elders of her family dare not venture deep, merely gathering medicinal herbs and minerals from the periphery. She had never heard of anyone residing within the mountain. This was my first visit as well. Sizhu recounted the events that transpired after she lost consciousness. It seemed that their entire clan was likely reduced to just a few of their younger generation. Anti-heroine's expression darkened. With the disappearance of Lingfeng City, she would no longer hold the title of the eldest young lady of the Ni family. This was secondary. Without the protection of her parents, she would henceforth lead a life of wandering and hardship. By the way, you mentioned that Lu Chonglin also survived and has entered Yunwu Mountain? Anti-heroine revealed a hint of shyness. Lu Chonglin was her betrothed and had already reached the 7th level of qi refinement. Being with him would undoubtedly be safer than accompanying Sizhu's. Sizhu, however, was not oblivious to her intentions and promptly extinguished her unrealistic fantasies. Firstly, whether he can survive is uncertain. Moreover, your engagement was established by the elders of both families. Now that their fates are unknown, and with the clan bearing a deep-seated grudge, do you truly believe Lu Chonglin would be inclined to marry you at this moment, or to accompany a burdensome fiancé through a life of tribulation? If he genuinely cared for anti-heroine, he would have taken the initiative to claim her long ago. The betrothal was not a mutual affection but rather a familial arrangement, so how could one expect him to tenderly care for another amidst such peril? Were she in his position, she would feel the same. Had it not been for the chief's favor, she would have ceased her concerns upon leaving the city. Her willingness to rescue Anai Sidong, despite her disregard for Anai Siki, stemmed solely from her father's rescue of the eldest sister. This is a case of tit for tat. However, the grace of saving a life eventually diminishes. If she continues to yearn for distant heights, she might not mind parting ways with Anai Sidong. Enough of that. I merely mentioned it in passing. Anai Sidong detected a hint of displeasure and veiled threat in Juju's tone and promptly changed the subject.
Now.
They were left with only each other. If Anai Sizhu were to disregard her, she would indeed be utterly alone. Can't you open this rickety door? Anai Sidong quickly diverted the conversation. Seeing her astuteness, Juju refrained from saying more and pointed at the wooden door before them. I don't know if it has been enchanted or something, but I can't push it open no matter how hard I try. Anai Sidong pondered for a long while but could not decipher its mystery. It makes no sense. The house is already in such disrepair. How can a mere wooden door remain so resilient? Having spent considerable time in the academy, have you ever heard Uncle Wu or Aunt Chi speak of formations or the like? Zhu inquired. No, there isn't a single formation master in my family, and I haven't even seen any books on the subject, Anai Sidong replied, shaking her head. She was not particularly diligent in her studies. Her knowledge of cultivation likely matched Juju's. It seemed only the ancestral elder possessed any understanding of formations, but alas, the sole knowledgeable individual was no longer among the living. By the way, could it be a barrier? Anai Sidong continued. I have heard that breaking a barrier is quite simple. It merely requires a command or a token crafted to accompany the barrier. Isn't a barrier a part of formations? I am uncertain as well. I have only heard my fifth uncle mention that the barrier, also known as the terrain sealing technique, is an evolved defensive energy shield derived from array formations. However, anyone can effortlessly unlock it as long as they possess the corresponding incantation and token. As for the token, it is futile to hope for it. Had it been in the former owner's chamber just now, she would have discovered it long ago. The incantation. Suddenly, Zhu recalled the three characters, Feng Wanqing, inscribed on the desk. Could that be it? Since she has already arrived here, it would be unwise not to take a look. Naturally, Zhu was unwilling to leave it unexamined, so she thought it best to give it a try. The two novice cultivators began to study the wooden door intently. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in a tavern in Diching City, Anai Sifeng awoke abruptly, sitting up with a jolt. Her first action was to search for her magical sword, but alas, her hands met only emptiness. As she surveyed her unfamiliar surroundings, her anxiety deepened. Where was she? Where had her ever-present sword gone? She vividly remembered that after the blood-sucking insects erupted in Lingfeng City, the clan leader had bestowed upon her a 9th-grade escape talisman and had forcefully activated the charm. Subsequently, during the instant teleportation initiated by the talisman, her low cultivation level had rendered her spirit unstable, leading to dizziness and unconsciousness. Had someone rescued her while she was in a stupor? But why had they taken her magical artifact? Since clarity eluded her, it would be prudent to step outside and inquire. Anai Sifeng descended from the bed and opened the door. Standing outside was a girl of similar age, whose countenance brightened upon seeing Anai Sifeng emerge. Miss, you are awake, she exclaimed joyfully. Anai Sifeng nodded. Did you rescue me? She quickly bowed to the young girl before her. No need for such formalities, the girl replied. The girl assisted Anai Sifeng to her feet, her cheeks tinged with a hint of embarrassment as she scratched her head. I am Xiaoxi, sent to attend to your needs. It was my young master who rescued you. Then I must express my gratitude. May I inquire where your young master is currently located? I wish to thank him in person, Anai Sifeng replied, eager to step outside and summon the innkeeper. However, Xiaoxi promptly halted her, and in that instant, And Sifeng realized she was indeed in an inn. Yet, her mind was preoccupied, and she felt an urgent need to act without delay. There's no need to rush. I simply wish to know where I am, she stated. This is an inn. Is there something you would like to eat, miss? Xiaoxi inquired once more.
No.
I meant to ask the location of this inn, and Sifeng clarified. From the street, Diqing City. Diqing City? A faint smile of resignation crossed Sifeng's lips as she absorbed this unexpected revelation. Do you not recall? Xiaoxi asked, puzzled. Sifeng shook her head. Though she had arrived here through a teleportation talisman, she had indeed lost consciousness and was unaware that she had come to Diqing City. Ah, so you have finally awakened. A warm and melodious voice resonated before her. She raised her gaze to meet the eyes of a young man, as graceful and refined as jade and orchids. I am grateful to you, sir, for your timely rescue, she said with a respectful nod. It was but a trifling act. There is no need for such formality, he replied, waving his hand dismissively. His gaze toward Sifeng grew increasingly bright, revealing her beauty more vividly in his eyes. Observing the way her young master looked at the girl, Xiaoxi could not help but smile knowingly. Surely, you must be hungry, my lord. Coincidentally, this young lady has yet to dine. I shall summon the innkeeper to bring forth some food and wine, allowing you both to converse at your leisure. She stepped out of the room, gently closing the door behind her. Sifeng felt a twinge of unease and promptly rose to the occasion, inquiring directly, May I ask how you are dressed, young master? Chapter 23. The wind beast just call me Long San, he replied. Sifeng clasped her hands in a gesture of respect, intending to take her leave. However, Long San swiftly obstructed her path, questioning, Why the haste, fair maiden? Will you not even pause for a meal? Is there some troubling matter at home? It was a rare encounter with a woman he found appealing, and, to his dismay, she was prepared to depart before they had exchanged more than a few words. This left Long San feeling profoundly disheartened. Was he truly so unlikable? During his time in the capital, numerous young ladies had vied for his attention, which he found rather tiresome. Yet now, for the first time, a woman seemed utterly indifferent to him. Understanding dawned upon him. He felt rather embarrassed to impede Sifeng any longer, yet he was reluctant to let her leave so easily. My surname is and my given name is Sifeng, she said, regarding Long San with a puzzled expression. There is no need to trouble yourself, young Master Long. My home is quite distant from here. Where might that be? So far away? Long San was hearing of the city for the first time. Diqing City was already recognized as the farthest stronghold, and Lingfeng City must surely be an even more remote locale. How had Sifeng come to be here? Seeing Long San's unwavering determination to accompany her, Sifeng found her attempts to decline futile and thus resigned herself to allowing him to join her on her journey. By the way, he added, I noticed that your magical artifact is severely damaged, so I procured a similar one for you. I wonder if it pleases you? Long San produced a silver-white sword, 3 feet in length, its blade elegantly slender and its hilt adorned with intricate cloud patterns, set with a pale blue gemstone that exuded an air of opulence. Most notably, this sword was a 3rd-tier magical artifact, while Sifeng had merely damaged a 2nd-tier one. One cannot receive rewards without merit. I have already accepted too many favors from young Master Long, and cannot take any more of your possessions, Sifeng firmly declined. No one bestows kindness upon another without reason, especially when they share no familial ties. Accepting his gift would only complicate matters further. Is it that Miss Sifeng finds the quality of this sword unsatisfactory? Long San felt a pang of disappointment. At that moment, the best sword suitable for female cultivators in the magical artifact shop was indeed this one. Had they been in the capital, he could have procured a superior sword for Sifeng, even a 5th-tier one, without difficulty. That is not the case, Sifeng replied, somewhat exasperated, shaking her head. The finest magical artifact used by my elders is also a 3rd tier. How could I possibly disdain it? It is merely that we are but transient acquaintances, and moreover, young Master Long has saved my life. How could I repay kindness with ingratitude by accepting your belongings? It seems I have misunderstood you, Miss. Long San's expression softened. Yet he remained resolute in his intention to gift her the sword. He merely rephrased his offer. In that case, allow me to lend this sword to you for your protection. You may return it when you acquire a more suitable magical artifact or spirit stones. Observing Long San's earnest demeanor and his unwavering determination, Anai Sifeng reluctantly accepted the sword. May I inquire, young Master Long, how many spirit stones does this sword require? Not much, merely 100 medium-grade spirit stones, he replied. Long San spoke softly, revealing that he had actually purchased it for 150 medium-grade spirit stones. However, to him, such a sum was merely trifling. He could easily afford a price tenfold that amount. Anai Sifeng, with only 10 low-grade spirit stones in her storage bag, realized that young Master Long San hailed from a distinguished background and was exceedingly wealthy, yet she did not anticipate the extent of his fortune. His steed, too, was a uniform two-tiered wind-rided beast, boasting a speed surpassing that of the swiftest blood-sweating steed by 2 or 3 times, which made her even more appreciative of him. Miss Sifeng, given the windrider's swift pace and strong winds, perhaps it would be wise to don a face veil? Shall, she suggested, presenting a delicate white veil to Anai Sifeng. It would be a pity for such exquisite beauty to be exposed to the elements. Nevertheless, regardless of the outcome, one must confront reality. Evasion is not a solution to problems. Only by facing challenges with courage can one triumph over adversity. Fourth uncle, shall we take a break? Anai Siki, genuinely fatigued, found his legs as heavy as lead, unable to take another step. After merely traversing over 8 miles, he was already declaring his inability to continue. At this pace of walking and resting, it was uncertain when they would reach the capital. However, as the only male heir of the Anai family, Anai Shinji felt a twinge of concern for him, prompting him to pause and say, "Have a drink, then we shall press on." "Thank you, fourth uncle," Anai Siki cheered, sitting down on the ground. It is worth mentioning that he and his fourth uncle were supposed to have set out 4 days prior. But fourth uncle could not bear to leave the bodies of the 4 great families and the citizens of Lingfeng City lying unburied, wishing instead to ensure they received a proper burial. In the heart of Lingfeng City, a vast pit was excavated. He, along with his fourth uncle, buried all the corpses within, taking a full 4 days to complete the grim task. Fourth uncle, what purpose does our journey to the capital serve? Anai Siki inquired with curiosity. Why not choose any nearby city to continue our lives? With his fourth uncle's late-stage foundation-building cultivation, they could thrive anywhere. Why insist on going to the capital? Why must we go to the capital? Anai Shinji sighed. Mo Jiuchong, a late-stage golden core practitioner, was an enemy whose vengeance he could never attain. Should Mo Jiuchong decide to eliminate them, the families and city lords in the nearby towns would provide no refuge. Only in the capital, bustling with talent and strength, could they find a measure of safety. Even Mo Jiuchong would not dare to act openly. More importantly, he wished to locate Da Anai Sifeng, seizing the opportunity to inquire along the way. In the capital, information would flow more freely, making inquiries significantly easier. The capital was far more prosperous than these towns. Do you not wish to go? Anai Siki contemplated for a moment and replied, I do wish to go. If only it were a bit closer. After walking for a day, they had only covered a few dozen miles. And the thought of the remaining 50,000 miles ahead left Anai Siki disheartened. Upon reaching the next city, Shueihua City, I will purchase 2 horses. That will speed our journey considerably, Anai Shinji declared, much to Anai Siki's delight. All living creatures in Lingfeng City had been drained by the blood poison, making it difficult to find even ordinary beasts for transport. They could only rely on their own 2 legs. Fourth uncle, look at that horse with antler-like horns. What breed is it? It runs so swiftly. And Isiki gazed enviously at a group of individuals swiftly passing by on the adjacent road. Fourth uncle, let us acquire one of those magnificent steeds we just witnessed. That is not a horse, Enai Shinji sighed, observing Enai Siki's naive enthusiasm. Truly, he is the foolish son of a landlord. What they beheld was a second-tier windrider beast, possessing the antlers of a deer, the head of a horse, and the body of an ox, yet its speed far surpassed that of an ordinary horse. However, its price was not merely several times higher. Its rarity made it extraordinarily scarce, and even wealth might not suffice to procure one. A single windrider beast would cost no less than 200 medium-grade spirit stones. Who possesses such means to acquire a dozen windrider beasts for mounts? Moreover, why were they headed towards Lingfeng City? A vague familiarity tugged at Enai Shinji regarding one individual's silhouette, yet their extraordinary speed prevented him from discerning their identity, leading to an unforeseen separation from his eldest daughter, resulting in a reunion many years later. Chapter 24. Fellow Villager? Why would there still be others passing through here? It appeared to be an elderly person accompanied by a youth. The older figure evoked a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of his father's visage. Though his father was certainly not that aged. Half of the man's hair was already grizzled, and Enai Shifeng vaguely recalled the wrinkles adorning his face. Compared to her father, this individual seemed to have aged decades. Could he be among those who miraculously escaped? Enai Shifeng displayed a hopeful expression, pondering whether this indicated that survivors still dwelled within Lingfeng City, yearning to see her loved ones alive. I shall give it a try. Zhu stood before the wooden door, clearing her throat, hoping that Enai Shirtao's guess was correct.
Feng Wanqing.
The wooden door remained utterly silent. Could it be that she was mistaken? Zhu felt a profound disappointment, yet refused to resign herself to despair. She called out once more, Feng Wanqing. The wooden door remained obstinately still. A sense of dejection washed over her. It was evident that she was not the heroine of a novel, a paragon of fortune. And to entertain the notion of serendipity was indeed laughable. What could possibly be hidden within this dilapidated abode? If it chose not to open, then so be it. Enai Sitiao, however, was largely indifferent to the situation. In her view, such a decrepit dwelling could hardly harbor anything of value. After all, a place so shabby was not likely to be protected by any formidable barrier. Had she ever encountered such a thing in other residences? Even the Enai family's library did not boast such elaborate defenses. Zhu was convinced that there must be something within that room, but the lack of a means to unlock the door left her at an impasse. The name you just called out, could it belong to the master of this house? Enai Sitiao, piqued by curiosity, inquired. Zhu shook her head. The owner of the thatched cottage was undoubtedly a man. Perhaps he was even a fellow townsman, which only heightened her intrigue about the contents of this dwelling. Everything, from the simple furnishings of the bedroom to the handwriting on the paper, and even the solitary piece of clothing left behind, indicated that the former occupant was unmistakably male. Feng Wanqing was likely his beloved or perhaps an unattainable object of affection. If they were indeed lovers, it seemed improbable that they would address one another by full names. Perhaps a surname could be omitted in their call.
Nishitiao,
Having just entered the bloom of youth, possessed a far greater understanding of the dynamics between men and women than Zhu, who remained oblivious in both her past and present lives. Wanqing, Zhu said, dropping the surname as she spoke once more. The wooden door remained unresponsive, and Zhu let out a sigh, feeling disheartened. What about Qing? Enai Sitiao pondered before speaking. Zhu clearly harbored doubts. It seemed implausible that a man would set such a sentimental passphrase. Could it possibly be a simple phrase? After contemplating, Zhu decided to give it a try, uttering, My beloved Wanqing? The door remained obstinate. Wanqing, my love? Dearest Wanqing? It appeared that the door would not yield. Enai Sitiao rose to her feet, suggesting, Why don't we find a way out? We can't possibly remain trapped in this mountain for eternity. She was young and did not wish to spend the rest of her life in the mountains with Sizhu. Wait, Zhu exclaimed, tapping her forehead. How could I have forgotten that line of poetry? What poetry?
Nisitao inquired.
The east sees the sun rise, the west witnesses the rain. They say it is not clear, yet there is clarity. As soon as Zhu finished reciting, the wooden door creaked open with a decisive click. It opened. Zhu exclaimed joyfully, stepping into the room, with Tao curiously following behind. This room was twice the size of the master bedroom. Although the ceiling bore a gaping hole, suggesting that rain and sunlight would seep in, the room was safeguarded by a protective barrier. Everything within appeared as pristine as ever, and it was remarkably dust-free. Although the furnishings were still modest, there was a considerable array of items, including an antique shelf brimming with books and various jade vases.
Yet,
Zhu's attention was drawn not to those, but to a painting adorning the wall in the center of the room. Although it is an ink wash painting depicting a figure, the girl within the artwork is clad in a modern dress from a previous life, extending her arm towards the viewer. Her appearance can be described as delicate, yet her smile radiates warmth and brilliance. The entire background of the painting is suffused with warm hues, creating a vivid and serene atmosphere, capturing the girl's essence beautifully on paper. At this moment, Zhu felt a surge of excitement, realizing that she had encountered a fellow villager. She pondered the fate of this acquaintance. The woman depicted in the painting must be his beloved in the modern world, Feng Wanqing. She wondered whether he had arrived in this realm in his original form or, like her, had traversed souls. What manner of attire is the woman in the painting wearing? Tiao expressed her disdain, finding the revealing nature of the clothing, exposing arms and legs, unpleasant. Perhaps it was typical of their era's fashion. The disparity of worlds indeed shaped differing perceptions, making it nearly impossible for a young girl like Tiao, with thoughts akin to those of ancient times, to accept modern attire. Zhu's attention, however, was not focused on the painting itself. She sought to discover whether this fellow villager had left behind anything of value. Beneath the painting lay a table upon which rested a box made of an indeterminate material. Zhu approached, eager to open the box, but once again faced an obstacle. Holding it in her hands, she examined it from all angles until she finally noticed a small inscription etched on the underside, the first 10 digits of pi. Upon reading this, Zhu exhaled in relief, grateful that she wouldn't have to memorize the periodic table of elements or the memorial of the troops. It appeared that the incantation required to unlock the box's barrier was simply to recite those digits. In that moment, Zhu felt fortunate to have traversed souls into this world. She simply could not fathom how the homeowner could predict that fellow townsfolk would come here years later. Although Zhu was perplexed, she picked up the box and recited the incantation, 3-1-4-1-5-9-2-6-5-4. With a click, the box opened, revealing 2 books and a letter inside. Zhu first glanced at the 3 books. One was an internal cultivation method titled Withered Wood Meeting Spring, while the other 2 were wood-based defensive spells. Thorn Technique and All Things Born, all suitable for practitioners with a wood spiritual root. Sidong leaned in to take a look but, feeling somewhat disappointed, turned her gaze toward the items on the antique shelf. Lacking a wood spiritual root, those techniques were of no use to her. Only Sizhu could cultivate them. Zhu felt a surge of joy, as this was her first stroke of fortune since entering the realm of cultivation. These 3 techniques far surpassed the 5 elements spirit manipulation she had been practicing. The internal method Withered Wood Meeting Spring comprised 9 levels. The first level allowed one to progress from the initial stage of qi refinement to the consummate stage of qi refinement. The subsequent levels from 2 to 9 could be cultivated all the way to ascension. Moreover, upon reaching the accomplished state of the first level, one could generate a life-sustaining energy within which, when engaging in combat, could rapidly heal even the most grievous injuries, as long as there was a breath of life remaining to nourish the wounded parts of the body. This energy could also be utilized to heal others. Of course, in the early stages, the first to third levels produced only a meager amount of life-sustaining energy. If she sustained severe injuries, she would still require medicinal elixirs for healing. This internal method would only grow in potency during the later stages, potentially enabling one to achieve the miraculous feat of revitalizing the dead. Moreover, this heart technique possesses an additional advantage. Each practice session purifies her with spiritual root, and upon reaching the 7th level, she can transform into a wood spiritual body. The wood spiritual body is one of the 5 elemental spiritual bodies, surpassing even that of cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots in terms of innate talent. Most importantly, during cultivation, the wood's spiritual body absorbs spiritual energy at twice the rate of the heavenly spiritual root, thereby significantly accelerating the progress of her training. Additionally, there are 2 offensive spells. The first, Thorn Technique, allows the user to summon vast expanses of thorny brambles at will to assail enemies. The higher the practitioner's cultivation, the more formidable the Thorn Technique becomes, eventually enabling the conjuration of an endless array of poisonous thorns and thorny forests, capable of immobilizing or ensnaring foes. While it may not be the most powerful offensive spell, it is certainly regarded as a respectable technique within the realm of attack spells. What excites Sizhu the most is the final spell, All Things Born. The name itself exudes a natural essence. This spell allows the practitioner to manipulate various plants in battle, turning every leaf and blade of grass into a vigilant companion. It can also instantly transform ordinary flora into formidable auxiliary forces, enhancing combat capabilities and achieving the element of surprise against unprepared foes. Without a doubt, even considering the risks involved in coming here, these 3 techniques alone make the journey worthwhile. Chapter 25. A letter. Zhu stored the 3 techniques in her storage pouch before finally opening the letter in her hand. Fellow villager, greetings. You can open the wooden box using the password, and I believe you, like me, hail from the same origin. Let us call each other fellow villagers for now. Shortly after my unexpected arrival in this world, I pondered whether there might be others who, like me, have inadvertently crossed over from Earth. However, despite my prolonged presence here, I have yet to encounter even a single one of them. Perhaps they are adept at concealing themselves, fearful that revealing their true nature as beings from another realm might invite unwarranted trouble. I can only assert that until I reach the pinnacle of power on the continent of Jojo, this decision is indeed prudent. This is not a land governed by the rule of law. Here, everything is dictated by strength. Until I can solidify my own might, it is wiser to remain in the shadows. Of course, should one possess the courage, one may forge a bloody path with one's own hands to ascend to the zenith of power. I, for instance, have embarked on such a journey, aspiring to become a legendary figure in this realm before taking my final bow. By the way, having spoken at length, I have yet to introduce myself. My name is Xiedong, a name as ordinary as they come, belonging to an unremarkable individual from the 21st century. A typical recluse who never anticipated becoming a legend in this place. Yet, upon reaching the summit, I found little joy, for I could not identify anyone with whom to share my happiness and glory. Instead, I was met with endless solitude and desolation. After more than 10,000 years, I still feel profoundly out of place here, my heart not belonging to this realm. We were once poised to marry, but fate intervened, casting me into this unexpected existence. Now a millennium has passed, and I have encountered failure countless times. Having refused ascension, my time is drawing near. Calculating my remaining lifespan, I have perhaps only a few decades left, which is why I have scoured Jojo to find this tranquil, undisturbed haven, hoping to make one last effort to unravel the secrets of opening a portal to another dimension. In my lifetime, devoid of offspring and heirs. Should I fail to discover the portal through time and space, I shall depart this world as empty-handed as I arrived. My sole lament lies in the profound solitude I have endured throughout these millennia. Perhaps my deep-seated obsession with Earth and its inhabitants has hindered me from truly opening my heart to embrace this world and its people. Instead, I have resorted to avoidance, causing those who extended kindness and sought friendship with me to repeatedly encounter barriers, ultimately leading them to distance themselves from me. I fervently hope that you will not follow in my footsteps, but rather immerse yourself wholly in this realm, forging genuine friendships that will stand the test of time, and perhaps even venture to the celestial realm on my behalf. Now, having rambled on, I trust you are weary of my musings. So, let us address the matter at hand. You have likely come across the 3 volumes of cultivation techniques, which serve as my legacy. Should fortune smile upon you, and you possess the wood's spiritual root, congratulations, for you have become a favored child of the heavenly Tao. Cherish this golden opportunity. May it propel you to great heights. Though we may exist in disparate dimensions and may never meet in this lifetime, the fact that you can read this letter across the vast expanse of time suggests a serendipitous connection, and thus, we may consider ourselves friends. In closing, I wish for you to achieve all your desires, as this remains my greatest regret in life. Yours sincerely, Xiaodong. Perhaps my final words. Upon finishing the letter, Zhu found herself unable to quell the tumult of her emotions. She realized she was not the sole outsider in this world. Another had once tread a path of brilliance, yet willingly forsook the allure of immortality for the sake of love. She wondered, did he ultimately succeed? Regrettably, the letter concluded without revealing whether he ever discovered the portal to another realm. What are you thinking? Come and take a look. Tiao interrupted Zhu's reverie. What is it? Zhu inquired as she approached. Elixirs. There are actually 5 vials of elixirs here, exquisite ones ranging from 3rd to 8th grade, preserved in spirit jade bottles, with their potency intact. We are in luck. Tiao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement, her smile stretching almost to her ears. She held out 5 jade bottles to Zhu, saying, choose one. The rest are mine. I am not well versed in elixirs, Zhu replied, surprised that Tiao would allow her to choose first. This girl was even more generous and open-hearted than she had initially thought, which greatly improved Zhu's impression of her. You can have them all. I already possess a cultivation technique. But you brought me here, and you opened the door. Tiao said, feeling a bit shy. She would have been reluctant to share otherwise. Despite being the daughter of the clan leader, her opportunities to consume elixirs had been quite limited throughout her life, and these elixirs were likely unseen by her father as well. You contributed too. Without your reminder, I would never have deduced that this was a barrier, Zhu acknowledged candidly. She felt she had received the lion's share, and it was only fair for Tiao to receive those 5 vials of elixirs. Then I am truly grateful, seeing that Zhu genuinely intended to share the elixirs. Tiao no longer felt the need to be polite. The other books on the antique shelf were either travelogues or texts concerning formations and barriers. With her inherent knack for gathering knowledge, Zhu had collected numerous books, and she encouraged Tiao to do the same. As Tiao, a student who experiences headaches at the mere sight of books, reluctantly selects a few volumes to place in her pocket after witnessing Zhu do the same with her storage bag. For her, lacking a storage bag, this is the extent of her capacity. She cannot carry any more. Zhu, with the aid of her father's storage bag, efficiently accommodates the remaining books. Soon, the room is tidied by the sisters, and once all useful items have been collected, they step out of the house. Why are we leaving? Tiao is eager to depart the mountains. I am not considering leaving just yet, Zhu responds, shaking her head. This secluded and tranquil place is ideal for cultivation. Given her current strength, venturing out into the perilous Yunwu mountain would be akin to courting death. She believes it is essential to thoroughly master her offensive spells before she can ensure her own safety when they eventually leave. Once outside, she intends to seek out her elder sister. Then how will I get out? And Sizhu's thoughts linger on her fiancé, Lu Chonglin. She is unwilling to squander her youth trapped in this remote wilderness. After a moment's hesitation, Sizhu suggests, "Can't we leave together? We can cultivate outside as well. This place is safe and free from disturbances. Even if we were to leave now, I cannot guarantee the safety of you, me, and Hua. I do not plan to leave for at least another year. You are free to do as you wish." Seeing that Sizhu is unyielding, Zhu refrains from further argument. As Hua observes her master finishing up, it eagerly expresses its desire for fish. Zhu accompanies it to the stream to catch some fish, while Sizhu, having fainted for a day and night without food, feels her stomach rumble with hunger. The stream teems with fish, sufficient to sustain them for an extended period, and Zhu calls upon Sizhu to join her in this endeavor. Chapter 26. I wish to join the immortal sect. Once Sizhu savored the exquisite golden koi fish here and ascended to the 5th level of qi refinement, she ceased her complaints about wanting to leave. "Sizhu, shall we indulge in roasted fish today?" Sizhu inquired almost incessantly. The fish in this stream had all been marked by Sizhu, and neither she nor Hua dared to sneak a taste behind her back, lest they face punishment. The last time, Hua, succumbing to gluttony, pilfered 2 fish in quick succession, resulting in several days of discomfort and alarming Sizhu, who had no choice but to use her spiritual energy daily to guide Hua's excess energy, enabling the latter to successfully absorb the surplus spiritual energy into the 2nd tier. Subsequently, Sizhu decreed that they could only enjoy roasted fish once every fortnight. Otherwise, the risk of exploding due to an inability to absorb the excess spiritual energy loomed large. However, Sizhu found it impossible to resist the temptation of an effortless breakthrough, compounded by the undeniable deliciousness of the golden koi, prompting her to inquire once each day. Sizhu, now at the pinnacle of the 6th level of qi refinement, shook her head. "Excess in all things can be detrimental. Should you find yourself hungry today, climb a tree and pick some peaches. I shall be entering seclusion for a few days, so please do not disturb me." More peaches, more peaches. Her little face contorting in displeasure. Though her name bore the word peach, she held little interest in the fruit. Alas, her fists lacked the strength to defy Sizhu, especially with Hua, who had recently evolved into a wild boar with long tusks, glaring at her intently. Thus, she dared not entertain the notion of fishing. Sizhu entered the 2nd thatched cottage, retrieved 3 volumes of martial arts manuals, and after a moment's contemplation, resolved to first practice the foundational technique withered tree blossoming in spring, followed by the thorn technique, and all things flourish. With the assistance of the internal cultivation techniques, she was able to grasp the 2 wooden-based offensive spells with greater agility. However, the intricacies of this wooden internal cultivation method were profoundly complex. Without a mentor to provide guidance and explanations, coupled with her inability to comprehend certain terminologies from the realm of cultivation, her training was naturally a laborious endeavor yielding minimal results. Gazing at the desolate city of Lingfeng, Sizhu transitioned from eager anticipation to gradual disappointment, ultimately succumbing to despair. Her father, mother, younger sister, other elders and siblings from her clan, as well as the entire populace of Lingfeng City, might have perished. Perhaps she was the sole fortunate survivor. And this empty city bore witness to the traces of their existence. What calamity had befallen this place? Why was there not a soul in sight? Curious, young Master Long inquired, "Miss Sizhu, are you all right?" He produced a handkerchief, intending to approach and wipe away the tears of the fair maiden, yet hesitated for fear of intruding on her sorrow. In that moment of uncertainty, he observed Sizhu stepping towards the city as outskirts. "Miss Sizhu, where are you headed?" Young Master Long called out, hastening to catch up with her. accompanied by his guards. Forgive me, young Master Long, I may have spoken thoughtlessly. I intend to seek out the immortal sect to study under their tutelage. Once I have avenged my family, I shall return to Diqing City to repay your kindness. Anai Sifeng expressed with deep remorse, realizing this was her first instance of breaking a promise. You wish to join a sect? Young Master Long exclaimed immediately. Why did you not mention this sooner? I have a way to assist you. What method? Anai Sifeng turned to him. Do you know where the immortal sect is located? Certainly, they are not referred to as the immortal sect but rather as a school or sect, for they have yet to attain true immortality, and thus cannot be called the immortal sect, young Master Long explained patiently. Are there many such sects? Anai Sifeng inquired. Not much on the Tianyuan continent. There are two prominent sects, the Tianyan sect and the Guanhai sect. One resides atop the Five Extremes Spirit Mountain in the inland, while the other is situated on the enchanting Penglai Island in the East Sea. Both locations are akin to celestial realms, inaccessible to mere mortals or ordinary cultivators. Additionally, there exist 5 intermediate sects and numerous minor factions, all dispersed across various abundant spiritual locales. Without connections or exceptional aptitude, even entry into the smaller sects remains a distant dream, and those fortunate enough to gain access would commence their journey as servant disciples or outer disciples. Young Master Long glanced at Anai Sifeng and continued with a sense of pride. I possess a means to facilitate your entry into the Tianyan sect. Does young Master Long have any conditions? Anai Sifeng asked. Young Master Long shook his head and replied, Our family maintains a reciprocal relationship with the Tianyan sect, which has graciously consented to allow 2 disciples from our family to enter the sect every 20 years. Coincidentally, the beginning of next year marks my departure to join the Tianyan sect. Furthermore, we are permitted to bring along 2 servant disciples. Initially, I intended to take Xiaoxi with me. However, since Miss Sifeng wishes to join a sect, why not accompany me to the Tianyan sect? After all, it is a prestigious sect, and even as a servant disciple, one would be in a superior position compared to the inner disciples of smaller sections. Anai Sifeng did not respond immediately. She pondered young Master Long's words. Unbeknownst to her, young Master Long misinterpreted her silence as dissatisfaction with the prospect of being a servant disciple, prompting him to hastily assure her, Although you will be entering the sect under the pretense of serving me, rest assured, I shall not regard you as merely a servant disciple, and I would never allow you to feel slighted. Young Master Long has misunderstood me. It is not that I am dissatisfied with being a servant disciple. As long as I can enter the sect for cultivation, I am willing to endure any hardship. I was merely contemplating whether these grand sects have any assessments for servant disciples to ascend. No one desires to remain a servant disciple for a lifetime, especially someone like Ni Sifeng, who possesses innate spiritual roots. The higher one ascends in rank, the better the cultivation environment and resources available. Of course, every servant disciple can become an outer disciple upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, but the path from outer disciple to inner disciple is considerably stringent. One must attain the golden core within a century to qualify as an inner disciple. However, there exists a shortcut. Being accepted as a disciple by a certain nascent soul true monarch or a senior of even greater cultivation, thus ascending directly into the ranks of inner disciples. I see. Thank you, young Master Long, for enlightening me, and Ni Sifeng expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Would you be willing to accompany me? Young Master Long inquired, eager at the thought of seeing Ni Sifeng daily. I would be glad to, Ni Sifeng nodded. The daughter of the city lord had fallen from her lofty status to become a mere servant girl, a significant change in her identity. Yet, Ni Sifeng did not mind. As long as she could enter the sect to learn and grow stronger, such grievances were trivial. On the contrary, she felt a deep sense of gratitude towards young Master Long, and even surmised that his background was rather distinguished. Are you of royal descent, young Master Long? Yes. Young Master Long was surprised at how quickly Ni Sifeng had guessed. I and Prince Xiaolong of the Yusa Kingdom. In order to travel more freely, I adopted the name Young Master Long while abroad. I hope you do not mind my concealment of my identity, Miss Sifeng. Certainly not, and Sifeng shook her head. In truth, when Long San produced a team of winged beasts, she had already begun to suspect that his origins were quite remarkable. Even the Lord of Ditching City would not be so extravagant. Zhu had initially estimated that it would take her over half a year to comprehend the first level of her heart method, yet it ultimately took her more than a year to genuinely grasp this foundational principle. During this time, aided by the spiritual energy of the golden carp, both she and Ni made notable progress. Ni successfully advanced to the 6th layer of Qi refinement, being of the fire, earth, and metal roots. With a primary focus on fire, she has now adeptly mastered the basic offensive spells of fire control and earth shield. These spells are among the most rudimentary within the elemental arts. Nevertheless, this advancement has significantly surpassed her previous state of being unable to wield magic, and her physical constitution has improved beyond that of an ordinary person, granting her a certain degree of self-protection.
Observing Misita's medical prowess.
Zhu felt a twinge of disappointment. Although she had ascended to the 7th layer of Qi refinement thanks to the spiritual energy of the spirit fish, she had only just begun to comprehend the first level of the withered wood blossoms in spring internal method and had yet to start learning any other offensive spells. In Chapter 27, Master Xuanji, the academically accomplished Ni once again proposed the idea of leaving Yunwu Mountain. Though it may not be a paradise, it is still a far better cultivation environment than that of the previous Lingfeng city, Ni household. Zhu wished to perfect her 2 offensive spells before venturing out to search for her elder sister. Can't we leave together? Ni inquired, puzzled. While this area produces spirit fish, their numbers are limited. Over the past year, the small stream's spirit fish have nearly been consumed to extinction, leaving only a few to ensure their survival and prevent total annihilation. Aside from the delectable spirit fish, the only other delight lies in the peaches of Taolin. Although sweet and imbued with a faint ethereal essence, consuming them daily inevitably breeds a sense of monotony. And now, Ni feels a wave of nausea at the mere sight of peaches. It is perplexing to consider how the pleasure-seeking Ni Sizhu once managed to endure this bitterness. Zhu shook her head, resolute in her decision. Haven't you always found me displeasing? What? Can you not bear to part with me? Who would miss you? Spare me your vanity, Ni retorted, her words tinged with an uncharacteristic melancholy. After all, having spent over a year in each other's company, and with the other having once saved her life, her feelings toward Ni Sizhu had gradually softened, despite her previous disdain. Once we leave Yunwu Mountain, where do you intend to go? Zhu inquired, well aware that Ni had no interest in cultivation, instead yearning for a life of marriage and motherhood with a talented young man. Zhu could not claim that Ni aspirations were misguided. It was merely a disagreement on their differing paths. Everyone has their own way of living, and as long as it does not contravene principles, she hoped Ni could achieve her desires. I plan to seek refuge with the Zhu family in Shueihua City, then gradually investigate the whereabouts of Lu Chonglin. Though he has been heartless towards me, I cannot turn my back on him. Unless I am certain of his demise, I shall not relinquish my search. Ni was acutely aware of her limited cultivation talent. Even with a lifetime of effort, she would never attain the prowess of her enemies. Thus, she accepted that her parents, watching from the heavens, would wish for her to live a life of peace and happiness. Though this marriage was arranged by her parents and facilitated by a matchmaker, Ni had privately met Lu Chonglin and, from the depths of her heart, felt satisfied enough to agree with a nod. She believed that love could be cultivated through companionship, and she was confident that, with her genuine affection, Lu Chonglin would eventually come to cherish her in return. The name of the valley, Taohua Valley, was bestowed by Zhu. From then on, it was just her and Huahua remaining. Without the incessant chatter of Ni nearby, it would be disingenuous to claim she did not feel lonely. However, Sizhu soon adapted to this solitude and increasingly relished the tranquility of her existence. As another year passed, Sizhu finally comprehended the first layer of the thorn technique, enabling her to effortlessly summon vast expanses of thorns and vines to attack. Yet, the cultivation of the vitality technique proved to be considerably more challenging. Regarding its first layer, Sizhu still possessed only a rudimentary understanding. Although she could induce the growth of plants or accelerate the development of surrounding flora, she had yet to manifest any transformative offensive power. During her leisure, she perused several tomes left by the esteemed Xie regarding barriers and formations. The more intricate texts on formations eluded her comprehension, but she fortuitously found a foundational book that detailed the construction and dismantling of first- and second-tier formations. Lacking the materials necessary for formation deployment, Sizhu diligently noted how to decipher these formations, adding a touch of intrigue to her otherwise monotonous cultivation routine. Ultimately, navigating her path in cultivation alone was not a sustainable strategy. Coupled with her moderate aptitude and the absence of guidance from elders or mentors, she found herself bewildered by certain esoteric terminologies related to advanced cultivation. Even now, she remains at the 7th layer of qi refinement, yet she has ascended to the pinnacle of this stage, merely a step away from the 8th layer. Before departing, Sizhu meticulously restored the 2 thatched cottages, as this place has become the most enduring sanctuary she has known in this world, evoking a sense of nostalgia within her. Upon leaving Yunwu Mountain, she and Huahua planned to visit Lingfeng City. The once desolate landscape, littered with corpses, had vanished. Now, mortals and cultivators alike had resumed their peaceful lives here. Although the vitality of the city had not yet returned to the prosperity it enjoyed over 2 years ago, it was gradually regaining its former vibrancy. Even the estates of the 4 great families had been occupied by new clans, their names changed. Sizhu chose not to dwell on these matters, recognizing them as a natural occurrence. The kingdom of Wisu would not allow a vacant city to languish. It was certain that they would find a way to facilitate the settlement and management by new families. It was a pity, however, that she could no longer glimpse the small courtyard where she once lived with her elder sister. With the essence of the past now absent, Sizhu felt no lingering attachment. She continued her journey southward, and as she passed through Shueihua City, memories of Ni surfaced, prompting her to visit the Zhu family, her grandmother's kin, intending to bid farewell to Ni. To her surprise, she found nothing but emptiness. Could she be searching for Lu Chonglin? Yet, after all these years without a trace, how could she possibly find him? While Sizhu was preoccupied with concern for Ni, she unwittingly stepped into a den of wolves, where others had already set their sights upon her. Did this young girl truly possess no background? The Taoist Xuanji, ever cautious, inquired repeatedly, for this was the very reason he had evaded detection by righteous cultivators throughout his extensive practice of unorthodox methods. No, esteemed elder, please rest assured. I have conducted thorough investigations, and this young girl is none other than the last surviving member of the Ni family from Lingfeng City, which was destroyed over 2 years ago. Her elders and siblings have all perished, leaving her without any backing, and no one will come to seek retribution against you. Zhu Wenshan nodded repeatedly, offering his solemn assurances. The Ni family of Lingfeng City? Is that not your Zhu family's in-law? If that is the case, then this girl indeed qualifies as your relative. Are you truly willing to relinquish her for my enjoyment? Women of such noble lineage are often sought after. Moreover, the 15-year-old Zhu has become increasingly enchanting, with her pair of bright, alluring eyes that captivate anyone who gazes upon her. If Ni Sifeng's beauty could be described as strikingly cold and breathtaking, then Zhu embodies a fresh and ethereal charm. The 2 sisters are like the most exquisite blooms on a branch, each equally mesmerizing, Yet navigating the world without absolute strength for self-preservation is perilous. Sizhu, who was not overly concerned with her appearance, did not contemplate this danger. Thus, when she was warmly invited to stay the night by Sitong's maternal family, she thought little of it, believing their hospitality stemmed from their connection to her grandmother and distant relatives. Enjoy yourself, esteemed Taoist. If it were not for my granddaughter being stealthily released by a certain woman, you might have had the chance to savor the taste of these twin blossoms. Furthermore, being your concubine would be a blessing for her. Accompanying you, she would surely live a life of luxury, far superior to one of hardship and turmoil. I believe that this Ni girl will eventually express her gratitude to our Zhu family. Zhu Wenshan, recalling the escape of Ni Sitong, felt a pang of sorrow, for otherwise, their family would have already climbed to the lofty heights of Taoist Xuanji's favor. Fortunately, divine providence has once again bestowed upon the Zhu family a maiden whose beauty surpasses even that of their granddaughter. The Taoist Xuanji was thoroughly pleased with Zhu's appearance. In his century-long existence, he had never encountered a woman of such exquisite beauty. Thus, he felt quite gratified by the Zhu family's astuteness. With this in mind, the old Taoist decided to graciously accept the situation. Having lingered here for far too long, with many now aware of his penchant for utilizing women as alchemical vessels, he resolved to depart from Shueihua City with Zhu that very night. As Zhu Wenshan began to express his thoughts regarding a prior agreement with the Taoist, Xuanji, impatience overtook the Taoist, who produced a vial of elixirs and placed it upon the table. Within it lay 2 foundation establishment pills, capable of facilitating 2 attempts at reaching the foundation establishment stage. Even with subpar talents, one would likely ascend to this stage. Thank you, Taoist Xuanji, Zhu Wenshan exclaimed, his heart racing as he tucked the elixirs close to him. He had been ensnared in the perfected qi refinement stage for 20 long years, hindered by both his inadequate aptitude and the lack of access to foundation establishment pills. This remote border town lacked any alchemists willing to reside there, rendering it impossible to procure such precious elixirs. To obtain them, one would have to venture into the larger inland cities. Even then, third-grade foundation establishment pills were rare commodities, typically only accessible to prominent families, leaving others without hope of acquisition. Upon hearing of a wandering Taoist, a third-grade alchemist capable of refining foundation establishment pills, many sought him out. Yet, 9 out of 10 requests were met with refusal, even when individuals offered wealth far exceeding the cost of the pills. The itinerant Taoist, known as Xuanji, remained resolute in his refusals. Chapter 28. Coercion by Death. As individuals gradually discerned the preferences of the enigmatic Taoist, it became evident that his pursuit of the yin-yang divine art led him to favor beautiful young female cultivators as his alchemical furnaces. However, most of these gifted women hailed from prestigious families who, even when desiring foundational elixirs, would hesitate to part with their daughters for the sake of preserving their dignity or out of affection. Consequently, some turned their attention to passing female cultivators. The Zhu family was one such example. Initially, Zhu Wenshan contemplated targeting his own granddaughter, but to his surprise, his elderly matriarch learned of this plan and swiftly ensured the girl's escape. With his other granddaughters still too young and lacking even the basic qualifications of a four-spirit root, Zhu Wenshan found himself in a state of utter despondency. Just then, the arrival of Zhu rekindled his hopes. Not only was she young and already possessed commendable cultivation, but her beauty was unparalleled, ensuring that the enigmatic Taoist would take notice of her. Perhaps, he mused, this could yield additional benefits. Indeed, his expectations were soon validated, as the Taoist expressed profound satisfaction with the young lady from the Ni family, promptly bestowing upon Zhu Wenshan 2 foundational elixirs. With our affairs now concluded, the old Taoist declared that he would take the girl away. Rest assured, I shall keep this matter strictly confidential, he promised. Overjoyed to have obtained what he desired, Zhu Wenshan's reverence for the Taoist deepened. The Taoist, indifferent, merely nodded. After all, he intended to depart with the young girl that very day, and he cared little for whether Zhu Wenshan divulged the incident to others. As he approached Zhu's chamber, the feline at her feet sensed a malevolent aura, rising to alert her with low growls. Zhu immediately sat up, drawing forth an iron sword to protect her chest. After all, this was not her home, and despite having never harbored suspicion towards Anai-Sitiao's family, a cultivator must maintain a vigilant demeanor.
Who is out there?
Zhu shouted vehemently. To her surprise, the young girl displayed quite a bit of alertness. Taoist Xuanji did not mind being discovered by Zhu. With a flourish of his hands, the door was effortlessly hurled to the ground. I advise you to obediently accompany the Taoist master. He shall treat you to sumptuous delights. Should you refuse, do not blame the Taoist master for resorting to force. Outside stood a middle-aged Taoist, his rugged and dark visage accentuated by a gaping mouth that emitted a threatening rasp. Did the Zhu family sell me out? Zhu quickly pieced it together. Otherwise, how could such a commotion go unnoticed? Not entirely foolish. You grasped the truth so swiftly, Xuanji laughed heartily. What bad luck for you to come knocking at my door. Rise now and follow me willingly, or the Taoist master would not hesitate to deal with you right here. Zhu clenched her fists, trembling with indignation. She was acutely aware of the treacherous nature of the world, yet she had not anticipated her first misstep would be at the hands of a relative of the Ni family. This meant that the claims of not having seen Ni-Sitiao were mere fabrications. Perhaps Ni-Sitiao had also fallen victim to their schemes.
At what price did they sell me?
Zhu forced herself to remain calm while contemplating her escape from this predicament among the foundational cultivators. Yet, no matter how she envisioned her escape, she remained acutely aware of her limitations. The Taoist before her evoked a sense of trepidation akin to that felt in the presence of her father, indicating that this Taoist possessed at least the prowess of a late-stage foundation establishment practitioner. How could a mere seventh-layer Qi refinement cultivator hope to elude one of such formidable strength? Nevertheless, she was resolute in her refusal to accept fate. The esteemed Zhu family ignited a fierce determination within her. 2 foundation establishment pills lay before her, and Xuani, growing increasingly impatient, inquired, "Why are you still on the ground? Do you require the Taoist to invite you, or should I?" Before he could finish his sentence, Hua, unable to endure the palpable malice directed at her master, charged forward with fiery resolve. The flames licked at Xuani's robes, but were swiftly extinguished with a mere flick of his hand. Even the swiftness of the charging boar was no match for his prowess, as he swiftly subdued it with a single palm strike. Hua, though pained, persisted, refusing to relent. At that moment, Zhu had already summoned a vast array of thorns, intent on ensnaring Xuani and rescuing Hua. Xuani, incensed, thundered, "You invite punishment by refusing my courtesy." His robes billowed, releasing a formidable gust that sent everyone and everything around him crashing to the ground. "You little beast, seeking death." However, Xuani's reflexes were swifter still. Growing weary of the situation, he brandished his most potent artifact, the whisk, aiming a lethal strike at Hua. This 4th-tier artifact, should it connect, would surely spell doom for the creature. "Stop! I will go with you," Zhu cried out, her voice ringing with urgency. "Should you harm my beloved pet, I will self-destruct right now." Ultimately, Xuani could not bring himself to lose the enchanting Zhu so carelessly. With a swift motion, I halted Hua with my hand, insisting that it cease its incessant meddling. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to let it experience some hardship. My gaze fell upon the bloody fingerprints on its forehead, stirring within me a mix of compassion and sorrow. After all, it was merely a pig demon. As long as you followed the Taoist master, any kind of demon companion could be procured for you. Taoist Xuanji, with an air of indifference, remarked that he needed only Huahua. "If you dare to harm it again, I shall mar my own beauty," Sizhu declared resolutely. This old Taoist was clearly enamored with her allure. She believed that if she disfigured herself, he would surely be distressed. "Very well, I do not intend to squabble with a pig," Taoist Xuanji said, flicking his sleeves as he strode out. "Hurry and follow, or else. I have always kept my word." Sizhu, leading the despondent and listless Huahua, trailed behind the old Taoist. Witnessing how Taoist Xuanji subdued Sizhu, Zhu Wenshan hurriedly came forth to bid farewell, accompanied by several of his descendants, each showering praises upon Taoist Xuanji with evident respect and flattery. Sizhu cast a cold glance at the Zhu family, etching their faces into her memory. If she survived, she would surely avenge today's grievances. Embracing the large Huahua, Sizhu climbed into the carriage. Taoist Xuanji appeared somewhat displeased but ultimately restrained himself in light of Sizhu's exquisite beauty. The carriage swiftly departed from Shueihua City, heading southward. Taoist Xuanji's destination was the capital of the Wusu Kingdom, where he aimed to participate in the decade-held alchemy competition. Aspiring to achieve a commendable ranking and thereby gain recognition from the 5 prominent families of the capital, securing his position as their exclusive alchemist and earning their patronage. At that time, not only had he attained a position of power and influence, but he also no longer had to endure a life of turmoil and wandering. Perhaps it was due to his advancing years, or perhaps he had grown weary of the ceaseless journeying, but he longed for a stable existence, especially with such a captivating beauty by his side. Thus, the Taoist Xuanji increasingly desired to settle down. Not far from the city of Shueihua, consumed by desire, Xuanji Taoist sought to take advantage of Zhu. However, Zhu was well prepared, swiftly raising the hairpin from her head and pressing it against her brow. "It is not impossible to win my heart," she declared, "but I have always admired men of extraordinary lineage and strength, akin to my father. I may overlook your age, but you must guarantee me the same superior and stable life I have known. Only then will I willingly accompany you." Upon hearing this, Xuanji realized that fulfilling Zhu's condition was well within his grasp. His intention was to journey to the capital to be assessed as an alchemist and subsequently align himself with one of the 5 prestigious families, thereby elevating his own status significantly. The stability and advantage that Zhu desired would be easily attainable. However, just as Xuanji sought to draw near and claim a kiss from her, Zhu coldly rebuffed him. "I do not trust the empty words of men. Only when you achieve that day will I grant you your wish. Otherwise, I would find myself at a loss, losing both my virtue and my safety." With repeated rejections, Xuanji's expression darkened. Already tormented by the fires of his own cultivation, he contemplated using force to turn the tables in his favor. Yet, Zhu remained unfazed, pressing the hairpin firmly against her brow, piercing the skin and drawing blood. Enraged and astonished, Xuanji shouted, "Stop." Zhu lifted her gaze and coldly regarded him. "Do you understand my resolve, Taoist?" Knowing full well, Xianji felt a surge of anger, yet could not bear the thought of Zhu being harmed or disfigured, let alone losing her life. "I promise you, I shall not lay a hand on you until I have become the alchemist for the 5 prominent families of the capital. Will that suffice?" "Thank you for your understanding, Taoist." Zhu's tone softened considerably, though only she was aware of her desire to plunge the hairpin in her grasp into Xianji. Fortuitously, she restrained herself. To strike out recklessly would be tantamount to seeking her own demise. Chapter 29. Breaking the formation, they journeyed for 6 days before arriving at the next city, Fengyu. The continuous travel left Zhu visibly exhausted, and even Xianji, who was in the late stages of foundation establishment, appeared fatigued and somewhat troubled, as if preoccupied with unspoken concerns. Yet, as the days passed, Xianji found himself increasingly enchanted by Zhu, despite her perpetual cold demeanor. He considered her far more captivating than the insipid and superficial women he had encountered. Unbeknownst to him, thoughts of spending a lifetime with her began to blossom in his mind. This notion, however, led him to refrain from forcing her affections, fearing it would only breed resentment. He believed that once he attained the status of an alchemist for the 5 prominent families, Sizhu would genuinely submit to him and relinquish any other thoughts. Yet, Xianji could not fathom that Sizhu was prepared for a desperate struggle, always on the lookout for an opportunity to escape. She had come to realize that beauty was no sin, but weakness was the true original sin. Lacking the strength to protect herself, traversing the world with her striking visage was nothing short of courting disaster. Every woman aspires to possess captivating beauty, and even Sizhu, who doesn't typically concern herself with appearances, didn't wish to be embodied in an unsightly form. However, she never imagined that her physical appearance would be so conspicuous. It hasn't been long since she left Cloudmist Mountain, and she has already been sold. It seems that even if she manages to escape, she must alter her appearance. Upon entering Fengyu City, Xuanji placed Sizhu in a room at an inn and produced a Tier 2 9 Palace's 8 trigrams array disc, setting up an array outside the room to prevent her escape. "I'm going to see a friend. Behave yourself and stay in the room," Xuanji instructed, with a tone of concern. "You've already set up an array. Where could I possibly go?" Sizhu retorted, hugging Huahua, as she sat on the bed and closed her eyes to rest. "I'm doing this for your own good. If you remain in my custody, you only need to serve me obediently. But if you fall into the hands of others, given your beauty, you'll be destined for a life in a brothel," Xuanji threatened. Seeing Zhuzhu's expression turn unpleasant, it was evident that she had taken his words to heart. Coupled with the constraint of the array, he believed she couldn't escape. So, he departed with peace of mind. Once Xuanji was completely out of sight, Zhuzhu swiftly put down Huahua and opened the door. Her patience had finally paid off, and she had waited for this opportunity. This Tier 2 9 Palace's 8 trigrams array is one of the fundamental arrays and falls within the scope of her previous studies in array decipherment. Previously, she had only learned the principles and had never officially deciphered one. The outside was as dark as night, with a heavy mist. Zhuzhu decided to give it a try, and she proceeded to walk in several directions. Regardless of the direction she chose to traverse, she inevitably found herself at the threshold of the room. This predicament arose from the intricacies of the formation, which barred her exit. To escape, she must unravel the formation. And there exist primarily 2 methods to decipher the 8 trigrams array. The first entails promptly locating a specific trigram point, which typically favors the one attempting to breach the formation. Identifying this point not only allows one to gain the upper hand, but can also lead to the formation's self-dissolution. The second method involves exerting all one's energy to fiercely assault the central yin-yang dual fish position, which serves as the heart of the array. However, the latter approach posed a significant challenge for Zhuzhu, as her cultivation was insufficient to effortlessly obliterate the array's core. Furthermore, the chaos resulting from such a forceful breach could potentially attract the attention of the enigmatic Taoist or others who had not yet vacated the area. Thus, her only viable option was to pursue the first method of locating the trigram point. Zhuzhu compelled herself to maintain a calm demeanor, meticulously observing her surroundings in search of that elusive point. After nearly half an hour of calculation based on the directions of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, she finally discovered the desired location at the camp position. Mounting her steed, Huahua, she commanded it to charge towards the can position. The winds howled past them, and soon they emerged into the light, only to realize they stood within the grand hall of the inn. Fortunately, it was not mealtime, and the hall was occupied solely by the innkeeper. The innkeeper, taken aback by the sudden appearance of a girl riding a pig, could only gape in astonishment, reflecting that while strange occurrences were not uncommon, this year seemed particularly rife with them. If he remembers correctly, the young girl had recently arrived with an elderly Taoist priest. Her striking beauty, coupled with the pig she carried, had left a lasting impression on the innkeeper. To his astonishment, as soon as the old man departed, the girl appeared in the hall riding the pig in a most bewildering manner. Before he could inquire about the situation, she galloped out, the pig speeding away with remarkable swiftness, almost colliding with several people along the way. The innkeeper, who had rushed out in pursuit, could only watch the diminishing silhouette in disbelief. The pig seemed to possess extraordinary agility, outpacing even a horse. Xianji Dao observed the man across from him, leisurely sipping his spiritual tea, and felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Yet, considering the vast disparity in their strengths, he swiftly suppressed this feeling, his demeanor becoming increasingly respectful. I require 10 young maidens of pure physique. Why have I yet to find the last one? The man's voice was calm, yet brooked no argument. Xianji Dao shook his head. I have scoured every city, large and small, in the vicinity, but have not encountered another woman who possesses a pure body. The man slammed his teacup onto the ground with a forceful crash, a scornful smile curling at the corners of his lips as he cast a chilling gaze at Xianji. Even seated still, he exuded an aura that made Xianji feel as if he were being stalked by a ferocious beast, capable of tearing his throat at any moment. In just a few short years, this man had become even more terrifying. Could it be that he had mastered the 10,000 blood goo technique and advanced further in his cultivation? If that were the case, his own cultivation. Surely, he had not already entered the nascent soul stage. To this day, Master Xuanji remains unaware of the true extent of the man's cultivation opposite him. However, one thing is certain. This man is more ruthless and more merciless than he, bloodthirsty and cruel. With his cultivation now at such a formidable level, escape from his grasp seems an impossibility. Obedience is the only path available. Master Xuanji wishes to turn a blind eye. Yet he recalls the fate of those who once defied orders. Either they were slain by this very man or fell victim to his sinister schemes, becoming puppets in his hands, ultimately meeting a gruesome end. Now, with a fair companion by his side, Master Xuanji cherishes his life even more. After much hesitation, he decides to meet him. He feels a sense of relief for having made the right choice. I have heard that you brought a young lady with you. Perhaps you could present her to me so I may ascertain whether she is of pure constitution, remarked Mo Jiucheng with a chilling smile, sending shivers down Xuanji's spine. She is not a female cultivator of pure he thought, hastily shaking his head and pleading with Mo Jiucheng to spare her life, promising to comply with any request.
Oh!
Mo Jiucheng raised an eyebrow, a look of surprise crossing his face. He had not anticipated that Master Xuanji, despite his age, would still fall into the allure of tenderness. How can you be so certain she is not? Master Xuanji found himself at a loss. He had yet to inquire about Zhu's birth date or examine her physique, yet he was already ensnared by her beauty. It appears you are uncertain as well. I shall grant you 5 days to procure a pure maiden, or else the young lady by your side will suffice as a substitute, Mo Jiucheng declared, casting his gaze out the window, just in time to see a young girl clad in green, riding a pig and rushing past in a flurry. He paused momentarily, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the scene before him, as though he had encountered it somewhere in the past. Indeed, it was Lingfeng City, the very stronghold he had obliterated. This young lady bore a striking resemblance to the elusive fish that had slipped through his fingers into the misty mountains. He had not anticipated crossing paths with her again. Just as he was about to spring into action to pursue her, a figure leaped from the window, even swifter than himself. Chasing after the girl riding a pig, it was none other than the enigmatic Taoist. Mo Jiucheng contemplated this revelation with an expression of understanding. Surely, the Taoist's companion was she, who had seized the opportunity of their encounter to make her escape. This girl was becoming increasingly intriguing. He resumed his tranquil position by the window, sipping tea while observing the streets, unperturbed by the prospect of the Taoist faltering. How could a girl in the chi refinement stage possibly stand against a cultivator at the late foundation establishment stage? He believed it would not be long before he witnessed their reunion. Chapter 30. Transformation. As they approached the city gates, Sizhu felt a surge of excitement. Once they exited the city, she could find a hiding place and devise a means to alter her appearance, after which she would be free as a bird, soaring high in the sky. Hua also sprinted forward with all her might. Just as they believed they had successfully escaped, a furious voice rang out behind them. "You wretched girl, halt immediately. Otherwise, if the Taoist catches you, you shall wish for death." Even if the enigmatic Taoist hesitated to harm her, Sizhu had no desire to endure a life of captivity devoid of freedom, nor did she wish to coexist with an elderly lecher. If escape proved impossible, she would rather meet her demise. With her speed now doubled, Sizhu only intensified the Taoist's exasperation. This woman was indeed remarkably ungrateful. He had once spoken up for her in front of Mo Jiuzhong, hoping to deter any unwelcome advances from him. Yet, to his astonishment, she had swiftly turned the tables on herself by escaping in his absence. The more Xuanji Daozhong contemplated this, the more his ire grew, eventually culminating in a surge of murderous intent. He felt that his affections had been misplaced. If she was determined to reject goodwill in favor of punishment, then such a woman was better left behind. Xuanji Daozhong brandished his dust whisk, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed as the once smooth path was cleaved into deep ravines. These fissures stretched toward Sizhu and her companions, the uneven terrain significantly hindering Huahua's escape. Xuanji Daozhong laughed triumphantly, his pursuit unimpeded as he drew ever closer to them. In a state of desperation, Sizhu activated the first tier of the thorn technique, conjuring a vast thicket of thorns behind her, hoping to momentarily impede Xuanji Daozhong. However, he regarded the sudden emergence of the thorny barrier with disdain, scoffing at its feeble nature. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a torrent of black mist into the thicket, which rapidly withered the plants to the ground. This was the Yin demon chi he had cultivated through his yin-yang divine arts, a force that effectively countered all natural energies and posed a significant threat to practitioners of the five elements' spiritual roots. Though he dispatched the thorny barrier with ease, the brief delay allowed Sizhu to widen the distance between them. What infuriated him most was the surprising swiftness of that pig, which matched the agility of a late-stage foundation establishment practitioner. As they exited the city, the pig dashed along with an exuberance that made it seem as though it were swimming in water, driving Xuanji Daozhong nearly to the brink of madness. Despite his relentless pursuit, he found himself utterly unable to catch up to the duo of human and pig. In a peak of fury, Master Xuanji's murderous intent towards Sizhu intensified, transforming into an overwhelming urge to kill. He deemed this ungrateful woman deserving of death. The yin-yang divine art, possessing both the corruptive essence of the dark demonic energy and the incinerating power of divine fire, was now unleashed. The divine fire demanded blood. Previously, Master Xuanji had hesitated, but with Sizhu's unrepentant defiance, he felt no lingering attachment. Once again, a vast expanse of yellow gas surged from his hands, coalescing into a colossal yellow dragon, which swiftly opened its maw and lunged towards Sizhu. Sensing the imminent danger above, she looked up at the dragon and trembled with fear. Just as escape seemed within reach, could she truly meet her end here? Sizhu, unwilling to succumb, felt a powerful will to survive awaken within her, igniting a remarkable latent ability. The previously incomprehensible first layer of the vitality of all things suddenly revealed a glimmer of insight. In the face of despair, survival amidst death could lead to rebirth, much like spring awakening from withered wood. At that moment, the scant remnants of life energy within her enabled a swift comprehension of the first layer of the vitality of all things, achieving a leap from quantitative to qualitative change. Her 10 fingers transformed into 10 bizarre willow branches, each adorned with a profusion of dense, green leaves, which, despite their vibrant hue, possessed a hardness rivaling that of mysterious iron. Sizhu wielded the 10 willow branches, thrusting them into the body of the yellow dragon, stirring fiercely. A mere girl at the 7th level of qi refinement managed to evade his grasp multiple times, and with her formidable spellcasting prowess, Master Xuanji felt yet again the sting of humiliation. He had not anticipated that Sizhu had been concealing her true strength. He had assumed she was merely a qi-refining female cultivator relying on her demonic pet, lacking any significant combat prowess. It was only now that he realized he had misjudged her, a woman capable of breaking formations and wielding formidable offensive spells. Could she truly be a girl hailing from a remote border town? Or had she perhaps encountered some extraordinary fortune? However, the speed of Sizhu's demonic pet was not inferior to his own. Indeed, having ventured outside the city, the terrain of the wilderness was more conducive to its swift movements, allowing it to gain a considerable lead over him. The dual energies accumulated from Master Xuanji's yin-yang divine art were dwindling, and the exertion of running was demanding a substantial amount of spiritual energy, leading him to gradually feel fatigued. Yet, he was unwilling to concede. The humiliation inflicted by Sizhu was a bitter pill to swallow, and he was determined to uncover more secrets about her. Given his dwindling spiritual energy, he figured that unleashing 2 powerful moves should be feasible for Sizhu, who was merely at the qi-refining stage. Perhaps she was not as formidable as he imagined. Moreover, there was her demonic pet, that wretched pig demon, which was burdened with carrying a person. It surely must be expending even more energy than he was. However, he could never have anticipated that Sizhu, seated atop Huahua, would produce a mid-grade spirit stone bequeathed to her by her father and begin to absorb the energy contained within. A single mid-grade spirit stone could replenish the dantian of a cultivator in the late foundation establishment stage, let alone that of Sizhu, who was at the 7th layer of qi refinement. Before long, less than a third of the spirit stone had been consumed, and her dantian was already filled to capacity. Yet, she did not cease her absorption. Instead, she continued to grasp the spirit stone with one hand, drawing in its energy, while with the other, she pressed against Huahua's abdomen, channeling the excess spiritual energy into its body. As Huahua sprinted, she autonomously absorbed the pure spiritual energy refined by Sizhu, causing her demonic power to surge instantaneously, doubling her speed. In the incredulous gaze of Daoist Xuanji, she gradually accelerated and vanished from his sight, leaving him in a state of bewilderment amidst the swirling winds. Could this truly be the speed of a 2nd-tier pig demon? Her explosive velocity rivaled that of the Windrider beast. Sizhu and Huahua ran nearly 100 miles without pause before seeking refuge in a dense forest. After concealing themselves in the underbrush for an extended period and realizing that Daoist Xuanji had not pursued, Sizhu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their escape was largely thanks to the array book left by the elder Xie, as well as the cultivation techniques he had passed down. Sizhu earnestly bowed in the direction of Yunwu Mountain and began contemplating her journey to the capital. Given her current appearance, she was likely to encounter another Daoist Xuanji. And as he had warned, she might indeed be forcibly sold to a lowly establishment like the Wanhua Tower. Therefore, she needed to change her identity. After much consideration, she concluded that in the conservative Yusu kingdom, it would be more convenient to traverse the world in the guise of a male. Moreover, having consumed a great deal of spiritual fish over the past 2 years, she had grown rapidly. Although she was merely 15 or 16, she stood nearly 1.7 meters tall. This height was considered tall among Yusu women, and even masquerading as a boy, her stature was not insignificant for her age. Chapter 31. Young Master NIC. Without further ado, she decided to act. Fortunately, her father's storage bag contained 2 sets of spare male attire. Although the colors were somewhat somber and ill-suited for her youthful age, She had no better options and would have to make do for the time being. She then charred branches from the forest to create charcoal, which she fashioned into a carbon pencil. With this, she took out a copper mirror and made subtle alterations to her gracefully arched willow leaf brows, transforming them into two strikingly sharp eyebrows. The originally exquisite features instantly gained an air of gallantry. However, this was still insufficient. The brilliance of her almond-shaped eyes could not entirely conceal her femininity. Despite possessing the remarkable makeup skills of Earthlings, she lacked the cosmetics necessary for transformation. With only a few meager materials at her disposal, Sizhu could only make minimal adjustments, loosening her hair from its updo and donning her father's oversized garments. Although the clothing was somewhat long and baggy, it effectively concealed the uneven contours of her chest, rendering them undetectable. She then sought out a nearby lake, standing by the water's edge to scrutinize her reflection, which brought her some reassurance. The image mirrored back was that of a dashing young man with rosy lips and fair skin, yet possessing a hint of femininity. Nevertheless, Sizhu deliberately imbued her movements with a charismatic and masculine demeanor, significantly diminishing the feminine qualities of her features, presenting herself as a refined and elegant figure. From this day forth, she would assume the identity of young master NIC. However, there was the matter of Hua, which posed a challenge due to its large size and status as a pig demon, making it difficult to travel inconspicuously. It seemed imperative to procure a demon pet pouch for it as soon as possible, allowing her to conceal it in crowded areas. It turned out that her elder sister possessed one, a pouch that had been rendered useless after the demise of their ancestor's demon pet and subsequently given to her sister. When her sister saw that the original form had contracted with Hua, she intended to gift the pouch to her. Unfortunately, the original form had declined the offer. Reflecting on this made her feel a twinge of regret, for a demon pet pouch was not inexpensive, costing several times more than a storage pouch. She hoped her remaining spirit stones would suffice. Sizhu and Hua continued their journey along the secluded path towards the capital. Unbeknownst to her, the enigmatic Taoist, who had instilled fear in her heart, was no longer alive. He had intended to personally apprehend Sizhu. The humiliation of having allowed a few elusive targets to escape over 2 years ago weighed heavily on him. Yet, before he could set out, the relentless and deranged woman, Chu Hongqiao, had appeared once more. Previously, he had sacrificed his life as treasure, the unparalleled Jade Qin, in a desperate bid to escape her clutches. He had assumed that after advancing to the nascent soul stage, she would no longer pose a threat. However, he was taken aback to discover that she too had ascended to the nascent soul stage during their 2-year absence. When foes meet, their animosity is palpable. Mo Jiucheng and Chu Hongqiao clashed fiercely. Devoid of his treasured artifact, Mo Jiucheng found himself outmatched and was forced to flee once again, neglecting any thought of pursuing Sizhu. Sizhu, in a twist of fate, had managed to evade another disaster, the sang a fall into the pit. A gain in your wit rang true, as she chose a particularly obscure route to the capital this time, frequently encountering monstrous beasts. When faced with creatures of the second tier or above, she would have no choice but to retreat. However, when encountering beasts of the first or second tier, she would employ her magical skills to capture them. The captured beasts would typically provide sustenance, while their pelts were stored away with the intention of trading for spirit stones. Unbeknownst to her, Sizhu and Hua had traversed for over 3 months without yet reaching the capital, though they were now in its vicinity. Along the way, Sizhu had sold some of the pelts and other items, and with the few remaining spirit stones she possessed, she had finally gathered enough funds to purchase a pet pouch. As they neared the capital, Sizhu, anxious that the Taoist might recognize her through Hua, decided to stow Hua away in the pet pouch and continue her journey alone. In proximity to the capital, this area is devoid of malevolent beasts, and the nearby villages have flourished with fertile lands, leading to an increasing number of travelers along the roads. Sizhu, emboldened, sauntered along the official path towards the capital. Not far behind, a horse-drawn carriage approached, driven by a robust coachman clad in sturdy attire. Inside the carriage sat two youthful maidens. One, adorned in splendid garments, possessed an enchanting charm, accentuated by a prominent beauty mark at the corner of her right eye, lending her an air of delicate allure. The other, modestly attractive, embodied the grace of a refined lady. "Miss, we are nearing the capital," the elegant maiden exclaimed with excitement. The richly dressed girl, burdened with thoughts, managed a faint smile upon hearing her maid's words. "At last, we are close to home. Perhaps you should rest for a while, miss. I will call you upon our arrival at Shaodai." "Very well." The richly attired maiden, anxious throughout the journey, appeared weary, urging Uncle Ping to hasten their progress, striving to reach the capital before nightfall. "Understood." Uncle Ping acknowledged the command, cracking the whip to accelerate their pace, and the carriage swiftly whizzed past Sizhu. With a mouthful of dust, Sizhu sighed helplessly. Having spent her last coin on a beast pouch, she could only envy those who rode in comfort as they departed. Not wishing to spend the night outside the capital, she quickened her steps. To her surprise, she had scarcely gone far when another mounted party thundered past her. In the forefront rode a young man, his expression tinged with a hint of mischief. Following him were 5 or 6 cultivators, each ranging from the 7th to the 10th level of qi refinement, a notable force within the realm of Wusu. As twilight descended, Zhu finally discerned the vague outline of the city gate on the horizon, estimating that it lay a good 20 miles away. Just as she resolved to reach the capital city before darkness enveloped the land, a woman's desperate cries pierced the air, accompanied by a man's triumphant laughter. "I would rather die than yield to you," Qin Shuejiao retorted with fury. "You dare treat me this way? My father will not let you escape. Once the deed is done, my uncle will have no choice but to agree to our union, unless there are other men in the capital willing to marry a woman who has lost her virtue." The man dismissed her concerns entirely. "Miss, I will hold them off. You and Uncle Ping must flee. The capital lies just ahead. Once inside, you shall be safe, and even with tenfold courage, Yilon would not dare lay a finger on your ladyship again." The man scoffed disdainfully. "Only at the 5th level of qi refinement, and you think you can stop me?" No sooner had he spoken than Zhu heard a sharp sound of a weapon slicing through the air, followed by the sickening sound of flesh being pierced. Had that man committed murder? Before she could cautiously approach to investigate, she heard the anguished scream of the woman. "Chun Shuejia, you beast shall die. How could you kill her? Who told her to be so presumptuous and get in my way?" The man retorted coldly. "In Shangrao City, I wanted to kill her. If I hadn't feared your wrath, she would not have lived to this moment. That girl deserved her fate. Had she not repeatedly obstructed his advances towards Chun Shuejiao, he might have already claimed his beloved in Shangrao City. I shall end your life, Yilon." Chun Shuejiao cried out in anguish. Though Shaodai was referred to as her servant, they had grown up together, akin to sisters. Xiaodia's death felt like the very extraction of her heart. "Miss, flee swiftly. We cannot allow Shaodai to die in vain. I will stand against them on your behalf." An older man's voice resonated, and at that moment, Zhu cautiously climbed to a nearby hillock to gain a clearer view. There lay a toppled carriage, the very one that had passed her earlier that morning. Opposite her stood a troop of horsemen, the same that had also ridden by her side earlier. Zhu's gaze fell upon a sinister-looking young man wielding a bloodied longsword, beneath which lay a delicate maiden. Nearby was the coachman, appearing to be in his 50s, his cultivation having reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. Behind him stood a young lady clad in exquisite garments, weeping profusely as she gazed at the lifeless figure on the ground. "Uncle Ping?" The girl, tear-streaked and heartbroken, lifted her gaze, appearing even more enchanting in her sorrow. She could not bear the thought of another life being sacrificed for her. Moreover, Uncle Ping had been a loyal servant of her family, raising her as if she were his own niece. If he were to perish for her sake, how could she continue to face the world? Uncle Ping is old, yet you are still young. If you wish to avenge us, heed Uncle Ping's words and flee to the capital. Only by seeking the master's assistance there can we hope for retribution. After imparting these words, Uncle Ping resolutely stepped forward to confront the 6 young men.
Run,
He bellowed, charging forth to meet the onslaught. However, she did not run far before the sinister youth named Yi Lan broke through the obstruction of Uncle Ping and rode after her on horseback. Just as he was about to catch up with Chen Xuejiao, Zhu, for reasons she could not fully comprehend, felt a surge of deep despair reminiscent of the massacre witnessed in Lingfeng City, as well as the trepidation she experienced while being pursued by Master Xuanji. Living in constant fear, her heart softened, and she summoned Huahua. Mounting Huahua's back, she leaped over Yilan and seized Chen Xuejiao, racing towards the capital city. Yilan was on the verge of capturing Chen Xuejiao when, unexpectedly, a stranger emerged from the shadows, intercepting his quarry and swiftly departing. He barely caught a glimpse of the man's face, only noting that the individual rode a pig, a remarkable creature with 4 short legs that astonishingly outpaced his swift steed. Was it a trick of the eye, or had the world gone awry? As Yilan observed them growing increasingly distant, he exerted himself to no avail, realizing the city gates were just ahead. He had missed his final opportunity to capture Chen Xuejiao and had no choice but to halt and return in disappointment. Chapter 32. Rescuing a young lady of distinction. While Chen Xuejiao struggled in Zhu's embrace, she drew a dagger from her sleeve and thrust it backward. Zhu, taken aback by the girl's fierce spirit, quickly grasped Chen Xuejiao's wrist to thwart her attack, saying, "Miss, I am not with those people from earlier. Look, I am here to take you into the capital." With her other hand, Zhu gestured toward the city gate, now merely a few miles ahead, drawing ever closer. Chen Xuejiao gazed ahead and beheld the approaching city gates of the capital. She cast a glance at the stout and portly Huahua beneath her. Despite its girth, it was far swifter than those horses, leaving Yilan unable to catch up with them. Thus, it seemed she was indeed saved. The one who had rescued her was a youth of similar age, possessing a countenance even more exquisite than her own, were it not for his slightly darker complexion, striking sword-like brows, and a stature that surpassed hers by half a head, coupled with a voice deep and husky like that of a man. She might have mistaken him for a maiden. Truly, he was an exceptionally handsome young man. However, being held so closely by a stranger for the first time rendered her somewhat awkward and bashful, causing her earlobes to redden imperceptibly. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the city gates, where the darkness had descended and the guards were in the process of closing the gates. The grandeur of this capital, far surpassing any city Zhu had ever encountered, was awe-inspiring. The city walls soared 2 zhang higher than those of other towns, not to mention the gates wide enough to accommodate 5 carriages side by side, adorned with an opulence befitting their stature. Casting aside her distractions, Chen Xuejiao called out, "I am Chen Xuejiao, the only daughter of Minister Chen. I kindly implore you, esteemed guards, to allow us entry." The mention of the minister's daughter startled not only the guards, who hurriedly advanced to investigate, but also Zhu, who had rescued Chen Xuejiao. She was taken aback to discover that she had inadvertently saved the daughter of a high-ranking official, and even more astonished that such a prominent figure could be pursued and humiliated. In the realm of Yusu, the chancellor held a position of unparalleled authority, surpassing even that of the city lords. His daughter must surely be of great value, if one were to quantify the life-saving grace she received in terms of spirit stones. It would be intriguing to ponder how much the esteemed chancellor would bestow. With no riches to her name, Zhu's thoughts were consumed with schemes to exchange Chen Xuejiao for coin. Chen Xuejiao retrieved the Chen family jade token from her storage pouch and presented it to the guards. Upon verifying its authenticity, the guards opened the city gates, granting them passage. Chen Xuejiao instructed Zhu Zhu to set her down, pausing before entering the city, and directed the guards, "On my journey here, I was ambushed by thieves. And our protective entourage was systematically slain, leaving only a coachman who valiantly resisted, allowing me to escape. Could you dispatch someone to inform the Dewey camp for assistance?"
What?
The esteemed daughter of the chancellor was pursued by assailants. The guards were incredulous. However, they realized that Chen Xuejiao would not fabricate such a tale. If they managed to apprehend the brigands, it would be a significant achievement. Even in the absence of glory, the attack on an official's family warranted military support. They promptly nodded and sent a swift-footed guard to report the incident. Chen Xuejiao had intended to wait for the soldiers from the Dewey camp to apprehend Yilan and rescue Ping Shu. However, the relentless journey had left her weary. And now, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her as relief set in, she felt herself on the brink of fainting. Just as she was about to collapse, Zhu Zhu, quick of eye and hand, rushed forward to steady her. Chen Xuejiao found herself once again enveloped in that warm embrace, and with a reluctant effort, she opened her eyes to glance at Zhu Zhu before surrendering to slumber. The guards observed as Zhu Zhu carried Chen Xuejiao away, left in a state of bemusement. "I wish I were as handsome as that young man. Perhaps the Prime Minister's daughter would fall into my embrace," a guard remarked enviously. "Do not harbor such delusions. The esteemed Prime Minister has only this one daughter, and would not consider someone of our ilk as a son-in-law. Even the other 4 prominent families of the capital have sought her hand, only to be turned away by the Prime Minister. What hope do we, mere common soldiers without lineage, have?" Upon entering the capital, Zhu Zhu stowed Hua Hua into her pet pouch and made her way towards the inner city, cradling the unconscious Chen Xuejiao. However, not long after entering the inner city, they were surrounded by a contingent of soldiers, who subsequently parted to allow a stern-looking middle-aged man to approach. "Why do you hold my daughter, Jiao Jiao, in broad daylight?" Zhu Zhu was at a loss for words. It appeared the Prime Minister had misconstrued her intentions. Jiao Jiao was then taken away in the Prime Minister's arms, while Zhu Zhu was unceremoniously tossed into a carriage by 2 burly soldiers. Yet, Zhu Zhu felt no fear. As long as Chen Xuejiao awakened, it would vouch for her innocence. If all else failed, she would reveal her identity as a woman to prove her purity. After being confined in a small dark room for a day and a night, Chen Xuejiao finally regained consciousness. "Jiao Jiao, you are awake?" Upon hearing this, the Prime Minister's expression softened considerably, but when his daughter mentioned Yilan, he appeared incredulous. "He is your cousin. How could it be?" "Father, from this day forth, let us sever ties with the Yi family of Shangrao City." Chen Xuejiao recalled the numerous instances of harassment by Yilan in Shangrao City. Her so-called maternal grandparents, uncles, and aunts all turned a blind eye, eagerly anticipating a union between her and Yilan, hoping to strengthen their familial ties and leverage her father's influence to dominate Shangrao City. They never considered that a forcibly obtained relationship would be devoid of sweetness. Nor did they take into account her own feelings. Chen Xuejiao held a deep disdain for Yilan, who indulged in a multitude of concubines and led a debauched lifestyle. In fact, she found him utterly repugnant. To her dismay, her tolerance only emboldened him further. Upon realizing that her numerous guards made it difficult for him to act against her, he resorted to assassination attempts and poisoning, targeting her several protectors. However, as she set out on her journey, Yilan remained undeterred, rallying the elite members of the Yi family to pursue her relentlessly. Hoping to force Chen Xuejiao into a corner of despair where she would have no choice but to submit to him, Chen Shu, with a heavy heart, shook his head. By the time the guard camp arrived, they discovered that Chen Ping had already perished, having sustained multiple sword wounds. Though he had managed to kill 4 cheer-finding experts from the opposing side, I have arranged for the burial of Xiaodai and Chen Ping's remains. And what of Yilan? The thought of that despicable, shameless man made Chen Xuejiao grit her teeth. He must pay with his life for the deaths of Xiao Dai and Uncle Ping. Chapter 33. Retention. The reason for the lack of communication was his realization that the Yi family's ambitions had grown increasingly insatiable in recent years, seeking to monopolize Shangrao City by exploiting his influence. Shangrao City is a medium-sized stronghold within the realm of the Wusu Kingdom, jointly governed by 4 prominent cultivation families. Each year, they dutifully pay their taxes, ensuring that the citizens within the city and its territories live in joy and prosperity. Naturally, Chen Shu had no desire to assist the Yi family in altering this established order to elevate their status. Gradually, he diminished his interactions with the Yi family, and following the untimely passing of his wife 5 years ago, he ceased all relations with them altogether. The father and daughter of the Qin family, reminiscing about their deceased wife and mother, still held feelings of affection for the Yi family. Chen Xuejiao, in particular, longed for her maternal grandparents and thus prepared numerous gifts, embarking on her journey accompanied by a retinue of guards and maidservants. From this point forward, the Qin family would sever all ties with the Yi family of Shangrao City. Father, I wish for Yi Lan to perish. Although her grandfather, grandmother, uncle, and aunt were also culpable, their status as elders and close kin of her mother restrained her from taking action against them. However, the executioner Yi Lan must meet his demise. Having lost both Xiao Dai and Uncle Ping, who were as dear as family, she yearned for the Yi family to experience the profound anguish of heartbreak. At that moment, Chen Shu remembered that Zhu Zhu was still confined within the secret chamber of the Chen residence. He promptly dispatched someone to summon her and hurriedly made his way to the palace. After spending a day and night in captivity, Zhu Zhu had assumed she had been forgotten by the Qin family. Fortunately, her storage pouch contained some provisions, preventing her and Huahua from suffering hunger. Just as she finished her meager rations, the Qin family members approached her with utmost respect, inviting her to meet the young lady. Was this an expression of gratitude? Zhu Zhu's face lit up with excitement, pondering how many spirit stones the Chancellor's family would bestow upon her in thanks. Upon seeing Zhu Zhu once more, Chen Xuejiao was still taken aback by her beauty. Zhu Zhu waited for a considerable time, yet Miss Chen remained silent, prompting her to speak first. Miss Chen, now that you have safely returned home, may I take my leave? Where are you going? Hearing Zhu Zhu's intention to depart, Chen Xuejiao felt an unexpected pang of reluctance, despite the fact that they had only met twice, including today. I plan to stay elsewhere. After all, I am not a resident of the estate, and residing in the Prime Minister's residence is not a feasible arrangement. Zhu Zhu gazed quietly at Chen Xuejiao, eager to inquire when she would present the spirit stones as gratitude, yet hesitated to voice her thoughts. The intensity of Zhu Zhu's unwavering stare caused Chen Xuejiao's cheeks to flush even deeper. After all, she was merely an innocent youth, unaccustomed to such a fervent gaze directed at a young lady. I have yet to repay your life-saving grace. You may consider this place your home and stay as long as you wish, Chen Xuejiao declared, unwilling to let Zhu Zhu leave. She then asked, by the way, I still do not know how to address my benefactor. Feeling somewhat dejected, Zhu Zhu pondered why Miss Chen persistently avoided mentioning the matter of the spirit stones. She had no desire to remain in the Prime Minister's residence. Her heart longed to seek out her elder sister. My surname is Ni, and my name is Si. You may call me Nic. Nic? Chen Xuejiao was surprised that such a refined young gentleman bore a name so exceedingly common. Nevertheless, she committed it to memory. I am called Chen Xuejiao. You may also refer to me as Jiao Jiao. In truth, this affectionate nickname was reserved solely for her parents. Yet Chen Xuejiao yearned for Nic to use it, signifying intimacy. Zhu Zhu thought little of it, assuming that Jiao Jiao, like her own name Zhu Zhu, was simply a catchy, repetitive appellation. She nodded graciously and called out, Jiao Jiao. Chen Xuejiao's cheeks flushed deeper as she stood up, intending to rearrange accommodations for Zhu Zhu, who hurriedly declined. I have matters to attend to and cannot linger here. Miss Chen, there is no need for you to trouble yourself. A few spirit stones for gratitude will suffice. Zhu silently lamented, wondering why the esteemed Miss Chen was so oblivious. If there is anything Mr. Ni requires, our Chen family would be more than willing to lend a helping hand. Indeed, how had she not considered this? After all, Chen Xuejiao's father was the prime minister of the nation, with many subordinates at his disposal. Surely, it would be far easier to locate her elder sister through them than to embark on this quest alone. I am searching for someone named Ni Sifeng. Zhu meticulously described her sister's appearance before asking, "Might you assist me in finding her?" Gradually, Chen Xuejia recalled the grand farewell banquet organized by the Xiahou royal family 2 years ago, when the third prince and fifth princess departed the royal court to train at Tianyun sect. All ministers and their families attended that splendid and lively event, and it was on that day that Chen Xuejiao encountered an extraordinarily radiant beauty. Those who had seen her, including noble families and young scions, were left with an indelible impression, for she was simply breathtaking. Some young men even sought to uncover her identity. They ultimately learned that she was the woman saved by the third prince during his travels, and she had accompanied him to Tianyun sect for training. Thus, the young scions were left with no choice but to resign themselves to their fate. There is no alternative, the Tianyun sect. Apart from granting the royal family access every 20 years, allowing 2 individuals and 2 auxiliary disciples to enter for cultivation, mandates that all others must undergo rigorous assessments to join the sect. Even upon passing these evaluations, one is not directly permitted to apprentice. Most must initially serve as auxiliary disciples, gradually ascending through diligent cultivation. Only those with extraordinary talents may be favored by esteemed figures such as Yuaning and directly admitted as inner disciples. How could the pampered scions of noble families ever consent to serve as menial disciples? Even in a revered sanctuary for cultivation, the majority are reluctant to endure such hardships. Unexpectedly, the individual she sought turned out to be an exceptionally beautiful woman. What could their relationship be? Chen Xuejia felt a pang of bitterness and decided to relay the information she possessed. She had ventured to the Tianyun sect. While delighted to hear of her elder sister's well-being, the realization that she had departed for an even more distant place left Zhu lamenting yet another missed opportunity to be with her sister. It was said that the third prince was deeply infatuated with her, granting her a slot as an auxiliary disciple to the Tianyun sect. After sharing this, Chen Xuejiao turned to Zhu and inquired, "What is her relation to you?" "She is my sister." Zhu, recalling her sister's innate spiritual roots, was certain that even as an auxiliary disciple, she would undoubtedly shine brightly within the Tianyun sect. "I see," Chen Xuejiao replied, bemused, as she scrutinized NIC's features, noting the resemblance to her sister. How had she failed to notice it before? It was astonishing that both siblings possessed such striking beauty. Having learned the whereabouts of my elder sister, it is time for me to take my leave. I am grateful to Miss Chen for her forthright disclosure. Zhu did not consider her skills in disguise to be particularly remarkable should she encounter a senior cultivator of the Golden Core stage. It is likely that her true identity as a woman would be discerned immediately. Thus, it is prudent to refrain from lingering within such a prominent family. "Are you truly leaving?" Chen Xuejiao inquired, a hint of resignation in her voice. "Is it not preferable to remain in the Prime Minister's residence?" "Thank you for your kind invitation, Miss Jiao, but as a man, it would be rather inconvenient for me to reside in the Prime Minister's household," Zhu replied, shaking her head in refusal. In this society, which is not particularly liberal, living as a male within the inner quarters of the Prime Minister's estate would undeniably tarnish Chen Xuejiao's reputation. "It matters not, I do not care," Chen Xuejia responded, her understanding of NIC's concerns deepening her affection for him. Despite having rendered her a life-saving favor, he was not inclined to exploit that debt for personal gain, instead prioritizing her reputation above all else. Chen Xuejia recalled the various young scions of noble families she had encountered. each one seeking excuses to orchestrate private encounters with her, all in hopes of winning her favor. None had ever considered the implications of their actions on her reputation. It was a novel experience to encounter someone who genuinely contemplated her honor, even to the extent of refusing to stay in the Prime Minister's residence for her sake. After the incident with the Yi family, Chen Xuejiao's admiration for the offspring of aristocracy had waned considerably. Since marriage was inevitable, why not select a partner whom she found pleasing? Those noble sons professed lifelong devotion, yet each harbored a multitude of concubines within their households. After witnessing the enduring love between her parents, who were devoted to one another for a lifetime, Chen Xuejiao vowed never to choose a man of frivolous affections as her husband. If she were to seek a partner, it would be someone akin to her father, a man of strength and integrity. Though she had yet to ascertain the true character of NIC, her intuition led her to believe he was utterly unlike the debauched scions of affluent families. Zhu shook her head in refusal, stating, "I must go in search of my elder sister and shall not linger in the capital." "You intend to leave?" Chen Xuejiao exclaimed in alarm. "You cannot depart."
Why not?
Zhu queried, perplexed. "Does the Qin family wish to repay kindness with malice, attempting to detain me against my will? In broad daylight, you have embraced me twice. Surely there must be some responsibility to uphold," Chen Xuejiao replied, her face flushed as she summoned the courage to articulate her thoughts. Zhu responded, "Miss Chen should understand that my actions were compelled and not intended to take advantage of you." Zhu felt overwhelmed. How could she, as a woman, be held accountable? Yet, both the citizens of the inner and outer city, along with the guards at the city gate, had witnessed the incident, leaving her without honor. "If I do not marry you, I fear I shall be condemned to a life of solitude, accompanied only by flickering candles and ancient Buddhist texts," she lamented, casting a hopeful glance at Zhu. "Surely, young master and I does not wish to evade responsibility. What should I do if I feel ensnared? It is not that I do not wish to take responsibility, but I cannot marry and father children." The more NIC declined, the more Chen Xuejiao became convinced of his worth. Seeing that she did not believe his words, Zhu stepped forward, taking her hand and placing it over her own heart. "I, like you, am but a girl." Chen Xuejiao. Is it not too unfair of the heavens toward her? Then why do you disguise yourself as a man? Chen Xuejiao expressed her discontent, unable to suppress her budding feelings upon encountering such a handsome youth for the first time. "I have my reasons that compel me." Zhu recounted the misfortunes of Lingfeng City and Shueihua City to Chen Xuejiao, explaining that this was also the reason for my forced separation from my elder sister. "That Master Xuanji is truly despicable. I never expected us to share such a similar fate." Chen Xuejiao immediately transformed her dissatisfaction into sympathy. "In truth, I am worse off than you. You managed to escape from the hands of a foundation establishment cultivator alone, while I caused the demise of my personal maid, Xiao Dai, and my old servant, Ping Shu." Zhu replied, "I merely had the fortune to find an opportunity, which is why I later chose to dress as a man, hoping that Miss Chen could understand."
Of course.
NIC's beauty surpasses my own. It is indeed not easy to navigate the world in a female form. Chen Xuejiao, having experienced something similar, empathized, though she still felt a tinge of regret. How wonderful it would be if NIC were truly a man. "What is your real name?"
Nishizu.
Chen Xuejiao frowned in displeasure. "How can you speak such words?" "That is my full name." Zhu was at a loss for words. "You may call me Zhu." Chen Xuejiao. "What do you plan to do next?" Although she felt regret that Zhu was not a man, Chen Xuejiao's warm attitude towards her remained unchanged, and she instead expressed concern for her future. "I wish to go to Tianyun sect. Do you know where it is?" Zhu inquired, recognizing that solitary cultivation was ultimately not a sustainable path. She required guidance from a master to enlighten her spirit. Having heard that her elder sister had ventured to Tianyun sect, she contemplated the prospect of seeking apprenticeship there. The Tianyin sect resided within the Five Extremes spiritual mountain, a location that, while inland, was not governed by any nation. Ordinary mortals and those of insufficient cultivation could scarcely locate it, thus rendering it an enigma known to the common folk as the Five Extremes spiritual realm. Are you in pursuit of your sister, or do you wish to join the Tianyin sect? Chen Xuejiao queried. I desire both, to find my sister and to enroll as a disciple, Zhu candidly replied. It is not that I lack faith in your abilities, but entry into the Tianyin sect is likely to be far from facile. They scrutinize not only the cultivation aptitude of their disciples, but also assess their mental fortitude and comprehension, Chen Xuejiao stated earnestly. Even those aspiring to be mere servant disciples must undergo rigorous evaluations. I understand. One must take a chance to ascertain their potential, Zhu retorted, already mentally prepared. Should she fail the Tianyin sect's trials, she would seek another sect, for such a course would surely be more beneficial than wandering aimlessly in her cultivation. Since you are resolute, I shall not dissuade you. The Tianyin sect only opens its gates for aspirants every decade, allowing individuals to locate the Five Extremes spiritual mountain. Only those who succeed in their trials may officially enter the sect. The most exceptional among the trialists may even attract the attention of esteemed seniors, who may take them on as disciples, a truly coveted opportunity, Chen Xuejiao remarked, her eyes shimmering with longing. In truth, I once contemplated joining a sect myself. However, my father has no other daughter, and my mother has passed away. If I were to leave, my father would be left in profound solitude. If my father were still alive, he would undoubtedly support my choices. Remembering her father, and I Shinji, Zhu's eyes glistened with a hint of redness. Although her father appeared stern, he was, in fact, quite open-minded, supporting her and her sister's aspirations for immortality, even in such a secluded mountain town. She believed that if Prime Minister Chen truly cherished his daughter, he would surely endorse Chen Xuejiao's decision as well. My father would likely feel the same. Chen Xuejiao pondered, realizing that her father had always wholeheartedly supported her choices. It was merely that she had never voiced this particular matter. Perhaps she should confide in her father. After all, no parents wish for their children to suffer. Yet, I have departed, leaving only my father behind. How can one discern whether it is the father who cannot bear to part from his child or the child who cannot part from her father? Zhu continued with a smile. No one can accompany another for a lifetime. As long as the bond of friendship remains, that is sufficient. Moreover, it is not as if you will never see each other again. Did you not mention that 2 years ago, the third prince and my sister were only accepted into the Tianyin sect? It should still be several years before the Tianyin sect takes in disciples, right? However, Chen Xuejiao shook her head. The royal families of various nations have their own channels to enter the Tianyin sect or the Guanhai sect, as they pay tribute to the two major sects every decade, seeking their protection. Simultaneously, these sects, while safeguarding the royal families, also facilitate the admission of two talented royal descendants every 10 or 20 years without requiring them to undergo assessments, allowing them to become inner disciples without delay. I see now. Thank you for clarifying. Being the daughter of a powerful minister has its advantages. Her access to information far surpasses that of those who hail from small towns. There remains ample time before embarking on the journey to Tianyin sect for apprenticeship, allowing her to reside in my home until we depart together. With companionship, Chen Xuejiao finds that leaving home is not as sorrowful or difficult as she once thought. However, Zhu pondered for a moment before shaking her head in refusal. Although living in the Prime Minister's residence provides comfort in terms of sustenance and shelter, it proves inconvenient for travel. Having already learned of her elder sister's whereabouts, Zhu is also eager to inquire about the missing Ni-Tiao. Especially after spending more than a year in close quarters with her and being aware of the unfortunate circumstances surrounding Ni-Tiao's maternal family, which naturally incites concern. Chapter 35. Spiritual peony, seeing Zhuju's determination to stay outside, Qin Shuejiao refrained from further persuasion. Before departing, she bestowed upon Zhuju 50 medium-grade spirit stones as a token of gratitude for her assistance. Ecstatic to receive the coveted spirit stones, Zhuju bid farewell to Qin Shuejiao and temporarily took residence in an inn. Considering the daily expenses of the inn are rather high, although 50 medium-grade spirit stones is a substantial sum, the cost of living in the capital is steep, and she and Huahua might soon exhaust their resources. Thus, she not only sought a modest and tranquil courtyard to rent, which would also facilitate the release of Huahua from her pet pouch, but also needed to find a means of earning a living. The courtyard was swiftly located. While it consisted of merely 2 rooms, it sufficed for Zhuju's needs. Moreover, Huahua had voiced her discontent from the pet pouch multiple times, and today she would finally be allowed to frolic freely. Renting the courtyard proved to be far more economical than staying at the inn, as Zhuju paid just 5 medium-grade spirit stones for an entire year's rent. The inn requires a medium-grade spirit stone each month, which allows for considerable savings. Next, I must devise ways to earn money while seeking information about anti-heroine. Despite attempts to gather news through the Prime Minister's residence or on my own, no leads have emerged. It seems anti-heroine may not have ventured into the capital or its neighboring towns. After exhausting various avenues, I can only hope for her safety. As a cultivator, aside from my training, I possess little skill in other areas. However, I do possess a unique ability that others lack, the power to induce and transform plants. After an unexpected encounter with Daoist Xuanji, during which I comprehended the first layer of all things live, I gained the ability to conjure plant mutations from thin air. By harnessing the life force within me, I transformed my wood spirit energy into mutated willow branches that disrupted Daoist Xuanji's magical attacks. I can also induce and alter plants, changing their varieties. At present, my understanding allows me only to induce and transform ordinary plants, enabling them to grow rapidly and evolve, either acquiring offensive capabilities or becoming ordinary plants that continuously emit faint spiritual energy. In the capital, the peony is cherished by all, from the noble families to the common folk. The rare spiritual peony, imbued with spiritual energy, has skyrocketed in price. Recently, I visited a peony garden, where it was rumored that a single plant of these rare varieties could fetch as much as 10 medium-grade spirit stones, far exceeding the inherent value of the spiritual peony itself, though even at that price, they remain scarce in the market. She resolved to sell merely 10 pots each time she ventured out, ensuring that only 1 or 2 among them exhibited any mutations. Moreover, she planned to sell them every few days, maintaining a balance between her cultivation and the needs of Huahua. Given her current level of cultivation, discovering 1 or 2 spirit peonies would be a rarity, yet not overly conspicuous. However, an abundance would undoubtedly raise suspicion. Furthermore, an excess of mutations would not only diminish the value of the spirit peonies, but might also attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals, ultimately leading to more harm than good. Before long, she successfully mutated 2 spirit peonies imbued with a hint of spiritual energy, capable of blooming throughout all seasons. The mutated peonies not only displayed a more vibrant hue, but also boasted larger blossoms with greater depth, accompanied by a fragrance that was truly captivating. In no time, a multitude of butterflies was drawn to them, flitting about in a delightful spectacle. Zhu carefully stored the 10 pots of peonies in her storage pouch and instructed Huahua to keep a vigilant watch over the home before making her way to the free market to sell the flowers. Simultaneously, in a modest courtyard just 2 streets away, a tall and robust young man was serving a medicinal meal to an ailing elder confined to bed. "Fourth uncle," he said, "didn't I mention that I have already reached the 6th level of Qi refinement and learned spells? I can hunt low-tier demonic beasts in the mountains and serve as a guard for noble families and officials, ensuring that I 1 lack for spirit stones." Why are you still secretly exhausting your energy to craft spirit talismans? Look, this time your vital energy has suffered severely, causing your cultivation to regress to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Ahem. I am well aware of my own illness. Rest assured, I shall not perish. You are merely at the 6th layer of chi refinement, with your cultivation and techniques still quite feeble. It is inadvisable for you to venture into the mountains alone or serve others in their households. If these spirit talismans are sold, you will have spirit stones to utilize. We, the Ni family, shall never serve others. Lying upon the bed, Ni Shinji appeared even more emaciated than he did over 2 years ago. Yet his eyes remained bright and spirited. He fixed his gaze intently on Ni Siki and continued, "Next year, when we journey to Wuju Ling Mountain, I have heard that Tianyun sect will be widely opening its gates to recruit disciples. You should seize the opportunity to try your luck, should you gain entry. Your future accomplishments will undoubtedly rival those of your 4th uncle." But what a 4th uncle, if I join a sect? Ni Siki felt reluctant to abandon Ni Shinji, whose condition was deteriorating. If 4th uncle had not risked everything to lead them out of Lingfeng City, how could he have suffered such a grievous injury to his foundation, causing his cultivation to regress step by step? Foolish boy, can your 4th uncle, despite his age, not take care of himself? If you manage to enter Tianyun sect, 4th uncle can return in glory, and in Lingfeng City, he shall walk with pride, impervious to the scorn of others. Before Ni Shinji could finish his sentence, he was seized by an uncontrollable fit of coughing, as his throat became unbearably itchy. Over 2 years prior, during the great calamity that befell Lingfeng City, he had disregarded his physical limitations and forcefully absorbed the spiritual energy from 2 mid-grade spirit stones, propelling himself from the late foundation establishment stage to the pinnacle of perfection, which ultimately damaged his foundation. Subsequently, he had executed several vigorous magical attacks, nearly causing a self-detonation by reversing his spiritual power, leaving his foundation increasingly precarious, with both his dantian and spiritual veins severely compromised. If one were to acquire a 4th-grade Peiyuan Dan and a 3rd-grade Guban Dan simultaneously, it would be possible to gradually restore one's foundational strength. However, the prices of these elixirs are astronomical for the uncle and nephew of the Ni family. Even during his tenure as the city lord, Ni Shinji could not afford the Peiyuan Dan. Furthermore, even these ordinary healing potions demand a considerable amount of spiritual stones. For the uncle and nephew, who have fled empty-handed, it is imperative not only to establish themselves in the capital city, but also to strive to earn spiritual stones to purchase elixirs and cultivate. Ni Shinji bears the heavy burden of providing for his family and begins to study talisman crafting, carrying the weight of his injuries. Fortunately, he was previously a 1st-grade talisman master, though his duties as city lord had left him little time to delve deeper into his studies.
Now,
with the luxury of time and his commendable aptitude, he has ascended to the rank of a 3rd-grade talisman master within 2 years. However, the exhaustive nature of his research into talismans has further destabilized his foundational strength, resulting in a gradual regression to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. 4th uncle, you are aware of my mediocre aptitude. It remains uncertain whether I will be chosen, and Siki acknowledges, recognizing his limitations. Like Ni Sitian, he is also a practitioner with 3 spiritual roots. Among ordinary cultivators, he may not be the weakest link, but within the ranks of prodigies in the grand sects, he fears he may fall to the very bottom. Do not underestimate yourself. I have heard that the Tianyun sect evaluates not only spiritual root quality, but also character, perception, and state of mind. After consuming the medicine, Ni Shinji presents the talismans he has painstakingly crafted over the past few days to Ni Siki. We have not set up our stall for several days. I suspect our loyal customers who often purchase talismans must be growing anxious. Here are 10 1st-grade talismans, 5 2nd-grade talismans, and 1 3rd-grade talisman. You should go to the market today and set up the stall, lest we lose our old patrons. As for Uncle C, let him rest at home and refrain from crafting talismans any further. Niseki took the talismans and proceeded to the free market in the west of the city. Chapter 36. Farewell to the free market. The free market was bustling with a multitude of people, alive with a cacophony of voices. Apart from a considerable number of shoppers haggling over prices, the remaining crowd comprised small vendors, each calling out to attract customers. Sizhu arrived a bit late, and by then, there were hardly any favorable spots left to set up her stall. She approached an elderly vendor and inquired, "Excuse me, sir, is this spot unoccupied?" The elderly man, enjoying a leisurely moment under the sun, was not particularly busy at that time, for few could afford to buy spiritual herbs. "Young lad, are you here to purchase talismans?" he asked, noticing the strikingly handsome youth before him. His demeanor was warm and inviting. "I heard the young man's elder is unwell, and he has been attending to him at home. Perhaps you should return in a few days." It appeared that this stall had once sold talismans, and due to unforeseen circumstances, it had been unattended for several days. "Could it be that I might seize this opportunity to borrow it for a few days?"
No.
"I intend to sell here, and I was wondering how the rental fee is calculated." "I have heard that vendors occupying prime locations pay a monthly fee in spirit stones to the patrolling city guards, ensuring that subsequent merchants cannot claim their spots. Even later merchants wishing to set up stalls in the heart of the free market must wait for previous vendors to relinquish their spots, or they may choose to rent directly from them." "Ah, so you are also a vendor," the elderly man remarked with a smile. "The rental fee is merely 2 low-grade spirit stones per day. However, I must caution you that even if you occupy this stall without selling anything, you are still obligated to pay the previous owner 2 low-grade spirit stones." "I understand, but to whom should this rental fee be paid?" Sizhu inquired. "You may occupy the stall for now and settle the payment with the young man selling spirit talismans when he arrives. If he does not come within the next few days, you can repay him collectively upon his arrival." The old man considered the young talisman seller's plight, recognizing that he too faced difficulties and did not set up shop every day. It seemed rather wasteful for a stall to remain unoccupied, and it was fortuitous to find someone to share the rental burden. Nearby, an elderly vendor selling spirit herbs caught the fragrance of the peonies. Once drowsy, he felt invigorated, and his mind cleared considerably. Turning to Sizhu, who was displaying a variety of vividly colored peony flowers, he inquired curiously, "Young fellow, the scent of your peonies is truly remarkable. I feel much more rejuvenated after a whiff." Sizhu humbly replied, "I am fortunate to have cultivated a few rare peonies at home that possess a faint trace of spiritual energy, which is why I have brought them here to sell." "Spirit peonies?" The old gentleman had always made a living by foraging for spiritual herbs, possessing a certain understanding of spiritual flora. Having lived for over 70 years, it was his first encounter with the ethereal peony. Upon its emergence, the ethereal peony had been fervently purchased by various esteemed families, leaving wandering cultivators and common folk like him without a chance to behold it. "You are quite impressive, being able to cultivate ethereal peonies," he remarked. Recognizing that among the 10 pots of peonies, 2 exhibited characteristics distinct from ordinary ones. Not only were their blossoms larger and more vibrant, but they also emitted a captivating fragrance. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that they could release a subtle aura of spiritual energy. Do not underestimate this spiritual energy. In a confined space, its gradual accumulation would significantly enhance the density of spiritual energy, making cultivation far more effective. These were cultivated by my elders. I merely brought them forth to assist with household expenses. Observing the old gentleman's expression, Sizhu surmised that ethereal peonies would be a rarity in the free market. As a 7th-layer chi cultivator, if she claimed to have cultivated them herself, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. It would be wiser to fabricate a story about an elder in the foundation establishment stage, which would serve to deter unscrupulous individuals. Understanding this, the old gentleman refrained from further inquiries, thoughtfully changing the subject. When selling goods, one cannot merely sit idly by. You should try standing up and calling out a few times. Such exquisite peonies deserve to be known by more people, otherwise, many passers-by may overlook them. Only by establishing a good reputation through time can loyal customers come knocking at your door. As Zhu observed the bustling crowd before her, she initially felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, upon witnessing a strikingly beautiful woman across the way boldly beckoning passers-by to her stall to try her cosmetics, Zhu quickly realized the effectiveness of such proactive salesmanship, which soon led to several boxes of rouge being sold. The woman, known as Madame Zhang, boasted the most successful stall on this street. Her sales prowess was unmatched, not solely due to the quality of her products but also owing to her exceptional charm and eloquence. An elderly gentleman, lifting his gourd of wine with a twinkle in his eye, remarked, "If you feel shy, you might observe how she conducts her business." At that moment, Madame Zhang had just finished attending to a customer and, sensing someone's gaze upon her, looked up to find a strikingly handsome young man, as if he had stepped straight from a painting, watching her intently. Her cheeks flushed involuntarily, despite the age difference that could easily categorize her as the young man's mother. The intensity of his gaze stirred feelings within her that were both surprising and exhilarating. Indeed, beauty possesses the power to captivate the heart. The once shrewd and confident Madame Zhang now found herself blushing and somewhat flustered, even hesitating to call out her wares, fearful of startling the young man. She stood awkwardly, clutching her handkerchief, unsure whether to sit or stand. Zhu, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, realized her initial intention of gaining insight had inadvertently disrupted the flow of business for others. With a sigh, she resolved to follow the lead of the other vendors and began to call out enthusiastically, "Peonies, exotic peonies, come and take a look." The Lady Zhang across the way gazed in astonishment at the youth who had just moments ago appeared as a celestial being, only to transform before her eyes into a humble street vendor, leaving her in disbelief. Soon, Zhu spotted a tall and well-built young man approaching, and she eagerly greeted him. "Would you like to purchase an exotic peony? Cultivating one at home will yield remarkable results." To her surprise, the young man was not there to buy peonies. He was, in fact, the proprietor of the stall. The elderly man, upon seeing the visitor, quickly stepped forward to clarify. "It was I who permitted him to set up here, thinking you hadn't appeared for several days. This stall was idle, so I thought it best to rent it out and earn some income." The robust young man's expression softened considerably upon understanding the elder's good intentions, and he promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Li, for your concern. How is your uncle faring?" The elderly man, known as Uncle Li, inquired. "He is somewhat better," the tall youth replied, his demeanor turning somber. Without the means to purchase the nourishing essence pill and the fortifying pill, it seemed his fourth uncle might not endure for many more years. While the two conversed, they remained oblivious to Zhu, whose eyes sparkled with increasing brightness as she beheld the tall young man. It was Nisiki. After more than 2 years, she was astonished to encounter him once more. The once timid, plump child who would cry at the slightest provocation had now grown taller than her by half a head, and having slimmed down, his features had become far more defined, presenting him as a tall and dashing young man, a stark contrast to the little crybaby he had once been. However, despite the relatively short passage of time, although Nisiki had undergone significant changes, Zhu gradually recognized him by the features of his face and the subtle accent reminiscent of Lingfeng City. "Nisiki." Zhu called out his name directly. Nisiki looked at her in astonishment. "How do you know my name?" "Even Old Li only knows my surname. It's a long story. Let us find a quiet place to converse." In her precarious situation, she could only choose self-preservation. Fortunately, this young man was fortunate enough to have survived, and seeing him in good health brought Zhu joy. She was willing to reveal her true identity to him, for they were both members of the NI family. And in the vast, unfamiliar capital, it was essential to support one another. Chapter 37. I arrived late and Siki scrutinized Zhu from head to toe, failing to recall when he had previously encountered her. Reluctant to engage in a private conversation, he queried irritably, "Who are you, and why should I speak with you?" Zhu felt somewhat helpless. She could not publicly disclose her identity as a woman. After a moment's contemplation, she offered Siki a hint. "Would you like to know the whereabouts of Tiao and Sizhu?" Siki's mouth fell open in surprise as he gazed at Zhu. "You know their news?" Zhu nodded. "If you wish to know, follow me." She waved her hand to store the peony flowers in her pouch and walked toward a nearby eatery. Siki, observing the suddenly aloof demeanor of Zhu, clenched his teeth in frustration but ultimately followed her. The two settled into a corner of the establishment, where Zhu leisurely ordered a variety of dishes and began to feast heartily. Siki's expression had darkened to the color of a tarnished pot bottom, and he could no longer contain his frustration. "What has happened to Tai and the others? Can you not finish speaking before eating?" Still possessing the impatient temperament of a little tyrant, it seemed that Siki had fared well over the past 2 years, at least not having endured any grievances or hardships. Zhu, no longer interested in his appetite, pointed to her own face and said, "Have you still not recognized me?" Though she had disguised herself as a male and altered her appearance slightly, her fundamental features remained unchanged, merely giving them a more rugged appearance. "You are." Siki gazed at Zhu in confusion, unable to recall having encountered such a handsome youth before. If he had, surely he would have remembered. Yet, as he continued to observe, he found her brows and eyes somewhat familiar, as though he had seen them somewhere before, though he could not quite pinpoint where. Zhu was somewhat speechless. It seemed he had overestimated Siki's intelligence, or perhaps he was simply afflicted with a natural inability to recognize faces. "I am Zhu. Zhu. Sizhu?" Siki could hardly believe it, but after Zhu's reminder, he finally recalled why the youth's features seemed familiar. Indeed, they bore a resemblance to Sizhu from over 2 years ago. How did you become a man?" "It is merely a disguise for convenience while traveling," Zhu replied with a smile. "And you? How did you manage to escape from Yunwu Mountain?" "Fourth uncle?" For a moment, Zhu was taken aback. But she quickly recalled who Siki referred to as fourth uncle. "Is my father still alive?" At this revelation, Zhu felt even more exhilarated than Siki. "Certainly. Without the words of my fourth uncle, I would not be standing before you in such a manner. So, shall we not hasten our way?" Zhu tossed a piece of spirit stone to the innkeeper, taking the lead as she pulled Siki along. Upon reaching the entrance of the courtyard rented by Siki, Zhu was astonished to discover that they resided so close to one another, merely 2 streets apart. Thankfully, they had not missed each other. Siki opened the courtyard door and led Zhu inside. Seizing the opportunity while Siki was out setting up his stall, Shinji intended to secretly sketch a few more talismans. However, just as he began to draw, he was startled by a loud exclamation. Shinji set down his brush and stepped out of the room. "Siki, have you sold out already today? Who is it?" Shinji was curious. Despite not having sold a single talisman, Siki appeared unusually elated. Who could it be that brought him such joy, causing him to neglect his business? Siki revealed the source of his excitement, stepping aside to unveil Zhu, whose face was streaked with tears. Shinji's expression shifted from confusion to astonishment, then to joy and finally to exhilaration. Just as he extended his hand, Zhu was quicker, rushing forward to embrace him. "Father, your unworthy daughter has arrived late." "Zhu, my precious Zhu." Shinji's tears flowed uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the unexpected reunion in his lifetime. "It is my fault. I should have realized that you..." blessed with great fortune, would still be alive. I ought to have come to the capital sooner to see you. As she gazed at her father, who appeared significantly aged compared to over 2 years ago, Sizhu felt a pang of sorrow. Her father must have endured considerable hardships during these 2 years. Despite still being in his prime, the absence of 2 years had transformed him into a shadow of his former self. Her once raven hair had turned to strands of silver, and numerous lines had etched themselves onto her face. Had it not been for the familiar aura emanating from him, Sizhu might have struggled to recognize her father. As she drew closer, she discerned that his essence was tumultuous and disordered, akin to a convalescent emerging from a grave illness, yet even more severely diminished. "Father, are you unwell?" Before Siki could finish his thought, Shinji interjected, "It's nothing. Don't heed Siki's fanciful notions. Father has merely sustained some internal injuries. With gradual recuperation, he shall be well." Worried that her father might downplay his woes, Sizhu grasped Shinji's wrist to feel his pulse, channeling a faint life force along with a portion of spiritual energy into his body, initiating her examination. The life force instinctively sought out the damaged areas within, swiftly traversing her father's meridians towards his spiritual veins. The spiritual energy followed closely behind, directed towards the same destination. Utilizing these two energies, Sizhu soon perceived the numerous fissures adorning her father's spiritual veins. The life force adhered to the cracked veins, hastily mending 2 of the fractures. Yet it simultaneously depleted itself in the process. Furthermore, the spiritual veins were riddled with countless additional cracks, and Sizhu could sense that her father's dantian was precariously teetering on the brink of collapse, in imminent danger of shattering. Siki was indeed correct. Her father's foundation was compromised, suffering grave damage. Should no remedy be sought, he risked the imminent destruction of his dantian, reducing him to an ordinary mortal.
Nay,
he might be even less than that. The destruction of his dantian would inevitably lead to the obliteration of both his spiritual and meridian structures, leaving him to languish in bed, merely surviving the remnants of his existence. "Father, your health is obviously in grave condition. How long do you intend to conceal this from me?" Realizing he could no longer keep such a secret from his daughter, Shinji sighed, stating, "Life and death are fated. If I can witness you living well during my lifetime, I shall have no regrets." "No, I refuse to accept this. I want you to remain with us forever. Rest assured, I will find a way to cure your illness." Sizhu, having finally reunited with her father Shinji, could not bear the thought of him leaving her side again. With all her might, she vowed to restore his health. Siki, increasingly engulfed by guilt, found himself unable to hold back tears, despite being a grown man. "This is not your burden. I have chosen this path willingly," Shinji replied. "As the only surviving foundational cultivator of the Ni family, it is my duty to care for and protect you younger generations. When you grow up, you too shall extend the same care to your own descendants. Father, we have already matured. Now is the time for you to enjoy your life. In the future, Siki and I will take care of you." As Sizhu spoke, she turned to Siki, inquiring, "How many spirit stones are required for a solid foundation pill and a cultivation pill?" A solid foundation pill requires 30 medium-grade spirit stones, while a cultivation pill necessitates 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Siki sighed. "Currently, we have managed to gather only 20 medium-grade spirit stones, which is insufficient even for the purchase of a solid foundation pill." Sizhu still possessed 30 medium-grade spirit stones, bringing their total to 50. But they were indeed far from the necessary 130. Thus, the only option left was to sell the spirit mushrooms in their possession, which should suffice to cover the cost of the medicinal pills. Chapter 38. The flower heist. "I shall devise a means to acquire the spirit stones necessary for purchasing the elixir," Sizhu declared, handing the remaining spirit stones to her father. "Father, please remain at home and await my good news. Once A single medium-grade spirit stone had been an unattainable desire for Sizhu. Yet now she sought to amass nearly 100 medium-grade spirit stones to cover the cost of her father's elixir. How could such a burden be placed upon his young daughter when even Nixing, a foundational cultivator, lacked the capacity to accomplish such a feat? After all, he was the head of the family. Sizhu, you ought to focus on your cultivation. I can craft talismans, which will suffice to support you both. And I can also save spirit stones to purchase the elixir. Father, your health is perilously fragile. You cannot wield even a hint of spiritual energy. Otherwise, even if we had spirit stones to buy the elixir, it may be too late. Do not worry. I have found a way to earn money. Fearing her father's disbelief, Sizhu produced a pot of ordinary peonies. In the presence of both her father and Nixing, she transformed the simple plant within a mere quarter of an hour, turning it into a spirit peony imbued with faint spiritual energy. Sizhu, when did you learn such a spell? Nixing exclaimed, astonished and overjoyed. It was an unexpected gain from my experiences in Yunwu Mountain. Sizhu recounted her adventures on the mountain to her father and Nixing. No wonder Uncle C. and I could not find you. No matter how hard we searched, Nixing remarked, filled with envy. Sizhu's fortune is truly remarkable. In the midst of fleeing, she managed to stumble upon the abode of a senior and obtain their legacy. After the initial joy, Nixing promptly cautioned Sizhu, a man of humble status may bear no guilt, but possessing rare treasures can invite trouble. You must not reveal this skill of yours to the outside world. Otherwise, you may fall prey to the avaricious. Sizhu nodded. Having learned to tread carefully after being kidnapped by Daoist Xuanji once more, I will simply say that it is a variety cultivated by my family's esteemed ancestors. Rest assured, I will not draw undue attention. Moreover, Siki, please allow me to take over the stall. My father's health has deteriorated, and he can no longer make charms. The stall is idle, so I intend to sell spirit peonies. I would appreciate your help in looking after my father at home. What is there to be polite about? Nixing replied with a hint of shame. It is already a failure on my part as an elder brother to let you, a young lady, expose yourself like this. Feel free to use the stall for whatever you wish to sell. It is only right that I care for our Uncle C.
Nixing,
who could only lie at home and rest while being closely watched by Nixing, let out a bittersweet smile. After more than 2 years apart, his little daughter had changed significantly. The once willful and pampered girl seemed to have matured overnight, filling him with both pride and sorrow. She must have endured considerable hardship, not only learning to earn a living but also embracing a life of caution. Otherwise, how could she venture out disguised as a man? From now on, he resolved to shower her with more love, compensating for the neglect of the past 2 years. He had heard that a remarkably handsome young man, even more so than many women, had suddenly appeared at the free market, bringing with him an array of rare peony varieties. Suddenly, the market was abuzz, with many young ladies drawn to his presence. Half of them sincerely came to purchase flowers, and upon encountering the spiritual peony, they found themselves entranced and unable to move. The other half, adorned in flamboyant attire, had ulterior motives. Yet most of them could only afford the ordinary peony. When they learned that a pot of spiritual peony cost 10 medium-grade spiritual stones, they hesitated and recoiled. Nevertheless, Sizhu greeted everyone with a warm smile, welcoming all as guests, confident that there would be discerning buyers among them. Young master, will you be setting up your stall again tomorrow? After buying flowers, the women lingered, reluctant to depart, and inquired. Certainly. My family cultivates many peonies. I shall return to set up my stall tomorrow. Might I ask for your assistance, dear sisters? Of course. What can we do to help? We shall certainly assist if we can. The women responded with shy smiles, nodding in agreement. She reiterated the virtues of the spiritual peony, and while a few among them were cultivators who had heard of it, most had never seen one. They initially thought the spiritual peony merely appeared more beautiful than the ordinary kind, unaware of its numerous benefits, which sparked their interest. Unfortunately, they did not possess sufficient spiritual stones. For the offspring of affluent families, 10 medium-grade spiritual stones were manageable, but for those from smaller families or solitary cultivators, it represented a significant sum. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, the women finally relented and departed. Sizhu had sold over a dozen pots of ordinary peonies, yet not a single spiritual peony. However, she remained undeterred, knowing that success in business often requires patience, and she anticipated better results the following day. Just as she prepared to pack up, a pair of embroidered shoes suddenly appeared before her stall. "How much for the spiritual peony?" The voice was crisp and melodious, and it struck Sizhu as somewhat familiar. As she lifted her gaze, she beheld the enchanting Chen Xuejiao standing gracefully, her beauty enhanced by the glow of the setting sun. "Miss Chun, if you fancy it, I shall gift you a pot," she offered. However, the previously smiling Chen Xuejiao's expression darkened instantly. "Wasn't I called Jiao Jiao? Why do you address other women as sister, with such sweet words, yet refer to me as Miss Chen?" Sizhu could only manage a helpless smile. "Then which pot does the lovely Jiao Jiao prefer? Perhaps this exquisite pot of Ling peony?" Chen Xuejiao's cheeks flushed slightly as she picked up the delicate, pale pink flower, gazing at it with a sense of affection. It appeared she too had an affinity for flowers. "Indeed, it is quite splendid." Both Chen Xuejiao and Sizhu were at the 7th level of qi refinement, capable of sensing the spiritual energy radiating from the Ling peony. Its fragrance was delightful yet subtle, bringing a refreshing sense of tranquility upon inhalation. "Here, this is for the flower." She tossed Sizhu a storage pouch containing 10 medium-grade spirit stones. "Did I not say I would gift it to you? How can I accept your money?" Sizhu, fortunate enough to avoid sleeping on the streets in the capital and to receive accurate news from her elder sister, felt it inappropriate to accept the spirit stones for a pot of Ling peony, which required little effort on her part. "Let us be clear, do not let our previous encounter influence this. Last time, you bestowed kindness upon me, and I merely sought to repay that. This time, it is my genuine admiration for the Ling peony. If you refuse my spirit stones, then I cannot accept this pot of flowers." As Chen Xuejia spoke, she truly intended to set the Ling peony down. Reluctantly, Sizhu accepted the spirit stones. Little did she expect that it would be Chen Xuejiao who would bring her such a fortuitous beginning. On the following day, success indeed graced her endeavors. Sizhu sold 2 pots of spiritual peonies, marking a commendable beginning. By the 3rd day, she was supposed to take a respite before setting up her stall again. Yet her father's health continued to deteriorate. Fearing that her father might not live to see her accumulate enough spiritual stones, she ventured out despite the risks of attracting unwanted attention to her prized peonies. With the reputation of the spiritual peonies preceding her, she sold 4 pots that day, achieving a remarkable doubling of her sales, leaving her merely a step away from the requisite spiritual stones to purchase medicinal pills. On the 4th day, she anticipated selling at least 4 or 5 pots, which would not only cover the cost of the medicinal pills, but also yield a surplus. However, fate had other plans. As Sizhu set up her stall, a throng of people encircled her, leaving no room to breathe. At the forefront was a brash young man of the 9th layer of qi refinement, exuding an air of roguishness. He scrutinized the spiritual peonies on her stall with a greedy glint in his eyes. "Where did you acquire these spiritual peonies, girl?" he inquired. "They were cultivated by my elder, who is a foundational practitioner," Sizhu replied coolly. "A foundational practitioner?" The youth was evidently skeptical. What sort of person could cultivate such a bounty of spiritual peonies? "Pray, enlighten us about your elder, so we may witness this esteemed individual ourselves." "My elder is but a humble villager, one who finds solace in tending to flowers and plants at home, devoid of any notable reputation," Sizhu observed them coolly, a sardonic smile flickering in her heart. It seemed their curiosity was but a facade, masking their true intention to seize her business. She recognized that her recent impatience had drawn these wolves to her doorstep. With her father's illness pressing urgently, she found herself compelled to take this perilous risk. The rustic villagers possessed the remarkable ability to cultivate such abundant spirit peonies. Whom do you think you are fooling? Speak at once about the source of these spirit peonies, or else I shall wreak havoc upon your stall. The young man commanded his companions to encircle Sizhu, attempting to instill a sense of intimidation. The elderly man nearby hastily signaled Sizhu, urging her to recognize the gravity of the situation. In ventures of such exorbitant profit, anyone would be tempted. Indeed, trouble has already found its way to her stall within just 4 days of operation. It seems this young man's enterprise is doomed to failure. And the old man felt a deep sense of pity for her. Go ahead and smash it if you dare. I have duly paid the stall tax at the Due camp. In broad daylight, should you choose to destroy my stall, I shall certainly seek redress from the Due camp. Sizhu, determined to stand her ground, aimed to intimidate these ruffians with the authority of the Due camp. Do not invoke the Due camp to frighten me. I am from the house of the Korean Duke. Even the commander of the Due camp must dismount and pay respects to my family's Duke. The young man boasted with pride. Chapter 39. Jiao Jiao? The nearby vendors regarded Sizhu with sympathetic eyes, their anger suppressed. The House of Han, one of the 5 great families of the capital, boasts a plethora of adept individuals. It is said that the Han family is graced with 2 golden core ancestors. And the Korean Duke himself is a consummate foundation establishment practitioner, not to mention the numerous offspring of the Han family. With several foundation establishment cultivators and an overwhelming number of Qi refinement disciples and guards. How could a mere lad like NIC, a Qi refinement level 7 practitioner, contend with such a formidable clan? Even if he truly possessed a foundation establishment elder, it would likely be of no assistance. Even if you were to lodge a complaint with the metropolitan garrison, or even before the emperor himself, His Majesty would still grant the Han family some deference.
Compelling me to suffer in silence. Snap.
Sizhu lashed out with a spirit vine, striking the outstretched hand of the Han family's leading youth, instantly leaving a bloody welt that swelled into a grotesque shape. The youth howled in agony, even collapsing to the ground and writhing, startling those around him into halting their advance. Anyone who dares touch my flowers will suffer the same fate. The spirit vine, having undergone Sizhu's modification, was not only exceptionally resilient, but also possessed numerous venomous thorns. Striking the body, it induced not only excruciating pain, but also an unbearable itch and burning sensation, enough to overwhelm those of weaker resolve with a single blow. And indeed, Sizhu's move had bluffed the group. None dared to step forward, fearing they would suffer the same humiliation as their leader. While they could certainly subdue the youth if they attacked as a group, the crucial question was, what if one of them suffered the same fate as the leader? No one could guarantee they wouldn't be the unlucky one. It seems I have offended the Duke of Han, Sizhu said ruefully. Sizhu recounted the events that had transpired to her father. If they had merely wanted the few spirit peonies I possessed, I would have simply given them over. However, they also sought to discover the origin of the spirit peonies, appearing unwilling to let the matter rest. In a fit of anger, I injured their leader. The Duke of Han's estate was derived from the Han family, one of the 5 great clans. It was likely that they would not let the matter drop. And Isiki, after all, had spent 2 years in the capital and was quite familiar with its intricate power dynamics. He expressed some frustration towards Sizhu's impulsiveness. If you had merely spoken a few kind words and endured the moment, we would have passed through this unscathed.
Now,
should the Duke of Korea investigate our family, and with our 4th uncle's frail health, how do we expect to contend with him? This is untenable. If you were to leave the city, the Duke's residence would act without restraint beyond its confines. Where could you possibly escape to alone? Moreover, We are a family. It is unreasonable to disregard each other out of fear of entanglement. And Shinji firmly grasped Juju's hand, unwilling to let her depart. As long as our father is here, we must face whatever fate befalls us as a united front, never to be separated again. I only spoke in anger, and Siki admitted, feeling a pang of guilt. After all, his fourth uncle had treated him with such kindness. How could he blame Juju for her actions? Furthermore, Juju had only resorted to selling the rare spirit peony out of desperation to save their fourth uncle. Observing their father's resolute demeanor, Juju offered a resigned smile.
No.
I cannot remain idle and endanger our father. Had she been alone, she would have been fearless, willing to disguise herself and flee. However, their father's fragile state could not endure such a journey. It seemed that seeking assistance from Chancellor Chun was their only option. Financial debts could be repaid, yet the weight of human kindness was far more complex. This time, they would likely owe the Chin family a significant debt of gratitude, and she was uncertain how they would ever repay it. Father, is Chancellor Chun also from one of the 5 great families? Juju pondered, needing to ascertain whether the Chin family possessed the strength to stand against the Duke of Korea. If not, approaching them for help could place them in a precarious position. Indeed, Prime Minister Chen hails from one of the 5 prominent families of the capital, the esteemed Chen lineage, and his status in the court is on par with that of Dukan. And Shinji hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Are you seeking assistance from the esteemed Prime Minister?" Although the reputation of Prime Minister Chan among the populace is considerably more favorable than that of Dukan, it is unlikely that he possesses the benevolence to assist anyone indiscriminately. Previously, my daughter inadvertently saved the Prime Minister's daughter while en route to the capital, which led to the Prime Minister's residence bestowing upon us a few spirit stones as a token of gratitude. This is how my daughter and the Prime Minister's daughter became acquainted and forged a friendship. If I approach the Prime Minister's residence for assistance, and should he find himself in a predicament, we shall leave the capital. Once Zhu finished speaking, she turned to exit, but before she reached the door, a knock echoed through the room. Could it be that the people from Dukan's residence have come so swiftly? Given his frail constitution, and Shinji knew he could not venture far. He hoped that their intention was to apprehend him alone. You and Siki should escape through the back door. I will confront them, he insisted, pulling Zhu behind him and pushing her towards Siki. At this moment, Zhu felt a mix of regret and anger towards herself. Her intention had been to help her father recover from his internal injuries. Yet she had inadvertently placed him in jeopardy as he now risked his life to save her. No, I shall not flee. I am the cause of this calamity. Father, I am truly sorry. Seizing the opportunity, while Shinji was weakened and unsuspecting, Zhu struck his mute acupoint, conjuring spirit vines to bind her father and thrust him into Siki's embrace. Quickly escort my father out through the back door. If they are indeed coming after me, you merely need to conceal yourselves, and all will be well. Oh, do not forget to leave some marks, in case I find myself unharmed and wish to seek you out. All right, Zhu, take care of yourself. Siki solemnly lifted the tightly bound Shinji, resolutely determined not to shed tears this time. I will protect my fourth uncle with all my might. Thank you, Zhu. Only after Siki had departed with Shinji did she finally open the door. She then looked at the newcomer with slight surprise. Jiao, what brings you here? Am I not welcome? Behind Chun Shiuejiao stood 2 early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, undoubtedly sent by the Chancellor Chun to ensure her safety. No, please come in. Just as she intended to seek assistance from her, she was surprised to find her arriving uninvited and, moreover, knowing precisely where she resided. Could it be that they shared an unspoken connection? I waited for quite a while before you opened the door. What took you so long? Chun Shiuejiao showed no disdain for the modest courtyard and followed Zhu into the house. I thought it was someone from the Duke of Han's residence come to visit. She felt a pang of guilt for having incapacitated her own father over such a matter, hoping dearly that he would not be angry with her. I am here for this very reason. Observing the astonished expression on Zhu's face, which appeared both innocent and endearing, she could not help but pinch the tip of her nose. Do not worry. My father has already informed the Duke of Han that you are affiliated with the Chancellor's residence, and they will no longer trouble you. Chapter 40. Not selling. How did the Prime Minister learn of this matter so swiftly? She had yet to seek assistance, yet it was effortlessly resolved by Prime Minister Qin, leaving her with an uncanny sense of serendipity. Of course, it is due to me. Chen Xuejiao pointed to a senior cultivator behind her, stating, I have kept Ming Xu secretly informed about you, allowing us to be aware of this incident at the earliest opportunity.
Thank you, Jiao Jiao.
Zhu was at a loss for how to express her gratitude, rising solemnly to bow before her. The debt of gratitude was immense. Chen Xuejiao had saved not only her, but also her father and cousin. Had she truly been captured by the Duke of Korea's residence, her father would likely have been unable to bear the burden, possibly risking his life in a desperate attempt to rescue her. And Siki, who shared a bond with her father akin to that of father and son, would certainly not stand idly by while his father faced death alone. It was highly plausible he would become embroiled in the matter. Thus, the Qin family had effectively saved her entire family. There is no need for such formality between us. Did you not also take a risk to save me back then? Yet I subsequently accepted a reward. Zhu felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Although her initial act was driven by goodwill, upon discovering that Chen Xuejiao was the daughter of the Prime Minister, her intentions shifted towards seeking a reward. In truth, her act of saving others paled in comparison to Chen Xuejiao's genuine sincerity. She truly regarded her as a friend, while Zhu had merely seen her as a benefactor and a pillar of support. Can a mere few dozen mid-grade spirit stones truly purchase my life? Regardless, I only recall that it was you who appeared by my side in my hour of despair and peril. Chen Xuejiao smiled gently and reassured. You may continue to run your stall at the market with peace of mind. I will ensure that Uncle Ming watches over you discreetly. In the capital city, with me, Chen Xuejiao, around, no one dares to bully you. Are you willing to let this opportunity slip away? A single pot of spiritual peony can fetch 10 mid-grade spiritual stones, and you could sell several pots in a day. A 50-50 split would yield you a profit of around 20 mid-grade spiritual stones. Despite coming from a prestigious family, my monthly allowance amounts to merely 1 mid-grade spiritual stone and 100 low-grade spiritual stones, which is already quite exceptional among noble ladies. An income of 20 mid-grade spiritual stones in a day would not only excite me but would also catch my father's attention. This is precisely why the people from the Korean Duke's residence have set their sights on you. A 50-50 split seems unjust to you, so let's be more straightforward. After all, hiring an elder from the foundation establishment stage requires remuneration. How about an 80-20 split, with me taking 2 and you 8? No? If you feel uncomfortable with that, let us adjust it to a 60-40 split, with you taking 4 and I taking 6. Very well. Zhu acquiesced. After bidding farewell to Chen Xuejiao, Zhu recalled her father and cousin, bound by vines, still outside in fear. She hurriedly exited through the back door in search of them. Fortunately, Siki had left some markers at every turning point, guiding Zhu to the inn where her uncle and cousin were anxiously waiting. She quickly released her father's mute pressure point and the vines. Seeing his daughter safely appear, Shinji exhaled a sigh of relief, though a lingering heaviness remained in his chest, casting a shadow over his expression. Father, I'm so sorry for the suffering you endured. Zhu anxiously glanced at Shinji. What have I done to wrong you? From now on, you shall be the head of our family. I am growing old and can no longer manage you. Before Shinji could finish his words, tears streamed down from the corners of his eyes. This was the first time Zhu had witnessed her father's tears, and she immediately fell to her knees in fright. Father, please do not be angry. I promise I will never dare again. I will do whatever you ask of me. Get up. And Shinji urged as he helped her to her feet. I am not angry with you. Rather, I am disappointed in myself. It is my inadequacy that has left me unable to protect you. I must rely on my daughter to support the family, and in times of peril, I depend on my 2 younger descendants for protection. I am filled with shame. Fourth uncle, your inability to protect us stems from the severe damage to your health. And that very sacrifice was made for our sake. You are the hero of the Ni family and a hero in our hearts. It is you who should feel ashamed. Brother Siki is right. You are the pillar of our family, and thus you must not falter. Zhu carefully took out a silk handkerchief to wipe away her father's tears. The matter with the Korean Duke's residence has been resolved. Father, please be patient a little longer. In the next couple of days, I will have enough spirit stones to cover the cost of the medicinal pills. And then my elder sister and I will be able to enjoy many more years at your side. The following day, Zhu sold 5 pots of spiritual peonies. After giving 15 mid-grade spirit stones to Jiao, she earned 35 mid-grade spirit stones. Together with the 120 mid-grade spirit stones she had previously accumulated, not only was she able to purchase the medicinal pills her father needed, but there would also be some surplus. Their family had only 1 4th-grade Pei Yuan Dan left, but they had plenty of 3rd-grade Guben Dan. As Zhu had just completed her payment with spirit stones and was about to retrieve the elixir, a condescending female voice resonated from behind her. Hold on, we require that Pei Yuan Dan, so kindly leave the elixir behind. Zhu paid her no mind and grasped the elixir, striding towards the exit, determined to deliver it to her father who awaited it for his healing. No one would snatch it from her grasp. Hey, are you deaf? The girl who spoke obstructed Zhu's path, and upon noticing Zhu's appearance, her haughty demeanor softened slightly. I have already paid with spirit stones, thus the elixir rightfully belongs to me. Zhu carefully stored the elixir in her spatial pouch, her gaze wary of the girl blocking her way, who turned out to be a young maiden, slightly older than herself, around 18 or 19 years of age. Adorned in resplendent attire, with a charmingly delicate visage, though her tone was decidedly irksome.
Who said that?
As long as one has not exited the shop, it is only fair that the one who paid more spirit stones takes it. Although the maiden felt a flicker of admiration towards the remarkably handsome young man before her, the significance of this Pei Yuan Dan for her brother's potential ascension compelled her to possess it. Yao, let it be. We shall explore other places. From behind the maiden stepped forth a youth clad in white, possessing sharp, well-defined features, though his gaze remained indifferent, as if nothing mattered to him. He exhibited a different kind of cold elegance than Zhu's attire. However, his lips were pale, his physique slightly more frail than average, and an aura of chill surrounded him, lending an impression of fragility. Regrettably, they set out later than intended today, allowing that young lad to seize the opportunity first. The girl named Yao was resolute and determined. I offer 110 mid-grade spirit stones for the Peiyuan pill. You would still gain an additional 10 mid-grade spirit stones. How about it? Not for sale. Step aside. I wouldn't part with the Peiyuan pill for even 100 additional spirit stones. She had overheard earlier that to acquire the Peiyuan pill again would necessitate a 3-year wait, and her father could not afford to suffer even a year's delay. Han Liao, for the first time, faced disregard and rejection from others, which incensed her greatly. 120 spirit stones, and that is already exorbitant. The extra 20 mid-grade spirit stones would easily suffice for a long while. Are you incapable of understanding human speech? Not for sale. Had it not been for the delicate appearance of the girl in question, Zhu would have already brushed her aside. Han Liao was thoroughly enraged. Now, every glance at Zhu felt increasingly irksome. The Peiyuan pill must be hers, or else she would not allow anyone to leave the shop.
Let us see about that.
The opponent was merely at the 6th level of qi refining, and even if she had a brother who was a consummate qi refinement expert nearby, Zhu remained unperturbed. If need be, she still had Hua, a second-tier demon beast, whose strength was comparable to that of a human at the initial stage of Foundation establishment. Chapter 41. Bridgerton. Seeking Death. At this moment, Han Liao was consumed by fury. Coming from one of the 5 great families, she had never encountered anyone who dared to speak to her in such a tone. If she did not teach him a lesson today, she would no longer be Han Liao. She unsheathed the jade-hued soft sword coiled at her waist and thrust it towards Zhu. The young man beside her quickly intervened, saying, Yao, we are already in the wrong here. We cannot continue to act recklessly. Upon seeing the young man who had stepped in, Zhu's expression softened somewhat. The girl wielded a 3rd-tier magical weapon while she was unarmed. Even if she were to triumph, it would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. It was clear that these two were scions of prestigious families, and she had no desire to provoke them. However, the young lady had demanded her medicinal pills. Those pills were crucial to her father's foundation and life. Zhu could never relinquish them, even at the cost of her own existence. Fortunately, one among them appeared reasonable. Thank you, kind sir. Zhu nodded at the young man and exited the shop. Han Liao, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Brother, the Peiyuan pill can suppress the cold poison within you, allowing you to smoothly enter the Foundation establishment stage. If you give away the pill, what will become of you? Fate must run its course. What is not meant to be will not happen. Since there are no Peiyuan pills left in the capital, I shall attempt to join the Tianyun sect when they open their doors to new disciples next year. If I succeed in entering the sect, there will surely be an abundance of medicinal pills available. From the young girl's resolute demeanor earlier, it seems she too might have procured those pills to save a life. Why must we complicate matters further? Han Liao sighed in resignation. Her elder brother was admirable in many respects, yet he harbored an overly detached perspective on the world, even regarding his own health. And Shinji took the medicinal pill, gazing excitedly and expectantly at the 2 little ones who watched him consume it, his eyes growing moist once more. Father, consume the pill and recover swiftly. We shall endure any hardship for your sake. And Shinji nodded, swallowed the pill, closed his eyes, and began to mend his damaged foundation. Zhu sat beside him, extending her hand to infuse her father's body with a stream of vital energy, aiding him in the swift restoration of his foundation. After half a month, a rejuvenated Shinji stepped out of his room. Father, Uncle C, Zhu, and Siki surrounded him, exclaiming with excitement. After a half-month absence, he seemed like a transformed man. He radiated vitality from within, appearing to have shed over 20 years. Once Shinji recovered, Zhu and Siki occasionally took turns running a stall, one selling spiritual peonies and the other selling talismans. When not at the stall, Zhu would stay at home, absorbing her father's teachings on cultivation, and she learned the art of talisman crafting. At times, she accompanied him on ventures to inquire about the whereabouts of Situa. After several fruitless attempts, Zhu had no choice but to seek assistance from the Prime Minister's residence. Unfortunately, the Chun family had scoured several nearby cities, yet no one had heard of or seen her. Zhu reluctantly gave up. Siki, however, showed no interest in talisman crafting, instead favoring the art of weapon forging. Although Shinji was unfamiliar with it, he nonetheless procured numerous books and materials related to the subject, diligently imparting his knowledge to Siki. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was early spring of the following year. The trio had all made significant progress, truly a series of joyful events. According to the Tianyun sect's schedule for recruiting disciples at the onset of summer, it was time for them to embark on their journey. This time, Shinji would accompany them, not only to safeguard them along the way, but also to catch a glimpse of his elder daughter. Chen Xuejiao had also brought along two foundation-building predecessors and companions. The two groups converged, and with Ni Shinji among them, they effectively had three foundation-building cultivators for protection. Only then did Prime Minister Chen feel a measure of relief. After bidding a reluctant farewell to her father, Chen Xuejiao felt a pang of sadness for 2 days. However, she soon found solace in the scenic views along the journey and the presence of Sizhu, who had a penchant for telling corny jokes, which helped her gradually regain her spirits. Ahead lay the kingdom of Shenlong, and beyond it, the Five Extremes Spirit Realm, the true domain of the Tianyun sect. The two foundation-building seniors that Chen Xuejiao had brought along had previously visited the Tianyun sect at the Five Extremes Spirit Mountain, but alas, their state of mind and comprehension were insufficient, leading to their elimination. Is there still such a long way to go?
Nisiki Said.
Having thought that the journey from Lingfeng City to the capital was the furthest he would ever travel, only to discover that even longer distances awaited him. Once you reach the Golden Core stage, traversing this distance will seem trivial, Ni Shinji remarked. The Golden Core stage feels so distant, Ni Siki admitted. To be honest, the only Golden Core master he had ever encountered was his nemesis, Mo Jiucheng, who had decimated the entire city single-handedly. Ni Siki couldn't he fathom when he might ever reach the Golden Core stage himself. One must have dreams. After all, what if they come true? Sizhu said, offering a piece of beef jerky to the little creature beneath her. Hua hua. When you reach the Golden Core stage, you will realize that this is merely the beginning, as there are still the nascent soul and other advanced stages beyond. Hua Hua swallowed the jerky in one bite and affectionately licked Sizhu's palm. There were also those who recognized their own talents as mediocre, realizing that even if they passed the Tianyun sect's trials, they could only become errand disciples. Thus, they preferred to be the head of a chicken rather than the tail of a phoenix, and chose to join smaller sects nearby, where their cultivation levels were likely far superior to those of the two brothers. In other words, there were multiple choices. Initially lacking confidence in entering the Tianyun sect, Ni Siki regained his resolve. He yearned for strength to avenge the ancestors of the Ni family, his parents, and his fellow classmates. After a journey of 3 months, the group finally arrived at Wujiqing, near the Wujixing realm, just before the onset of summer. This city was vast, boasting hundreds of inns dedicated to providing rest and accommodation for the visiting cultivators. However, despite their early arrival, the inns in Wujiqing were already overflowing with guests. After searching through dozens of establishments, they finally found an inn with 3 available rooms. Sizhu, who had resumed her feminine appearance, shared a room with Chen Xuejiao, while Ni Shinji and Ni Siki occupied another. The 2 foundational elders had the 3rd room. They would need to wait for half a month here until the opening of the Wujixing realm, allowing them to ascend the mountain and pay their respects at the sect's gate. During this time, Wujiqing continued to attract an influx of cultivators from across the Tianyuan continent. The demand for inn rooms was bound to intensify, and to avoid the prospect of sleeping on the streets the following day, Chen Xuejiao paid for half the month's lodging in advance. The next day, Sizhu and Chen Xuejiao planned to explore Wujiqing. To their surprise, as they stepped out of the inn, they encountered 2 familiar faces: the girl who had competed with Sizhu for elixirs in the capital of Wusu Kingdom and her brother. Sizhu did not expect to see them so far from home. Though there had been minor conflicts during their last meeting, the girl's brother was a reasonable person. Thus, Sizhu nodded in acknowledgement. However, Han Luyao and her brother failed to recognize Sizhu in her restored feminine guise. Instead, she directed her scornful remarks towards Chen Xuejiao, saying, "Chen Xuejiao, I recall that you are the last of the Qin family's direct lineage. Your father does not keep you at home to seek suitors, yet he allows you to come here to cultivate? Since the young lady of the Duke's residence is present, why should I not be here?" Chen Xuejiao shot a glance of disdain at Han Luyao and, taking Sizhu by the hand, began to walk away. "Wait a moment," Han Luyao interjected, obstructing Sizhu's path, her gaze scrutinizing Zhu from head to toe. Haven't we met somewhere before? Zhu replied. I don't believe so. She maintained her composure while lying, with such beauty. If I had encountered you, I would surely remember. Now, it was Han Luyao's turn to be at a loss for words. Although she considered herself quite attractive, she could not compare to the enchanting Chen Xuejiao, let alone to the striking beauty standing before her. Yet, the other party's claim of her own beauty felt like a veiled mockery. Han Luyao's brother, Han Lufeng, glanced at Zhu, a knowing expression crossing his face, though he refrained from advising his sister. With a huff, Han Luyao turned and walked away with her brother. What significance does beauty hold? The Tianyin sect does not recruit disciples based on appearance, but rather on talent and comprehension. Individuals like them, mere pretty faces without substance, would never gain entry into the Tianyin sect. Have you encountered Han Luyao before? Chen Xuejiao inquired with curiosity. Zhu recounted the episode of purchasing the Peiyuan Dan to Chen Xuejiao. I see. Chen Xuejiao nodded. Han Lufeng, the heir of the Han family, possesses commendable character. He never uses his status to bully others. It is merely his sister who has been spoiled, exceedingly headstrong and pampered. It turns out they hail from the Korean duke's residence. Zhu felt somewhat speechless. Did she have a vendetta against the Korean duke in a past life? Why was there always conflict? Do not fret, Chen Xuejiao reassured her. Once we enter the Tianyin sect, we will all hold the same status. Moreover, it is said that these sects prohibit any private duels among disciples, and harming a fellow sect member is a grave offense. She cannot act against you. And even here in Bridgerton, fighting is strictly forbidden. Otherwise, one would be expelled and banished forever from the vicinity of the Bridgerton realm. Zhu nodded and smiled. In truth, she harbored no concerns about Han Luyao seeking vengeance upon recalling her identity. After all, the elixirs had already been consumed by her father. Even if Han Luyao did remember, it would be of no consequence. Furthermore, this was not the capital city. Everyone was at the same starting line. And the influence of the Korean duke was centered in the capital of Wisu, which could not resolve immediate issues. Meanwhile, Han Luyao racked her brain and, after much contemplation, finally recalled where she had seen Zhu before. It was that boy who had snatched the Peiyuan Dan. Han Luyao ground her teeth in frustration. No wonder she had found her face familiar, yet could not place it, only to discover that she was a female. Had it not been for their shared enchanting peach blossom eyes, she doubted she would have connected them at all. Enough of this, Han Lufeng cautioned his sister softly. We are in Bridgerton, not the capital of Wisu. If a fight breaks out, we will be expelled and barred from entering even the Bridgerton realm. Do you still wish to accompany your brother into the Tianyin sect? All right. Han Luyao reluctantly agreed, feeling discontented. Besides herself, she deemed none of the other beautiful women as virtuous, and they seemed to possess a sinister aura. Reflecting on their appearances, Han Luyao felt a twinge of jealousy and unease. Elder brother, you must not be beguiled by their beauty or grow too close to them. They are utterly unworthy of you. Her elder brother, with a singular gold spiritual root of unparalleled purity reaching the pinnacle of 10 layers, was akin to possessing a heavenly spiritual root. His talents could only be described as exceptional, as he had already attained the pinnacle of chi refinement at the tender age of 22. Had it not been for an unforeseen mishap 2 years prior, when he fell into a millennium cold pond alongside their father, becoming afflicted by the chilling poison, he would have likely advanced to the foundation establishment stage last year. They later learned that Peiyuan Dan could suppress the cold poison, but by the time they sought to procure it, they were a step behind Zhu. However, once her brother entered the sect, his extraordinary aptitude would undoubtedly attract the attention of venerable figures such as the nascent soul true monarch, who would choose him as a disciple. At that juncture, he would not only have access to 4th grade Peiyuan Dan, but perhaps even 5th or 6th grade elixirs to consume at his leisure. By then, It would not merely be a matter of suppressing the millennium cold poison, but rather completely eradicating it. What are you thinking with that little head of yours? Han Luofeng helplessly tapped his sister's forehead. His heart was solely devoted to the pursuit of the Tao, yearning for immortality and enlightenment. Regrettably, as the son of the Han Duke, he found himself bound by duty, committed to the revival of his family and the protection of his nation. Had it not been for the cold poison that hindered his progress, he would have remained trapped in the Qi refinement or foundation establishment stages for life. And his father would not have forsaken him, selecting another son as the heir and granting him the freedom to pursue his own desires. Though he had lost the rights to his family's inheritance, he found solace in wholeheartedly pursuing his own path. Han Lufeng felt that fate had not been unkind to him. Even bearing the cold poison of 1,000 years was not entirely a misfortune. As the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. His younger sister, despite her occasional capriciousness and indulgence, had always treated him with unwavering kindness. Even when he sought the path to immortality at the mountain gate, she was willing to forsake her identity as the cherished daughter of the Han family to accompany him. Thus, no matter how willful and domineering Han Luyao might appear to others, in Han Lufeng's eyes, she was the only family member who remained steadfast and loyal. The two had already amassed a considerable fortune in spirit stones through the spirit peony, so when they encountered reasonably priced magical artifacts and elixirs, they seized the opportunity to purchase them. Furthermore, Zhu prepared a special gift for Nisiki, a two-tiered mysterious iron sword, a set of two-tiered protective garments, and several healing and cultivation elixirs of first and second tiers. The items Zhu selected for herself were also no less than first or second tier magical artifacts. It was not that they were unwilling to acquire third tier or third grade items. Rather, they were currently in the Qi refinement stage. Should they fortuitously pass the trials and enter the sect, gaining the attention of Elder Yuaning and becoming inner disciples would be ideal. However, if they could only serve as outer disciples, wielding third-tier artifacts or garments while still in the Qi refinement stage might attract the envy of those with ulterior motives. Human nature is difficult to fathom. Zhu wished to avoid unnecessary risks and preferred to cultivate her skills discreetly until she had the strength to protect herself. With the 5 Extremes spirit realm about to open, Zhu and her father planned to rent a modest courtyard in 5 Extreme City during the remaining days. Thus, although the father cannot enter the Tianyan sect of the 5 Extremes spirit realm, she and her elder sister, Nisiki, can visit him after establishing their foundation. Even if she and Nisiki fail to pass the sect's trials, they can still seek refuge in nearby smaller sections. 2 days before the opening of the 5 Extremes spirit realm, Zhu and her father finally found a suitable residence. The house is comparable in size to those in the capital, yet due to its affiliation with the 5 Extremes spirit realm, the rent is 2 or 3 times higher. Nonetheless, Shinji paid the rent for 2 years without batting an eye. Now that he is fully recovered and his cultivation has returned to the late foundation establishment stage, he can draw spirit talismans for sale and hunt in the mountains, allowing for a modest surplus after deducting rent and daily cultivation expenses, eliminating any concerns about financial shortfalls. Tomorrow marks the day they enter the 5 Extremes spirit realm. Today, the Ni family has specially reserved a banquet at the renowned restaurant Fragrant Pavilion in 5 Extreme City, inviting Chun Xuejiao and her 2 foundation establishment protectors for a farewell feast. Fragrant Pavilion is famous not only for its roasted second-tier Xianling whole sheep, but also for a spirit wine called Fragrant for 10 Miles, which is renowned for its rich flavor and aromatic scent that wafts for miles, thus earning its name. The restaurant itself took its name from this distinctive spirit wine. According to the waitstaff, the elders of the 5 Extremes spirit realm also have a fondness for their Fragrant for 10 Miles spirit wine, often sending disciples to purchase it. However, despite the wine's undeniable quality, both Zhu and Chen Xuejiao remain skeptical of the waitstaff's exaggerated claims. After all, The five extremes spirit realm is already abundant in spiritual energy. What kind of spirit wine does it lack that would necessitate a trip to Five Extremes City for purchase? Surely, the waitstaff is merely boasting. As a multitude gathered around the hearth, imbibing spirituous libations and savoring roasted meats, an elderly figure, clad in tattered garments, suddenly entered the hall. His attire, so grimy that its original hue was indiscernible, was a patchwork of numerous mends. At his waist hung a gourd, presumably meant for holding wine or water. Despite his hair and beard being ashen, his cheeks bore a healthy flush, and his eyes sparkled with clarity. The thick beard was braided into two disheveled twists that cascaded down to his chest, presenting him as a carefree old rogue. The proprietor of the fragrant pavilion, a cultivator at the initial stage of foundational establishment, had served as the innkeeper for several decades. He was acutely aware that appearances could be deceptive. Many formidable elders often eschewed grooming while secluded in the deep wilderness. Thus, despite being unable to discern the elder's cultivation level or perceive any spiritual energy emanating from him, the proprietor refrained from making hasty judgments. Instead, he courteously inquired, "Good sir, have you come to procure wine or to partake in a meal? What is your finest wine?" The elder's voice resonated like a bell, reaching even those seated above, prompting them to glance in his direction. "Our finest wine is the fragrant journey of 10 li," the proprietor replied with a welcoming smile. "How much would you like, esteemed sir?" "I desire that very fragrant journey of 10 li. Do you have enough to fill my gourd?" The elder removed the gourd from his waist and presented it to the innkeeper. Upon seeing the small vessel, the proprietor felt a tinge of disappointment. Such a diminutive gourd could only contain a single pot of wine, and a pot of the fragrant journey of 10 li was priced at 50 low-grade spirit stones. Although it is considered the most expensive wine in the Five Extreme City, the intricate brewing process and the considerable amount of spiritual herbs and fruits involved yield a mere profit of around 10 low-grade spirit stones per jug. The proprietor jested, stating that our fragrant pavilion prepares 10 large vats of the renowned fragrant wine daily, each vat capable of holding 20 jugs. A gourd, like the one the elder possesses, can barely contain a single jug, so how could we possibly run short? Nevertheless, even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat. The innkeeper passed the wine jug back to the dedicated server, preparing to attend to other guests. "How much spirit stone for this gourd of wine?" the elder inquired. "Not much, just 50 low-grade spirit stones. Given your advanced age, if you cannot manage a full jug, I would gladly reduce the price by 10 or 8 spirit stones. If it exceeds that, consider it my treat," the innkeeper responded, displaying a rather generous demeanor while also exhibiting a hint of impatience. After all, it was merely a gourd of wine. Was there truly any need for such verbosity? At that moment, several golden core cultivators entered, significant patrons indeed, prompting him to hasten his greetings. The elder, unfazed by the innkeeper's shift from warm to dismissive treatment, instead wore a beaming smile, remarking, "The innkeeper must keep his word." Zhu, leaning against the railing on the upper floor to observe the commotion, rubbed her eyes, uncertain if it was merely her imagination. But she felt there was a hint of cunning in the elder's recent smile. "Rest assured, even if a bit more wine is poured, our fragrant pavilion can certainly afford it. Server, please fill this elder's wine gourd to the brim." The innkeeper, having dispatched his instructions to the server, eagerly rushed to greet the newly arrived golden core cultivators, leaving the elder behind without a second thought. The young attendant took the wine gourd and began to fill it with liquor. Initially, he thought that 2 measures of wine would suffice, but upon pouring them in and giving the gourd a gentle shake, he heard the unmistakable sloshing sound of liquid within, indicating it was far from full. Could it be that this old gentleman's gourd possessed a greater capacity than a single jug, since the owner had instructed him to fill the gourd completely, and any excess would be on the house? The attendant continued to pour. After a further measure, he discovered that the gourd remained unfilled. Puzzled, he marveled at how such a small gourd, hardly the size of a palm, could hold so much wine. By now he had poured in 3 measures, equating to 1.5 jugs, yet he hesitated, uncertain whether to continue. The elderly man, waiting for his drink, impatiently urged him on, insisting, "Hurry up. Your master commanded that my gourd be filled to the brim." Noticing that the proprietor was personally attending to a distinguished guest and had no time to assist him, the attendant reluctantly resumed his task, pouring several more measures into the gourd, yet still, it did not reach fullness. With the elder persistently pressing for more, the attendant continued to fill the gourd, measure after measure. Observing this spectacle, Sizhu stood in awe, pondering whether the establishment had indeed encountered a formidable figure. Nevertheless, reflecting on the proprietor's earlier demeanor, she couldn't help but smirk. After all, the old gentleman's gourd must possess some extraordinary function akin to that of a storage pouch, designed for holding liquor. As the fragrant wine filled the gourd to the brim, the young attendant found himself in despair, for his gourd remained far from full. Tears welled up in his eyes. The elderly man observed him intently as he poured the wine, while the innkeeper entertained several golden core cultivators upstairs. Other patrons, though aware of this peculiar scene, remained silent. After all, those capable of employing a mustard seed artifact as a wine gourd surely possessed considerable cultivation. It was not their loss, and thus they chose to ignore the unfolding drama. Once more, the old man urged the young attendant to open a second barrel of the fragrant wine. Reluctantly, the attendant complied, pouring the wine into the gourd. The old man, with a satisfied smile, stroked his beard, reveling in the sheer folly of the innkeeper and his attendant. It would be an injustice not to take advantage of their naivety. Regrettably, the amount of wine they had brewed was insufficient. Even 100 barrels would scarcely fill the gourd. With a mournful expression, the attendant lamented, "This gourd is astonishingly capacious. I have already poured in 5 large barrels, yet it remains unfilled." The innkeeper, disbelieving, approached to witness the spectacle for himself. He watched as the attendant continued to pour, and in no time, yet another half-barrel of wine disappeared into the gourd, without so much as a hint of overflow. A sense of dread filled the innkeeper as he realized the gravity of his oversight. This was no ordinary gourd. It was indeed a mustard seed artifact. If matters continued as they were, the wine in his entire establishment would prove insufficient to satisfy the demands of the elder's gourd. What could he possibly do now? The innkeeper gritted his teeth and hurriedly bowed to the elder, apologizing. "It is my ignorance that has led me to fail to recognize your esteemed presence. I implore you to forgive my folly. However, this humble establishment runs on a meager profit, and I beseech you to exercise leniency." "How can this be?" the elder replied, his displeasure evident as he puffed out his cheeks and glared. "It was you who assured me that I could trust you to fill my wine gourd. Yet it is barely half full." Indeed, the innkeeper lamented, bitterness coating his words. "It is my fault for making such extravagant promises. I humbly request your forgiveness for my careless boast." The innkeeper thought to himself, if he heard correctly, the elder's gourd contained 5 large jars of wine, and yet it seemed insufficient for even 2 days' consumption. Calculating the value, the wine in the elder's gourd required 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 50 medium-grade spirit stones, a substantial loss that nearly made the innkeeper's heart bleed. "Very well, I shall not consume your wine for free," the elder mused. Observing the innkeeper's pale countenance, recognizing that the innkeeper, though driven by profit, was not inherently malevolent, he reached into his patched clothing and rummaged for a moment before retrieving a string of rusted bells. He hesitated, glancing at the bells with some reluctance, but ultimately placed them on the counter. "Let this serve as my payment for the wine." The innkeeper cast a resigned glance at the counter, now cluttered with the tarnished bells, their original color obscured by verdigris. It was evident that the elder was unwilling to part with even 50 low-grade spirit stones. This worn-out string of bells hardly seems worth even a low-grade spirit stone, yet the old man, with nothing but a gourd capable of holding several large jars of wine, utterly astonished the proprietor of the fragrant pavilion. It appears today is destined to be a significant loss for him. The proprietor now feels a pang of distress at the sight of this rusted string of bells. Trading it for 5 jars of exquisite wine is undoubtedly an exceedingly profitable transaction. He would rather forego the bells and grant the old man a favor than face the sight of that wretched string again. "I never deceive for food or drink," the elder remarked, somewhat disgruntled. "Do you not believe this string of purple gold bells is worth the price of 5 jars of wine?" Chapter 44. The dupe purple gold bells. They are merely a collection of rusted copper and scrap metal. The proprietor certainly felt they were not worth it, and his disdain momentarily flickered across his face before he quickly masked it with a smile. However, the elder's keen eyes detected the proprietor's true feelings. Instead of becoming enraged, he lifted the bells and surveyed the crowd, including those upstairs observing the scene. "Is there anyone willing to part with 50 medium-grade spirit stones for the purple gold bells in my possession?" The crowd murmured in disbelief. Is this old man perhaps lacking in judgment? He has tricked the proprietor of the fragrant pavilion into becoming a dupe, losing several jars of wine, and now he seeks to swindle us? If he were to sell the gourd at his waist, I might consider it. Consider what? The 5 jars of exquisite wine within that gourd are worth 50 medium-grade spirit stones. If he were to sell, I would undoubtedly buy. That gourd is no ordinary item. I cannot discern its rank as a magical artifact. It could very well be the legendary mustard seed artifact, which would categorize it as an extraordinary item, one that you certainly would not recognize. Now, dear friends, do not ponder too much. The individual intends to sell the purple gold bell in their possession. Humph. A mere collection of worthless scrap metal. Whoever wishes to be the fool may do so. In any case, it is an opportunity to witness an amusing spectacle, making this visit to the fragrant pavilion worthwhile. Yet I wonder who would be so foolish as to take on that role, someone remarked with a smirk. Sizhu, glancing at the bell in the old man's hand with unwavering focus, felt a twinge of concern. After all, it was merely a broken bell. Do not be deceived. 50 mid-grade spirit stones is not a trivial sum for her, the daughter of a prime minister, especially considering that Sizhu had only recently managed to accumulate a modest amount through her diligent efforts in business. I sense that the old man is no ordinary individual. Furthermore, when he previously toyed with the shopkeeper, he was in the right. Yet, after the shopkeeper sincerely acknowledged his mistake, he neither pressed his advantage nor walked away in disdain. If my intuition serves me correctly, he is exchanging the bell for 50 mid-grade spirit stones to cover the shopkeeper's wine expenses, rather than seeking to deceive. If he is unwilling to take advantage of the shopkeeper, how could he possibly trick others? Perhaps that bell is indeed extraordinary in nature. Sizhu smiled and turned to Anaishinji. Father, do you think my conjecture is correct? Her father, being significantly older and more experienced than they, should possess the wisdom to discern the truth. As the saying goes, old ginger is spicier. Although the old man appeared cunning, his eyes radiated clarity and integrity, distinguishing him from the despicable and shameless individuals, and certainly from those who engage in malevolent deeds. If Sizhu desires that exquisite golden bell, I have 20 medium-grade spirit stones to offer you. Sizhu hastily intervened, preventing her father from extracting the spirit stones, for they represented his last remaining asset. Should he part with them, he would indeed find himself destitute, while she possessed a little over 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Even after covering the expenses for this meal and acquiring the golden bell, she would still have a surplus of several tens of medium-grade spirit stones. If she could successfully enter the Tianyan sect, the sect would likely provide each disciple with a monthly allowance, sufficient for her frugal lifestyle until she reached the foundation establishment stage. Most importantly, when Sizhu beheld the elder unveil the golden bell, a flicker of desire ignited within her heart, an inexplicable yearning that made her acutely aware that missing out on this bell might lead to lifelong regret. Though parting with 50 medium-grade spirit stones pained her, she was resolute in avoiding a lifetime of remorse. Is there no one interested in purchasing it? The elder, after a prolonged silence without response, remained unperturbed. Instead, he took up his gourd and drank deeply, savoring the fragrant liquor. I shall wait for another quarter of an hour. If no one comes forth to buy, I shall instruct my disciple to deliver the spirit stones to the shopkeeper, and the golden bell shall not be sold. Were it not for unavoidable circumstances, the elder would prefer to avoid troubling his loquacious senior disciple. Uncertain whether he had taken on a disciple or unwittingly acquired a paternal figure, his apprentice was even more mature than he, always wearing a stern expression and meddling in various matters. Now, he was even denied the pleasure of indulging in wine.
Consequently,
He had secretly slipped out in search of a drink, only to realize he had forgotten to bring spirit stones. Otherwise, he would never have parted with the purple gold bell. To his dismay, these people were quite ignorant of its worth. As the old man's words faded, a young girl of around 15 or 16 descended the stairs. Although her attire was simple, her beauty was striking. Even the old man, who had little interest in the fairer sex, found himself momentarily captivated, and his tone softened involuntarily. "My dear girl, do you wish to purchase the bell in my possession?" The girl, named Sizhu, smiled and nodded. "It is a privilege for me if you are willing to part with it, esteemed elder." Upon hearing this, the old man burst into hearty laughter, his demeanor noticeably brighter. "I did not expect the most discerning eye to belong to such a young lady. Take the purple gold bell. Simply provide the shopkeeper with the spirit stones." Indeed, Sizhu had not misjudged him. Growing increasingly respectful towards the old man, she graciously accepted the purple gold bell he offered, then retrieved 50 mid-grade spirit stones from her storage pouch to hand over to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, taken aback that a generous benefactor had emerged to cover all his losses, accepted the spirit stones with a complex expression, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he remarked, "Today, all the food and drink for the young fairy at this establishment is on the house." "Thank you, shopkeeper," Sizhu replied. Her spirits lifted upon saving a few spirit stones. It was indeed a pleasant surprise. The shopkeeper looked at her with an expression akin to disbelief, as if she had stumbled upon a treasure, secretly lamenting the wasted beauty of such a naive girl. The elder felt an immediate rapport with Sizhu, yet he was somewhat pained to think that the exquisite Zijing bell had only been exchanged for 5 jars of ordinary spirit wine. Concerned that Sizhu might not fully appreciate the value of the Zijing bell, he took it upon himself to reassure her. "My dear girl, the Zijing bell is truly worth far more than its weight. You shall not suffer any loss." "I have faith in your wisdom, senior," Sizhu replied, "and I too believe the Zijing bell is no ordinary item. However, I am curious to know what type of magical artifact it is." "You have a discerning eye, young lady," the elder responded. This Zijing bell was a serendipitous acquisition from the long-departed ancient Dongxiu Xianjun. As for its classification, I have yet to ascertain it myself. Nevertheless, it has aided me on 2 occasions in evading the probing consciousness of a true monarch in the out-of-body stage, and that was without my having established a bond with the bell. Should it accept me as its master, its powers may indeed be boundless. Observing Sizhu's unwavering trust in him, the elder felt a rare surge of patience and camaraderie, prompting him to inquire, "By the way, I am yet to learn your name, young lady. Should we meet again, I would be delighted to treat you to the finest spirit wine." "My name is Sizhu," she replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks each time she uttered her full name. "You may simply call me Sizhu." It occurred to the elder that such a name could easily lead to misunderstandings, potentially placing her in perilous situations. It was indeed remarkable that she had navigated life thus far. Sizhu continued, "My father is still up there, so I must refrain from speaking ill of him," and offered an awkward smile, Perhaps my parents consider me their precious jewel, hence the name. Safe travels, esteemed Qingyu. Zhu, quickly bring out the bell for us to see. If that old man Qingyu is a fraud, we may still have time to pursue him. Chen Xuejiao eagerly extended her hand towards Zhu. Zhu retrieved the string of bells from her storage pouch and handed it to Chen Xuejiao. I believe Senior Qingyu is not a scammer. Rather, I might have stumbled upon an extraordinary stroke of luck. The ability to evade the probing of a true monarch's divine sense is already worth it. Chen Xuejiao examined the bells meticulously, but discerned nothing of significance. She then passed them to Anai Shinji. Uncle Anai, what do you think? Has Zhu truly fallen victim to deception? Anai Shinji, intrigued, took the bells and scrutinized them closely. He extended a thread of divine sense towards the bells, but was astonished to find that it could not even penetrate the surface tarnish. It was impossible to ascertain the material within. The mere fact that the bells could obstruct a cultivator's divine sense indicated that they were far from ordinary. Even his third-tier Yulong sword could be examined by any diligent Foundation establishment cultivator who could deduce its forging materials and methods. If it were a weaponsmith, they could even speculate on the techniques and order of crafting the Yulong sword. Since his divine sense could not penetrate the bells, it suggested that the materials used were exceedingly rare, or that the bells possessed the ability to shield against the divine senses of other cultivators. This indicated that Zhu had not been cheated, which pleased Anai Shinji. With so many people around, numerous divine senses have already probed the area, seeking to inspect the purple gold bell. Should someone knowledgeable take an interest in it, if their cultivation level is lower than mine, it would be manageable. However, if it were a golden core real person, I might not be able to protect Zhu and the purple gold bell. The theft of the golden bell may seem trivial, yet today, my daughter has drawn attention for this very trinket, coupled with her exquisite beauty. I certainly do not wish for any mishaps to occur on the eve of her worship at the mountain gate. Chapter 45. Worship at the Mountain Gate. And Siki hesitated for a moment and remarked, "Why do I have the feeling that old man is nothing but a charlatan? He doesn't even seem to comprehend the purpose of the artifact he presents. Moreover, given his appearance, can we truly believe that the bell he offers is a treasure? What if he colludes with the proprietor of the fragrant pavilion to swindle us all?" Sis Siki, don't you think it's rather late to voice such concerns? Zhu replied, somewhat exasperated. Indeed, he was merely a case of hindsight. The proprietor of the fragrant pavilion engages in long-term business. It would be unwise to tarnish his reputation for a mere 50 mid-grade spirit stones. Besides, my father just examined the bell. Although he could not identify the artifact, he did not fail to recognize its superior craftsmanship, indicating that this bell is far from mundane. Regardless, the spirit stones have already been paid, and no one shall make her regret her decision. Her willingness is priceless. She attempted to imprint a fragment of her consciousness onto the golden bell, but to her dismay, the attempt dissipated into nothingness before it could even approach the bell. It seemed that binding her consciousness to the golden bell was not possible. Zhu then contemplated the blood contract and pricked her fingertip, allowing a droplet of blood to fall upon the bell. As soon as her blood met the bell, it was swiftly absorbed by the rust upon its surface. Just as she rejoiced, believing that the blood contract might prove effective, the rust that had consumed her blood unexpectedly flaked away, revealing a deep purple metal beneath. However, the rust that had fallen was minuscule, no larger than a grain of rice, and for a bell covered in such extensive rust, it would be a long time before it was entirely shed. Moreover, the blood pact was unsuccessful. Zhu sensed no contractual bond between herself and the purple gold bell, nor could she manipulate it with her spiritual energy. Only when she held the bell did she feel her aura subtly mingling with the surrounding air. As she calmed her mind, she seemed to dissolve into the atmosphere. And if she were to hide in a solitary corner, it was likely that no cultivator would discover her whereabouts. Zhu believed the purple gold bell must possess other formidable abilities and was reluctant to abandon it. She squeezed out a drop of blood onto the bell's surface. This time, the blood was absorbed by the rust without any further rust flaking away. She continued to extract drop after drop until she felt faint and dizzy, only then realizing that she had relinquished nearly a third of her blood, while the rust on the bell had diminished to the size of a fingernail. Forcing herself to bleed any further could potentially harm her body and foundation, especially with the opening of the 5 Extremes spirit realm for the Mountain Gate ceremony scheduled for tomorrow. She needed to maintain her best condition. She had not anticipated that such a small bell could consume so much of her blood. If not for her dizziness, she might have continued unwittingly offering her blood to the purple gold bell. At that moment, she felt as though she were under a spell, driven solely by an insatiable curiosity to uncover the true nature of the bell hidden beneath the rust. Regaining her senses, Sizhu felt a twinge of fear. Perhaps her lack of resolve had allowed the purple gold bell to influence her mind, amplifying her curiosity and desire. What on earth was this purple gold bell? Was it a righteous artifact or a sinister magical tool? Not only did it seem to drain human blood, but it also manipulated the human spirit. Had she truly fallen victim to Anai-Siki's ominous predictions? Had she been deceived? The thought barely took shape when Sizhu shook her head, still unwilling to believe that her esteemed senior, Qingyu, would deceive her. It seemed more plausible that her current cultivation level was too low to discern the mysteries of the purple gold bell, making her more susceptible to its influence over her mind. Perhaps she should wait until her foundation establishment stage to attempt it again. Even if she could not master the chimes, they would serve well as a high-grade breath-concealing talisman, capable of obstructing others' spiritual probing, thus proving their worth. On the following morning, Chun Xuejiao arrived at the small courtyard, knocking on the door just as the 3 members of the Ni family were preparing to seek them out. Nixing and the 2 Foundation establishment seniors escorted the 3 young ones to the periphery of the 5 Extremes spiritual realm, where their journey would halt. The regulations of the 5 Extremes spiritual realm stipulated that during the period of opening the Mountain Gate to recruit new disciples, only those aged 8 to 30, who had never before entered the realm, were permitted entry. All others, including practitioners from outside the 5 Extremes spiritual realm, were strictly prohibited. Furthermore, the entrance to each spiritual realm was personally attested to by Golden Core Realms, who would assess the spiritual roots and bone ages of all entrants. Those without spiritual roots could not enter, nor could those whose bone ages were either too young or too old. This single criterion eliminated a significant portion of the approximately 100,000 applicants, leaving merely over 20,000. The path ahead must be traversed by the 3 of you alone, Nixing said, gazing reluctantly at Sizhu and Nisiki. I hope you will look out for one another, while also taking good care of yourselves. Do not act recklessly, nor let your guard down. Remember, harbor no malicious intent towards others, yet remain vigilant against potential threats. Thus, the 3 of them passed the tests of spiritual roots and bone ages, entering the 5 Extremes spiritual realm. Among them, Chun Xuejiao possessed the most exceptional aptitude, endowed with 2 rare mutated spiritual roots, wind and thunder. The purity of spiritual roots is merely at the 6th tier, yet this already places one among the upper echelon of over 20,000 disciples possessing spiritual roots. Sizhu, endowed with both water and wood spiritual roots, boasts an impressive purity of 8 tiers in wood, qualifying her as a disciple of commendable aptitude. Regrettably, her water root languishes at a mere 4 tiers, diminishing what could have been an exceptional dual root potential to a mediocre standing. As for Nisiki, his qualifications are even less favorable. He possesses fire, wood, and metal roots, each hovering between 4 and 5 tiers in purity, categorizing him within the lower ranks of aptitude. The Tianyin sect typically recruits around 2,000 to 3,000 new disciples annually, and he harbors concerns about his ability to pass the trials and avoid elimination. After much contemplation, he resolves to join the Xiaorao sect directly. During his time in Bridgerton, he had gathered some information, learning that the Xiaorao sect maintains relatively lenient regulations, advocating the path of freedom and ease, provided that disciples refrain from unlawful conduct. What a magnificent expanse! Upon entering the Wujiling realm, Anai was instantly captivated by the breathtaking scenery before him. He gazed at the countless towering mountains shrouded in mist in the distance, overwhelmed by awe.
Nearby,
Waterfalls cascaded down high cliffs, creating splashes and sprays that enveloped the surroundings in a dreamy haze, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. This place is not only vast but also resplendent. Surrounding him were numerous towering plants, vibrant and splendid, wonders he had never encountered in the mortal realm. Occasionally, ethereal cranes soared overhead, filling the air with their melodious calls. This is not merely a semblance of a celestial realm, it is a true paradise. If only he could reside here indefinitely, even the rigors of cultivation would be a sacrifice he was willing to make. Moreover, this is merely the periphery of the five extremes spiritual realm, situated several thousand miles away from the various sections. Each sect has dispatched 10 golden core masters to guide the more than 20,000 individuals into the sects for trials. Among them, the Tianyin sect, being the largest in the five extremes spiritual realm, has sent 4 golden core masters. The Dongzi sect and the Xiaorao sect, classified as mid-tier sects, have each sent 2 golden core masters. The remaining 2 were jointly dispatched by several smaller cultivation sections. Those aspiring to join the Tianyin sect naturally follow the 4 golden core masters aboard the spiritual vessel to the trials. Conversely, those wishing to enter the Dongzi sect or other sects accompany the respective golden core masters. Among the 20,000 individuals, over 10,000 possess merely 4 to 5 spiritual roots. Most are acutely aware of the slim chances of passing the Tianyin sect's trials. Thus, they prefer to join other sects from the outset, hoping to catch the eye of a golden core master there and potentially ascend to the inner discipleship, which is far preferable to serving as a menial worker in the Tianyin sect. Consequently, 7,000 to 8,000 individuals choose to align themselves with the Dongzi sect, the Xiaorao sect, and similar sects, while a significant portion opts to venture into the Tianyin sect for a chance at success. Should they fail the trials, the smaller sects will remain stationed outside the Tianyin sect, providing them with an opportunity for another choice. Missing this chance could sever their ties with the five extremes spiritual realm entirely. Let it be noted that, regardless of the location, even on the fringes of the five extremes spiritual realm, the concentration of spiritual energy is double that of the mortal realm. Should one gain entry into a sect, the spiritual energy would be even more abundant. Sizhu has meticulously prepared multiple options, determined to secure her place in this spiritual realm for dedicated cultivation. The optimal choice, of course, remains the Tianyin sect, revered as the sanctum of cultivation for all practitioners within the Tianyuan continent. Especially Sister Ni Sifeng is also in the Tianyin sect. Even if she can only serve as a humble disciple, Zhu yearns to remain within the Tianyin sect. Should her talents prove insufficient to pass the trials of the sect, she could always seek another path among other sections. She has no intention of becoming overly fixated on a single option. Indeed, being closer to her sister would be ideal. If that cannot be achieved, she is resolute in her decision to pursue knowledge of the arts in other sects within the Wujil realm, refusing to depart in defeat. Her life encompasses not only familial bonds but also the pursuit of immortality and the resolution of deep-seated grievances. Despite the arduous journey ahead, she remains undeterred. Chapter 46. Tianyin sect. Ni observed that over 10,000 individuals had opted to undertake the Tianyin sect trials, leading him to relinquish any hope regarding the sect. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. As the sole son of his parents and the only great-grandson of the esteemed ancestor, he had been showered with affection despite his mediocre talents. This indulgence resulted in his lack of decisiveness throughout his life, fostering a tendency towards avoidance. His wavering will, combined with average aptitude and poor comprehension, left him uncommitted to cultivation, save for his genuine passion for artifact refining. After much contemplation, he concluded that the Xiaorao sect would likely suit him better. Zhu, I wish to try my luck at the Xiaorao sect. I can no longer join you in the Tianyan sect. Should you encounter Sister Sifeng, please convey my regards. This marked the first time in 17 years that Siki expressed such a resolute opinion. Indeed, I too believe the Xiaorao sect is more fitting for you. Dedicate yourself to your cultivation and strive to establish your foundation soon, so that we may reunite in Bridgerton. Although Zhu spoke words of support, she could not help but feel a twinge of concern as she watched Siki approach the gold core master of the Xianyao sect to register. This fellow, despite his unwavering enthusiasm for artifact refinement, seemed indifferent to all else, including cultivation. While the Xianyao sect advocates a philosophy of freedom and spontaneity, it also necessitates that its disciples possess a high degree of comprehension. Otherwise, without such insight, how could they grasp the principles of the Tao and advance? Is not the most crucial aspect of being a cultivator to ascend to greater heights, ultimately achieving immortality? Zhu wondered if Siki could truly comprehend the essence of the Xianyao sect's teachings. Shaking off her worries for him, she reminded herself that everyone has their own path to tread, and for now, her priority was to focus on her own journey before concerning herself with others. Zhu and Chen Xuejiao joined hands as they boarded the spirit vessel bound for Tianyan sect. Due to the large number of disciples participating in the trials at Tianyan sect, each of the 4 gold core masters commanded a spirit ship, each capable of accommodating approximately 4,000 individuals. As fate would have it, the two found themselves seated on the same vessel as the Han siblings. With only a little over 3,000 passengers aboard, the reduced crowd allowed the 4 of them to quickly encounter one another. It seemed that no matter where they went, those two were always present. Han Liao rolled her eyes at Zhu and Chen Xuejiao in plain sight. The gold core masters aboard were not to be trifled with. Should they provoke Han Liao, it was quite possible that they would incur the displeasure of the masters, leading to unforeseen complications. Zhu grasped Chen Xuejiao's hand, advising her to disregard Han Liao's antics, for after all, they had little to lose. Chen Xuejiao concurred with Zhu's reasoning, letting out a cold huff and choosing to ignore Han Liao altogether. Han Liao faintly overheard whispers between the two, seemingly mentioning the words mad dog, which immediately incited her displeasure. Whom are you referring to as a mad dog? If someone seeks insult, let them speak it openly. Chen Xuejiao, observing Han Liao's furious expression, increasingly believed she indeed resembled a mad dog, as Zhu had aptly described. Noticing Han Liao's face had turned the color of liver, Zhu hastily pulled the smug Chen Xuejiao to the other end of the deck. With so many breathtaking sights surrounding them, why dwell on trivial matters that would only mar their spirits? You are the mad dogs, haunting shadows of lunacy. Han Liao, consumed by anger, was about to unsheath her by Shui's soft sword to pursue them. Enough, Yao. Han Lufeng grasped her hand, preventing her from drawing her sword. Have you forgotten the words of caution our elder brother imparted?
But they called me a mad dog. Han Liao protested.
Feeling this was the first time in her life she had been labeled thus. Words belong to others. Let them say what they will. As that young lady remarked, it won't cost you anything. If you persist in this unreasonable entanglement, her words may indeed come to fruition. Han Lufeng's expression darkened, his tone unusually grave, marking the first time he spoke to his sister in such a manner. Brother, even you would say such a thing about me? Han Liao felt increasingly aggrieved. She had traveled countless miles to be here for him, yet he appeared to side with others. Yao, you must remember that upon entering the 5 extremes spirit realm, you are no longer the esteemed daughter of the Duke. Here, no one will indulge your temperamental whims. My only wish is for you to recognize the harshness of reality sooner rather than later, to prevent you from suffering greater losses in the future. At this moment, Han Lufeng truly regrets his sister's capricious nature. Had he known her to be so willful, he would have deemed it more prudent to keep her in the mortal realm. For she is utterly unfit to pursue the path of immortality. While he could manage the enmity with Qin Shuejiao, should she offend other seniors or disciples of true sages, even his considerable abilities may prove insufficient to rescue her. If he fails to discipline her now, it would only lead to her detriment. Elder brother. You are merely bewitched by those two women. Although Han Luyao understands the validity of her brother's words, she remains irritated by his lack of support for her. You are overthinking it, Han Lufeng sighed, his thoughts far removed from romantic entanglements. One can only hope. Han Luyao pouted in dissatisfaction. She would never allow those two women to draw near her brother. As long as she is watching, they shall not deceive him. Meanwhile, Qin Shuejiao felt a sense of relief, admiring the verdant mountains and the azure waters. Even the fleeting birds around her seemed exquisite, far surpassing the beauty found in the mortal world. Finally, she felt liberated from her previous frustrations, unable to suppress her exclamations of wonder. It seems as though you have harbored grievances with Han Liao for quite some time, Zhu inquired, puzzled. From an early age, I have been subjected to the incessant taunts of that insufferable girl, who, emboldened by her brother's presence, has made it her mission to provoke me. In our youth, I could engage her in verbal sparring or, at the very least, resort to physical altercations. However, upon entering the path of cultivation, my father insisted that I embody the virtues of a refined lady, nurturing my character and refraining from unnecessary disputes, particularly with those of lesser cultivation. There were countless occasions when she nearly pointed her finger at my nose in humiliation, yet I could only endure, often donning a smile to convey composure. Is it not infuriating? Qin Shuejiao felt as if she might suffocate from the pent-up frustration, but thankfully, she found a moment of vindication today. Although she did not berate Han Luyao directly, witnessing her falter was a first, and the weight of her accumulated vexation dissipated in an instant, granting her immense satisfaction. Zhu, I owe you my gratitude for this release. I never imagined your prowess in insult could compel someone to admit their own madness. Zhu, however, did not perceive this as a compliment. After 2 hours of navigating the spirit vessel, it came to a halt upon a vast expanse of flat land, adorned entirely with jade stones. Over 10,000 people stood upon this ground, occupying less than a fifth of its area, a testament to its enormity. Zhu gazed upwards, where, amidst the misty mountains, a grand jade gate loomed, seemingly a celestial portal standing between heaven and earth. Above the gate, 3 resplendent golden characters read Tianyun Sect. Very well, we shall escort you to this point. To enter the Tianyun Sect, you must traverse to the South Mountain Gate in 1 hour. One of the Golden Core realms pointed towards the stone gate ahead, stating that if they failed to arrive within the span of an hour, the gate would close. Those left outside would be deemed to have failed the trial, with no hope of entering the Tianyun sect, and could only seek other sects to join. Esteemed elder, may we employ our demonic pets or magical artifacts? Someone inquired. No, the Golden Core realm coldly rejected. Among you, there are many youths who have yet to cultivate their spiritual energy. Their physical prowess is inferior to yours. If they can pass the first trial, while you rely on demonic pets or artifacts, do you not feel ashamed? The questioner immediately fell silent. Others echoed the sentiment. Even the children were willing to endure such hardship, so who were they to voice objections? Anyone disregarding the rules by using artifacts or demonic pets for transportation would be considered a failure and eliminated. I shall oversee from above. I hope you all strive to do well. Chapter 47. The Mountain Path, let us proceed. The Golden Core Elder was right. If they could not endure even this minor hardship, what were they to aspire to in cultivation? Aside from the initial spiritual root assessment, which was the first and simplest trial of cultivating talent, the subsequent challenges would only grow more difficult, ensuring that only the most promising candidates for cultivation would remain. Even the 8 or 9-year-old children, who had yet to draw in spiritual energy, marched forward resolutely. How could these adults be daunted by this mountain path? Sizhu and Chen Xuejiao walked together towards the mountain gate shrouded in clouds. It was a long stone staircase, the exact number of steps unknown to anyone, but it was estimated to be no fewer than 10,000. Although the Tianyan sect's gate appeared close, it was visible to all. Is there not a saying, "The mountains are distant, yet the horses tire"? In reality, they had traversed for nearly half an hour, only to discover that the mountain gate still seemed a great distance away. This was not the gravest concern. The most pressing issue was that as they continued their journey, their legs grew increasingly heavy, each step becoming a laborious endeavor. In contrast, the children who had yet to channel their energy into their bodies were seemingly unaffected. However, having climbed to this point, the adults found themselves exhausted. Even the most resolute children, despite their unwavering spirit, could only manage to walk a short distance before needing to rest. Some were so fatigued that they could not take another step, and weeping, they chose to abandon the effort. In this manner, the distance covered by both children and adults was roughly equivalent. The reason why Sizhu and the other cultivators found themselves on par with the group of children who had not yet harnessed their energy was not due to physical exhaustion, but rather an increasing sensation of gravitational pull emanating from the stone steps below, making it arduous to lift their legs in ascent. This force grew more potent as they climbed higher. Initially, the ascent felt effortless, but as they approached the final 100 steps to the mountain gate, they felt as if they were firmly affixed to the stone steps, incapable of lifting their legs. Some were so greatly affected by this gravitational pull that they collapsed onto the steps, unable to rise. Such a predicament was tantamount to failing the trial. It became evident to everyone that if one succumbed to the force and fell, the gravitational pull would intensify, making it even more challenging to rise. Thus, it was imperative to maintain their posture and avoid falling, for to do so would signify failure in the trial. With the mountain gate of Tianyan sect in sight, Sizhu and Chen Xuejiao resolved to join forces, clasping hands and summoning their strength to step forward together, bravely resisting the formidable force emanating from the stone steps as they lifted their right legs in unison. As soon as her right leg steadied in front, the two of them exerted their strength to propel their left legs forward. The perspiration had thoroughly soaked their garments, coalescing into droplets that fell like beads onto the stone steps below. Oblivious to their surroundings, their focus was solely on the steps ahead. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The remaining 100 stone steps gradually diminished to 99, 98, 97. They were unaware of how much longer they had to ascend, oblivious to the multitude behind them, and ignorant of how many had already passed in front. Their sole concern lay with the stairs before them. It seemed as though each step was a towering mountain that required their united effort to conquer. Indeed, they had already scaled numerous peaks together, yet many more loomed ahead, demanding their continued collaboration to overcome. Unbeknownst to them, they were surpassing an increasing number of individuals. Gradually, they drew nearer to the mountain gate, now just 10 steps away from the platform before it. However, Chen Xuejiao suddenly faltered as her energy was depleted, causing her and Sizhu to lose their balance and lean backward. In a moment of panic, Sizhu extended a hand, intending to brace herself against the ground, determined not to let their bodies collapse onto the steps. Otherwise, they would be firmly ensnared, unable to rise. Just as the situation seemed dire, 2 hands unexpectedly emerged from behind, supporting their backward fall. With the assistance of this kind stranger, Sizhu and Chen Xuejiao quickly regained their equilibrium. To their astonishment, it was the Han siblings. Han Luyao glared at her brother with frustration, exclaiming, "Elder brother, why did you save them? Let them fall. They will fall and strike us," Han Lufeng said casually. Upon overhearing the conversation between the siblings, Zhu and Qin Shuejiao, who initially felt overwhelmed with gratitude, found that sentiment diminished to a mere 5 parts. Nevertheless, they still owed their thanks to Han Lufeng. Without him, the likelihood of their failure in today's trial would have been significantly heightened. Thank you, Brother Han. We owe you a favor, and should you ever require our assistance, we shall not hesitate to help. My elder brother needs no such thing. Let us move swiftly. A good dog does not block the path. Zhu and Chen Shuejiao clasped their fists in a gesture of respect, disregarding Han Lieo's furious rebuke, and continued to forge ahead hand in hand. With only 10 levels remaining and a mere half-incense stick of time left, they realized that a concerted effort might grant them hope of passing this trial. Meanwhile, Han Lufeng tightened his grip on Han Lieo's hand, urging, "Stay close to me. We are almost there." Chen Shuejiao had exhausted her spiritual energy and strength, her muscles trembling with fatigue. Though Zhu also possessed little energy, she decided to channel a portion of her remaining spirit into Chen Shuejiao's body. Jiao, our spiritual energy is running low, and the trial's time is almost up. We can no longer afford to proceed leisurely as before. Shall we take a gamble? How shall we gamble? I will follow your lead. Despite Chen Shuejiao's superior aptitude, she had seldom faced hardship in her life, save for the one time when she was pursued by Yi Lan. Thus, even her cultivation fell short of Zhu's. As they embarked on this trial together, Zhu naturally became their pillar of strength. Let us charge ahead in one breath. Although the journey will be arduous and painful, we shall not squander our time and energy. Are you bold enough to do so? I am. Chen Shuejiao was acutely aware that time was slipping away behind her. Han Lufeng had already caught up with Han Liao, while Han Liao had a brother who had attained the pinnacle of qi refinement to rely upon. The two of them had no choice but to depend on themselves. All right, on the count of 3, we leap forward together. 1, 2, 3. As Zhu's voice fell, Chen Shui and she simultaneously channeled the remaining spiritual energy within them. Drawing upon this scant reserve, they propelled themselves forward with a surge of vigor, managing to traverse the stone steps and tumble onto the platform. During that fleeting moment, an immense force of gravity tugged at their muscles, as if threatening to rend their very flesh apart, a torment both profound and excruciating. Yet amidst the agony, there was an exhilarating sense of liberation. Zhu, we did it! Chen Shuejiao exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Get up quickly. Let us pass through the mountain gate before we rest. With that, Zhu hoisted the weary Chen Shuejiao and made her way toward the mountain gate. Surrounding them were many others, much like themselves, who had just crossed the stone steps. Collapsing to the ground in utter exhaustion, the mountain gate loomed ahead. Any respite would have to be sought within, for Zhu was determined not to let their efforts go to waste. Thus, despite her body aching and her strength nearly depleted, she continued to pull Chen Shuejiao into the mountain gate. 249, 250 at the entrance of Tianyan sect. A golden core master and 2 late Foundation establishment cultivators stood guard. One of the Foundation establishment cultivators announced the count, while the other distributed tokens to them. By a stroke of fate, Zhu drew the token marked with the number 255. The cultivator, who issued the tokens, upon seeing the 2 exquisite young women who had successfully passed the trial, was immediately struck by their beauty and displayed a notably amiable demeanor. You may proceed to the Killing Pavilion not far ahead to rest. The next challenge awaits there. Thank you, Senior. Zhu and Chen Shuejiao continued forward and soon arrived at the Killing Pavilion, where they discovered over 200 individuals who had also passed the trial. At that moment, everyone was diligently recuperating or resting, with no one wasting time glancing around. Zhu and Chen Shuejiao settled down on the ground, each grasping a mid-grade spirit stone, beginning to absorb its spiritual energy for rejuvenation. Before long, the pure spiritual energy from the mid-grade spirit stones replenished their depleted dantians. Aside from their muscles still trembling slightly, their bodies had largely recovered. The Killing Pavilion had gathered nearly 4,000 people, marking the final count of those who had passed the second trial. Out of over 10,000 participants, 2/3 had been eliminated. The remaining third did not feel triumphant, for 2 critical challenges still lay ahead. Chapter 48. The Chili Pool. Before them lay the Chili Pool. Those who could traverse its waters successfully would pass the trial. A stern-faced golden core cultivator arrived at the Killing Pavilion, his pale visage and imposing gaze instantly commanding the attention of all present. This pool contains ethereal waters that reflect the innermost thoughts of one's heart. Those with impure intentions may find themselves scorched by the waters of the Chili Pool, and those with a history of malevolence may face dire consequences, including the peril of skinning and bone removal. I implore you all to think carefully before proceeding. Upon hearing his words, a wave of trepidation washed over a portion of the 4,000 new disciples. After all, who could guarantee that they had never committed a few morally dubious acts in their lifetime? Immediately, over 300 individuals chose to abandon the Tianyan sect. The gravitational magnetic field at the stone steps of the mountain gate had already been deactivated, allowing them to descend safely. 2 disciples in the later stages of Foundation establishment stepped forward to retrieve their tokens and open the mountain gate to escort them away. The remaining members gazed hesitantly at the misty waters of the pool before them. Although this pool was named the 7-mile pool, it was, in fact, quite modest in size, roughly a mile in circumference, with crystal-clear waters revealing the pebbles at the bottom. It hardly resembled the man-eating pool described by the Golden Core Master. Observing their indecision, the Golden Core Master expressed his dissatisfaction. I forgot to mention, this trial has a time limit of half an hour. Anyone who does not enter the pool within this time frame will be considered to have forfeited and may leave the mountain unharmed. Panic ensued among the crowd, yet no one dared to be the first to step into the 7-mile pool. Zhu, undeterred by the Golden Core Master's words, was eager to proceed, but did not wish to be the first to attract attention in such a manner. Finally, a rugged and mature-looking man could no longer contain himself and stepped forward. "You lot are a bunch of cowards. I shall go first." The crowd looked at the man's back with mixed expressions, both hopeful that he would cross the 7-mile pool safely to set an example and wishing for his failure. With a splash, the man leaped into the water, sending a cascade of droplets flying onto the shore, causing the others to retreat in a flurry. Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily while standing in the pool, hands on his hips. Indeed, a bunch of cowards. The crowd thought to themselves, "We truly wish to band together and put an end to him." At this moment, the robust man had realized that the pool's water posed no threat to him, and he felt no fear. Instead, he found the water to be imbued with a rich spiritual essence that enveloped him in comfort, making him reluctant to leave. However, noticing a golden core cultivator observing him from across the pool, he promptly waded across the 7-mile pool with utmost sincerity. As he successfully traversed the water, several trial disciples from the crowd stepped forward to enter the pool. Among them were Zhu and Chen Xiujiao. Zhu reflected on her nature, acknowledging that she was neither a pure altruist nor a ruthless killer. Thus, she felt no trepidation regarding the 7-mile pool, a sentiment echoed by Chen Xiujiao. The two joined hands and once again crossed the pool with ease, the water having no adverse effect on them. On the contrary, they perceived that the spiritual energy within the water was several times more potent than that outside. This energy seemed to permeate through their skin, cleansing their bodies of numerous impurities. Rather than feeling discomfort, they discovered a newfound lightness in their forms, and even the soreness in their muscles from their earlier trek through the mountains was alleviated, restoring them to their optimal state of both spirit and physique before the trials began. Meanwhile, among those who entered the pool slightly later, 2 individuals emitted blood-curdling screams upon contact with the water, one of them experiencing skin that began to peel away as if he were on the verge of disintegration. The sight horrified their companions, who hurriedly hastened their passage through the 7-mile pool, utterly preoccupied with the desire to escape rather than to absorb the pure spiritual essence that could cleanse their bodies. The individual whose skin gradually dissolved in the pool was utterly immobile, enduring the agony while crying out for help. "Save me, esteemed cultivators." However, the 2 golden core cultivators standing on either bank of the 7-li pool paid him no heed. This man was clearly a perpetrator of heinous deeds. Daring to traverse the treacherous waters of the 7-li pool, it could only be said that he was courting his own demise. For such a malevolent individual seeking his own end, the 2 golden core cultivators deemed it sufficient not to intervene in his fate, let alone come to his rescue. Observing their indifference, the man, resigned to his death in the pool, manifested a gaze filled with hatred and madness. He was, after all, a 9th-level chi refinement cultivator. Even in death, he resolved to take a few down with him. With that, he began to reverse his spiritual energy, intending to self-destruct within the 7-li pool, hoping to drag others into his demise. Truly, he was a villain of the highest order. At this moment, the pale-faced, imposing golden core cultivator took action. He directed a flicker of spiritual energy from his fingertip into the man's sea of consciousness, swiftly annihilating his soul before he could execute his self-detonation. Consequently, the pool water rapidly eroded his body, leaving not a trace behind. This display of power instilled fear in many with nefarious intentions who contemplated taking chances. As a result, over 200 individuals chose to forfeit and abandon the trial. Yet, a portion of the untrustworthy remained, clinging to their misplaced hopes, and their outcomes were predictably dire. A few, though suffering varying degrees of burns, proved resolute. Perhaps they were not entirely wicked, merely misguided in their intentions, and they gritted their teeth to traverse the 7-li pool. Among these individuals is Han Liao, who suffered burns on her hands from the 7-li pool. Fortunately, Han Lufeng discovered her in time and enveloped her entire being with his spiritual energy, guiding her safely across the treacherous waters. "Brother, woo-woo," Han Liao lamented, feeling both pain and anger. Why were those 2 vixens able to traverse the pool without incident, while I was scorched by that accursed water? "Liao, did you engage in any dubious activities while in the capital, unbeknownst to me?" Han Lufeng inquired, surprised that his seemingly innocent and charming sister might harbor unworthy intentions. He recognized her capriciousness, yet believed in her fundamentally good nature. He had always taught her to be kind to others, never anticipating such an outcome. Could it be that the sister he cherished was not the true version of herself? "Brother, after you were afflicted by the cold poison, we have been together almost every day. How could you not know if I had done anything?" In response to Han Lufeng's probing, Han Liao felt unjustly treated. All she had done was discreetly fend off a few presumptuous women who dared to eye her brother. Could such trivial matters be deemed as misdeeds? She felt wronged. Her sole intention was to shield her virtuous brother from the contamination of superficial women. "Very well, refrain from acting behind my back in the future. If you were to provoke a catastrophic disaster, even I may not be able to save you." Han Lufeng resolved to pay more attention to his sister henceforth, aiming to gradually reshape her disposition. On the summit of Chenhua Peak, where the outer disciples of Tianyin's sect resided, Xia Holong stood before a small courtyard, his expression heavy with melancholy. He repeatedly contemplated knocking on the door to enter, yet hesitated time and again, ultimately setting his hand down. A discontented female voice echoed from behind him. "What are you still hesitating for? I cannot repay kindness with ulterior motives." It has not been easy for her to reach this point. Xiahou Long had witnessed firsthand how Anai Sifeng, starting as a mere servant disciple, had diligently cultivated from the 8th layer of qi refinement to the peak of qi refinement over 3 years, and was now on the verge of breaking into the foundation establishment stage. Her tireless efforts, despite her status as a servant disciple, had shone brightly, catching the attention of the esteemed fire cloud true monarch of Qilian Peak, who who intended to accept her as an official disciple once she successfully established her foundation. To retain her by force out of gratitude would only serve to harm her. Without our Xiahou family, how could she have had the fortune to enter Tianyun's sect? Xiahou Shu held her brother's tender-heartedness in disdain. Even if she were to remain by his side for a lifetime, it would merely be fitting, considering the immense favor he had bestowed upon her. Moreover, as a member of the royal family, they were nobility, while she was merely a destitute orphan. Was it truly a disgrace? Yet, she held no feelings for me. If I were to compel her to stay, it would only bring her suffering, and I wish for her to be free of pain. Xiahou Long's expression grew increasingly somber. Furthermore, I promised her that upon reaching foundation establishment, I would grant her freedom. Then let her not establish her foundation, Xiahou Shu sneered coldly. In that case, elder brother could take her as a concubine, thus possessing her entirely while also granting her a title, which would not be a disgrace to her. Xiahou Shu had long harbored disdain for Ni-Sifeng, who, despite being merely a servant to her brother, harbored lofty ambitions of becoming an inner disciple and persistently overshadowed her. Even managing to establish her foundation ahead of them, she must pull her into the mire, ensuring that she can no longer hold her head high. Chapter 49. A Clean Break. Third brother. A true man possesses no poison. Only by breaking her wings can she be rendered utterly despondent, confined to your side. Xiahou Shu continued to entice Xiahou Long. Do you truly wish to witness her soar to great heights, drifting ever further away from you? Xiahou Long's face bore the mark of reluctance. I shall catch up to her. Xiahou Shu let out a derisive laugh. When did it become necessary for the future heir of our Xiahou family to look up to a woman, let alone willingly descend into depravity, to follow her? Third brother. You disappoint me greatly. Fifth sister. I am genuinely enamored with Miss Ni-Sifeng. I wish to make her my consort in a formal marriage, not to ruin her foundation and condemn her to a life as a mere common maid. I disagree. Xiahou Shu interjected decisively. She is merely an orphan. How can she possibly be worthy of you? You must remember that your wife is destined to be the future queen of our Wusu kingdom, and she must come from a noble lineage. How can she be deemed worthy? Moreover, did you not just state that she has no interest in you? How can you be certain she would consent to marry you after establishing her foundation? In that moment, Xiahou Shu struck a nerve in Xiahou Long. Indeed, he had expressed his feelings multiple times, even assuring her of his intent for a legitimate union, yet Ni-Sifeng had consistently asserted her disinterest in romantic affairs. Could it truly be, as fifth sister suggested, that only by preventing Ni-Sifeng from successfully establishing her foundation could she be compelled to remain by his side forever? In the small courtyard, Ni-Sifeng stood quietly at the gate, where she should have been wholly absorbed in her pursuit of foundational cultivation, oblivious to the world beyond. Listening to the conversation between the Xiahou siblings outside the courtyard, her expression grew increasingly frigid. Fortunately, the esteemed Fire Cloud True Lord had bestowed upon her a piece of fire crystal, aiding her in her endeavor to reach the foundation establishment stage. The fire crystal contained potent and pure fire spiritual energy, which proved to be remarkably beneficial for Ni-Sifeng, who possessed a perfected fire spiritual root. This energy allowed her to absorb it effortlessly during her pivotal moment of breakthrough, enabling her to succeed in establishing her foundation in merely one day, rather than the several days she had anticipated. In fact, she even ascended to the peak of the initial foundation establishment stage with the aid of the fire crystal. However, shortly after her seclusion, she overheard the conversation of the Xiahou siblings. She was taken aback by Xiahou Shu's malevolence. As she plotted to thwart Xiahou Long during Ni-Sifeng's critical moment of breakthrough, intending to cause her failure and ruin her foundation, condemning her to remain in the qi refining stage for eternity. Was there truly no distinction between this and murder? Indeed, it was a far more insidious act, a genuine assault on her very spirit. Could it be that her recent acclaim as the most beautiful female cultivator among the sect had eclipsed Xiahou Shu's glory? For Xiahou Shu, such a title may have represented unparalleled honor, but for Ni Sifeng, who was solely devoted to the pursuit of immortality, it was a source of vexation. This title had attracted jealousy and ostracism from fellow female cultivators and compelled her to rebuff the advances of male disciples drawn by her reputation, leaving her in a state of constant annoyance. If given the choice, she would prefer to possess an ordinary appearance, blending seamlessly into the crowd without drawing any attention. Or perhaps it was due to her status as merely a servant disciple who had entered Tianyin's sect through the Xiahou family, yet managed to achieve foundation establishment before them? Xiahou Shu, driven by jealousy, sought to extinguish her innate talent. Alternatively, it may be due to the fact that they are merely named disciples of the Azure Blue True Monarch, while she, upon successfully establishing her foundation, could aspire to become a true disciple of the Fire Cloud True Monarch. In terms of sex status and rank, she would hold a position superior to theirs. Reflecting upon her 3 years of devoted service as Xiahou Lang's maid, she had diligently cared for his daily needs, fulfilling her duties as a servant. Even though Xiahou Lang had confessed his feelings for her on numerous occasions, Ni Sifeng had never allowed herself to feel prideful or lose her composure. She remained steadfast in her role as his maid, never entertaining inappropriate thoughts, nor forgetting the life-saving grace he had bestowed upon her. Her aspiration was to grow stronger step by step, to one day possess the capability to repay his kindness with treasures and techniques or to eternally safeguard the Xiahou royal family of the Wusu kingdom. Never had she contemplated the notion of marrying him as a form of gratitude. Ni Sifeng was acutely aware that her feelings for Xiahou Lang were devoid of romantic affection. If there were no genuine love, marrying him would ultimately be unjust to him.
Yet,
she could not have anticipated that Xiahou Shu would compel Xiahou Lang to take drastic measures against her at this moment.
Xiahou Lang,
cognizant of her profound enmity and her desperate yearning for power to exact revenge, would he truly sacrifice her foundation for his own selfish desires, thereby rendering her incapable of vengeance? Ni Sifeng waited in silence, anticipating Xiahou Lang's decision. Would this man, who had once been a pillar of support for her, heed his sister's words, forcibly hinder her from establishing her foundation, and retain her by his side, or would he relinquish his intentions and respect her choices? Ultimately, with a sigh, Ni Sifeng realized that Xiahou Lang had succumbed to Xiahou Shu's manipulations, intending to forcibly breach the gates of the courtyard where she resided with his magical artifact. Ni Sifeng stepped out first, revealing the unpredictable nature of human hearts. She had believed that Xiahou Lang was an upstanding gentleman, incapable of forcing others into difficult situations. Yet, the present Xiahou Lang was clouded by jealousy and possessiveness. "Have you truly succeeded in establishing your foundation?" he inquired, astonished and unsettled as he gazed at the emerging Ni Sifeng. "Thank you, young Master Xiahou, for your care over the past 3 years. I am eternally grateful." Ni Sifeng untied the sword at her waist, returning it to Xiahou Lang. "This is the spirit sword you gifted me 3 years ago. It is time for it to return to its rightful owner." "What do you mean by this?" Xiahou Lang hesitated to accept the spirit sword, fearing that doing so would mean losing Ni Sifeng entirely. "Young Master Xiahou, I am aware that my debt to you cannot be repaid merely by serving as your maid for 3 years. However, I can offer you a promise. Should I reach the Golden Core stage, I will safeguard the Xiahou royal family for a century in repayment of your kindness." Ni Sifeng stepped forward, presenting the 3rd-tier spirit sword with both hands before Xiahou Lang. This would be her final bow to him in the capacity of a servant. From this moment onward, their paths would diverge, and they would have no further entanglements. "You wish to sever our ties and relations. I cannot accept that." Xiahou Lang's expression shifted dramatically, while Xiahou Shu stepped forward to take the spirit sword. "Brother, it is better to be rid of such an ungrateful woman." "Silence!" Xiahou Lang exclaimed, filled with indignation. Were it not for Xiahou Shu's instigation, he would never have entertained such malicious thoughts, nor would he have pushed anti-heroine away. It is all your doing, all your misguided advice. Brother, I act with your best interests in mind. Look at this woman. Having successfully established her foundation, she seeks to sever ties with you, revealing her true nature. Smack. Before Xiahou Shu could finish her sentence, anti-heroine suddenly stepped forward and delivered a crisp slap. Having endured numerous insults from Xiahou Shu in deference to Xiahou Long, anti-heroine had tolerated her behavior for far too long. Now that she was no longer entangled with the Xiahou family, she felt no need to restrain herself any longer. Do you dare strike me? Xiahou Shu was nearly beside herself with rage. After all, she was the esteemed fifth princess of the Wusu kingdom and a disciple of the revered Tsang Longjun. Yet she had been struck by a mere servant who had only entered due to her family's influence. How could she face the world after such humiliation? If I had not successfully established my foundation ahead of time, I would surely have fallen victim to your deceit. Anti-heroine chose not to mention Xiahou Long, as if he were an afterthought. Instead, she regarded Xiahou Shu with a calm demeanor. I owe a debt of gratitude to Xiahou Long, but I owe you nothing. Heaven watches over all. Those who commit injustices shall meet their demise. This is my warning to you. Should you dare to insult me again, I will not hesitate to retaliate. A clear voice rang out, capturing the attention of the three. They looked up to see Huiyunjun arriving swiftly, riding the azure light sword. Indeed, you are the disciple I have chosen. I admire your bold and passionate nature. Greetings, Huiyunjun. The three hurriedly bowed in respect. Anti-heroine stood and moved to follow behind Huiyunjun, just as she was about to step onto the azure light sword when she heard Xiahou Long's voice from behind. Heroine, I did not intend to. Rest assured, young Master Xiahou, my promises are unwavering. Anti-heroine interrupted Xiahou Liang's words as she ascended the Qingmong sword. Whether intentional or not, the ultimate decision rested upon him. Once that choice was made, their friendship could never be restored. Chapter 50. The Cliff of Enlightenment. Only around 3,000 individuals successfully traversed the Chili Pond. The venerable Golden Core Master, with a countenance both serene and imposing, directly transported them to the base of a cliff. This precipice, known as the Cliff of Enlightenment, bore engravings of swordsmanship, knife techniques, and spear arts, the 12 methods left by the founding sages of our sect. These markings, having endured for millennia, still radiated the enduring essence of sword, knife, and spear. Should you grasp even a fragment of one of these 12 arts, or merely touch the essence of qi, and leave behind an imprint of your understanding at the foot of the Cliff of Enlightenment, you shall be deemed worthy to join our esteemed Tianyin sect. As his words lingered in the air, a young child, no older than 9, timidly inquired, "Esteemed elder, what about those of us who have yet to draw in qi?" The originally stern Golden Core Master softened his demeanor in response to the child, patiently elucidating, "The spiritual energy at the base of this cliff is exceptionally rich. I shall impart the qi drawing technique to you. Should you manage to draw qi into your body here, you will be considered to have passed the trial." "Thank you, esteemed elder," the child replied gratefully. The Golden Core Master proceeded to bestow the qi drawing technique upon over 500 children who had yet to assimilate qi into their bodies. He continued, "You have a mere 5 days. Should you fail to comprehend the teachings by then, it will be considered a failure of the trial." With that, the Golden Core Master left them in this place, vanishing from sight. The crowd gazed upward at the cliff, seeking a spell that resonated with their own understanding. It became evident that this was indeed the most formidable trial. Some, after a prolonged period of contemplation, could not discern a path forward and could not help but voice their frustration. Sizhu, however, did not rush into selecting a particular spell. Instead, she meticulously examined all 12 spells inscribed by the founding sage and the 12 great saints upon the cliff. True to their exalted status, each incision contained transcendent principles, resonating with varying degrees of severity, majesty, sharpness, ferocity, restraint, and ethereality. The craftsmanship was truly admirable, yet elusive in comprehension and mastery. Nevertheless, Sizhu sensed that mastering even one of the 12 spell inscriptions could precipitate a monumental transformation in her cultivation and strength. This was both a test and an elusive opportunity. The 12 spell inscriptions represented the 12 paths of weaponry, serving as gateways to the magical instruments she would wield in the future. By discovering her own path, she could unlock the flow of energy, leading to more efficient cultivation and a substantial increase in power. Influenced by the image of her father wielding the third-tier dragon-slaying sword to cleave through mountains of corpses, propelling her out of Lingfeng City, Sizhu had long desired a sword of equal might, one that could safeguard herself and her family.
Now,
she realized that true strength lay not in the sword's form, but in the art of swordsmanship itself. Thus, she chose the fiercely imposing sword intent inscription, retrieving a first-tier iron sword from her storage pouch to begin her journey of comprehension and cultivation. Surprisingly, the seemingly delicate Chen Xuejiao opted for the most domineering and formidable blade, intent inscription. What defines a sword? What constitutes the path of the sword? Zhu gazed at the sword intent emanating from the Wudao cliff, her thoughts gradually deepening. Unbeknownst to her, her mind became enraptured, as if she were transported back a millennium, witnessing the sword saint, one of the 12 great sages, wielding his long sword. With a single stroke, he shattered all obstacles and soared into the azure skies. The sword intent materialized, radiant as the sun and moon, swift as a shooting star, exuding an unstoppable aura. Under his blade, the 9 provinces trembled, and all nefarious beings succumbed as souls beneath his sword. A surge of heroic spirit welled up within her. This was the true essence of a single sword severing myriad laws. Gradually transitioning from clumsiness to fluidity and then to mastery, Zhu lost track of time, wholly absorbed in comprehending that sword intent. At last, she discerned the so-called Qi Gate, where a faint current of energy began to flow within her sword.
This was the sword Qi.
Although her current sword Qi was minuscule, nearly negligible, and lacked any tangible destructive power, even remaining leagues away from the sword intent, Zhu felt immense joy, for she had touched the threshold of the sword path, thanks to the sword saint's intent. This would undoubtedly ease her subsequent swordsmanship training. Awakening from her reverie of swordplay, Zhu struck the cliff face before her with a single blow. The tiny sword Qi enveloped her iron sword, carving a delicate mark upon the stone. She had finally passed this trial, and at last, she was a disciple of the Tianyun sect, able to remain in the same sect as her elder sister. Zhu felt both exhilarated and anticipatory, wondering if her sister would be taken aback upon seeing her. Meanwhile, Chen Xuejiao also rose, drawing a dagger and wielding it to create a blade's aura that left traces upon the cliff. Seeing her dear friend successfully complete the trial, Zhu hurried over to offer her congratulations. I never expected someone as refined as you would choose the path of the blade. I find it exudes a magnificent aura. Truly impressive. Chen Xuejiao chuckled, revealing that her lifelong aspiration had been to become a sword-wielding heroine, capable of severing the heads of her adversaries with a single stroke. After bidding farewell to the more than 1,000 individuals who had failed the trials, the newly admitted disciples followed the stern-faced golden core master to the main peak, Lianhua Peak, where the sect leader and the 12 inner and outer peak masters awaited the newcomers at the Qinglian Hall. It was uncertain how many promising candidates would present themselves this time, and whether any of them would catch his eye as a potential disciple. The master of Jushu Peak, the esteemed Kanglin Jinjuan, gazed eagerly toward the entrance, fully aware that he had the largest number of disciples among all the peak masters. Yet he still yearned to recruit a few more exceptional talents. This provoked a hint of discontent among the others. Wei Shixiang, do not be so insatiably greedy. You already have over 20 disciples under your wing. Are you truly concerned about finding a worthy successor? Lamented Lanshi Jinjuan. Undeterred by Lanshi Jinjuan's remarks, Kanglin Jinjuan laughed heartily. Most of my disciples were bestowed upon me by our esteemed sect leader, consisting of princes and princesses from various nations, each more ostentatious than the last. They are not here for the pursuit of immortality, but merely to engage in comparisons. What I truly desire is a genuine disciple, one who is wholeheartedly devoted to the path. Wei Shidi, I have heard that among your entourage is a princess's maidservant with a perfect fire spiritual root. Yet she was discovered by that crafty Zhu Hongqiao, who hastily took her as a disciple, inquired Guyuan Jinjuan, the master of Yueying Peak, with keen curiosity. Upon hearing Brother Guyuan mention this matter, the azure blue sovereign felt a deep sense of frustration. Who could have imagined that beneath his very nose lay a promising talent with a heavenly spiritual root? By the time he became aware of it, the newly ascended fire cloud sovereign, also known as Chu Hongqiao, had already whisked her away. It was said that Ni Sifeng had recently succeeded in foundation establishment at the tender age of 19, and she was destined to form her nascent soul before reaching 200, a future brimming with limitless potential, yet he had missed the opportunity entirely. However, the azure blue sovereign soon found solace in the realization that the girl possessed a singular fire spiritual root, while his primary mastery lay in water and metal spells. To take her as a disciple would only serve to delay her progress, especially considering her humble beginnings as a servant disciple. Her current achievements were undoubtedly a testament to her earnest pursuit of the way. Furthermore, he had heard whispers of discord between her and Xiahou Shu. Should they be placed under the same master, their daily interactions would likely descend into chaos. Thus, the azure blue sovereign harbored no resentment towards Chu Hongqiao for seizing the opportunity. If Ni Sifeng were to be placed under his tutelage, he would likely find himself preoccupied with navigating the intrigues and rivalries of the sect, ultimately squandering her innate talent. Chapter 51. Selecting disciples. That girl, Hongqiao, had always been impulsive. This time, her eagerness to nurture the young girl, who possessed a perfect 10-layer fire spiritual root, drove her to act in such a manner. It was hoped that the azure blue sovereign would not take this matter to heart. An elderly man with a mane of red hair and a bushy red beard, brimming with vitality, quickly spoke in defense of the fire cloud sovereign. He was the master of Chilean Peak and also one of the few true sovereigns present at the out-of-body stage. Uncle Qian, you jest. My junior sister, Fire Cloud, possesses a discerning eye for talent. However, the girl's spiritual root does not align with my path. To keep her at Jushui Peak would indeed be a waste. Azure True Monarch promptly affirmed his stance. Delighted by Azure True Monarch's graciousness in setting aside the matter, Cinderblaze True Monarch stroked his beard with satisfaction, remarking, regardless, Crimson Training Peak has undeniably gained a significant advantage this time. I shall have that lass, Scarlet Gable, personally offer her apologies to you in due course. With the matter of vying for a disciple resolved amicably, Cinderblaze True Monarch recalled his fellow disciple, Clear Feather, who had entered the nascent soul stage around the same time as he. He mused, I don't believe I saw him in the main hall. Esteemed nephew North Star, what has junior brother Clear Feather been occupied with lately? It has been quite some time since I last saw him. Following Cinderblaze True Monarch's lead, the other True Monarchs turned their attention to one of the few younger men present. He was clad in profound black robes, exuding an aura of serene detachment. Like an iceberg standing tall within the hall, he possessed a countenance of unparalleled handsomeness. Even without a smile, he garnered the admiration of countless female disciples both within and beyond the 24 peaks of Celestial Rhythm sect. More importantly, he was the youngest nascent soul true monarch among the 24 peaks, having entered the nascent soul stage at the mere age of 132. As the newly appointed peak master of Inner Peak Verdant Wood, his future prospects were boundless. My esteemed master does not favor lively gatherings, he replied, mentioning his master. The man who rarely smiled sighed with resignation. Esteemed brother North Star, do you have any plans to accept a disciple this time? Asked Splendid Dawn, True Monarch, well aware that North Star, True Monarch, was not only popular among the female disciples, but also revered by the male disciples. Should he express his intention to accept a disciple, she imagined the disciples would vie fiercely to become his student. None whatsoever, he declared. One master was already more than enough to occupy his thoughts. Xiao Yi had no desire to invite further troubles upon himself. At this moment, the Golden Core Master leading the new disciples' trial stepped into the Grand Hall and saluted the sect leader, reporting, "Respected sect leader, there are a total of 1,608 newly admitted disciples awaiting outside." Song Shuming subtly furrowed his brow. This number was several hundred less than he had anticipated, indicating that promising talents were increasingly rare. If this trend continued, the future of Tianyun's sect would be precarious. Unable to compete with the various sects of Punlai Immortal Island, let alone the forces beyond the Tianyuan continent. Should the sect be unable to sustain itself, it would inevitably face the risk of being swallowed up, perhaps even losing its hold over the inland nations. Would they truly need to follow the example of other sects and lower their standards for the trials? But then, Tianyun's sect would no longer be Tianyun's sect, becoming indistinguishable from those small, chaotic sects of mixed quality. Please lead them to the Grand Hall, he sighed, hoping that among the over 1,000 new disciples, a few outstanding talents would emerge. As the more than 1,000 new disciples entered the Grand Hall, they initially wished to curiously survey their surroundings. However, upon seeing the dozen or so dignified elders at the front, each disciple bowed their heads, obediently kneeling to greet. "We humbly pay our respects to the sect leader and esteemed elders." "You may rise," the sect leader replied warmly, casting an expectant gaze upon the disciples. "Those with a single spiritual root, please step forward." Among the over 1,600 disciples, only a handful, scarcely a dozen, were single spiritual root disciples who emerged from the crowd, their faces brimming with barely contained excitement. If they could gain the favor of these elders, they would have the opportunity to ascend to the inner sect, where they would have access to boundless resources for cultivation. The remaining over 1,000 disciples cast envious and jealous glances towards the dozen or so disciples, secretly lamenting their inferior talents. Han Liao gazed at her elder brother's retreating figure, casting an excited and triumphant glance at Zhu Zhu and Chen Xuejiao. However, Zhu Zhu and Chen Xuejiao remained impassive. They had anticipated this even before entering the Tianyun sect. While the Tianyun sect did not solely judge based on talent, also assessing character, comprehension, and perseverance, those who passed these trials were undoubtedly selected based on their superior aptitude for mentorship. They felt content simply to have qualified for the trials and entered the Tianyun sect for cultivation. As for whom they would take as a master, that would depend on fate. Should no senior take notice of them, even serving as a menial disciple would be preferable, as it was said that they could listen to lectures from the Golden Core realms daily, which was far superior to the obscurity of cultivation outside. Ultimately, among the 10 or so of them, only half were chosen by the seniors to become disciples, including Han Lufeng, who was accepted under the tutelage of the Iron Wind True Monarch from Mingjin Peak, becoming his true disciple. Although they possessed single spiritual roots, their attributes were all below the 8th level, rendering their qualifications rather unimpressive, which explained their exclusion. Song Shuming felt quite disheartened. Aside from the earlier young man with a perfected golden spiritual root, none of the single spiritual root disciples had reached the level of a heavenly spiritual root, nor did any possess exceptional physiques. It seemed the Tianyun sect truly was declining with each generation. Those with dual spiritual roots stepped forward. Over 100 disciples stepped forward in response, including naturally Zhu Zhu and Chen Xuejiao. This time, it was Han Liao's turn to feel jealousy and envy. She possessed merely a 4-element root constitution, Had it not been for the cultivation resources from the Duke's residence and her commendable comprehension, she would never have reached the 7th level of qi refinement by the age of 19. Song Shuming surveyed the crowd of over 100, hoping that among them, there were individuals with exceptional talents. The Golden Core Master stepped forward to announce their spiritual roots one by one. Unfortunately, Han Luyao's water element root was only at the 4th level, which hindered her otherwise commendable aptitude, reducing it to mediocre status. Naturally, no one considered her qualifications worthy of apprenticeship. Zhu, however, was not disheartened. She had long been mentally prepared for this outcome. When the Golden Core Master revealed that Chun Xuejiao possessed dual mutated roots, the Wind and Thunder roots, both at approximately the 6th level, the Peak Masters and Yuaning true monarchs finally showed interest. Such dual mutated roots were indeed fascinating. True monarch Lanqi delicately adjusted the stray strands of hair at her forehead, a flicker of curiosity igniting within her. Although the roots were only at the 6th level, if cultivated well, they could enable one to challenge opponents above their level, rendering them invincible among peers. True monarch Gudyuan also began to feel a stirring of desire. Possessing the formidable Wind and Thunder roots, even with a slower progression in cultivation, was still vastly superior to other dual roots. Other Peak Masters and Yuaning true monarchs nodded in agreement, their eagerness to take Qin Xuejiao as a disciple intensifying as they extended olive branches towards her. Dual mutated roots were a rarity, scarcely seen in centuries. Under the simultaneous gaze of so many esteemed predecessors, Qin Xuejiao felt an acute discomfort and anxiety. As if sitting on pins and needles, she hurriedly grasped Zhu's hand, who gently patted the back of her hand and softly reassured her. "Fear not. Your opportunity has arrived. Choose whichever you desire." The Masters of the Peaks and the true monarch of Yuaning, regardless of how soft Zhu's voice may be, with their cultivation levels, even without the use of spiritual power, the sound resonates clearly within their ears. It is indeed unexpected that they would experience a day of being chosen by a disciple. This young girl possesses remarkable courage, yet it is regrettable. The true monarch of Gudyuan sighed, choosing to say no more. Encouraged by Zhu, Chun Xuejiao immediately felt that the esteemed elders across from her were not as intimidating as she had initially thought. With newfound resolve, she surveyed the group and boldly declared, "I wish to learn the art of swordsmanship." A robust elder, sporting a bushy beard, erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, the young lady possesses discernment. I am the most skilled with the blade among this assembly. Esteemed elder, may I behold your sword?" Chun Xuejiao eagerly inquired once more. "Certainly," the bearded giant responded, extending his hand to summon a 7-foot-long sword that materialized from thin air. This blade, known as the Thunderstrike Sword, was forged from the ethereal stones of the South Sea and infused with 8-tiered lion and tiger bones, undergoing 3 tribulations of lightning to attain its current form. It emanated inherent thunderous energy, having reached the 9th tier, merely a step away from being classified as a treasured artifact. Chun Xuejiao gazed in awe at the imposing 7-foot blade, yet found herself halted by the blade's aura, unable to approach any closer, relegated to a distant observation. The sword bore no extravagant embellishments. Its blade was broad and elongated, resembling a crescent moon, with lightning runes etched into the hilt, simple yet profoundly striking. Even from afar, Chun Xuejiao could sense the sword's fierce presence and lethal intent. Given such a magnificent weapon, it was evident that this elder's swordsmanship must indeed be exceptional. Fearing that Chun Xuejiao might change her mind, the elder with a bushy beard continued, "I possess a thunderous spiritual root, which aligns perfectly with your own. Would the esteemed elder be willing to accept me as a disciple?" Chun Xuejiao inquired, her heart racing with excitement. "Indeed, I am Wanjun, the master of Thunder Peak, and you shall henceforth be my most cherished disciple." Chapter 52. Allocation ultimately, out of more than 1,600 participants, fewer than 100 successfully entered the inner sect, while the remainder were assigned as errand disciples at the outer sect, Xinhua Peak. Once they reached the foundation establishment stage, they would be eligible to distribute themselves among the other 11 peaks of the outer sect for cultivation. Should they advance to the golden core stage within a century, they would automatically become inner sect disciples. Even if they could not achieve the golden core within 100 years, as long as they attain that stage, they could become elders of the outer sect, regardless of their duties at the 12 peaks. Although their status would not compare to that of inner sect golden core practitioners, it still surpassed that of ordinary disciples in the inner sect. Moreover, some golden core practitioners, aware of their slim chances of advancing to the nascent soul stage, chose to remain as elders at the 12 peaks of the outer sect, having established their prestige over the years, rather than becoming mere golden core practitioners within the inner sect. However, the over 1,000 individuals were not obliged to remain in the outer sect until they achieved golden core status. Should any of them possess exceptional talent and advance rapidly, or excel in the Foundation Establishment Tournament held every 20 years, it is conceivable that they might catch the attention of the inner sect or the peak masters of the outer sect, or even the nascent soul practitioners, who might take them on as disciples. At that moment, they could ascend to great heights. Yet, such prospects were even more elusive than being chosen among the disciples in the Great Hall, as it was said that in every Foundation Establishment Tournament, over 80 of the top 100 competitors hailed from the inner sect, with only a handful coming from the outer sect. In summary, this is a sect that reveres strength above all. To ascend the ranks, one must exert efforts 100-fold or 1,000-fold more than others, coupled with opportunities and fortuity that surpass those of their peers, to possibly have a chance to stand out. Sizhu might be the only one among over 1,000 disciples who, instead of feeling despondent, is filled with joy as a servant disciple. It is said that all servant disciples reside on Xinhua Peak. She wonders if she might encounter her elder sister there. They have not seen each other for over 3 years, and she questions whether her sister would still recognize her.
The more she thinks about it,
the more excited she becomes. Upon arriving at Xinhua Peak, a mid-stage Foundation Establishment female steward leads Sizhu and over 200 female servant disciples to their living quarters. I am Huang Ting, the steward in charge of the female quarters. You may call me Aunt Huang. Greetings, Aunt Huang. Sizhu and the others reply, bowing respectfully. Huang Ting gestures towards the intricately arranged courtyards behind her and continues, you three will share one courtyard, with each courtyard containing a main room and 2 side rooms, which means each of you will have your own room. Please assign your rooms quickly, and then come find me. I will take you to Steward Wu to receive your daily labor assignments, identity tokens, and benefits. Sizhu hesitates for a moment before stepping forward. Aunt Huang, I wish to inquire about someone. Huang Ting lifts her gaze to Sizhu, noticing her youth paired with an impressive cultivation level of the 8th layer of qi refinement, and recognizes her as the most striking among this group of female disciples. Not to mention her talents. It would be easy for someone of her beauty to seek the protection of an outer sect elder or an inner sect master. Such a disciple deserves to be treated with respect. Her demeanor softens considerably as she replies, whom do you wish to inquire about? Her surname is Ni, and she is a maid who accompanied the 3rd prince of the Wusu kingdom. Sizhu described her elder sister's appearance, and Huang Ting immediately recalled whom she was speaking of, the most beautiful cultivator of the Tianyan sect, Ni Sifeng. Not long ago, the esteemed Hui Yunjinjuan personally visited Xinhua Peak to accept Ni as his disciple. She ascended from a maid to a true inheritor of the Yuan Jinjuan. Furthermore, she successfully established her foundation at the tender age of 19, inspiring all the servant disciples at Xinhua Peak. Moreover, Ni's beauty surpasses that of the young girl before her by a noticeable margin, leaving a lasting impression on Huang Ting, who, despite having entered middle age and being indifferent to appearances, was struck by her allure.
Who is she to you?
Huang Ting refrained from revealing any information until she ascertained whether the girl was a relative or an adversary of Anai. "She is my elder sister," Zhu replied eagerly, looking at Huang Ting, hopeful that her question would elicit news about her sister. Huang Ting smiled warmly at Zhu, realizing that it was no wonder the young girl resembled Anai so closely in beauty. With an elder sister, who is a disciple in the inner sect, this girl could navigate Chunhua Peak with ease. Thus, it would be unwise to offend her. After all, she might very well be the next Anai Sifeng. Having recently joined the inner sect under Huiyunjinjuan at Qilian Peak, and she no longer resides at Chunhua Peak.
Really?
Zhu initially felt joy, but soon after, the realization that she could not see her sister led to a hint of disappointment. However, she quickly adjusted her emotions, understanding that her sister was thriving, and she ought to feel happy for her. "Do not be disheartened, young lady. Although we cannot enter the inner peak, your sister can come to Chunhua Peak to see you," Huang Ting consoled her, suggesting that she could send a tracking talisman to inform her of her arrival at Chunhua Peak. A tracking talisman? Zhu had purchased one in 5 Extreme City, but she was unaware of her sister's exact location and thus could not deliver it directly to her. Nonetheless, since she was now in the same sect as her elder sister, they would eventually reunite. As no true immortal was willing to accept her as a disciple, she resolved to rely on her own efforts to ascend from the outer sect to the inner sect step by step. Zhu merely exchanged a few words with Manager Huang, only to discover that the only available accommodation was a side room in a courtyard. While residing in the side room was acceptable, the predicament lay in the fact that the occupant of the opposing east wing was none other than Han Liao. Upon seeing her, Han Liao's expression transformed into one of disdain. Even if Zhu was indifferent, the constant proximity would inevitably breed annoyance. What a stroke of misfortune! Han Liao vehemently cursed at Zhu's retreating figure as she entered the side room, unable to shake off her irritation. Just as Han Liao prepared to confront her, a fellow female disciple residing in the main room swiftly intervened. "Manager Huang is still waiting for us. We must hurry." Considering her recent arrival and unfamiliar surroundings, Han Liao feared that an altercation with Zhu might delay them and offend the esteemed female disciple, potentially leading to future repercussions. Thus, she reluctantly acquiesced. Huang Ting guided them to the administrative hall of Chunhua Peak, where Manager Wu was already awaiting their arrival. The other male disciples had also gathered. Manager Wu distributed identity tokens and storage bags to each new disciple according to their names. The storage bags contained 2 sets of gray disciple garments, 10 low-grade spirit stones, and 2 bottles of first-grade spirit replenishing elixirs. Although the possessions are few, this is merely a monthly arrangement. Henceforth, on the first day of each month, one may claim a portion of spiritual stones and elixirs using their identity token, should one be unable to attend due to prior commitments. The overseeing institution will accumulate the allocations and distribute them collectively at a later date. When considered, this arrangement surpasses the privileges afforded to the offspring of noble families in the mortal realm. Furthermore, the tasks assigned by Steward Wu to the miscellaneous disciples are not particularly burdensome, requiring merely 2 hours of labor each day. The remaining time is at their discretion, and behind the overseeing institution lies the Jiwei Hall, where a Golden Core Master delivers lectures daily. All miscellaneous disciples are welcome to attend these lessons. Those who excel in their duties may be rewarded with additional spiritual stones or merit points. Disciples can exchange these merit points for cultivation texts at the Chunhua Peak Library. In summary, with diligent effort, even those with 5 elemental roots can establish a foundation and ascend to the status of outer disciples. Once one becomes an outer disciple, it is certain that the benefits will significantly surpass those of the miscellaneous disciples. Steward Wu allocated tasks according to each individual elemental root. Zhu, possessing the water and wood roots, received the task of cultivating spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden. She need only dedicate 2 hours daily to aerate the soil or remove pests, or During dry spells, employ a rainmaking spell. If the spiritual herbs flourish and remain unaffected by pests, the sect will bestow certain additional rewards. Not to mention, with the 10,000 things grow technique at her disposal, cultivating spiritual herbs is a trivial endeavor for Sizhu. Thus, she joyfully accepted this task from Steward Wu. Chapter 53. Transmission of Teachings. The medicinal garden assigned to Sizhu is located on Baichao Peak, one of the 12 peaks of the outer sect. Here lies a vast expanse of spiritual herb fields, meticulously organized to prevent the intermingling of medicinal properties. Enclosed within fences and vines, every 20 acres forms a small herbal garden, each solely dedicated to a few complementary spiritual herbs. The garden entrusted to Sizhu is but one of the hundreds nestled within the 100 Herbs Peak. It cultivates second-tier blood growth grass and third-tier tranquility grass, with only a small portion of the latter. The tranquility grass is essential for concocting the third-grade spirit-nourishing pill. While its applications may not be extensive, it remains a crucial potion for cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and beyond, thus rendering it an indispensable spiritual herb. Fortunately, the garden Sizhu has inherited has been meticulously maintained by the previous disciple, with the cultivation of herbs in impeccable order. Coincidentally, she also has the opportunity to learn from a master adept in water-based spells. For Sizhu, who is entirely unfamiliar with water magic, this is akin to receiving a pillow when one is already drowsy. She attentively absorbed knowledge for 2 hours, lingering in contemplation even after the master had departed. The Golden Core Master truly exemplified excellence, far surpassing the teachings of her relatives back home. This is not to suggest that her family members lacked diligence. Rather, their learning was constrained, and being situated in a remote border town limited their exposure to broader knowledge. In contrast, the Golden Core Master, while specializing in water spells, was also well-versed in the other elemental magics, adeptly explaining how to amplify the potency of water spells through their integration with other magical forms. His breadth of knowledge was vast, yet he articulated it in a manner that was both accessible and engaging, as if he had opened a new window for Sizhu, illuminating her understanding and enlightening her mind. As a novice in the realm of cultivation, she felt that attending a lecture by a true master for 2 hours was far more beneficial than her solitary endeavors over the past 6 months, saving her from numerous detours. When night fell, Sizhu reluctantly departed from Jiwei Hall. After a morning of relentless toil and an afternoon of absorbing knowledge, one would expect her to be utterly fatigued. Today's lesson from the Golden Elixir Master on water-based spells was a fundamental technique accessible to all in the world of cultivation. However, Sizhu's previous attempts to practice the water condensation technique had failed due to her low water affinity. After attending the Golden Elixir Master's lecture, she finally grasped the source of her failures. Although her water affinity was not particularly high, her wood affinity was commendable. Water nourishes wood, and wood can also contain water. The attributes of water and wood belong to the natural element, inherently complementing one another. She could leverage the spiritual energy of her wood affinity to merge with her water affinity, drawing the water spiritual energy from the air, condensing it into water spiritual power, and channeling it into her body to cast spells. Moreover, Sizhu sensed that the life force generated by her internal cultivation technique, withered wood blossoming in spring, not only purified her wood affinity, enhancing its properties, but also cleansed her water affinity, strengthening it as well. Unfortunately, her current cultivation level was too low, and she had only comprehended the first layer of the technique, resulting in a meager amount of life force produced daily, barely sufficient for healing her father. Thus, the paramount task remained to elevate her own strength. Sizhu cast aside all distractions, immersing herself entirely in the manipulation of water and wood's spiritual energy. Once she had harnessed enough wood energy to bolster her water affinity, she endeavored to draw the water spiritual energy from the air into her dantian. Due to the inadequacy of her water spiritual root, she should have been unable to successfully harness water magic. However, To her surprise, the infusion of wood's spiritual energy proved effective this time. The water spiritual energy in the air responded to the summoning of her water spiritual root, rushing into her body through the pores of her skin. Before long, the water spiritual energy reached a state of fullness in her dantian. Sizhu initially believed that the water arrow she had conjured would merely dampen the wooden door, but to her astonishment, it pierced through the door before dispersing into vapor. Gazing at the small hole, no larger than a chopstick, in the wooden door, Sizhu was elated. At the very least, she had acquired a new offensive spell, adding a layer of self-defense to her abilities. There remained a considerable amount of water spiritual power in her dantian, and Sizhu proceeded to attempt the formation of water-shaped long swords and long knives. Yet, their power paled in comparison to that of the first water arrow, which, slender as a bamboo chopstick, possessed the element of surprise and stealth. Sizhu resolved to diligently practice the water arrow technique regularly. As 6 months swiftly passed, Sizhu grew increasingly accustomed to the life of a servant disciple at Chenhua Peak, and she finally reunited with Jiao Jiao after half a year. It turned out that Master Wanjun had procured an 8th-grade cleansing pill for her, which could enhance Chen Xuejiao's spiritual root attributes. However, with her cultivation at the 7th layer of qi refinement, she was unable to withstand the potency of the 8th-grade pill. In order to consume the pill and elevate her spiritual root attributes swiftly, thereby accelerating her cultivation progress, Chen Xuejiao had to train daily under Master Wanjun to bolster her resistance to the pill's effects, alongside practicing sword techniques and engaging in meditation. She was now busier than even Sizhu, the servant disciple. Sizhu pondered, when would this relentless cycle come to an end? Chen Xuejiao flexed her arm, showcasing the slight prominence of her muscles, musing that before long, she might develop a physique akin to their masters. Sizhu envisioned Jiao Jiao, adorned with her captivating countenance, yet possessing a stature as imposing as that of Wanjun Jinjuan. And then, in her imagination, Jiao Jiao coquettishly implored her, causing an involuntary shiver to run down her spine. Surely, it wouldn't be that exaggerated, would it? A giggle escaped Chen Xuejiao.
Est, medir.
Master elucidated that women, by their very nature, possess a delicate skeletal structure, rendering them unsuitable for his rigorous and forceful body refinement techniques.
Consequently,
he sought out Lanqi Jinjuan of Jade Maiden Peak and procured a body refinement technique tailored for women, entitled Icy Jade Bone. Upon completion, it not only prevents physical distortion but also fosters a more harmonious and resilient physique, while simultaneously purging toxins from the skin, resulting in enhanced radiance. Then, what of this biceps? Sizhu, elated for Jiao Jiao's sake, that she had such a devoted master, pointed to Chen Xuejiao's subtle muscle with curiosity. Biceps? What is this biceps you speak of? Chen Xuejiao inquired, before swiftly comprehending Sizhu's meaning. This is a result of my sword practice. And you, Sizhu? What advancements have you made in these past 6 months? Undoubtedly, there have been gains, though not as remarkable as those of Chen Xuejiao. Having received instruction from various Jindan Jinren within the sect, Sizhu has acquired a comprehensive understanding of cultivation fundamentals and has proficiently mastered the first tier of both condensing water and genesis of all things. Regrettably, the spiritual herbs she cultivates have yet to reach maturity, and the harvest season is still pending. Consequently, she is unable to exchange them for merit points, and without such points, she cannot access the archives of Chenhua Peak. Due to her previous encounter at Wudao Cliff, where she grazed the threshold of swordsmanship, she found herself in urgent need of seeking a sword technique within the library. Currently, she possessed knowledge of only 2 natural spells, and should she confront her fellow disciples, who wielded a variety of weapon techniques, she would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Although her 2 wood-based spells were far from feeble, the energy required to cast them was substantial, nearly depleting her spiritual energy with just 2 incantations. Utilizing a sword would not only conserve her energy, but also deliver a more formidable strike. Furthermore, having touched upon the threshold of swordsmanship and manifested a trace of sword chi, albeit a mere wisp, she believed that with diligent practice, her sword chi would gradually increase, ultimately coalescing into a tangible sword intent one day. Not bad, she mused. Though my gains may not match yours, I shall strive diligently. Sizhu remained undeterred, understanding that everyone has their own fated path, something that cannot be envied. As long as she exerted herself to the best of her abilities, that was sufficient. Chun Xuejiao nodded with a smile, saying, I did not come solely to visit you. I also wish to present you with a surprise. What surprise? I consulted our master. And that set of ice skin and jade bone body refining technique is a creation of the esteemed Lanqi Jinjuan. While it is not regarded as a high-level, secretive technique, it is indeed the most suitable for female practitioners. Our master exchanged a precious item for this method, and Lanqi Jinjuan permitted him to pass it on to 2 female disciples. However, our master decided that having me as his sole female disciple sufficed, leaving the remaining spot for me to bestow upon a friend. Thus, I have come to impart this body refining technique to you. Chapter 54. Coercion. The body refinement technique, which could be esteemed by the esteemed Master Wanjun for the disciples, was undoubtedly beyond the reach of ordinary servants like Sizhu, regardless of the abundance of points they possessed. Jiao, this is far too precious. Sizhu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Were she in Jiao's position, she doubted she could be so magnanimous as to share such a technique with others. Chun Xuejiao recalled the moment when she and Sizhu nearly tumbled down the stone steps, only to be saved by Han Lufeng's timely intervention. Subsequently, it was Sizhu who shared a portion of her spiritual energy, enabling her to pass through successfully. This act of kindness had remained etched in her heart. Without Sizhu, she would not have become a disciple of Master Wanjun, and none of her current circumstances would exist. Furthermore, they were the best of friends, sharing both fortune and misfortune together. Ultimately, Sizhu could not withstand Chun Xuejiao's insistence and accepted the imparted body refinement technique. True to Jiao's words, this technique not only fortified the resilience of her skin but also enhanced the strength of her bones. The entire practice comprised 5 tiers. The first tier, known as Jade Skin, took Sizhu a month of diligent practice to grasp. Her skin expelled a considerable amount of impurities and toxins, rendering her already fair complexion even more luminous and translucent, as if enveloped in a radiant white glow. This transformation accentuated her ethereal beauty, making her appear even more celestial and untouchable. However, Sizhu paid little heed to her external changes. Instead, she retrieved a first-tier dagger gifted by her elder sister during her time at home and made a slight incision on her arm. A first-tier dagger, being a magical artifact, was significantly sharper than mundane tools, and it was expected to draw blood instantly. Yet it merely left a faint, rosy mark upon her skin. Then, what if I infuse some spiritual energy? Sizhu bit her lip and channeled a measure of spiritual power into the dagger, igniting the weapon's fierce aura, thereby enhancing its sharpness. She then made a shallow incision on her arm. This time, it did indeed break the skin. However, the wound was not deep, merely grazing the surface, and it bled only a little before swiftly scabbing over and healing. The efficacy of the body refining technique was truly remarkable, and Sizhu felt elated. This was merely the first layer of the jade skin, while the next layer, known as the ice muscle, required a higher level of cultivation, specifically that of a foundational stage practitioner. Thus, Sizhu needed to elevate her cultivation before she could pursue the second layer. As Sizhu busied herself with her daily activities of studying and training, her beauty unwittingly drew the attention of many, particularly as she traversed between the outer sects Chunhua Peak and Baichao Peak. Recently, her practice of the body refinement technique, ice muscle jade bone, had further enhanced her appearance. Some male disciples began to harbor increasingly restless thoughts, orchestrating serendipitous encounters with Sizhu. For instance, today, upon her arrival at Baichao Peak, a male disciple, responsible for managing the nearby herbal garden, had deliberately come early to linger there, hoping for a chance to greet her. "Good morning, junior sister and I," he said. Sizhu acknowledged him with a nod, recalling that this disciple's surname was Liu, having entered the sect a decade prior to her, and currently at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. "Good morning, senior brother Liu," Sizhu replied, preparing to enter the herbal garden to work. Liu, eager to engage her further, quickly added, "Junior sister and I, isn't your second-tier blood-enhancing herb nearing maturity?" "It should be ready in about a month," she responded. The growth cycle of the second-tier bloodgrass spans an entire year. When Sizhu took over, the plants had already been cultivated for 4 months, while she had been waiting anxiously for nearly half a year. In truth, she had been tormented by impatience, yearning to harvest the spiritual herbs to exchange for points, which would grant her access to the sword techniques in the library of Chenhua Peak. Should any inquisitive souls investigate, her cultivation secrets would be jeopardized. Sizhu had no choice but to suppress her desire to hasten the growth of the spiritual herbs, allowing them to flourish naturally. At last, hope was on the horizon. "I have heard that your medicinal garden spans over 10 acres of second-tier bloodgrass. The harvest must be arduous. Allow me to assist you, junior sister," Liu Shixiang remarked, following Zhu's lead. "That won't be necessary," she replied, fully aware of the principle of earning one's keep. "But an ice shimmy, you cannot possibly manage alone." Liu Shixiang began, but Zhu merely nodded at him before entering the medicinal garden. This anai shimmy, while appearing gentle and amiable to all, was actually quite reserved and difficult to approach. In order to gain the opportunity to draw closer to Sizhu, some individuals devised a scheme targeting the other 2 female cultivators who shared the same courtyard with her. "Whoever among you can help me lure Anai Sizhu out alone will receive this mid-grade spirit stone from me," spoke Bai Ji, one of the few perfected Qi refinement cultivators of Chenhua Peak, who had been in the sect for 20 years. Not only did he command a group of junior disciples who revered him, but he also had the backing of an outer sect Golden Core elder, which granted him a measure of influence even among the Peak's administrators. Han Liao cast a disdainful glance at the medium-grade spirit stone in Bai Ji's hand. Finding it utterly ludicrous that he would command her, the esteemed Miss Han, with such a meager offering. Meanwhile, the female disciple residing in the main house, named Qi Ning, exhibited a flicker of interest. Hailing from a modest family in the Divine Dragon Kingdom, her household boasted a cultivation level that barely reached the peak of the Qi refinement stage. Medium-grade spirit stones were a rarity, let alone low-grade ones. Moreover, she was merely being asked to facilitate a meeting for Zhu, not to engage in any treacherous schemes. With this reasoning, Qi Ning felt increasingly justified in her agreement. Han Lufeng snorted in disdain, realizing that Qi Ning was not the virtuous person he had presumed. She was simply another opportunist. His elder brother's words rang true. Human nature is inscrutable, and one should not place excessive trust in others. Fortunately, his relationship with Qi Ning was not particularly close. Otherwise, he might find himself betrayed without foreknowledge. However, it seemed that Anai Sizhu was destined for misfortune, and Han Liao couldn't help but revel in the impending drama. Although she looked down upon such schemes, witnessing an entertaining spectacle was not without its merits.
Meanwhile,
Zhu remained blissfully oblivious to the fact that someone was plotting her downfall, lost in the joy of an impending bountiful harvest. The second-tier bloodgrass was thriving, with nearly all of the dozen acres yielding superior-grade spirit herbs, promising a considerable amount of points in exchange at the management hall. As for acquiring spirit stones, she had never contemplated it. The Tianyun sect mandated that disciples could not venture outside for practical experience until reaching the foundation establishment stage, a measure designed to prevent the loss of inexperienced Qi refinement disciples. Given that she would likely not establish her foundation within the next 2 years, and with the sex abundant spiritual energy rendering spirit stones unnecessary for cultivation, her desire for spirit stones was rendered moot. It might be better to exchange for points, allowing one to redeem desired sword techniques or other cultivation methods in the library, which is of utmost importance. Indeed, Senior Sister Qin. Although Sizhu was not particularly familiar with her, they shared the same courtyard. They would occasionally greet each other when their paths crossed. Shall we visit the Rare Beast Peak tomorrow afternoon while the elders are on break? Qin Ying proposed to Sizhu. The Rare Beast Peak? Are you considering contracting a magical pet, Senior Sister Qin? Sizhu inquired. Qin Ying, with a slight hint of apprehension, nodded in affirmation, seeing your Huahua being so obedient. I, too, wish to contract a magical companion akin to Huahua. Sizhu was taken aback. She had not anticipated that someone would share her peculiar taste. Her fondness for Huahua stemmed from the creature saving her life upon her arrival, and over time, their bond had grown akin to that of family. Shouldn't female cultivators prefer furry magical beasts instead? Chapter 55. Deception. Very well, but I must admit I know little about magical beasts. You will have to rely on your own judgment. After all, they resided in the same courtyard, and Qin Ying had never caused her any conflict. With nothing pressing on her agenda for the following afternoon, accompanying Qin Ying would require little effort. Upon hearing Zhu's agreement, Qin Ying felt a wave of relief wash over her, though a twinge of guilt lingered. Yet, as thoughts of the mid-grade spirit stone surfaced, which had held her back at the 6th level of qi refinement for quite some time, she quickly suppressed her feelings of guilt. As a cultivator of the 5 elemental roots, relying solely on absorbing spiritual energy and low-grade spirit stones, she could only wonder when she might reach the foundation establishment stage. The spiritual energy contained within mid-grade spirit stones is remarkably pure, undoubtedly benefiting her cultivation immensely. Furthermore, Qin Ying cast a glance at Sizhu, noting her striking beauty. It was only a matter of time before those male cultivators would seek to take advantage of her. Rather than allowing her to fall prey to those mediocre male cultivators, it would be wiser to find her a husband of considerable strength and background. Perhaps if Sister and I were to accompany senior brother by G, she would have mid-grade spirit stones for her daily cultivation and second-grade medicinal pills at her disposal. In that case, she might even express her gratitude towards Qin Ying. In her efforts to alleviate her guilt and sense of remorse, Qin Ying remained oblivious to the fact that what she coveted was of little significance in Zhu's eyes. With her ability to cultivate anomalous plants, Sizhu was, in fact, wealthier than Bai Ji. However, her preference for a low-profile approach to cultivation prevented her from flaunting her affluence and attracting unwanted attention. Ironically, her understated demeanor led Qin Ying to mistakenly believe that Sizhu was poorer than herself and would gladly follow the extravagant lifestyle of Bai Ji. The Rare Beast Peak is one of the 12 outer peaks, specifically dedicated to nurturing spirit beasts for the disciples to choose for contract or for the spirit pets of the sex cultivators to be temporarily housed. While inner disciples can select freely, outer disciples and servant disciples are permitted to choose a spirit pet only once in their lifetime, with the restriction of contracting spirit beasts of 1st to 3rd rank or unknown species eggs. Those outer disciples or servant disciples seeking to contract spirit pets typically resort to bribing a knowledgeable outer foundation-building disciple or steward with spirit stones for guidance. Sizhu, believing that Qin Ying lacked the spirit stones to bribe a foundation-building cultivator, felt a pang of empathy and thus agreed to assist her. On the following afternoon, Qin Ying and Sizhu made their way together to the Rare Beast Peak. Upon entering the Peak of Rare Beasts, one is immediately assailed by a pungent, unpleasant odor. This scent is a noxious amalgamation of the various beasts' bodily aromas and their excrement. Despite the vastness of the peak, it houses tens of thousands of these creatures, many of which are large and aggressive, necessitating their confinement within enclosures or cages. The limited space naturally exacerbates the unpleasant odors they emit. Sizhu had anticipated such an aroma. And although she initially grimaced in discomfort, she quickly acclimatized. In contrast, Qining, intent on luring Sizhu to the peak, was unprepared for the overwhelming stench and found herself on the verge of retching, drawing disapproving glances from the disciples tasked with cleaning the beasts. If you can't handle the smell, perhaps you shouldn't be here. Such delicacy. How can one aspire to immortality? They muttered, their irritation palpable.
We,
who labor daily in the filthiest and most perilous of tasks, endure without complaint, yet these female cultivators arrive and cannot bear it. How truly fragile. Apologetically, Sizhu sensed the inappropriateness of Qining's reaction and quickly clarified, my senior sister is unwell. She considered that, were she assigned to care for the beasts, she too might find Qinying's behavior vexing. After all, the arduous nature of their work could breed resentment, especially towards someone of the same status who openly displayed disdain. However, upon realizing that a strikingly beautiful female cultivator was offering a sincere apology for her sister, the expression of the disciples softened considerably. This place is not as clean as others. If your sister cannot endure, it would be best to take her away swiftly. Sizhu also believed that Qining had yet to delve deeply into the beast peak, and could hardly withstand the peculiar odors. It seemed improbable that she would be able to concentrate and select a satisfactory magical pet in such a state. It would be wiser to return on another day. Just as Qining was struggling to suppress the nausea rising within her, she abruptly stood up, insisting, now that we are here, it would be illogical to leave. I feel much better now. Let us hasten our entry. Observing Qining's pallid complexion and tightly furrowed brows, which betrayed her evident discomfort, Sizhu felt a growing unease. It was clear that Qining was struggling against the strange scent of the beast peak, and the act of binding a magical pet was not an endeavor to be rushed. What was compelling her to pursue this despite her physical malaise? Did she genuinely desire to form a pact with a magical creature, or was there another motive at play? Sizhu's suspicions deepened. Recalling her father's advice before entering the five extremes spirit realm, harbor no ill intent towards others, yet remain vigilant against deceit. Her wariness intensified, for although she and Qining had cohabitated in the same courtyard for over half a year, their exchanges had scarcely exceeded 100 words, mostly mere greetings. She had never truly comprehended her character, merely perceiving her as amiable and gentle. Not only did she get along well with Sizhu, but she also maintained a cordial relationship with Han Liao, the capricious young lady. However, it now appeared that she may have misjudged Qining. Particularly disconcerting was the sight of Qining striding deeper into the path, ignoring the magical beasts confined in their enclosures on either side, gripping Sizhu's hand tightly as they ventured further. The surroundings grew increasingly desolate, with only rows of thatched huts in sight. From a distance, Sizhu could see a considerable pile of fodder intended for the magical creatures. The afternoon has long since passed, and the disciples tending to the demonic beasts have completed their feeding and are now occupied with cleaning the beast cages. No one is likely to come here for fodder. Sizhu is increasingly convinced that Qining has ulterior motives for bringing her out. After all, who would come to contract a demonic pet without so much as glancing at the beasts, but instead insistently lead her further along? Moreover, they are heading toward a more secluded area. As she gathers her spiritual energy, Sizhu shakes off Qining's hand. Sister Qin, did you truly bring me here to select a demonic pet? Sizhu wishes to grant Qining another chance, hoping that her intentions are merely misguided.
indeed.
I heard that a new batch of demonic beast eggs arrived at the breeding grounds ahead, and I thought you might assist me in selecting. Sister Qin, surely we do not take this path to the breeding grounds. Sizhu coldly interrupts Qining, although she has never visited the rare beast peak. She has studied the detailed maps from the outer sect's 12 peaks, which illustrate each peak's various enclosures and the pathways connecting them. Witnessing Qining fabricate lies only serves to solidify her suspicions of ulterior motives. Perhaps I am mistaken. Why don't you wait here, sister and I, while I inquire with those brothers cleaning the beast cages? Qining believes that having led Zhu this far, her task is complete, and the ensuing matters are no longer her concern. Just as she intends to leave, she finds her feet ensnared by a vine released by Zhu, causing her to stumble to the ground. Sister and I, what is the meaning of this? Qin Ying's expression shifts dramatically. She has only reached the 6th level of qi refinement, while Zhu has attained the 8th level. With her now at a disadvantage, she finds herself in a state of increasing panic. Dear Sister Qin, do not be so hasty to depart. How could Zhu have possibly allowed Qining to escape? Confess, who instructed you to lure me out here?
I
didn't, Qining vehemently denied. It seems she won't shed a tear until she sees the coffin. In the absence of irrefutable evidence, Zhu had not harmed Qining, otherwise, she would be in violation of the sect's rules against harming fellow disciples. She released Hua from her pet pouch. Hua twitched its porcine snout and grunted in the direction of the innermost thatched shed, indicating someone was indeed present.
come out.
Zhu exclaimed. Surely the person who had Qining lure me out here isn't going to cower and hide like a tortoise. Junior sister and I. A man of about 30 years emerged from the shed as soon as Zhu finished speaking. Although his features were passably handsome, his eyes betrayed a sense of restlessness and lechery. I have long admired Junior Sister and I, which is why I resorted to this stratagem. I hope Junior Sister and I will not be offended.
Who are you?
Zhu was certain she had never seen the man before. My name is Bai Ji, the man declared with pride, and I have already reached the great perfection of qi refining. Although the man appeared to be around 30 years old, cultivators have longer lifespans than mortals. A cultivator in the late stage of qi refining has a lifespan of 150 years. Judging by his apparent age, he was at least in his 40s. What was so impressive about reaching the great perfection of qi refining at over 40 years old? Because it was her first time visiting the precious beast peak, Zhu had brought Hua specifically to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. Little did she know that her precaution would prove to be prescient. However, with Hua by her side and 5 third-tier spirit talismans gifted by her father tucked away in her storage pouch, Zhu felt assured that she could withstand a few strikes even against a Foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, no matter how remote this location might be, it was certainly not far from the beast zone, and the commotion from their skirmish would undoubtedly attract nearby disciples to investigate. Therefore, it mattered not that Bai Ji had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. Even if he were a Foundation establishment cultivator, Zhu remained unperturbed. It was an opportune moment to assess the gap between her abilities and those at the peak of qi refinement. What scheme have you devised to deceive me, Qining? She thought, tightening the vines that ensnared Qining. Now certain of her betrayal, Zhu felt no compunction to show mercy, especially when she longed to draw closer to her junior sister and I. Bai Ji brazenly scrutinized Zhu, who was merely at the 8th layer of qi refinement. Clearly no match for his mastery. Once my junior sister is under my wing, she shall never lack for cultivation resources, and I will ensure she strides boldly upon the Qinhua Peak. Stride boldly? Does he think I am a crab? Zhu had yet to utter a word when Qining, bound tightly by the vines, cried out desperately to Bai Ji. Senior brother Bai, I have fulfilled your instructions. Please persuade junior sister and I to release me. Zhu yanked the vines, flinging Qining towards Bai Ji. It seems that this senior sister Qin is quite devoted to you, eager to please. Why not let the two of you grow closer? No.
I didn't mean it that way.
Qin Ying's expression shifted dramatically. She had no interest in Bai Ji, who was over 40 and still not a Foundation establishment cultivator. If she were to seek a partner, it would have to be a golden core elder for support. You think I would desire you? I have no interest in you either. Bai Ji forcefully cast aside Qining, who had been compelled to leap onto him. Although Qining possessed a certain delicate charm, She paled in comparison to the ethereal beauty of Sizhu, and thus Bai Ji regarded her with disdain. Qingning landed heavily on the unforgiving stone floor, her head spinning from the impact. It appeared that senior sister Qin failed to grasp the principle of treating others as one would wish to be treated. In stark contrast to the lustful man before her, Zhu felt a deeper anger towards Qin Ying's actions. Despite being acutely aware of Bai Ji's improper intentions, Qin Ying still chose to engage in such conduct for a trifling gain. Her malice was no less than that of Bai Ji. At this moment, Zhu lamented being within the confines of the sect. Even if she was justified, she could not strike Qin Ying down on the spot, for doing so would render her righteousness void. Sister and I, do not concern yourself with this woman any longer. Come, let your senior brother cherish you properly. Bai Ji, eager and impatient, lunged towards Zhu, intent on consummating their encounter so that she could never escape his grasp. Water arrow technique. Zhu had long prepared for retaliation. For the past 6 months, she had diligently honed her skills in water and wood magic. Even a seemingly ordinary technique like the water arrow, when perfected, could yield remarkable results. The water arrows, once as thick as chopsticks, could now be condensed to the size of a hair, yet their potency had doubled. The water arrow surged towards Bai Ji with unstoppable momentum. However, Bai Ji, despite his flaws, was still a consummate practitioner of qi refinement. Sensing the slender projectile hurtling towards him, he instinctively drew his second-tier broadsword and raised it defensively, neutralizing the impending threat. The foul woman, audacious and shameless. Today I shall deal with you. Although Bai Ji was filled with rage, he feared that his large blade might harm Zhu, particularly her face. He merely brandished his fists, relying on his superior cultivation to advance. The thorns of the thorn technique burgeoned. Zhu kicked the bound Qin Ying aside, and, with a flourish of her hands, summoned a dense thicket of thorns to ensnare Bai Ji. Trivial skills, Bai Ji scoffed, clenching his fists as flames erupted from them. Burn with the blazing fist. Large swathes of thorns were consumed by the flames, and it seemed Bai Ji was about to break free from the thorny enclosure. In response, Zhu transformed her hands into hundreds of spiny vines, which she unleashed upon Bai Ji. A manifestation of her self-evolved vine-wrapping technique inspired by the essence of all things. The vines swiftly ensnared Bai Ji's arms, embedding their thorns deeply into his flesh. He had intended to show restraint, but since Sizhu was so ungrateful, he would not hold back. Bai Ji gathered the fire spirit energy from his entire being into his arms, releasing an even greater inferno that incinerated the vines coiling around him. Before he could draw his large blade, dozens of vines stealthily ensnared his thighs. With his internal fire spirit energy dwindling, Bai Ji had no choice but to sever the vines wrapping around his leg. Fortunately, he reacted in time to control his strength, inflicting only a shallow wound on his thigh, without damaging the bone. Bai Ji was now thoroughly enraged, regardless of how many vines ensnared him, with his eyes aflame. He charged at Zhu wielding his blade. With a reckless abandon in her combat style, it seemed as though countless vines served as her guardians. No matter where he swung his weapon, a multitude of vines would manifest out of thin air to shield her. Moreover, this woman was not only capable of repelling his assaults, her companion, a second-tier pig demon, seized the opportunity to bite into his backside when he was caught off guard. Poor Bai Ji found himself burdened with a hefty pig demon clinging to him, while in front of him, Zhu took advantage of the moment to ensnare his large blade and hands with her spiritual vines. At that instant, he was ensnared both front and back, unwittingly slipping into a disadvantage. Zhu was acutely aware that her ability to restrain Bai Ji would not last long. Her spiritual energy was nearly depleted, necessitating a swift resolution. Thus, she extended a leg and delivered a forceful kick between his legs. Fortunately, having practiced the body-refining technique taught by Jiao, Her legs possessed several times the strength they once had, and that kick could easily take half of Bai Ji's life. Moreover, it was aimed at one of his most vulnerable areas. Bai Ji felt a sudden chill in his groin, instinctively tightening his legs, but it was too late. Zhu's kick connected with devastating accuracy, causing him to see stars and nearly lose consciousness. "You wretched woman! I will kill you!" Any man would be unable to withstand such agony, especially in a region tied to his dignity. Bai Ji's heart turned murderous towards Zhu, erasing any remnants of compassion. He summoned the last vestiges of his fiery spiritual energy, burning away the vines ensnaring his hands. Just as he grasped his blade, Zhu, seizing the moment while he was blinded by rage and lost in vigilance, struck him squarely on the nose with a fierce punch. With a resounding crack, Zhu's fist fractured Baiji's nasal bridge, unleashing a torrent of exquisite agony that surged through his skull. Tears welled involuntarily, mingling with the crimson stream cascading from his nostrils, painting a portrait of utter disarray.
"Perish!"
he roared, brandishing his blade, poised to strike Zhu. However, a message from Huahua alerted Zhu to the imminent arrival of a senior cultivator. A swift wink, a self-inflicted gash on her arm with her dagger, and the weapon lay discarded at Baiji's feet as she collapsed onto the ground. This sequence of actions unfolded with breathtaking speed and seamless execution, leaving Baiji, initially consumed by murderous intent, momentarily stunned. What stratagem is this woman now employing? He wondered. Yet, no ruse shall avail her. Baiji once more raised his blade. Halt! The venerable Guqi, esteemed peak lord of the precious beast peak, having detected the commotion, arrived on the scene. He beheld Baiji poised to strike a female disciple. The male disciple possessed the consummate cultivation of the qi refining stage, while the aggrieved female disciple was merely at the 8th level. A further female disciple, bound, and at the 6th level of qi refining, lay nearby. Indignation surged within Guqi's breast as he unleashed a fraction of his formidable pressure upon Baiji, instantly pinning him to the earth. Dare you perpetrate violence within the sect and mistreat female disciples? Accompany me to the hall of law enforcement to face retribution. It dawned upon Baiji that Zhu's self-inflicted wound was a calculated act. This cunning woman was a veritable thespian, feigning the role of victim before the venerable lord. Despite being the one who had suffered injury, he could not afford to be taken to the hall of law enforcement. This entire affair had been his own contrivance. Were he to be judged by his actions, he would not only be expelled from the sect but also stripped of his cultivation. He could not simply wait idly by. Seizing the opportunity while Guqi approached to assess Zhu's injuries, Baiji discreetly released a tracking talisman, hoping that his godfather would arrive in time to save him. Chapter 57. A request for guidance from the senior Guqi first examined Zhu's condition and discovered that she had not sustained any internal injuries, merely some external wounds on her arm. The reason for her fainting was likely due to the depletion of her spiritual energy during the recent fierce battle, which relieved him somewhat, considering that she, with her cultivation at the 8th level of qi refinement, had managed to endure for so long against a practitioner at the peak of qi refinement. It was evident that, aside from her demonic pet, her own solid foundation and considerable strength allowed her to persist. Reflecting on this, Guqi felt a flicker of admiration for Zhu. In the realm of cultivation, the gender imbalance is stark, with male practitioners often dominating. It has become a natural order where some female cultivators, to avoid humiliation, are compelled to align themselves with male practitioners of higher cultivation levels in hopes of securing resources and protection. It was the first time in recent years that he had witnessed a female practitioner standing her ground against a male practitioner of superior cultivation. With the indomitable spirit this young girl displayed, her future achievements were bound to be remarkable. After assessing Zhu's injuries, the esteemed Guqi personally administered a 3rd-grade foundational pill to her. Upon taking the pill, her arm's wounds began to heal automatically, allowing him to turn his attention towards Qining, who was bound tightly like a dumpling. At that moment, Qingning trembled in fear. She had not anticipated that her junior sister, who was expected to comply quietly, would not only resist Baiji with all her might, but also exhibit such formidable combat prowess. To dare to confront someone at the peak of qi refinement with her own 8th level cultivation and emerge unscathed was astonishing, particularly as she boldly performed before a nascent soul true monarch. In an instant, the once dominant self transformed into a victim. This series of events left not only Baiji bewildered, but also herself in a state of confusion. Was this truly the gentle and Navi and Shimi she had come to know? Having deceived her this time, would her fate be even more tragic than Baiji's? Now, with the arrival of the esteemed Gu Qizhenjuan, the leader of the Beast Peak, they were to be taken to the law enforcement hall. If Zhu Zhu revealed everything, she would likely face the sect's severe punishment. Had she known this would unfold, she would never have betrayed Shimi for a mere medium-grade spirit stone. Regret now enveloped her, leaving Qin Ying's complexion pallid and her eyes filled with despair. Gu Qi mistakenly perceived Qin Ying as a victim and was about to assist her in untangling the spirit vines that ensnared her. At that moment, Zhu Zhu awoke, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Senior, for your rescue." "It was but a trivial effort," he replied. Yet, one could hardly blame the young girl. After all, beauty is a natural gift. Even if she were extraordinarily attractive, it could not serve as an excuse for any male disciple to contravene the sex regulations. Some disciples may harbor malevolent thoughts deeply concealed within, even after traversing the 7-li pool. One cannot guarantee that their initially pure hearts would remain untainted by the corrosive desires for power and ambition. "I implore you, Senior, to advocate for us," Zhu Zhu beseeched. Kneeling before Gu Qizhenjuan, having prepared herself emotionally, tears soon cascading from the corners of her eyes. "Do not worry. Having encountered this matter,
I shall not stand idly by.
Speak freely and without fear." Initially, he intended to cast the male disciple into the outer sex law enforcement hall. However, upon seeing the unconscious Zhu Zhu, a sense of compassion welled within him, prompting him to pause and tend to her wounds. After ascertaining the reasons, he would then notify the law enforcement hall to come and take the person. Zhu Zhu recounted how she had been deceived by a senior sister to the Beast Peak, and how Baiji had attempted to take advantage of her. Fortunately, the disciple had brought along a demon pet, whose keen senses detected the impending danger and alerted her, allowing her to avoid further entanglement and subdue Qin Shiji in advance. Gu Qi, the true monarch, glanced at the flower beside Zhu Zhu, momentarily taken aback by the sight of a second-tier pig demon. With such assistance, it was no wonder she could hold her ground against someone at the peak of the qi refinement stage despite her own cultivation being at the 8th layer. It appeared that they were accomplices. Gu Qi cast a disdainful glance at Qinning, who had betrayed her fellow disciples. Such treachery only underscored her lack of loyalty to the sect. After releasing a tracking talisman, he stated, "Please rise. I have already informed the elders of the law enforcement hall. With me as a witness, they will undoubtedly provide you with a satisfactory resolution." "Thank you, Senior," Zhu Zhu replied, wiping her tears as she stood, silently grateful for her fortune in encountering such a compassionate elder. Disciple Qi Dongheng pays respects to true monarch Gu Qi. Before long, a hasty figure approached from the distance, a withered old man of the golden core stage. His frail, shriveled form and lined face suggested he was nearing the twilight of his years, yet his eyes shone with remarkable vitality. Upon meeting his gaze, Zhu Zhu immediately sensed his disdain and aversion toward her. Could this elder be one of the law enforcement hall's elders? Zhu Zhu felt a pang of disappointment. Given his evident disapproval, he likely would not uphold justice impartially. "Brother Qi, why have you come to the Beast Peak instead of spending your twilight years at Pine Crane Peak?" The esteemed Gu Qizhenjuan is puzzled. It is no wonder he is perplexed, for Qi Dongheng has announced to the world that he would no longer concern himself with worldly affairs, given that his lifespan is dwindling. Thus, it is indeed curious what matter could compel him to come in person. Speaking of Qi Dongheng, he is of similar age to Gu Qizhenjuan and entered the sect alongside him. This is why Gu Qizhenjuan, as a nascent soul true monarch, respectfully addresses a golden core true person as a senior. Qi Dongheng was originally a prodigy with an earth-type celestial root and, upon entering the sect, became a disciple of Xinjuan Shaod. Now, his master has ascended to the divine transformation realm and should be referred to as Xinzuan, being one of the few esteemed figures of the sect. With such a high starting point, Qi Dongheng was expected to gradually become a pillar of the sect, much like his master, Xinzuan Shaod. However, shortly after entering the late Golden Core stage, he encountered a woman during an external expedition. It is said that she was exceptionally beautiful, surpassing even the renowned Lan Shi Xinjuan of the Tianyun sect. Before long, Qi Dongheng found himself ensnared in the intricate web of her affection, unknowingly manipulated into divulging the sect's confidential secrets. Xinzuan Shaod noticed his disciple Qi Dongheng's recent lack of focus on cultivation and frequent outings, sensing that something was amiss. Upon investigation, he discovered that the woman, with whom his disciple was closely associated, hailed from the Qiqing Hall of the Great Demon Sect in the Kongjing continent, just a sea apart from the Tianyuan continent. It was the fifth hall master of Qiqing Hall, Yuan Luoluo, who had lured Qi Dongheng into this predicament. In a bid to pilfer the secrets of the Tianyun sect, Yuan Luoluo, under the guise of a true monarch of the nascent soul, willingly compromised herself with a righteous youth who was nearly of a younger generation to her. Employing the allure of her beauty, she ensnared him, causing him to let down his guard and divulge numerous confidential details regarding the inner workings of the Tianyun sect. Upon discovering this betrayal, the venerable Master Shaod was incensed. He personally imprisoned his disciple, Qi Dongheng, before setting out to apprehend the seductive lord of the charming palace. Yuan Luoluo. Upon learning the truth from his master, Qi Dongheng realized the magnitude of his transgression. Confined in the inner sect's law enforcement hall's dungeon for a century, he endured the relentless torment of both frigid winters and searing flames, emerging with his cultivation regressed to the mid-stage of the Golden Core. At this juncture, he felt utterly desolate, recognizing his bleak prospects of advancing to the nascent soul and unable to face Master Shaod. He voluntarily requested to join the outer sect as an elder. Master Shaod had taken only Qi Dongheng as his disciple throughout his life, and though he felt profound disappointment, a semblance of a master-disciple bond remained. Thus, Qi Dongheng transitioned from being a true monarch of the inner sect to an elder of the outer sect, albeit with a sense of shame. Nonetheless, no peak masters or disciples within the outer sect dared to mock him. In fact, out of respect for Master Shaod, they treated him with a measure of consideration. His welfare and benefits as an elder of the outer sect were the most favorable among all Golden Core practitioners. However, from that moment forth, Qi Dongheng developed a prejudice against women, particularly those of striking beauty. Whenever he beheld such women, he would vehemently denounce them as sirens. Reflecting on this, the esteemed Master Guqi swiftly stepped in front of Zhu. This young girl was extraordinarily beautiful, and it was likely that Qi Shixiang would harbor even greater disdain upon seeing her. Indeed, she was a harbinger of misfortune. Even a paragon of virtue like Master Guqi found himself moved with compassion. The sight of this only intensified Qi Dongheng's ire. Qi Shixiang, please exercise caution in your words, he cautioned. The esteemed Gu Qizhenjuan experienced a slight surge of indignation. As a Yuaning Zhenjuan and the master of a peak, he held no fear, even in the face of Qi Dongheng's formidable backing. His actions were merely born out of a sense of paternal affection for the younger generation. After all, his age could qualify him as a venerable ancestor to a young maiden, a notion that Qi Dongheng had audaciously conceived. Am I not speaking the truth? The old man queried. If not, why would she entice my adoptive son, Bai Ji, to come to the rare beast peak in perfect health, only to cast the first stone as the villain? Gu Qizhenjuan must not be beguiled by her appearance. It was indeed surprising to discover that this audacious man was Qi Dongheng's adoptive son. No wonder he possessed such audacity, for he had a powerful ally. It seems that Qi Dongheng, who had long been detached from worldly affairs, ventured to the rare beast peak primarily for him. However, Gu Qizhenjuan, having witnessed the events firsthand, would never allow himself to be led astray by Qi Dongheng's manipulations. This matter would be addressed once the law enforcement hall arrived.
Me.
Entice him? How utterly absurd. Which of your eyes have seen me do such a thing? Yet, Zhu could no longer contain herself. She stepped forward to confront Qi Dongheng, pointing an accusatory finger at Bai Ji. If the old man were merely a stickler for tradition, it would be one thing, but to brazenly slander her was beyond comprehension. How audacious. Even at my worst, I am still a golden core true person. How dare you raise your voice at me? Qi Dongheng rebuked, realizing that she was indeed a reckless demoness. Women like you are the root of chaos within the sect. Gu Qizhenjuan. It would be wise to have the law enforcement hall expel her from the sect at the earliest opportunity. As they spoke, 3 more golden core true persons arrived. Clad in identical dark robes and wielding staffs, their faces stern and devoid of mirth. The elderly Qing of the law enforcement hall, the elder Feng Sihai of the legal hall, and the elder Yuan Tu of the prison hall came to pay their respects to the esteemed ancient Qizhenjuan. The 3 black-robed immortals bowed respectfully before him. Although ancient Qizhenjuan presided over the outer peak, he was a nascent soul true monarch of the inner sect, a position of great distinction. Only that old fool Qi Dongheng, with a true sovereign as his backing, dared to treat ancient Qizhenjuan with such irreverence. The others did not have that audacity. Upon receiving the tracking talisman from ancient Qizhenjuan, they hurriedly made their way over. Rise, commanded ancient Qizhenjuan, as he recounted what he had witnessed and the events relayed by Zhu before Qi Dongheng could interject. I recall that the 32nd rule of our sect explicitly states that those who bully fellow disciples, especially female disciples, shall have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the sect. This disciple not only sought to humiliate a female disciple but, upon failing to achieve his goal, harbored murderous intent against her. This constitutes a grave violation of 2 sect rules. What punishment does he deserve? Undoubtedly, his cultivation should be abolished. And he should be imprisoned in the water dungeon to perish, replied Feng Sihai, whose forthright nature could not abide injustice. Having heard ancient Qizhenjuan's words, he could no longer contain his fury and was the first to voice his outrage. Ancient Qizhenjuan nodded in approval. Godfather, save me. I am innocent. It was that woman who deliberately lured me to the rare beast peak. I do not wish to have my cultivation abolished or to be thrown into the water dungeon by Ji panicked. He had painstakingly cultivated to the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Just 1 step away from the foundation establishment stage, his life was only just beginning, and he could not bear the thought of spending the rest of his days in a cell. You have all heard. Qi Dongheng, having taken a rare young protégé as his adopted son, harbored hopes that when his time came, he would not be left without offerings and respect. If he were to be apprehended by the law enforcement hall, where would his dignity reside? Having spent over 20 years with Bai Ji, he had long since developed a paternal bond, compounded by his biases against women, which led him to believe that his adopted son was unjustly wronged. This enchantress had deliberately lured Bai Ji to the beast peak under false pretenses. His eager compliance had resulted in a treacherous trap, for it was his son who sustained grave injuries while she emerged unscathed. The other 2 elders hesitated, not out of belief in Qi Dongheng's words, but due to Bai Ji's esteemed identity. He was, after all, Qi Dongheng's adopted son. As golden core true persons, they had little to fear. Yet Qi Dongheng had the esteemed Xiao Jinzuan as his backing. In the past, Chi Dongheng had committed a grave error, nearly allowing a demonic sect to extract a celestial-level technique from him. Although he later accepted punishment, he should have been stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the sect. However, Xiao Jinzuan, unable to bear such a fate for him, personally intervened with the sect leader, ensuring Chi Dongheng remained. Importantly, Xiao Jinzuan had never severed their master-disciple relationship and had not taken on any new apprentices since, indicating his nostalgic nature. Should they offend Chi Dongheng, the wrath of Xiao Jinzuan would be a burden they could scarcely bear. Yet, Gu Qizhenjuan, as a witness to the incident, clearly favored the female disciple and sought to advocate for her. The three elders, caught in this predicament, felt overwhelmed. How could the events witnessed by my own eyes be false? Does the law enforcement hall intend to show favoritism towards a scoundrel? The esteemed Gu Qizhenjun is incensed. The reason she bears no injuries is that I provided her with a healing pill. Zhu felt a sense of despair. It appears that even within such a grand sect, the law enforcement hall would judge based on personal biases. It seems that today, a grave punishment for Bai Ji is unlikely. However, gazing at the indomitable Gu Qizhenjun, who stands up for her with unwavering resolve, warmed her heart. It is remarkable that a formidable Yuanying Zhenjun would lower herself to argue on behalf of a mere Qi refinement disciple. It seems that Tianyin's sect is not as cold and disheartening as she had imagined. Yet, she remains painfully aware of her own frailty. Throughout this journey, she has always hidden behind others, sheltered by their protection. Her sister, father, Jiao, and the recently acquainted Gu Qizhenjun have all provided her with an umbrella of safety. Yet, she cannot perpetually remain beneath this shelter, reliant on the guardianship of others. In this matter, she is indeed the victim, even if the wicked cannot be severely punished. She must not allow that old lecher and lascivious fiend to tarnish her name. She wishes to show the three elders of the law enforcement hall who is truly in the right. The disciple is willing to swear an oath to prove her innocence. Zhu stepped forth from behind Gu Qizhenjun, her eyes brimming with determination and resolve.
What?
You wish to swear an oath? The elders of the law enforcement hall exchanged glances, their expressions complex. They actually held greater faith in Gu Qizhenjun's words. However, Chi Dongheng's formidable background compelled them to feign reluctance. They had not anticipated that this female disciple would possess such unyielding spirit, resolute in her quest to vindicate herself. Do you understand that the heart demon oath is no trifling matter? Once spoken recklessly, one shall face the wrath of the heavenly Tao. Elderly Qing of the punishment hall solemnly declared. Indeed, I am guiltless, and I only seek to vindicate my innocence. Thus, I fear not the repercussions of the heart demon oath. Zhu replied with unwavering composure. What a commendable declaration of guiltlessness, exclaimed the esteemed Master Gu Qi, who then turned his attention to Bai Ji, standing behind Chi Dongheng. I wonder if the righteous son of Master Qi dares to take the heart demon oath to prove his innocence? At that moment, Master Gu Qi no longer referred to Chi Dongheng as his senior brother, for he had come to understand why Yuan Luoluo from the Seven Emotions Palace chose to approach and exploit Chi Dongheng rather than other inner disciples. It was simply because he was foolish and lacked discernment. Over 2 centuries ago, he was equally naive, and after all this time, he remained unchanged, which only served to highlight the folly of his emotional tribulations. Bai Ji's complexion paled, retreating further behind Chi Dongheng, unwilling to reveal himself. The stark contrast was all too evident. Even Chi Dongheng finally realized that his adopted son was likely too guilty to dare invoke the heart demon oath. Master Gu Qi's words struck Chi Dongheng like a slap to the face, igniting a tempest of anger and helplessness within him. He had initially resolved to disregard this ungrateful miscreant, yet upon witnessing Bai Ji's fearful demeanor, reminiscent of his own terror and confusion when his master unveiled the truth over 2 centuries ago, his heart softened. Very well, he thought. Having already intervened for this ungrateful wretch, to withdraw now would only serve to validate his guilt. The only path left is to persist in this denial, thus preserving his life. Zhu, today, I have finally witnessed the pinnacle of deceitful speech. It is lamentable that her cultivation is so lacking. Otherwise, I would have shown that old scoundrel the true resonance of a single slap. Even the esteemed Gu Qizhenjuan found amusement in Qi Dongheng's absurdity, which he attempted to rationalize. It is astonishing how one can articulate such shameless words with such refreshing elegance. The perpetrator has now taken on the guise of the victim, a truly rare occurrence throughout the ages. Chapter 59. Mining who, indeed, is the true architect of chaos within the sect?
Zhu scoffed.
Noting how this Qizhenren immediately accused her of being the instigator of disorder, even labeling her a seductress intent on ensnaring his adopted son, compelling her to swear an oath to clear her name. Yet, why does the Zhenren hesitate to demand the same oath from his own son?
Is it that,
in the eyes of the Zhenren, one's closeness determines righteousness, and those who dare to oppose you are deemed agents of chaos? The Tianyin sect has become a mere echo chamber for your whims. Must even the sect leader bow to your dictates? Furthermore, I must assert that prior to this moment, I had no recollection of encountering your adopted son. Even if we had crossed paths inadvertently, I have never exchanged a word with him, nor left any impression upon him. Hence, how could there be any suggestion or misunderstanding? Zhenren, do not take advantage of your seniority to falsely accuse me. Though I am but a humble servant, I possess dignity and shall not cower in the face of oppression or threats, but I do fear being wronged. A clay figure retains some of its earthy essence. Do not presume that I am so easily manipulated. Knowing full well your son's guilty conscience, do not even entertain the thought of casting aspersions upon me.
Ah,
You silver-tongued enchantress, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? My loyalty to the sect is as evident as the sun and moon. How can you audaciously slander me here? If I do not teach you a lesson today, my resentment shall remain unquenched. Having uttered these words, Qi Dongheng advanced towards Zhu, his hands empty of any talismans, yet his spiritual energy was fully concentrated within his palm, intent on reprimanding her, though the desire to eliminate her was genuine. Stop! Roared the venerable Gu Qi, infuriated by Qi Dongheng's arrogance, as he dared to threaten the young girl in his presence, as if he were invisible. Gu Qi, are you prepared to shield this enchantress? Qi Dongheng, taken aback, found it unprecedented in over 2 centuries for a peak master from the outer sect to disregard him so openly, prompting his dissatisfaction to surface. It is I who should be posing that question to you. If you wish to protect your adopted daughter, then state it plainly. Why must you falsely accuse this innocent girl? It is only natural for her to feel anger when wrongfully accused, Gu Qi retorted, unperturbed by Qi Dongheng's displeasure. Even if the latter sought to complain to the true master of the Guardians, he had violated no sect regulations. And given that this incident transpired within his own treasured beast peak, it was only fitting for him to intervene, especially as he was in the right. However, the insubordination from below raised complications. Qi Dongheng did not wish to dwell on the matter of Bai Ji and instead brought up Zhu's transgression against him. Having already offended Qi Dongheng, Zhu felt that regardless of her actions or silence, she would be perceived as an enchantress attempting to bewitch his adopted son. It was likely that after this encounter, he would seek to retaliate against her. Given this, what was there left for her to fear? It would be far better to confront the matter openly, provoking Qi Dongheng to such an extent that should any misfortune befall her, suspicions would inevitably fall upon him and his progeny. This would render them hesitant to act against her. Unbeknownst to her, Zhu has evolved from an innocent girl into someone who meticulously considers each step she takes. Qi Dongheng's face flushed with anger as he exclaimed, "You, Master Gu Qi, have witnessed how this enchantress has repeatedly defied me. To which Master Gucci retorted coldly, "Have you not also defied me numerous times, Qi Jinren? Moreover, just moments ago, you had the audacity to request the 3 elders of the law enforcement hall to grant you special privileges, all while disregarding my position as the esteemed leader of the rare beast peak." Master Gucci continued, "Do you truly believe that your formidable master allows you to dismiss others with such disdain? You may claim to be a Yuaning Jinjuan, yet you are merely a golden core Jinren whose prospects for advancement have long since flickered out. I extended you the courtesy of addressing you as senior brother not only out of respect for your master, but also due to your waning vitality. Yet, despite reaching such depths, Qi Dongheng remains obstinately self-absorbed. Indeed, some individuals are not worthy of sympathy." The 3 long-forgotten elders of the law enforcement hall felt a surge of complex emotions upon hearing Master Gucci's words, their faces burning with humiliation. In truth, they harbored grievances against Qi Dongheng for his domineering nature. However, the mere thought of his backing from the esteemed Shinren compelled them to swallow their pride and forsake their duties as elders. Particularly, the forthright Fong Sihai spoke up. "Master Gucci is right. We have erred in our judgment. As elders of the law enforcement hall, we must uphold fairness and justice. I implore you, Qi Jinren, to cease your obstinate protection of Baiji." Fong Sihai, upon concluding his words, intended to ascend and apprehend Baiji. Baiji, stricken with terror, clung tightly to Qi Dongheng's thigh, exclaiming, "Godfather, save me." The establishment of the law enforcement hall within the sect serves to uphold the rightful interests of all disciples. As elders entrusted with the guardianship of justice, we must eradicate corruption among our ranks. I implore you, Master Qi, to abandon your obstinate delusions. Yuan Tu and Li Qing also approached, surrounding Qi Dongheng. This day, one party must inevitably be offended. In comparison to the promising mid-Yuaning cultivator, the esteemed Gu Qi Jinjuan, no matter how formidable Qi Dongheng's backing may be, his time is fleeting, and how long can he maintain his arrogance? Furthermore, should the law enforcement hall falter in its impartiality, the standing of the outer sect among its disciples would inevitably collapse, who would then adhere to the sect's regulations, leading to a gradual descent into chaos? Very well, very well. Qi Dongheng's countenance paled, revealing a resolute expression. "Since you wish to punish Baiji, then let me bear the punishment as well. It is my failure as a teacher. I am the one who should be reprimanded. Godfather, it is my fault. I should not have harbored such misguided thoughts. I am the one who deserves punishment," Baiji wept, clutching onto Qi Dongheng. It was a touching display of paternal affection, prompting Zhu to inwardly scoff. The 3 elders of the law enforcement hall felt a weight upon their shoulders, while they could apprehend Baiji. They dared not touch Qi Dongheng. Should the true master learn of this, their positions as elders would likely come to an abrupt end. What could they possibly do? The elder of the punishment hall, Li Qing, glanced around, observing the spectacle from the sidelines, where Gu Qi Jinjuan and Zhu stood. Considering the advanced age of Master Qi and his impending need for care, we can extend a measure of leniency. However, while the death penalty may be evaded, the punishment remains severe. Baiji, you must obtain the victim's forgiveness to absolve yourself of the death sentence, after which you shall proceed to the fire peak to mine until you reach the foundation establishment stage. Although the punishment is considerably lighter than initially anticipated, the environment at the fire peak, situated upon a fiery vein, is particularly harsh. Not only is the spiritual energy scarce and thin, but the heat is relentless throughout the seasons, making it a place where only those guilty of grave offenses are typically sent to mine. Few have succeeded in advancing there. Qi Dongheng's expression changed, but before he could speak, Baiji nodded repeatedly in agreement, as he was already a perfected Qi refinement practitioner, preparing to break through to the foundation establishment stage in the latter half of the year. With tears streaming down his face, he crawled before Zhu and pleaded, "It is all my fault. I should not have harbored such reckless thoughts."
I beseech miss me for forgiveness. As you can see,
My godfather is quite elderly and cannot be without my service. I implore you to be merciful and spare me this time. Sizhu, however, ignored by Ji and turned to the elder of the law enforcement hall. If I do not grant forgiveness, will he face the death penalty? The three elders displayed expressions of discomfort, as Chi Dongheng was evidently risking everything to protect Bai Ji, creating a complex situation. In light of this, what difference does it make whether I forgive him or not? Zhu sighed, choosing not to press further. Bai Ji's godfather, the venerable Master Qi, clearly held significant influence, rendering the elders of the law enforcement hall unable to act decisively. They wished to pass this difficult dilemma on to her, yet she had no desire to accept it. Thus, regardless of the setting, the essence of everything ultimately lies in the strength of one's capabilities. Backgrounds can also be considered a form of strength. A nameless individual, relying on the esteemed Gu Qizhenjuan, managed to confront that elder without losing ground, thereby cleansing their own tarnished reputation. It is only natural to feel a sense of gratitude, is it not? Yet, deep within, there lingers a trace of grievance and disappointment. Gu Qizhenjuan observed the downcast expression of Zhu and approached her, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. Do not be disheartened. Such trivial matters and petty individuals are not worth your sorrow. Your journey ahead is lengthy. Consider them mere stumbling blocks to be surmounted. The disciple understood and expressed profound gratitude to Gu Qizhenjuan for his support during today's ordeal, a sentiment Zhu would forever cherish. Soon, she composed herself, offering a deep bow of respect to Gu Qizhenjuan. It was but a trivial effort, he replied, waving his hand dismissively, pleased to protect a promising disciple of good character. By the way, esteemed elders, how should we deal with my senior sister, Qining? Zhu felt that allowing Bai Ji to go unpunished was a sign of her own inadequacy. However, it was Qining who, for the sake of trivial benefits, betrayed her friends that truly incited her disdain. After all, she had no connection with Bai Ji, yet had spent a substantial 6 months in close proximity to Qining. Qining had violated the 24th regulation of the Tianyan sect, betraying fellow disciples, thereby placing others in peril. She ought to have her cultivation revoked and be expelled from the sect. Fortunately, the betrayed disciple was unharmed, so a revised judgment of expulsion from the sect would suffice. Qining, do you have any objections to this verdict? Elder Fong Sihai approached to read out the judgment against Qining. At the moment Qining beheld the arrival of the esteemed Gu Qizhenjuan, she comprehended that her hopes for a favorable outcome were in vain. Thus, she had endured a tormenting wait, and upon hearing the verdict, she found a flicker of relief. In contrast to Bai Ji, who had support, she, an unaccompanied cultivator of the 5 spirit roots, was fortunate to preserve both her life and cultivation amidst such misfortune. The disciples raised no objections. Qin Ying's complexion was ashen, yet her demeanor remained remarkably composed. It was too late for regrets. She could only acquiesce to her fate. Observing her expression, which seemed to anticipate a spectacle, it was evident she was privy to the circumstances. In a courtyard shared by 3, 2 sought to undermine her. One scheme had faltered while the other merely observed from afar. Such camaraderie among peers was indeed disheartening and perplexing. Had Qining and Bai Ji refrained from taking action this time? Step aside, Zhu addressed Han Lu Yao, who was blocking the courtyard entrance, her tone icy and indifferent. Han Lu Yao instinctively shifted aside, and only when Zhu passed did she realize that she had unconsciously obeyed Zhu's command. A surge of indignation and fury welled within her. By what right do you command me? As Zhu strode toward the house, disregarding her words.
Han Lu Yao har stilig inte på sig här själv.
I am speaking to you. Do you not hear? Zhu sighed in disappointment, having anticipated a chance to teach this young lady a lesson. To her surprise, this one proved to be significantly more astute than Qining. If you wish to know, inquire with Bai Ji, Do you not know everything? Left in stunned silence, Han Luyao gazed at the closed door, pondering Zhu Zhu's words in quiet contemplation. Could it be that Bai Ji, in his compassion for the fair and delicate Sizhu, spared her, while Qi met her demise at his hands? That seems implausible, for she too was privy to these events. It stands to reason that Bai Ji would not resort to murder merely to silence her. Moreover, with Qin Ying's mysterious disappearance, the elders of the enforcement hall would undoubtedly trace the matter back to Bai Ji. Thus, it appears unlikely that Bai Ji would be foolish enough to engage in such acts of violence. There must be other unforeseen developments at play. Since Sizhu is reluctant to speak, she should confront Bai Ji herself. A sinister thought crept into Han Liao's mind. What if Bai Ji and Qin Ying had conspired to harm Sizhu, and their plot had been exposed, leading to both being apprehended by the enforcement hall? After all, Bai Ji is a consummate practitioner at the pinnacle of qi refinement. It should be relatively effortless for him to subdue Sizhu, who is merely at the 8th level of qi refinement. Han Luyao pondered over this matter, but could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. Had she known how things would unfold, she would have discreetly followed them, enabling her to discern the truth and avoid this endless speculation. However, her conjectures were soon validated when Manager Huang and Manager Wu simultaneously announced that Bai Ji and Qin Ying had violated the sect's regulations. One was dispatched to the Lihua Peak for mining duties, while the other was expelled from the sect. This incident caused quite a stir at the Chenhua Peak, igniting fervid discussions among the new disciples about the strictness of the Tianyun sect's rules, leading to mixed feelings but a newfound respect for the regulations. The senior disciples were well aware of Bai Ji's background, and seeing him unable to evade punishment, they began to recognize the gravity of their own potential consequences, likely mirroring the fate of the ill-fated Qin Ying. Consequently, the outer sect experienced a notable improvement in its discipline. Even Han Luyao, upon encountering Sizhu, refrained from her usual sarcastic remarks. She was genuinely astonished by Sizhu's remarkable capabilities, which had rendered even the formidable Bai Ji helpless in her presence. Han Luyao secretly rejoiced that she had refrained from taking action against Sizhu. Otherwise, she might have met the same unfortunate fate as Qin Ying. Thus, Zhu Zhu peacefully endured a month until she finally reaped the bountiful harvest of the second-tier blood-sprouting grass. As most of the second-tier blood-sprouting grass were of superior quality, possessing complete spiritual essence, Zhu Zhu amassed a significant amount of points. With these points, she discovered a tome titled Spring Breeze Sword Technique in the library of Chenhua Peak. Although it was merely an ordinary low-grade sword technique of the Heavenly Melody sect, it marked the realization of her aspirations from nothingness to existence. The sword techniques within this tome appeared soft and gentle like a spring drizzle. Yet they were beguilingly agile and exquisite, capable of striking with precision in fierce combat while also delivering a lethal blow with grace in a tranquil setting. However, this sword technique consisted of only 3 levels, limiting its practice to the late stages of the foundation establishment period. Once she reached the golden core stage, the Spring Breeze sword technique would prove of little utility to a golden core cultivator, akin to a superfluous item. This limitation elucidated why it was classified as a low-grade technique. For all cultivators, the ultimate desire is to possess a complete sword technique that can be cultivated to the Great Ascension stage and beyond. Yet, Zhu Zhu held a different perspective. As an energy-refining cultivator, her immediate goal was to excel amongst her peers within the same realm. Given that the Spring Breeze sword technique could enhance her combat prowess during the qi refinement and foundation establishment stages, it was precisely what she required at this moment. Progress must be made step by step, and sustenance must be consumed bite by bite. By solidly establishing her foundation, she would be able to traverse further along the path of cultivation. Upon realizing this, she felt her mindset broaden and elevate to a new level. Having finally ascended to the pinnacle of the 8th layer of qi refinement, she seamlessly transitioned into the 9th layer. Her cultivation of the withered wood in spring technique had stagnated at the initial tier for 2 years. However, with the concurrent enhancement of her mental state and cultivation, she has now progressed to the second tier of this technique. It has been half a year since she completely comprehended the second tier of the technique in Chapter 61, Outer Sect. With the aid of this technique, her thorn art and the ability to summon all living things have also advanced to the second tier, allowing her to summon a greater number of thorns and instantly create a thicket of brambles spanning 5 miles. Moreover, her thorns have evolved into iron thorns, their hardness far surpassing that of the previous wooden thorns, now possessing resistance to fire as well. Ordinary spirit flames would burn for 3 days and nights without igniting the thorny grove. The benefits of her mastery of all living things at the second tier are even more profound. She can now simultaneously mutate a greater variety of plants and can transform first to second-tier spiritual plants, elevating them to third-tier quality. Furthermore, with a mere flick of her mental focus, she can conjure 2 or 3 types of mutated, aggressive spiritual plants out of thin air. However, this is not the Peach Blossom Valley, Jinjin, despite her eagerness to test her abilities with attacks such as flying flowers and green vines. Must seek a secluded location to practice. Alternatively, she can only practice in her room against the battered wooden door of her bedroom. Meanwhile, Bai Ji, condemned to mine at the fire departure peak, finds his spirits utterly crushed by the harsh environment. He never anticipated the conditions would be so severe. The spiritual energy here is so scant that it is almost negligible, and the heat is stifling, akin to being in a steamer, nearly melting one's very essence.
Yet,
the most unbearable aspect is their daily toil. Those guilty of serious crimes must labor for 8 hours with a meager 4 hours of respite. Unbeknownst to him, more than 6 months had elapsed, and he remained ensconced in the realm of qi refining, harboring no hope of progressing to the foundation establishment stage. Should he fail to advance, it was likely he would languish here for the remainder of his life. The relentless toil and harsh living conditions had rendered Bai Ji increasingly numb and despondent. Unexpectedly, after this lengthy interval, Qi Dongheng finally came to visit him. "Godfather, this place is utterly unlivable. I cannot bear another moment here. Could you possibly take me away?" Bai Ji exclaimed, tears streaming down his face, seeing in Qi Dongheng a glimmer of hope for escape. Gazing at Bai Ji, who had visibly emaciated over the past 6 months, Qi Dongheng felt a mix of anger at his lack of ambition and compassion for the suffering he had endured. "If only I could devise a means to rescue you before the law enforcement hall renders its judgment, but the verdict is one that even the sect master cannot contravene. The only solution is for you to diligently cultivate and successfully establish your foundation, allowing you to leave this wretched place. But the spiritual energy here is scarce, and I spend the majority of my days laboring. I scarcely possess the time to cultivate, let alone establishing my foundation. If I endure another year here, I may well perish on Lihua Peak." Furthermore, prior to my entry into Lihua Peak, all my belongings were confiscated, leaving me with but a single change of clothes. Devoid of spirit stones, elixirs, and spiritual energy, the prospect of establishing my foundation is akin to reaching for the heavens. "I have come to assist you in your foundation establishment," Qi Dongheng declared, removing a ring from his finger and placing it into Bai Ji's hand. Bai Ji clutched it with fervor, as if grasping hope itself, knowing that Qi Dongheng had not abandoned him. "Thank you, Godfather. I shall strive to establish my foundation promptly and honor you." Qi Dongheng gazed at the emaciated visage of Bai Ji and sighed. Beautiful women are often harbingers of misfortune. You must take heed and refrain from repeating such errors. Otherwise, not even my utmost efforts will salvage your reputation. "Foster father, that woman has brought me such misery. I cannot swallow this grievance. Once I am free, I shall openly marry her, ensuring she remains forever within my grasp, enduring torment until her end. The law enforcement hall cannot intervene in the domestic affairs of partners, Bai Ji declared with fierce determination.
Do not be so obstinate.
That enchantress, with her silver tongue, is unlikely to consent to your proposal, should she lay any traps for you. Qi Dongheng was taken aback by how deeply his foster son was affected by this enchantress, still harboring thoughts of her. Once I am free, I shall be a foundational cultivator, while she, no matter how formidable, will remain merely a Qi refinement practitioner. I shall devise a means to make her submit, allowing us both to vent our frustrations. Zhu, who had no friends at Chenhua Peak, found solace in her solitude. Even in her loneliness, she could converse with Hua. Though the pig could not speak, it understood her completely, and Zhu could sense what it wished to convey. Their extraordinary communication flourished in this unique bond.
Now,
she diligently practiced swordsmanship for at least an hour each day. Although she wielded only an ordinary second-tier sword, her skill had advanced to the point where her sword energy surged with vigor, and her strikes flashed like lightning. Compared to the feeble understanding of sword energy she had a year prior, her progress was nothing short of remarkable. She has once again harvested a batch of third-tier tranquil heartgrass from the medicinal garden under her stewardship, predominantly consisting of exquisite spiritual herbs, which has garnered her a substantial number of points. This aids her in swiftly grasping the second layer of the body refinement technique, ice skin. The recipe for the medicinal bath was provided by Qin Xuejiao, who had heard that it was meticulously crafted by Wan Jun to suit female cultivators, enhancing their physique. It is accessible to all, and Qin Xuejiao kindly transcribed a copy for Zhu. Indeed, after indulging in the medicinal bath for over half a month, the results have been remarkable. She can sense a significant increase in her strength. Her bones have also undergone rigorous training, although they appear slender. The density and resilience of her bone structure have substantially improved. Her skin has transformed to the point where even a first-tier magical artifact leaves no trace upon it, and not even spiritual energy can breach the surface of her skin. At the beginning of the medicinal bath, the pain was akin to being pricked by needles. After enduring for 3 days, Zhu gradually acclimated, and by the final days, the discomfort faded away, replaced by an enveloping sensation of comfort. Each day, she felt her body becoming lighter than the day before, leading her to gradually fall in love with the experience of soaking in the medicinal bath. Unfortunately, the expense of the bath is exorbitant. After spending over 6 months' worth of spiritual herb points and supplementing with spiritual stones, she could only afford a fortnight's supply. To indulge in such baths without reservation over the years, one must become an inner sect disciple. At the very least, achieving foundational cultivation and becoming an outer sect disciple would allow her to undertake missions or hunt to earn ample points and spiritual stones. The first type of pearl felt that if she could not secure a prominent position in the Foundation Establishment Grand Competition and garner the attention of those esteemed true monarchs to accept her as a disciple, she would have no choice but to toil for 100 years to attain the golden core stage. Thus, her hopes appeared rather bleak. However, she harbored a more optimistic outlook regarding the second scenario, as she had unwittingly reached the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage, drawing ever closer to foundation establishment. With her methodical cultivation, she was confident that within the next 2 years, she would break through to the foundation establishment phase and gain entry into the outer sect. Fortunately, the fortnight of medicinal baths had proven beneficial. She adeptly comprehended the second layer of ice skin and jade bone, known as ice skin. At this moment, even if a second-tier sword were to graze her skin, it would leave only faint marks. Only by harnessing spiritual energy to unleash sword could the surface of her skin be breached, yet it would not inflict harm upon her sinews and bones. In comparison to other cultivators who had not refined their bodies, her physique had reached a level akin to that of mid to late foundation establishment practitioners. Regrettably, she had no means to engage in combat with foundation establishment cultivators, leaving her uncertain of her estimations. At this juncture, she would welcome even a spar with a Qi refining stage cultivator. Yet, The rules governing the disciples of the miscellaneous division were stringent. Apart from the laborious tasks assigned to them, their time was consumed by study and silent cultivation, with no allowance for private duels. Conversely, outer sect disciples enjoyed considerably more freedom. They could freely enter and exit the sect with their identity tokens and engage in sparring at various arenas within the outer sect, provided no lives were endangered. Contemplating this, the Pearl increasingly yearned to become an outer sect disciple as soon as possible. Sizhu has nearly attended all the lectures by the esteemed Golden Elixir Masters. For the remaining uncertainties, she can seek enlightenment through the tomes in the library. Continuing to serve as a menial disciple at Chenhua Peak would only widen the chasm between her and her elder sister and Jiao Jiao. It seems imperative to expedite her progress into the outer sect. Chapter 62. Return. Another year has slipped by, and Sizhu has gradually forgotten the punishment of being dispatched by the law enforcement hall to mine at Lihua Peak alongside Bai Ji. Initially, she believed that this serene cultivation lifestyle would persist until she reached the foundation establishment stage. She even took Qi Dongheng, her godfather, as her master, gaining considerable renown within the outer sect. Now, 2 years later, Han Luyao, who has just entered the 7th layer of Qi refinement, speaks to Sizhu for the first time, her tone calm, yet Sizhu discerns a palpable malice and schadenfreude beneath it. What does it matter to me? I heard that he was sent to Lihua Peak to mine because of you. Now that he has returned to Foundation establishment, do you think he will seek vengeance? Han Liao, observing Sizhu's indifference, deliberately taunts, convinced that Sizhu must be afraid. He was dispatched to Lihua Peak by the decree of the elder from the law enforcement hall. When have I possessed such authority? Rather than concern yourself with my affairs, you should focus on your own cultivation. Sizhu scoffs disdainfully, noting that after 2 or 3 years in the sect, Han Liao has only managed to elevate her cultivation by a single tier, yet still dares to critique others. If I were you, I would have long since purchased a block of tofu to end it all. Han Liao, once again incensed by Sizhu's words, finds herself nearly spitting blood. Astonished that after 2 years of silence, Sizhu's prowess in infuriating others remains undiminished. She had previously consulted various records regarding Lihua Peak, only to learn that the spiritual energy there was sparse and the environment was harsh. This desolate locale was sought after solely for the extraction of a rare mineral known as Lihua stone, which was indispensable in the process of refining tools, aiding in the fusion of materials. Consequently, disciples were dispatched to mine, predominantly those who had committed grave transgressions against the sect's rules. Due to the severe conditions and the arduous nature of the mining tasks, few were able to advance their cultivation within its confines. There was but one exception, a disciple who succumbed to the demonic path 5 millennia ago, who, after reforming, successfully advanced and subsequently fled Lihua Peak. She had assumed that Bai Ji would toil in the mines for a lifetime, gradually forgetting about him. Suddenly, Sizhu recalled the exceedingly protective Qi Dongheng. It was evident that Bai Ji's ability to establish a foundation was closely tied to him. If Bai Ji chose not to provoke her, that would suffice. However, should he harbor any grievances and seek to trouble her, she would ensure that he faced dire consequences. Master above, please allow your disciple to bow before you.
Child.
No. Disciple has failed to establish a foundation twice. The conditions at Lihua Peak are truly unbearable, even with spirit stones and elixirs. The first 2 attempts proved unsuccessful, nearly injuring my root. I had no choice but to rest for another 6 months, recuperating my health and injuries. And it was only then that I finally succeeded in entering the foundation establishment stage, Bai Ji lamented. Qi Dongheng refrained from further complaints, acknowledging that Bai Ji's aptitude was merely average, being a practitioner with 4 spiritual roots. It was indeed unrealistic to expect him to achieve foundation establishment in such inhospitable surroundings. Taking Bai Ji as a disciple had its advantages. It allowed him to remain at Song He Peak openly, avoiding assignment to one of the outer peaks where he would be compelled to undertake daily missions. Beside him, he could impart his teachings with sincerity, perhaps with diligent effort. Bai Ji could ascend to the golden core stage within a century and become an inner disciple. Remember this, my pupil. Upon hearing Qi Dongheng's words, Bai Ji was filled with exhilaration. If he were to enter the inner sect and take the esteemed true master as his mentor, he would wield considerable influence within the entire sect. Even the law enforcement hall would dare not impose restrictions upon him. Perhaps even the most beautiful female cultivators would come to him willingly. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, an exquisite visage, that of Sizhu, emerged vividly before him. He clenched his teeth, and the more he pondered, the more he found that enchanting face haunting him, as if it had become an obsession, a personal demon. He must possess Sizhu, to dominate her completely, avenging the humiliations and injuries he had endured over the past 2 years. Master, what is Sizhu's current level of cultivation? Bai Ji's voice was laced with a fervent madness and pent-up frustration. He could not allow this grievance to fester, otherwise, she would inevitably transform into his inner demon. He needed to conquer her and then destroy her with his own hands to eliminate this torment. Qi Dongheng was taken aback by Bai Ji's deep-seated hatred for that enchanting woman, realizing that he was determined to settle the score. With a sigh, he replied, "She should still be at Chenhua Peak. You may seek your revenge, but do not contravene the sect's regulations, or I shall not come to your aid again. Have you contemplated your course of action?" His face had already borne the brunt of previous encounters. Both the inner and outer sects now perceived him as someone who clung to his seniority, and they avoided him. As the saying goes, a fierce woman fears a persistent man. He found it hard to believe that as a foundation establishment cultivator, he could not subdue a mere Qi refinement female cultivator. As Zhu entered Baichao Peak, she was greeted by Bai Ji, who had already entered the foundation establishment stage. Standing at the entrance of the medicinal herb garden he managed, in his hand, he held a wooden box, gazing at her with deep affection. "Miss Ni, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for quite some time," he said. Nearby, dozens of other disciples engaged in the cultivation of spiritual herbs peeked in their direction, their eyes gleaming with curiosity and gossip. Could it be that junior sister Ni and Uncle Bai were involved? No wonder senior brother Liu had pursued her so persistently. She had remained indifferent, perhaps having climbed to a higher branch. However, Liu's expression darkened immediately. Junior sister Ni is not the kind of person you allege her to be. Although he and junior sister Ni had exchanged only a few words, and she had always kept him at arm's length, he was certain he would not misjudge her character. Zhu shot a cold glance at Bai Ji and simply uttered, "Step aside." Could it be that Miss Ni is still upset with me? Look, I have endured the consequences of mining at Lihua Peak for 2 years. I have come today to offer my apologies, Bai Ji said, opening the wooden box in his hand. This is a gift of apology for you, Miss Ni. Inside lay a sparkling blue high-quality spirit stone, from which emanated a powerful and pure aura. Just gazing at it brought a surge of energy that stirred her inner spiritual veins and dantian, igniting an irresistible desire to possess it. Yet, Zhu quickly suppressed that impulse. Even if absorbing this high-quality spirit stone could allow her to establish her foundation immediately, she had no intention of accepting it. Bai Ji's intentions were clearly insidious, believing that a mere spirit stone could sway her. She mistakenly believed that she could be as easily deceived as Qi. Perhaps if she took this high-grade spirit stone, her fate would be even worse than Qi. Greed, which should not have arisen, would never beget anything good for Zhu. Instead, it would only lead to her own demise. I do not require it. You may keep it for yourself. After speaking, Zhu turned her gaze towards Bai Ji. I must now commence my tasks. Please step aside. Miss Ni, why must you be this way? It is only natural for a man to present gifts to a lady he admires. Bai Ji's tone grew increasingly ambiguous, his words gradually becoming frivolous. Moreover, the bond between us is indeed special. A single high-grade spirit stone is hardly significant. Chapter 63, Life and Death Arena, Part 1. It seems that 2 years at Lihua Peak have not imparted enough lessons upon you, by G. You might as well draw a line. I shall accompany you to the end, without the need for such nauseating words. Zhu felt her stomach churn at the distasteful exchange. Bai Ji had not anticipated that after 2 years, Sizhu's temperament remained as obstinate and unpleasant as ever, identical to how she was 2 years prior. Now a foundation-building cultivator, he believed she ought to address him as Sizhu, yet she offered him no semblance of respect. Very well, since Miss N.I. is so forthright, I shall speak plainly. The life of a miner at Lihua Peak is a memory I cannot forget. The moment you agree to marry me, I shall finally be able to quell this grievance. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji watched with satisfaction as Zhu's complexion turned a shade of iron, her fists clenched tightly. With a cold and piercing gaze fixed upon him, she enunciated each word with clarity. You are merely indulging in a daydream. In light of this, I shall henceforth visit Miss N.I. daily, taking the opportunity to reminisce about our past. Bai Ji, with a lecherous grin, tucked away the precious spirit stone, his demeanor increasingly despicable. As the hour grew late, he stated he would not impede Miss N.I. in her endeavors, suggesting they would reconvene on the morrow. With that, he hummed a cheerful tune, sauntering away from Baichao Peak with an exaggerated gait. Zhu watched Bai Ji's departing figure, her fists clenched tightly once more. He was far more shameless than she had initially surmised. This time, she resolved to be astute, taking the straightforward path. The enforcement hall had no authority to regulate the open pursuit of female disciples by male ones. The outcome would either compel her to comply or force her to act against him, thereby violating the sex regulations. In either scenario, her fate would be grim. Suppressing her fury, Zhu pondered how to resolve this predicament, ideally by eliminating Bai Ji entirely, thus preventing his incessant reappearances to vex her. Are you all right, junior sister and I? Inquired Liu, a senior brother from the adjacent medicinal garden, his concern evident as he noted her pallid complexion. Has that Bai Ji been bullying you, taking advantage of his status as a foundation establishment cultivator? I am fine, thank you, senior brother Liu, Zhu replied, shaking her head as she entered the medicinal garden. If only she were foundation establishment cultivator, she could lure Bai Ji out of the sect and discreetly deal with him, erasing all traces so that even the enforcement hall could not trace it back. Yet, she was still at the 10th layer of qi refinement, and achieving foundation establishment would require at least a year's time. Faced with the prospect of enduring a year of Bai Ji's harassment, Zhu abandoned that course of action and continued to contemplate. There exists another alternative. Zhu recalled the final stipulation among the 100 regulations of the Tianyan sect, which explicitly states that disciples must not harm one another or engage in arbitrary conflicts. Should there be an insurmountable grievance or animosity, one party must establish a life and death arena to challenge the other. However, the challenger must deliver spirit stones to the management of the peak where the arena is set up in order for the sect to construct the life and death arena. The fee for the arena is determined by cultivation level. A qi refinement stage cultivator must present 50 medium-grade spirit stones. A foundation establishment stage cultivator must offer 100 medium-grade spirit stones, and a golden core stage cultivator must submit 2 high-grade spirit stones, with subsequent levels increasing in a doubling fashion. If the challenger possesses a lower or equal cultivation level compared to the challenged, they have the option to accept or decline the challenge. Conversely, if the challenged holds a higher cultivation level, they must accept the challenge. Once in the life and death arena, the stakes are life or death. Regardless of which party perishes, neither will face disciplinary action from the sect. Upon pondering this, Zhu's eyes sparkled with realization. This regulation seemed tailor-made for her current predicament, providing an opportunity to eliminate Bai Ji amidst the gaze of onlookers while avenging herself without incurring penalties, an ideal situation indeed. Moreover, since her cultivation level is lower than Bai Ji's, he would be compelled to accept her challenge. As for whether she could prevail against Bai Ji with her qi refinement level 10, Zhu harbored no concerns. 2 years prior, she had triumphed over Bai Ji, who was at the peak of the qi refinement stage, with her cultivation at level 8. Now, she was confident that she could hold her own against Bai Ji, who was at the early foundation establishment stage, given her advancements over the past 2 years, during which time she had diligently honed her own skills as well. This circumstance provides her with an opportunity to gauge the disparity between herself and the foundation establishment practitioners. Ultimately, Zhu resolved to establish the life and death arena at Chenhua Peak, after she tendered 50 medium-grade spirit stones to the administrative office to request the creation of the arena and issued a challenge to Bai Ji. An uproar immediately erupted across the 12 peaks of the outer sect. It had been a century since anyone had set up a life and death arena in the Tianyan sect, and, astonishingly, it was a qi refinement practitioner daring to challenge a foundation establishment practitioner, an unprecedented occurrence in the sect's millennia-long history. Although both qi refinement and foundation establishment represent the most rudimentary levels of cultivation, the chasm of power between each major realm is an insurmountable divide, particularly as cultivators progress. The gap in strength between realms widens significantly. 10 late-stage qi refinement practitioners may struggle to defeat a single foundation establishment practitioner. Yet here stands a daring qi refinement 10th layer cultivator, oblivious to her own limitations, boldly establishing a life and death arena and challenging someone from a higher realm, a truly remarkable tale throughout the ages. Scheduled for a fortnight hence, Bai Ji, with a grim expression, accepted Zhu's challenge, intending to thoroughly teach this overconfident girl a lesson on the arena. Even before the life and death arena commenced, news had spread among the outer sect disciples. Gradually, it garnered increasing attention, reaching even the majority of foundation establishment and golden core disciples within the inner sect who planned to attend the event. Although the contest between qi refinement and foundation establishment might seem trivial to these inner sect members, merely a minor skirmish unworthy of their curiosity, the sheer novelty of the situation, given that no one had set up a life and death arena in over a century, rendered it irresistibly intriguing. Moreover, the challenger was of a significantly lower cultivation level than the person she aimed to confront. Was this an act of reckless folly or a demonstration of extraordinary skill? The disciples, upon realizing this, could not keep it hidden from the astute true monarchs. On Qingmu Peak, true monarch Qingyu, twirling his beard, shook his wine gourd in dissatisfaction, for it was devoid of any wine. Recently, the various senior brothers and nephews involved in brewing within the inner sect had been thoroughly plundered by him, and any remaining reserves were well concealed, making them difficult to locate. Perhaps he should venture to the outer sect when deprived of fine spirits. True monarch Qingyu was not averse to inferior quality spiritual wines or ordinary beverages. He had heard that the 12 peaks of the outer sect had recently been abuzz with excitement, as a late-stage qi refinement girl had set up a life and death arena to challenge a foundation establishment cultivator to a duel. The arena was already established and was to be held today at the hour of Chun on Huafeng Peak. He intended to find out which female cultivator was so audacious. As he observed his master's departing figure, true monarch Beichen sighed helplessly, knowing that his master would likely wreak havoc upon some uncle or senior brother's wine cellar once again. The thought of his master's antics, which forced him to clean up the mess, weighed heavily on him, especially after recently compensating true monarch Lanshi with 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. This was due to his master having pilfered a treasured century-old peach blossom wine from true monarch Lanshi, leaving him with nothing but regret. As the disciple and peak master, Beichen could only silently bear the cost of his master's mischief. The mere thought of his master potentially raiding another uncle's wine cellar and incurring yet another substantial debt in spirit stones caused a rare shift in Bachan's typically icy demeanor. Recently, he found himself financially strained. No. He must follow and put a stop to his master's exploits. At Chilian Peak, the young phoenix urged her master to hasten to Chunhua Peak to witness the bustling event. The fiery lord of clouds burst into Sifeng's cave dwelling and, after a year apart, was pleased to observe that her disciple had successfully advanced to the mid-foundation stage. Nodding in satisfaction, he remarked, "Very good, indeed. You have reached the mid-foundation stage." A year prior, the master had abruptly departed the sect upon receiving a tracking talisman. However, during the early days of her apprenticeship, the master had imparted to her the exquisite fire-based technique, rebirth through fire, which was exceptionally suited to her innate abilities. With the aid of this harmonious practice, Sifeng's journey in cultivation progressed seamlessly, allowing her to transition from the pinnacle of the initial foundation stage to the mid-foundation stage in just over 2 years. After speaking, the Lord of Clouds eagerly took Sifeng's hand and ascended upon the Qingmong sword, soaring toward Chunhua Peak. A cheer-refining stage challenging a foundation stage?
How can this be?
Sifeng pondered with great curiosity. Chapter 64, Life and Death Arena, Part 2, at Thunder Peak. Lord Wanjun was well aware of his young disciple's close relationship with an outer-sex miscellaneous female disciple, to whom he had also imparted the ice skin and jade bone body refinement technique. Yet, he refrained from interference, finding satisfaction in his disciple's character. Her ability to remain humble and remember to assist her friends after gaining prominence spoke volumes of her kindness. This time, he had heard rumors of a miscellaneous disciple setting up a life and death arena to challenge an outer sect disciple. He relayed this curious tale to his young disciple. Chun Xuejiao inquired with intrigue, "Master, who possesses such audacity to challenge a foundation stage cultivator?" Now she has cultivated to the 10th level of Qi refinement, questioning her own chances against a foundation establishment cultivator, fearing she might not even possess a 2 in 10 likelihood of success, especially considering that the opponent seeks a life and death struggle. It is said that the adversary is a female cultivator, seemingly bearing the surname Ni, her name sounding somewhat derogatory. Sizhu? Before Master Wanjun could finish his sentence, Chen Xuejiao interjected. Yes. Master Wanjun laughed heartily. How does Jiao know? Have you perhaps heard of this matter? She is my dear sister from the outer sect. Master, I must go to Chunhua Peak. Yet. Chen Xuejiao could not share in the laughter. Her face was a mask of shock and concern as she rose and dashed outside. Master Wanjun was taken aback to discover that the cause of this commotion was related to his own little disciple. He dispatched his thunderblade to catch up with Chen Xuejiao. Jiao, do not be anxious. Your master will accompany you. MASU-MANHUA is situated at the heart of the Weijing realm and Tianyan sect, renowned for being the area with the most abundant spiritual energy in the entire spirit realm. Most true venerables who advance to the spirit separation stage voluntarily relinquish their peak lord authority, becoming esteemed elders residing in Weijing for secluded cultivation, rarely involving themselves in worldly affairs unless matters arise that threaten the sect or the Weijing realm and Tianyuan continent. Currently, 5 spirit separation true venerables and 1 void true saint are engaged in their practice at Weijing. The void true saint seldom emerges from seclusion, while the 5 true venerables often interact. Today, the Chongtai true venerable has invited the other 4 true venerables to taste the newly brewed Dao tea. The 4 revered ones gathered together, observing as Master Chongtai meticulously arranged the tea set and personally brewed tea for them. Curiously, one of them inquired, "Master Chongtai, what has become of the young ones, Lioli and Hupa, who usually accompany you? Why do you toil alone?" "They have taken leave today," Master Chongtai replied with a smile. "They expressed a desire to witness the life and death arena being held in the outer sect. At their lively age, it is only fitting that I allow them some freedom rather than confining them to my side. He continued, my own disciples, Sizhu and Xiling,
have also gone to the outer sect.
Master Biuer remarked, it is said that a chi-refining disciple is challenging a foundation establishment disciple. The significant disparity in their realms has piqued everyone's curiosity.
Oh,
I am eager to see what unfolds, said the youngest among them, Master Bailu, his curiosity piqued. He closed his eyes, sending forth a wisp of his spirit, which vanished from sight. The others continued their tea and conversation, unperturbed. Surprisingly, mere moments later, Bailu opened his eyes again. Have you already witnessed the spectacle? Master Shoud presented a cup of enlightenment tea to Master Bailu. Master Shoud, it appears this life and death arena bears a certain connection to you. Bailu accepted the enlightenment tea and consumed it in a single gulp.
Me?
Master Shoud replied, puzzled, as the other revered ones turned their attention towards him, intrigued. What do you mean? Do you recall your disciple, Qi Dongheng, who volunteered to go to the outer sect over 200 years ago? Master Bailu inquired. While it was said he volunteered, it was well known that Qi Dongheng had nearly been expelled from the sect. Fortunately, Master Shoud had interceded on his behalf, allowing him to remain in the Tianyun sect, albeit outside the inner sanctum, and thus he had to venture to the outer sect. The venerable Shoud, maintaining an impassive expression, nodded slightly. After being wounded by his sole true disciple, he resolved never to take on another apprentice. He preferred the freedom of solitude, lest another Qi Dongheng emerge and bring further disgrace upon his venerable countenance. Recently, Qi Dongheng had accepted a foundational disciple, who had become infatuated with a stunning female cultivator from the Chenhua Peak and insisted on a forced marriage. The beleaguered female cultivator, unable to endure the harassment, was compelled to establish a life and death arena to challenge the foundational disciple. There were whispers that Qi Dongheng had once, in an attempt to rescue this disciple, invoked the name of his senior brother to intimidate the Outer Sect's Law Enforcement Hall and the esteemed Master Gucci of the Rare Beast Peak. As soon as the words left the lips of the venerable Bailu, Shoud's expression darkened. What a reckless fool, he thought, reflecting on how, after more than 2 centuries, the lesson had evidently not been learned. Even though Bailu's account was somewhat vague, Shoud could easily surmise how Qi Dongheng had brazenly conducted himself within the outer sect, disregarding both the esteemed Yuanying true monarch and the sect's regulations. The issue was that Qi Dongheng still bore the title of his disciple, and there existed a bond of mentor and mentee, thus compelling the outer sect to turn a blind eye to his misdeeds. I shall personally visit Chenhua Peak. We shall reconvene another day, esteemed brothers, Shoud declared, unable to remain seated any longer. Having lost his reputation once over 200 years ago, he could not afford to let that wayward disciple tarnish his honor again. Poor Shoud, burdened by an ungrateful apprentice, had endured centuries of unrest. The 4 venerable ones sighed, reflecting on their own disciples and grandchildren, grateful that theirs were relatively trouble-free. On the vast arena, spanning nearly 100 acres, a grand stage stands resolutely in the square before the administrative hall. With an hour still remaining until the appointed time, the arena lies unoccupied. Yet it is surrounded by a throng of disciples. Among them, one can discern not only the miscellaneous disciples of this peak, but also those from the outer and inner sections. The majority belong to the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages, with several Golden Core practitioners standing aloof in the background,